Chapter 1 The iron drums off city wall still resonate, the golden blade in its sheath remains unsheathed. In Jiannan city, 200,000 cavalrymen laid siege to the city, with towering gates and solemn lyre soldiers and armor. Since Seath Kyermi arrived at the gates, 3 months shad passed, with ceaseless beacon fires and night say skull days blade. Kill, Thagueward saw the imperial park had been scattered, and several soldiers scarged in Toth Palace gates. Ornith-railing sand pillars, gilded mythical beasts, and emerald palace lanterns reflect Tethagri Diandong Rife soft soldiers under the moonlight. 300 years off Song Dynasty, Trulyric to the point of fusing goil why should wedring the wine dandiats no beyond the pass? No, let me go. A piercing cry for help echo adutes Zeppales made hiding gun deratable was dragged out by Zaviral soldiers, her clothes disheveled and their face terrified. Ha ha, women of to said hara indeed pale. Today, my brothers and I can have some fun. One a soldierly redand reached out to tear the maid's clothes. Swish. At the instant the fabricatory, the soldierid not yet reacted when Heffel tackle on hishest, and blood erupted, staining Geysizard, looking down, has a well-on sword piercing through hishest. Excitement, fear, unwillingness suspicion blurred, and before collapsing Hessa won't lie a woman dressed in plain clothes, with a facius pharisative in a maiden astern expression, a highly protruding gabden, and the tip of her sword still dripping with blood. Your Gawang Sithki soldier sword swore not finished before Yefultanother chill in his throat, and his body fell heavily, without a trace of lift. My lady crown princess, the maid ways Ria de terrify a dut off her wits, her voice trembling. It's dangerous inside's palace, quick ligatut southeast tower, where Simeon you will guide you out of the city. Gawan se kikadeside the buddy of ki soldier and reach out to pull up the maid. Without thinking too much, the maid has to lick out to express her gratitude and then swift lyrin towards the direction off to southeast tower. My lady, the imperial park cannot be held, you must consider that chilled in your womb, we must leave. Thefa Malagard beside her, whose eclos rio rita stained with blood, knelt in both knees, Heraeus full of anxiety and determination. Gawan Zaheda facia scold as frost, tightly pursing haired lips, without uttering a word, Betrezalidla turned around with her sword raised. However, a sudden zevere pains priat through her lower abdomen, as if thou sense of sharp blades were at with stingent side, and muddy amniotic fluid mixed with blood instantly soaked her dress, staining gittered. My lady, the female guard exclaimed loudly, supporting Gawanshi. Gawanzi endured the severe pain, using her sword days estafito barely support their swaying body. Her gaze pierced through Tikrod sangaged in fire seabertles, looking towards the beacon fires in the distance Sinsky soldier shape broken into the imperial park, the city walls must be in danger. Kaiway, quickly go and gather all the hidden guards within the imperial park to reinforce it city walls. Up and hearing this, Kaiwaises reddened, hesitating to speak but, my lady. No need forwards, the country and familiar paramount, Gano. Yes, Kaiway gritted her teeth and turned Taliva quickly. Galwangza gritted her teeth, pushed a seemingly ordinary brick in the inner chamber, and heard a cracking sound as a secret passage appeared. Shito aka deep breathed and stumbled into it, although his secret passage was in a short flight of stairs. It felt like walking on a knife mountain. It felt as if invisible hummers were brutally hitting her abdomen from all directions. One wave then another. The severe pain seemed tore her body apart. Gawan zitai libid down on her whirl upon telthata stuffed blood-filled hermouth, barely holding back her screams. Her trembling hand reached downwards and warm blood flowed out, soaking her palm and making jit stick hand cold. I'm sorry, Mom, I can't wait anymore. She murmured softly, her voice barely audible, Batharaya swore filled with despair and determination. Biting her teeth, she took out a short dagger and with a flash of the blade, blood sprayed out. Thepa insurged liquid, and their consciousness was near lishetered, but she still managed to her last strength to pull out a small, pristine figure from the pool of blood. It was a big girl, small and fragile, quietly closing her eyes. Huayua, my Huayui. Gawanze felt the warmth inside her body rapidly dissipate like quicksand, tightly hugging the newly feather that just come into the world. However, that faint warmth seemed to be gradually consumed by the surrounding coldness. Ina days, a cold yet but a fool was a pierced through to walls oft his secret room and entered her ears. Sierra be warned you before the fortune of Sanja sex housed, and fate cannot be violated. As Thera a phoenix bone born in the southern frontier in Androdires, you should be honored by the people. If you are willing to leave Sonya and Fisker said child, I can survey your life and take you back to the southern frontier. Gawanza struggled to up en Herias butsa won't lay us in of blood, her was as fantasosper, saying word be word mom I'm not just fighting for my own love, but also for the peace of countless people, i.e., he will be good emperor. Heist the subject off's own, Thor since central plain shev nothing to do with us in the southern frontier, he go stody be himself, we should head Rogiao along? Sierra you are unfilial, since he athescomatotha cyanly begia, save me daughter, she's innocent. I am willing to sacrifice every drop of my blood and flesh to God, just to Javehara consto survive. Asalin seemed leped the secret room for a moment, and the voice seemed to grow older. The Berthoff this child has violated fate even as she can serve her path will be fraught with difficulties and she will face any 9-10 consi of death have you titithrof? Gao Wang's agent lay lowered her head, her forehead lightly touching her daughter's tender face, tears and blood intertwining, dripping onto the baby's soft-eyed blood-stained face. She whispered like a murmur my why mom doesn't believe in fate, yet she doesn't escape it. Mama's willing to sacrifice everything to see this world and await mom couldn't accomplish. Ha, alright, if this is your wish the old voice of Revioletta in tough heartache and helplessness. You were also my killed. These words centered Gao Wang's ears, and her eyelids flickered, butitzium she had no strength to respond. When the voice ain't avoid sounded again, it was accompanied Beyonce enchanting. Sacrifice hours a cred blood to heaven for life. Before the words finished, a cryptus incantation echoed throughout his secret room, like a thunderous blow falling from 1,000 pounds of lightning. Instantly, the space of the secret room seemed to be torn by an invisible force, and a dazzling white light erupted fiercely from Gao Wang's body. Her white clothes hatred into countless light spots, and blood blossomed like flowers. Clang! The lone sword fell to the ground, and the figure of Gao Wang's gradual lit dissolved into light. The blood seemed to have left seeping into half of the baby's cheek. Accompanied by the burning flames outside, the baby girl finally let out a faint cry. Chapter 2 The Origin of Wangjia Village. Beneath Fuyun Mountain, in Wangjia Village, a commotion broke afternoon tranquilly. Stop, little Ibleminster, today you'll beat you until the hour crawling down the ground looking for your teeth, an ugly fat bee waved his fist, leading several followers and chasing the small figure ahead with a fierce demeanor. She was a 7 or 8-year-old girl, small in stature, wearing a simple blue cloth dress while large a black birthmark covered half of her cheek, spreading from her forehead to her collar, dividing her original delicate features into 2 halves. At first glance, it was quite startling. Her footsteps are not slow, but as she was only a 7 or 8-year-old girl, she was not much for several boys. After running only a few steps, she was grabbed with a fat boy's collar. Let me go, what did do wrong? The girls asked Nedred with urgency, but she stubborn libbeth her lip to prevent ours. Chapter 3 of the Peach Blossom Hairpin. Let us speak of the Fuyun Mountain, which stretches for 1,000 miles, standing as a formidable barrier across the 9 provinces. It lies at the junction of Shuasong and Qiliang, its majestic peaks undulating from west to east like a colossal dragon, distinctly separating the southern and northern realms. It serves not only as a natural shield but also as a strategic stronghold. As the ancients aptly put it, yellow clouds stretch for 10,000 miles, stirring the winds, white waves cascade through 9 paths, flowing from the snowy mountains. Wangjia village rests at the foot of this very Fuyun Mountain, originally part of the Shua dynasty's territory. 5 years prior, during the conflict between Shua and Qi, the Shua forces retreated southward, establishing the Huai River as the boundary with the Qi kingdom. Consequently, this quaint village became a border settlement. In recent times, the situation between the two nations has gradually stabilized. Although skirmishes still occur at the border checkpoints, Wangjia village remains a serene enclave, nestled amidst mountains and waters, isolated from the hustle and bustle of the outside world. As the fragrant smoke from cooking wafted through the air, it was midday, and most villagers were engaged in their afternoon rest. Upon seeing the brother and sister duo, the villagers greeted them warmly. A young girl, her face as radiant as peach blossoms, caught sight of Mooney Anson from a distance, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She hurried home, only to peek at him through the window. Ahead, a man carrying a burden paused to rest, his face breaking into a wide smile upon seeing the two. Ah, it's my younger brother Nianson and sister Yuer. This merchant, surnamed Sun, was a wandering trader, well versed in the tales of the world. Each time he returned to the village, he brought with him a wealth of intriguing stories from his travels. Brother Sun, from where have you come this time? Mooney Anson inquired, cupping his hands in greeting. This time I journeyed from the south, Sun replied, lowering his voice conspiratorially. I have brought back many rare items. Take a look at this. He produced a delicate hairpin, exquisitely crafted from fine Suzhou silk. This beauty is merely 5 copper coins, it would look splendid on Yuer. Mooney Anson accepted the hairpin and handed it to his sister. Yuer, do you like it? Though it was but a common adornment from the marketplace, a pin wrapped in pink satin resembling peach blossoms, with brown silk threads embroidered to depict the flower's core, it appeared to Mu Huayue as if it were a treasure beyond compare. Brother Sun, please bundle this hairpin along with those sugar figurines, Mooney Anson said, his gaze softening as he watched his sister's delight. He counted out 6 copper coins from his waist pouch. Seeing his sister joyfully clutching the peach blossom hairpin, Mooney Anson turned to Sun and asked, Little Sun, have you heard any peculiar tales during your travels? Indeed, I have come across a most extraordinary tale, Sun exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It is said that after the founding of the Shua dynasty, in a bid to quell the chaos of war for generations to come, the founding emperor buried millions of gold taels and thousands of weapons in the western regions, leaving behind only a treasure map of Shuawu. Whoever possesses it can claim the world. Muniansen replied, such tales have circulated in the marketplace for some time, they are likely mere fabrications. If such a treasure truly existed, why did the North Shua not seek it during their downfall? Sun retorted, believe it or not, but I recently heard that the former crown prince of North Shua did not perish as believed. He has found the treasure map and is currently amassing troops to restore his kingdom. The former crown prince Song Yi? Mu Huayue, munching on a sugar figurine, innocently interjected, a storyteller visited this morning and recounted tales of him and the princess consort defending their homeland. Muniansen's eyes flashed with a cold light before quickly reverting to calmness. One should not fully trust the rumors of the world. Brother Sun, traverse the lands with care, your safety is paramount. Sun laughed heartily, I appreciate your concern, nonetheless, it is in chaotic times that trade flourishes. Mother, we are back. Upon entering their home, they were greeted by the delightful aroma of pancakes. An elderly woman with graying hair busied herself at the stove. Upon seeing the siblings return, her kindly face broke into a smile, her hands gesturing animatedly. Ah, ah. The woman, upon noticing their return, beamed with joy, gesturing continuously. It became evident that she was mute. Do not worry, my brother and I have already eaten, I shall help you with the pancakes. Mu Huayue declared, moving a small stool closer to the stove, just able to reach the pan. Her deafness suggested that despite her youth, she had spent considerable time assisting in the kitchen. Seeing this, the elderly woman frowned slightly and hurriedly gestured to Mu Huayue, seemingly urging her to set aside her task and play instead. Muniansen stepped forward gently, lifting Mu Huayue from the stool. Sister, you need not trouble yourself, I am here to help. He asked softly, have you read the book I brought you last time? Mu Huayue pouted, her expression one of dissatisfaction. What use are these worn-out wooden pages? They cannot be eaten or used, and I am constantly bullied by others. I would rather accompany you up the mountain to hunt with strength. I could chase off little Huzi myself next time. At these words, the elderly woman immediately grew anxious, gesturing with concern, inquiring whether Mu Huayue had been bullied and if she had any injuries. Mu Huayue quickly reassured her, it's nothing, my brother taught little Huzi a good lesson, and now he is so scared of me that he avoids me. Only then did the elderly woman sigh in relief, tenderly handing Mu Huayue 2 fruits from the table, her eyes brimming with love. Mu Huayue stuck out her tongue, accepting the fruits, and her spirits lifted instantly as she took a bite, the sweet juice bursting in her mouth. While munching, she flipped open a nearly disintegrating book, her youthful voice ringing out, little must endure, lest great plans be disrupted, brother. Does this mean children cannot suffer in silence, or it will ruin grand designs? I shall not endure next time. Not if anyone dares to bully me again, I will surely retaliate fiercely. Fool. As night fell, tranquility enveloped the world. The bright moon hung high, its silvery light casting a hazy glow over the small mountain village. The occasional chirping of insects resembled the whispers of wandering souls, echoing in the stillness of the night. Inside, Mu Huayue had already succumbed to slumber, her face aglow with carefree bliss, tightly clutching the peach blossom hairpin she had purchased during the day, as if in her dreams she continued to play joyfully. Yet, under the moonlight, the deep, inky birthmark on her skin became increasingly conspicuous. Muniansen lay beside his sister, gazing intently at the mark, a flicker of inexplicable concern crossing his features. He quietly retrieved a dusty fabric pouch from beneath the bed, its edges worn and frayed, suggesting it had weathered the passage of time. He carefully opened the pouch and extracted a finely crafted jade pendant shaped like a sword in a silk pouch of exquisite embroidery. These items shimmered under the moonlight, starkly contrasting with the humble surroundings of the dilapidated village. With a grave expression, Muniansen scrutinized the 2 artifacts before meticulously wrapping them up again and tucking the pouch close to his chest. Only then did he lie down. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows on the floor, reminiscent of drawn swords ready for battle. Muniansen gazed at his sleeping sister, letting out a quiet sigh. The tides of chaos in the world were ever changing. How much longer could this secluded haven in the countryside remain undisturbed? Chapter 4 of the Massacre of the Village. Muersan, here, you pledge, even if it means being shattered to pieces, you must protect your sister for eternity. Should you violate this oath, may you be punished by the thunder of heaven, condemned to never be reborn. Muersan gazed at the elder before him, whose hair and beard were stained with the blood of the battlefield, standing upright like bristles. His right arm had been severed at the shoulder, and now he clutched Muersan's collar tightly with his left hand, which was marred with scars and bulging veins. It was as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. At that moment of swearing, the elder had made a fatal resolution to entrust his legacy to him. Master. Mu Ersan's voice trembled, yearning to articulate something, yet it felt as though his throat had been choked. Swear. The elder's voice thundered, imbued with an undeniable finality. If you fear for your life, even in the depths of the underworld, I shall become a vengeful spirit, haunting you day and night, granting you no peace. I swear to heaven, I shall take flesh and blood as a shield, safeguarding Huayue for eternity. If I break this vow, may I be struck by heavenly lightning, forever barred from rebirth. As the vow escaped his lips, the heavens and earth seemed to change color. Ominous clouds gathered like ink, flashes of lightning flickered, as if the heavens bore witness to the solemn oath. At the moment Mu Ersan knelt, a glimmer of clarity ignited in the elder's murky eyes, and with a sudden force, he pushed Mu Ersan away. Be careful. The elder's booming warning rang like a distant bell, forever etched as his final words. A glint of cold light flashed, a blade, swift as thunder, silently swept past the very spot where Mu Ersan had knelt. The elder's head fell with a sickening thud, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining Mu Ersan's retreating visage crimson. The sight of the elder's head spinning in mid-air, still bearing the remnants of rage and resolution, was followed by a heavy thud as it struck the muddy ground, splattering filth everywhere. Ah! Mu Ersan broke free from the abyss of nightmares, sitting upright in an instant. He gasped for breath as if he had just been pulled back from the brink of suffocation, his clothes clinging to his skin, soaked with sweat, sending waves of chilling discomfort straight to his core. Brother, what's wrong? Brother! A youthful voice, tinged with urgency, echoed in his ears. Mu Ersan took a moment to gather himself, and as he looked around, he noticed the sun was high in the sky, yet the heavens appeared to be shrouded in heavy, leaden clouds, ominous enough to unleash a downpour at any moment. It dawned on him that he had brought his sister to the mountain to gather herbs and had merely intended to rest for a while at noon, only to find himself ensnared by this long-absent nightmare. At this moment, Huayue sat beside him, her small face etched with worry. It's all right, Mu Ersan softly reassured, pulling his sister into his embrace. With your brother here, no one can harm you. I will protect you too, brother, the little girl chimed in, her innocent voice wrapping around him like a warm blanket, her small hands tightly encircling his neck. Though the nightmare had dissipated, Mu Ersan gazed at the foreboding sky, and an unsettling drumbeat resonated within his heart, a vague sense of dread looming like dark clouds overhead. Given the state of the weather, it seems we should return home early today, he said, feigning nonchalance. Huayue obediently nodded, her small hand resting on Mu Ersan as they rose together. However, with each step they took down the mountain and into the village, Mu Ersan's unease only intensified. Silence, an oppressive silence. It was already midday, yet the villagers were eerily absent, and even on a day with such dreary weather, it was unfathomable for the village to be so quiet. A sense of alarm gripped Mu Ersan. He scooped up his sister and whispered gently, something feels off today. If anything seems amiss, do not make a sound, understood? Though Huayue did not comprehend the gravity of the situation, she had never seen her brother's expression so grave. She nodded obediently, clutching Mu Ersan's neck tightly, burying her small face in his shoulder. Mu Ersan proceeded cautiously, taking a detour. Smoke still wafted from a few households, yet the interiors were desolate, heightening the sense of eeriness. As they approached the village entrance, faint voices reached Mu Ersan's ears. His heart raced, instinctively tightening his hold on his sister and stealthily taking cover by a haystack. His expression was solemn, signaling for Huayue to remain silent as he focused intently on the scene before him. There, dozens of villagers had gathered at the village entrance, encircled by a ring of figures clad in black, their faces concealed beneath black cloth, wielding curved sabers. A surge of dread coursed through Mu Ersan. Though the identities of these individuals were unclear, the curved sabers were unmistakably the weapons of the Shuo dynasty's army. How could these uninvited guests, supposedly soldiers of the Shuo dynasty, suddenly appear in the territory of the Qi dynasty, dressed thus? One of the black-clad figures stepped forward, seemingly the leader, and spoke in a hushed tone, "Are all the villagers gathered? Where is the village chief?" A burly man stepped forward, boldly declaring, "We have no village chief here. I am Wang Meng, and I can speak on behalf of the village. If you gentlemen have matters to discuss, let us converse calmly without resorting to blades or guns, lest we frighten the children." The black-clad man's gaze was piercing, locking onto Wang Meng as he coldly inquired, "As a villager, you must be well aware of the events that have transpired here over the years." "Of course." Wang Meng took a step closer, trembling somewhat in the face of the glinting blades. "We have been farming here for generations, and there have never been any outsiders." "Liars." The black-clad man's expression darkened abruptly. With a gesture, two of his companions lunged toward Wang Meng. He barely had time to react before raising his arm in defense, only to have it severed cleanly with a flash of steel. The two black-clad men wasted no breath, subduing Wang Meng and pressing a blade to his neck. "Damn you, scoundrels!" Wang Meng's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth, still seething with rage. "Silence!" The leader scoffed, delivering a heavy blow to Wang Meng's face, sending several bloodied teeth flying. "I'll give you another chance. If you don't tell the truth, the next strike will be far worse than merely severing your arm." Wang Meng glared defiantly, spitting blood onto the ground. "If you dare, go ahead and strike." "You bastard!" The black-clad man laughed coldly, patting Wang Meng's face as he signaled his men to continue their assault. Just then, a boy's voice pierced the tension. "No, don't kill my father." The voice, innocent yet filled with panic, belonged to Wang Xiuhu. "You little brat! Is this your time to speak? If I don't smack you today, you'll think you're invincible." A pale-faced woman, presumably Wang Xiuhu's mother, pulled him close, covering his mouth. The black-clad man gestured to his subordinate, who immediately advanced, shoving Wang's mother aside and thrusting a blade to Wang Xiuhu's neck, dragging him closer. Wang Xiuhu, shaken to the core, wet himself, collapsing weakly to the ground. The black-clad leader leaned down, his voice deceptively gentle. "Little brother, tell me, who are the outsiders? Speak, and I shall spare your father's life." Wang Xiuhu trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face, unable to utter a word. "Scoundrel! Why torment a child? Come at me instead." Wang Meng, having lost a significant amount of blood, his face ashen, continued to struggle against the black-clad men. "Very well, I shall let your son witness your courage," the black-clad man proclaimed, producing a dagger, prying open Wang Meng's mouth, and thrusting it inside. The sight of half a tongue, bloodied, spat onto the ground was horrifying. Wang Meng writhed in agony, letting out muffled cries, while the villagers looked on, their eyes filled with rage and sorrow. "Father! Father, ah!" Wang Xiuhu cried out, trembling as he pointed a finger at the mute old woman. "Their family has two distant relatives named Mu who fled here from the north." The black-clad man released Wang Meng, directing his gaze at the old woman, who appeared flustered, wildly gesturing but unable to form coherent words. He seized her by the collar, dragging her up with force, pointing to a nearby villager. He threatened, "If this mute cannot speak, then you will." Mu Ersan, having spent most of his days in the mountains, was known to the villagers, yet now, despite their overwhelming fear, not a single one dared to speak. "Not saying anything, are we?" The black-clad man swung his blade, severing one of the old woman's fingers. "If one person remains silent, I shall slice off a finger. After that, an arm, and then a leg. I wonder how long your defiance will last." The severed finger thudded to the ground, and the old woman gritted her teeth, not uttering a sound. The villagers' eyes reddened, tears brimming, all glaring at the black-clad men in fury. Several children, unable to contain themselves, began to cry, only to have their mouths covered by their elders. A low murmur of sobs and the old woman's heavy breathing filled the air. "Damn bastards!" In a swift moment, Wang Meng, fueled by desperation, surged forward, seizing the blade from the back of one black-clad man. With a swift motion, he slashed, blood spraying as one fell to the ground. Yet, despite wielding a weapon, this humble farmer stood no chance against the ruthless black-clad men. They were caught off guard by Wang Meng's sudden strike, but now, as he unleashed his fury, the black-clad leader stepped forward, blocking Wang Meng's wild swings. In a flash, he pierced Wang Meng's chest with a single, lethal strike. Wang Meng's body stiffened momentarily before collapsing like a lifeless mass upon the ground. He struggled a few times, but soon his breath had fled, his eyes wide open, as if death had taken him unwillingly. The black-clad leader nonchalantly withdrew his blade, even tauntingly wiping it on Wang Meng's lifeless body. "Brother Meng, father." Wang Meng's wife and son, witnessing his murder, were overwhelmed with grief, ready to charge at the black-clad men in desperation. The black-clad men, unperturbed, swiftly dispatched them with two more strikes, their lives extinguished in an instant. "Everyone, these murderers show no mercy. We must unite and fight back." The black-clad men had anticipated that the killing of several villagers would instill fear, but they had not expected such ferocity from the villagers. In a moment of unity, the villagers grasped stones and farming tools, ready to confront the black-clad men. "Brother, what shall we do?" one black-clad man asked anxiously. "We have trespassed into Qi territory, and these are all Shua descendants." The leader, with a sinister glint in his eye, replied, "Now that blood has been shed, we cannot leave a single one alive. Otherwise, how can we report back? Leave the mute alive, but the rest of them must be killed." The black-clad men, compelled to obey, faced the frenzied villagers, and without hesitation, began to strike. The village, filled with the elderly, the weak, and women and children, fell silent before the onslaught, collapsing one after another before they could even cry out. The first few black-clad men trembled slightly at the sight of such brutality, their hands shaking. Behind the haystack, the brother and sister witnessed the horrific scene, their hearts aching with despair. Muerson held Huayue tightly, pulling his clothing over her face, pressing his hand over her mouth, feeling his palm dampen with his own tears. This village was comprised of the Song Shua descendants, who had received many blessings from the former Shua, yet Huayue remained oblivious. Muerson, however, understood that the villagers' unwavering resolve was solely to protect the two of them. There was no time to waste, they must retreat cautiously. Yet in his heightened state of anxiety, Muerson inadvertently stepped on a shard of broken tile, producing a faint crack. Though the sound was slight, the leader caught it with keen ears. There! He lunged forward, only to be latched onto by the mute old woman. This woman, who had remained silent for many years, let out a heart-wrenching scream, pouring every ounce of her strength into this last desperate act. Seeking death. With a flash of steel, the old woman's head fell, rolling several times on the ground, yet her eyes remained open, as if still watching over her last bastion of hope. Her headless body clung tightly to the leader's legs, fingers digging deep into his flesh, a lasting testament to the enmity that had seeped into her very bones. Muerson's heart felt as if it were being torn apart, yet he could not pause. Gripping Huayue, he fled, but as the black-clad men closed in, he picked up a stone and flung it behind him, striking one of the black-clad men in the knee. The black-clad man stumbled, a glimmer of excitement lighting his face. That boy is skilled, it must be him, chase him down. Muerson dashed up the mountain, his heart racing. The Fuyun mountain stretched for hundreds of miles. Once he entered the forest, he could potentially turn this perilous situation around, using the terrain to his advantage. Chapter 5 of the Escape from noon until deep into the night. Despite Muerson's adeptness in nimble maneuvers and his familiarity with the forest, his youthfulness proved to be a hindrance. Moreover, burdened with Mu Huayue on his back, he found it impossible to completely evade the relentless pursuit of the group clad in black. Sweat streamed down his face, yet Muerson could only see stars dancing before his eyes, as he clung desperately to the last vestiges of reason and willpower to support his weary body. Mu Huayue, having been frightened and exhausted after several hours of flight without sustenance, had begun to succumb to feverish delirium. Observing his sister's deteriorating condition, Muerson was consumed by anxiety, yet he forced himself to remain composed. At last, he discovered a venerable tree and exerted all his strength to climb it, concealing them within its verdant canopy. Even if someone were to come, it would be a challenge to uncover their whereabouts. Brother, do not carry me any longer. Let me stay here, they will not find me. You must hurry to Mengzhou County to report to the authorities, Mu Huayue said, struggling against dizziness. At her words, Muerson's brow furrowed deeply as he shook his head. The black-clad men had operated with such secrecy today, evidently intent on silencing any witnesses. From the moment they entered this small village, it was clear that no one would be left alive. In this era of ceaseless conflict, such heinous acts could be dismissed as mere banditry or, more broadly, as border skirmishes, matters far beyond the jurisdiction of a small county. Do not entertain such thoughts. Wherever you are, I shall be, we will never part, he vowed, producing the remaining half of a flatbread from his pocket. He carefully crumbled a small piece and gently fed it to Mu Huayue. In this brief moment of respite, a chilling wind swept through, accompanied by the rustling of leaves. As the black-clad pursuers closed in beneath the tree, their silhouettes flickered in the dappled shadows, exuding an air of formidable menace. Muerson's heart tightened abruptly. He immediately steeled himself, his eyes ablaze with determination, attuned to every subtle movement. Damn it, that little brat can run surprisingly fast, it's infuriating. You lot, don't slack off. The kid is barely a few years old, and he is dragging along a little girl. How could he possibly get far? We need to pick up the pace, one of the men exclaimed. It's easy for the eldest to say, but this night is as dark as ink and the wind is fierce. It is impossible to see a hand in front of one's face. Don't tell me we've been led in circles by that cunning little rascal, another voice interjected, laced with unease. The leader of the black-clad men fell silent for a moment, raising his eyes to the heavens. There, he saw the sky thick with clouds, pouring down like ink and swallowing the moonlight whole, plunging the world into chaos. Even the stars were obscured. Seeing him look up, Muerson's heart constricted once more, sweat silently trickling down his face, yet he dared not stir, fearing that the slightest sound would reveal their hiding place. Humph. Since we cannot find him, let us force him to come out. You mean to set fire? An excellent suggestion, the leader replied. But once the flames are unleashed, they do not discriminate. Should that boy become charred remains, do you think I care to hear your complaints? The higher-ups have ordered that the result is all that matters. If he is truly burned alive, it would save us a great deal of trouble, aligning perfectly with my wishes. Listening to this exchange, the siblings felt a wave of despair wash over them. Once the wildfire ignited, there would be no escape for them, and this place would likely become their final resting ground. Muerson's gaze instinctively shifted to his sister, Mu Huayue. To his surprise, her face bore no trace of fear. Instead, she pressed her lips together and offered him a reassuring smile. A pang of sorrow cut through Muersan as he silently lamented, Master Ersan shall surely disappoint the heavens today. Fortunately, the black-clad men demonstrated a semblance of intelligence, realizing they were in the forest and that fire could easily turn against them. They hurriedly descended the mountain, seeking an open area to ignite the flames. Once the coast was clear, the siblings quickly rose and fled deeper into the mountains, away from the wind. However, how could human legs compete with the raging wildfire? They had barely covered 2 miles when thick smoke billowed from the base of the mountain. In the night, the fierce wind fanned the flames, which spread rapidly, engulfing half the forest in mere moments, illuminating the night sky. Coughing violently, Muersan tore a piece from his sleeve, and the siblings covered their mouths and noses, hastening their steps. The wilderness was already treacherous, and now, shrouded in darkness, the surrounding area was a pitch-black void, with the smoke swirling like a malevolent demon, consuming all in its path. Muersan stumbled forward, his eyes stinging from the smoke, yet he pressed on instinctively, carrying his sister Muhwayue as they struggled through this life-or-death ordeal. Upon reaching a steep incline, Muersan's foot slipped, and he felt the ground vanish beneath him, losing his balance and sending Muhwayue tumbling away. His heart thundered as if struck by lightning. Disregarding the excruciating pain in his ankle, he lunged forward, grasping her sleeve and pulling her back into his embrace, but with their weight now uneven, both of them rolled down the mountain together. Rubble, wild grass, and thorny branches scraped against them. Muersan exerted every ounce of strength to shield his sister. With a loud crash, they collided with a massive rock, and Muersan felt as if his very bones shattered, finally succumbing to unconsciousness. The downpour fell mercilessly upon him, and in his daze, it seemed as though someone gently shielded him from the rain. A woman's voice reached him from above. General Jamea faltered, but as long as he remains unfound, all accusations of treason are mere empty words. How can you allow them to humiliate your lineage? Lying in the mud, his body battered beyond recognition, each moment felt like an eternity of torment. He struggled to lift his face from the mire, only to catch sight of a pair of exquisitely embroidered shoes, a stark contrast to his disheveled state. He attempted to open his eyes to discern the figure of the mysterious woman before him, but all he could see was a blurred golden silhouette. The figure resembled the dawn's first light, as it crouched down and extended a hand toward him. Ziyu, I know you seek to vindicate your family, but entering this dark camp is a perilous endeavor, and you must conceal your identity. You are the orphan of the Zhao family, and their legacy is paramount. If you wish to leave, I have ways to ensure your safety. Princess, my father is no traitor seeking glory. If I must rely on others to survive, I am unworthy of being a Zhao. My forebears cannot find peace in the afterlife. Excellent, the Zhao family's spirit is indeed remarkable. You shall carry the name Ersan henceforth. On the northern bank of the Huai River lies Wangjia village, home to those favored by the crown prince. You must take the princess and flee northward to evade the chaos of war, then make your way south. Remember to remain hidden. My family's fate rests in your hands. Master, you hurry. Huayue. Muersan felt as though he were a drowning man, submerged for ages, suddenly sensing someone slapping his face. Hey, kid, Huayue. He jolted awake, reaching for the hand. Ouch. A playful girl's voice rang out. Before he could react, a palm struck him back to the ground. You can't distinguish right from wrong. I saved you, and you dare to strike me, she chided. A man nearby interjected, little junior sister, this fellow was already on the brink of death. If you hit him again, he may truly perish, and all our efforts will have been in vain. The girl laughed, fourth brother, you're mistaken, anyone saved by your miraculous hands cannot so easily meet their end. Muersan struggled to open his eyes, only to find a haze enveloping his vision, as if shrouded in heavy fog. He could vaguely see 2 white figures swaying before him, like phantoms from a dream. Huayue. He strained to sit up. Is Huayue your sister? You truly care for her, but alas, what do you mean? Muersan's heart trembled, as if struck by lightning. He shook his head vigorously, trying to regain consciousness, reaching out to grasp the figures before him. Seeing his distress, the sixth brother sighed, seemingly exasperated with the little junior sister's antics. He grasped Muersan's arm with one hand while producing a silver needle with the other, gently pricking it into Muersan's palm. Your sister is faring much better than you. You should rest a bit longer. As a sharp pain shot through his palm, a wave of drowsiness enveloped him like a tidal wave. He could no longer hold on, his eyelids grew heavy, and he slipped back into unconsciousness. Chapter 6 The Fuyan Gate. It is uncertain how much time had passed when Mu Huayue finally stirred from her stupor. She slowly lifted her heavy eyelids, her blurred vision capturing a rustic beam arching above her. A piercing ray of sunlight intruded through the crevice of the window, stabbing at her still recovering consciousness like a sharp blade. Her fingers grazed the surface beneath her, discovering an exceptionally soft mattress, a stark contrast to the coarse wooden planks of her home. Yet, this gentle warmth suddenly became an excruciating sensation that coursed through her entire being, and tears welled up in her eyes as memories surged forth like a tidal wave. The ground was littered with corpses, blood meandering like a stream across the floor, Uncle Wang's severed arm, the bloodied tongue, and the head of Amu soaring through the air, hands still clenching in a desperate grasp. Then came the raging inferno engulfing the mountains, billowing smoke obscuring the sun, and her brother's pale, despairing face. It cannot be, it must be a dream, I must be dreaming, if only I could awaken, everything would be alright. Mu Huayue shut her eyes, attempting to hypnotize herself into believing it had merely been a nightmare, but tears flowed uncontrollably, stinging her eyes. She felt an inexplicable turmoil in her chest, as if her very organs were twisted into a knot. Why, at last, the pent-up frustration reached its zenith, transforming into an uncontrollable force. Mu Huayue felt a heaviness in her chest, a sweetness in her throat, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth against her will. Creak, the door swung open, as if someone hurriedly entered. A girl's voice exclaimed, "Oh dear, you're awake, why are you still coughing up blood? Fourth senior brother, come quickly." "There's no rush, she merely has a wounded spirit and her internal energy is temporarily unstable," a man interjected. "Yet it is strange. She is but a young girl, showing no signs of martial training. Where could her internal energy possibly come from? Fourth senior brother, please, don't analyze her condition, her blood is staining my bed." "How unsightly." Mu Huayue felt the man draw closer, and at her chest, shoulder, and elbow, it was as if delicate insects lightly bit her, a warm and gentle energy swiftly coursing through her, calming her tumultuous blood and breath. With a few deep breaths, she managed to slowly open her eyes, only to behold a charming girl of perhaps 10 years, clad in pink, gazing at her with concern and curiosity. Beside her stood a slender man in a moonwhite robe, undoubtedly the fourth senior brother the girl had mentioned. With great effort, Mu Huayue propped herself up and surveyed her surroundings but found no trace of Mu Ersan, an unsettling anxiety swelling within her. "Brother! Where is my brother?" Upon seeing her distress, the girl quickly supported her, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "You and your brother are truly cut from the same cloth. We rescued you out of kindness, and you can't even muster a word of gratitude. Immediately upon waking, all you do is call for your brother." The fourth senior brother spoke. "Ah, little junior sister, hearts differ, and so do faces. It is unwise to judge hastily." The little girl pouted, evidently unconvinced. "Well, this girl is rather plain, so her heart can't be any better." "Little junior sister." The man sighed, shaking his head. Yet Mu Huayue could hardly heed their banter. She grasped the man's hand and urgently inquired, tears nearly spilling, "Dear elder brother, have you seen my brother, the young man who was with me?" The man gently replied, "Do not fret. Your brother is unharmed, though currently unable to move. If you recover well enough, we can go to see him together." A great weight lifted from Mu Huayue's heart, and with considerable effort, she managed to rise and struggle to get out of bed. Kneeling before the two, she placed her hands together and bowed deeply twice, her voice quivering with emotion. "Huayue acted foolishly, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace. However, we reside in Wangjia village, at the foot of Fuyun Mountain. Might you know the situation in the village?" Upon hearing her words, both individuals displayed grave expressions, and the little girl's teasing demeanor faded as she helped Mu Huayue to her feet. "We siblings were merely drawn to the mountain fire and went to investigate, only to fortuitously rescue you both." "The village," the fourth senior brother interjected, halting the little girl with a gesture, shaking his head. "After we rescued you, we returned to the mountain. The situation in the village was examined by other brothers. Once you are well, the sect leader will surely inform you of the details." Observing their expressions, Mu Huayue grasped the gravity of the situation. She understood that the village was likely in dire straits. A wave of sorrow surged within her. She clenched her teeth, striving to suppress her tears, but they cascaded down like pearls strung on a broken thread. The girl, witnessing Mu Huayue's distress, could not help but soften her heart, saying, "Do not be sad, now at Fuyun Gate, no one will dare to bully you any longer." With that, she produced a piece of candy from her clothing and offered it to Mu Huayue, saying, "Do you like candy? Here, have something sweet." Seeing the candy in the girl's hand only deepened Mu Huayue's sorrow, yet she resolutely held back her tears and took a bite of the candy from the girl's hand. The girl smiled upon seeing her eat, saying, "Yes, be good, after you wash your face, I will take you to see your brother." Mu Huayue fought against her tears, nodding, "Yes, thank you, fairy sister." The girl chuckled, "Do not call me fairy sister. We are all disciples of Fuyun Gate. My name is Yun Shua, and this is my fourth senior brother, Yun Jingyan." Mu Huayue nodded, hastily preparing herself before following the two out the door. As she raised her eyes, the surrounding mountains rose and fell like giants extending their arms, cradling this realm within their embrace. Shrouded in swirling mists, the room she had just rested in was now hidden amidst lush greenery, and from a distance, the tips of several pavilions peeked through the clouds. The stone path beneath her feet wound intricately through the dense forest, not a single fallen leaf in sight, evidently cleaned by diligent disciples. Occasionally, birds flitted by, and monkeys climbed the trees, seemingly unafraid of humans. Continuing forward, they encountered several disciples, though they were not as finely dressed as Yun Shuai and Yun Jingyan, merely clad in grey training garb. Upon seeing the trio approach, regardless of age, all halted their tasks to bow respectfully. Despite the grief of losing her village, Mu Huayue, being but a young child, felt a flicker of curiosity at the sights around her. Observing her demeanor, Yun Shuai could not help but display a hint of pride, her steps lightening. In just a few hundred paces, the trio arrived at a room. Yun Shuai paused, gently pointing. "There, your brother is inside." Upon hearing this, Mu Huayue's face lit up with excitement. She eagerly extended her small hand and rushed to push open the door, rushing inside. Chapter 7 of the Gentle Master. Brother. Mu Huayue rushed into the room, only to find Muniansen lying on the couch, his entire body nearly enveloped in medicinal wrappings, leaving only his features exposed. His left foot was tightly bound with wooden planks. Upon noticing Mu Huayue's entrance, Muniansen's eyes brightened, and he struggled to sit up. "Oh dear, young brother, please refrain from moving about. If you continue to fidget like this, you may end up bedridden for another 10 days or half a month," Yun Jingnian quickly interjected, urging him to lie back down. Mu Huayue hurriedly approached the bedside, her heart aching at the sight of her brother nearly submerged in remedies. Her outstretched hand trembled in the air for a moment before she slowly retracted it, tears glistening like scattered pearls, silently cascading down her cheeks. "Brother, are you in great pain?" Seeing her distress, Muniansen forced a faint smile, struggling to raise his hand to gently wipe away the tear stains from Mu Huayue's face. "Good Yuer, do not cry. Your brother is here, safe and sound, is he not?" "How can you say that? It is anything but all right." Mu Huayue choked back her sobs, tears streaming down like a torrential downpour, soaking her garments. At that moment, memories of their mother's tragic state surfaced, and she stammered, "We must return to save mother." Yun Jingyan, witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, could not help but feel moved. He softly sighed, "Your brother truly cherishes you, his half-burned body still shields you, and had he not retained a trace of inner strength, even a deity could not have saved his life." Upon hearing this, Mu Huayue turned and bowed deeply to her two benefactors, saying, "Yuer thanks both of you for rescuing my brother and me. I am willing to serve you in any capacity to repay your kindness." At this declaration, Muniansen furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes. Meanwhile, Yun Shuai, in high spirits, remarked, "You are quite the amusing little girl, barely reaching my shoulder yet already thinking of repaying kindness. Very well, I could use a maidservant, and though you may appear somewhat alarming, I presume your hands and feet are quite nimble. Stay and serve me." These words incited a hint of anger in Muniansen. He struggled to rise, but the pain rendered him powerless, and he could only hoarsely declare, "Miss, think twice. My sister shall never be a servant. If you dare to insult her thus, you may as well take my life in return." Yun Shuai had intended it as a jest but was taken aback by Muniansen's vehement response. Her expression darkened. This ungrateful wretch, whom she had gone to great lengths to save, dared to retaliate. Though she felt a surge of indignation, upon seeing Muniansen's helpless state, a mischievous thought crossed her mind. She slowly approached Muniansen, leaning down with a mocking smile. "Oh dear, look at you in such a pitiful state, yet your temper remains unyielding. I in your condition, I doubt I would even consider taking you on as a servant. However, your sister, though young, seems to possess a modicum of insight." Turning to Mu Huayue, she added with a glint of teasing in her eyes, "What say you, ugly girl, if you become my maid, I shall procure the finest medicine for your brother's wounds. Otherwise, let him rot away here, stink up the place. You!" Muniansen's fury ignited, his eyes blazing as if they could spit fire. He struggled to sit up once more, but again, he was forced to fall back heavily onto the bed, a dull thud echoing as fresh blood seeped from his bandaged wounds. "Yuer, do not." Mu Huayue stood there, seemingly bewildered by the unfolding events. She glanced at her brother's furious expression and then at the haughty Yun Shuai, her eyes flickering with confusion. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly rose, her gaze resolute as she addressed Yun Shuai. "Sister Fairy, you saved both my brother and me. I am willing to do whatever you ask of me." Though her voice was faint, it carried an undeniable determination. Even at her young age, she understood the principle of not sacrificing righteousness for survival. "If today you threaten my brother and me with our dignity, then let it be known, I would willingly give my life for his." "You!" Yun Shua was taken aback, not expecting this little girl she had dismissed to counter her so boldly. Anger surged within her, and just as she was about to erupt, a commanding voice sounded from the doorway. "Shua, enough." Mu Huayue looked up to see a man entering. He was tall and handsome, with a striking presence, his features refined and captivating. Upon seeing him, Yun Shua instinctively shrank back, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. "Senior brother." Yun Jingyan and Yun Shua quickly composed themselves, standing upright in respect, a hint of tension evident in their demeanor. Respect is born from humility. "You were punished last month, yet it seems the lesson did not resonate, and your arrogance has only intensified. Go to the law hall and receive 10 strokes as punishment." Upon hearing this, Yun Shua's eyes brimmed with reluctance, biting her lip as if to protest but dared not speak. Yun Jingyan, sensing her distress, quickly defended her. "Senior brother, it was my oversight regarding my junior sister, allow me to take her punishment instead." The senior brother turned his stern gaze upon Yun Jingyan, his tone even more severe. "Jingyan, you witnessed your junior sister's misconduct yet failed to intervene. That is one mistake. When your elder reprimanded her, instead of reflecting, you chose to side with her. That is 2 mistakes, you shall receive 20 strokes. Senior brother." Yun Shua's lips twisted in indignation, her eyes flashing with defiance. She opened her mouth to speak, but was cut off by her senior brother. "To deflect the reprimand from your elder, you shall receive an additional 10 strokes. Zheng Yi, you." The anger on Yun Shua's face was palpable, ready to retort, but was silenced by Yun Jingyan's hand covering her mouth as he hurriedly dragged her out of the room. As the two departed, the man known as Yun Jingyi stepped forward, gently assisting the still-seated Mu Huayue to her feet. With a sincere tone, he said, "Little junior sister is the cherished child of our master, having lost her mother at birth. Hence, she has been doted upon by all, which has led to her somewhat spoiled and impolite demeanor. I apologize for her earlier rudeness." Mu Huayue gazed at this senior brother, noting his graceful bearing and humility, which stirred a sense of admiration within her. Unable to suppress a small smile, she replied softly, "Thank you, Brother Yun. Although Sister Shua can be quite straightforward, her actions in saving my brother and me surely stem from a kind heart. She was merely jesting with us. Brother Yun's willingness to intervene is something my brother and I deeply appreciate." Lying on the couch, Mooney Anson felt a twinge of inexplicable jealousy at his sister's warm address of Brother Yun. Nevertheless, recognizing the man's timely intervention, he suppressed his emotions and spoke, "Brother Yun, this is my sister, Mu Huayue. We were fortunate to have your esteemed sect rescue us during this calamity, and we are truly grateful." Yun Jingyi nodded, his expression serious as he continued, "You entrusted me with the matter concerning Wang family village. The junior brother I sent to investigate has returned with a report. However, given your sister's tender age, it may not be appropriate for her to hear the details." Chapter 8. The clear eyes and cold moon illuminate the space between the blossoms. In a moment, Mu Huayue, her petite frame rising, displayed an unwavering determination in her eyes that belied her tender years. "Brother," she declared, "Wang village is also my home. Regardless of the circumstances, I yearn to know the truth. If there exists a blood feud, it is one that I wish to share with you." Mu Ersan paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement with Yun Jingyi. Sighing heavily, Yun Jingyi spoke with a grave tone, "After the wildfire that day, we hastened to investigate, and as expected, the village was not spared from disaster, reduced to a scorched wasteland. Besides the 2 of you, the remaining 43 souls met with a tragic fate, their remains turned to ashes, indistinguishable in the aftermath of the flames. Moreover, all valuables, including gold, silver, and provisions, were looted completely. By the time we arrived, the officials from the Mengzhou government were already there, hastily attributing the calamity to mountain bandits and preparing to close the case. This is inconceivable. That group operated with precision and discipline. They could not have been mere robbers, their intentions were clearly ulterior." Mu Huayue sprang to her feet, her eyes ablaze with indignation and confusion. Yun Jingyi furrowed his brow, clearly troubled by the situation. Indeed, in these chaotic times, many have been driven to banditry, yet such ruthless extermination is exceedingly rare. "Brother Mu," Huayue interjected, "I assert that those individuals had ulterior motives for visiting Wang village. Do you have any inkling of what that might be?" Mu Ersan glanced at Mu Huayue, gently touching her palm with his fingertips. "What you say holds merit. That group possesses formidable skills. Their actions bore the hallmarks of those from the martial world, as if they sought something specific. I vaguely recall them questioning about a treasure map." "A treasure map, Brother Mu? Could it be the Shuowu treasure map they referred to?" Mu Ersan replied, "I am unaware. Having lived in the village for so many years, where every household is engaged in agriculture, I have never heard of such a thing." Yun Jingyi's brow knitted tighter. There are indeed rumors in the martial world, suggesting that the late Emperor Song Shua left behind a treasure of immeasurable wealth. Yet, Wang Village is merely a secluded agricultural hamlet, rarely traversed even by disciples from our sect. How could they have come here in search of it? Mu Huayue felt a twinge of doubt. Those individuals were evidently seeking information about someone's whereabouts, yet her brother spoke of a treasure map. Mu Ersan suddenly posed a question to Huayue. Do you recall an elderly storyteller who visited a few days ago? What was his name? Uncertain, Mu Huayue hesitated, sensing her brother's intent to divert the conversation. However, recalling the old man's kind demeanor, she feared implicating him in this matter. She shook her head and replied, there was indeed a remarkable old Taoist, but I cannot recall his name. Yun Jingyi nodded, deep in thought. Mu Ersan shook his head, saying, never mind, your sect has shown us tremendous kindness, and I am immensely grateful for your assistance in uncovering the situation in the village. Regardless of what that group seeks, the fate of the 43 souls from Wang Village weighs heavily upon me. This matter is intricate, and I cannot impose further on your sect. In due time, I shall personally ascertain the truth and avenge this atrocity against my village. Yun Jingyi acknowledged, there is no need for such formality, young brother. While my Fuyan sect does not engage in courtly strife, we are bound by duty to uphold justice in the world. I shall instruct my disciples to remain vigilant, and should any news arise, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. Furthermore, I have reported this matter to our sect leader, who has specifically advised you both to rest here comfortably. Should you require anything, simply send word to me or to junior brother Zhengyin, and we shall do our utmost to assist. Mu Ersan nodded gently, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes, as if he wished to voice something yet found it hard to articulate. After a moment, he finally spoke, thank you, Brother Yun. There is one more matter. Please forgive my intrusion. My sister is still quite young, and after enduring such upheaval, I cannot help but worry. Would you be so kind as to keep an eye on her? Yun Jingyi smiled, understanding that the antics of the younger sister had left both siblings apprehensive. He gently reassured her, rest assured, my second junior sister, Shujin, will return to the mountain today. She possesses a gentle disposition and kind nature. With her watching over your sister, there shall be no cause for concern. The siblings expressed their gratitude once more, and as Yun Jingyi turned to leave, he suddenly paused, curiosity flickering in his gaze. Brother Mu, you mentioned your name is Ersan. Does it carry any special significance? Mu Ersan, taken aback by the unexpected inquiry, pondered for a moment before responding, there is no particular lore behind it. I was born on the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, and thus my family bestowed this name upon me. Yun Zhengyi's eyes brightened with comprehension. Ah, your family must be a prominent one, flourishing in numbers. Given your surname, are you from the Qi kingdom? Though Mu Ersan lay upon the bed, a subtle twitch betrayed his discomfort. After a pause, he spoke with barely concealed sorrow. No, my sister and I hail from Liangzhou in the Shua kingdom. We fled here due to the incessant warfare. Yun Jingyi realized his inquiry had been ill-timed. The upheaval between Qi and Shua had transpired nearly 5 years prior, and this young man had likely endured considerable strife. He quickly apologized. I was thoughtless to ask such a question. I sincerely apologize. Mu Ersan waved his hand dismissively. Once Yun Jingyi departed, Mu Huayue cautiously approached her brother's side, puzzled. Brother, Fu Yun's sect appears formidable, and they have rescued us. Why not allow them to conduct a thorough investigation? Mu Ersan smiled softly and replied, you are still young, my dear sister, human intentions can be inscrutable, and one cannot discern the truth at a mere glance. With your brother here, I shall uncover the truth in due course. Do you not trust me? Mu Huayue shook her head fervently, declaring, how could I trust you most, brother. Then all is well. You have also been through much, take care to rest these next few days. When I am well, I shall take you down the mountain, if you wish. Mu Huayue gingerly rested her head against her brother's hand, nodding obediently. As night fell, after feeding her brother, and with the disciples gradually finishing their lessons, Mu Huayue found it increasingly inconvenient to remain. Just as her worries mounted, a woman entered the room, her movements light and silent. It was only when she reached the bedside that Mu Huayue noticed her presence. The woman, clad in white like Yun Jingyi, stood tall and exuded an ethereal grace, reminiscent of an ice mountain snow lotus. Mu Huayue surmised that this must be Yun Shujin, as described by her brother. She quickly rose, mimicking the respectful demeanor of Fu Yun sect disciples, and greeted the woman. Are you Sister Shujin? Yun Shujin nodded slightly, her expression remaining aloof. She acknowledged Mu Ersan with a subtle gesture before addressing Mu Huayue, come with me. Seeing the icy demeanor of this celestial figure, so unlike the gentle and amiable nature described by Brother Yun, Mu Huayue felt a twinge of apprehension. She stuck out her tongue at Mu Ersan, and upon seeing Yun Shujin push open the door, hurriedly sprinted to catch up. Chapter 9 Seeking Yin Zhang, remaining with Fu Yun. Thus, after a span of more than 10 days, Mu Huayue gradually gleaned some insights into the founded a century ago, the sect's esteemed progenitor mastered a unique swordsmanship known as the Fu Yun sword technique, which danced through the air like clouds, embodying the essence of nature, and for a time, it dominated the martial world, unmatched by any rival. However, a decade prior, the Qishua War erupted, compelling major martial sects to choose sides, whether in alliance or opposition, plunging the realm into chaos and bloodshed, where countless heroes fell. In contrast, the Fu Yun sect opted for a path of prudence, choosing to remain aloof from the strife. Today, the fires of that tumultuous era have faded into mere memories, and many once mighty sects have withered away due to internal conflicts or external threats, while the Fu Yun sect has remarkably persisted, one of the few that has endured through the century. Within the Fu Yun sect, all inner disciples are required to abandon their past affiliations, adopting the surname Yun, with the sect leader personally bestowing names upon them, thus preserving the authenticity of the sect's lineage. The current leader, Yun Zhang, is the 8th generation head of the Fu Yun sect. 30 years ago, at a tender age, he gained renown surpassing that of his predecessors, his swordsmanship unparalleled, earning him the title of Master of the Thousand-Mile Sword. Yet, since the Qishua War, he has retreated into seclusion within the sect, fading from the limelight of the martial world, leaving many to wonder about the depths of his martial prowess. During the day, disciples of the Fu Yun sect rise early for their morning lessons. Mu Huayue, having awakened early to tend to Mu Ersan, would also assist the outer disciples with various chores during her spare moments. Her sweet demeanor and unpretentious nature quickly endeared her to many within the sect. However, upon seeing her scarred visage, most could not help but feel a pang of sympathy, though they refrained from voicing their sentiments. On this particular day, Mu Huayue approached Mu Ersan, her expression betraying a hint of distress, looking rather dejected. "What troubles you, Yue? Has someone been unkind to you?" Mu Ersan, now mostly healed from his burns and able to sit up, regarded his sister with a trace of concern. "To say I was bullied doesn't quite capture it," Mu Huayue pondered, her youthful face revealing a flicker of hesitation. "Elder brother says we should not mock others." The elder brothers and sisters merely remarked on my unusual appearance without any intent to offend. Upon hearing this, Mu Ersan's gaze dimmed. He turned his eyes to his sister's cheek, where the dark marks resembled shadows in the night, a stark and unsettling sight. When he first encountered Yue, she had been but an infant, already bearing those haunting blemishes. His master had informed him that she had been born frail, resulting in her impaired looks, which had filled his heart with sorrow. During their years in Wangjia village, the villagers were simple and unpretentious, although Yue looked different. No one paid her much mind. Had it not been for the children growing up and developing notions of beauty and ugliness, no one would have used her appearance as fodder for gossip, and Yue had never felt inferior because of it. Yet now, as she matured and left the village, it seemed inevitable that she would encounter incessant rumors and judgments. How would she navigate such a world? Noticing Mu Ersan's silence, Mu Huayue lifted her eyes and asked, "Brother, why are you quiet? Do you think I am ugly as well?" Mu Ersan chuckled softly, pulling her closer. "The heavens have their cycles, the moon waxes and wanes. Most of us display but one facet, yet you, Yue, can harmonize the fullness and emptiness into one. Thus, others may comment on your unusual appearance. However, dear sister, your distinctiveness does not equate to ugliness. It is merely that outsiders often fail to perceive this uniqueness. You may find yourself bearing the weight of more scrutiny and remarks than others, and some may harbor malice, using your looks to wound you. I hope you will not take their words to heart, for their opinions cannot define who you are." "Cannot define who I am?" Mu Huayue blinked, as if beginning to grasp the concept. "Indeed, only I can determine who I am. How could I belittle myself because of the words of others? But what if I cannot make that choice? Then trust in your brother. In my eyes, you are one of a kind, the most adorable Yue." Perhaps she was indeed unattractive, but if she continued to belittle herself, it would only serve to sadden her brother. Nodding earnestly, she replied, "You are right, brother, I shall heed your words." As Mu Huayue's spirits lifted, Mu Ersan's concern remained unabated. Society often judged by appearances, and while he had managed to comfort Yue today, he wondered if she would truly remain unperturbed by the world's gossip when she ventured into it. Both siblings harbored their own thoughts, the atmosphere tinged with subtle tension, until Mu Huayue broke the silence, her bright eyes sparkling. "Brother, you mentioned that today you might attempt to walk. Would you like me to assist you?" Mu Ersan looked down at his sister, her petite frame seemingly as thin as a door panel, and he could not help but chuckle. "If you were to help me knead my legs or massage my shoulders, that would be fitting. But as for you supporting me to walk, I truly wouldn't know how to proceed." Upon hearing this, Mu Huayue pouted, feigning indignation. "How rude, brother, please do not underestimate me, you could lean on my head." I stood taller than the walking stick here by 3 fingers just yesterday. She even stood on tiptoe to prove her point. Amused by her antics, Muer-san replied with a smile, "Very well, I shall give it a try." With that, he placed one hand on the edge of the bed and gently rested the other on her head, applying a slight pressure as he slowly rose. "Brother! Do not be afraid, Yuera can support you. Come, let us take a step." Muer-san shook his head affectionately, easing some of his weight onto Mu Huayue. The two siblings took a few shaky steps within the room, laughter filling the air. Though Mu Huayue chuckled, a flicker of sorrow crossed her mind as she thought, how wonderful it would be if their mother were here. As night fell, Muer-san reflected on his sister's radiant smile from earlier, plunging into deep contemplation. Entrusted by his master, he had brought Yuera to Wangjia village to remain inconspicuous, awaiting the right moment, yet, his master had never disclosed what that moment might be. With Wangjia village now in ruins, and those cloaked figures emerging from Nanshu likely pursuing Yuera, he wondered if they would continue their search after failing to capture her. Although they had sought refuge within the Fuyun sect, the sect's leader had always remained disinterested in the tumult of political affairs. Should they become aware of this trouble, would they still offer sanctuary to the two? It was clear that this could not be a long-term solution. As these thoughts plagued him, Muer-san felt a growing agitation, akin to a trapped beast. The world was vast, yet he knew not where to turn. In that moment, he recalled the pouch entrusted to him by his master, who had solemnly instructed him to open it only when he found himself truly at a loss. With a sense of resolve, Muer-san retrieved the grey cloth pouch from within his garments. The people of Fuyun were remarkably forthright. Although they had treated his injuries, they had not meddled with his personal belongings. He first took out the small jade sword, wiping it clean and setting it aside. Before hesitating over the pouch, however, upon reflection, he realized that if he was indeed at a dead end, it was likely that he had already been in dire straits since seeking refuge in the woods. Thus, what harm was there in opening the pouch now? After considerable deliberation, he finally steeled himself and cautiously opened the pouch. Inside lay a delicate piece of silk paper, its texture unique and warm to the touch, upon which were embroidered 6 small characters: seeking Yun Zhang, remaining with Fuyun. Chapter 10. Fuyun. Since Mu Niansen perused the contents of the brocade bag, he should have felt a weight lifted from his heart, as if a heavy stone had rolled away. The brocade bag indicated that the two should seek refuge at Fuyun. Yet, Mu Niansen found himself ensnared in an inexplicable conflict. When Mu Huayue was entrusted to him, she was merely an infant swaddled in cloth, and at that time, he was just a boy of around 10. A youth journeying across vast distances with a newborn. After all these years, who could fathom the hardships they had endured? Though Mu Huayue was not of his blood, their bond, forged through reliance on one another, had led Mu Niansen to regard her as his own sister. Even without the toxic oath of yesteryear, he would never betray Yuera. However, the 6 insubstantial words within the brocade bag compelled him to entrust Yuera to another. How could he possibly find peace of mind? Yet, if he did not take such action, could he truly safeguard Yuera amidst the chaos of this world with his solitary strength? In that moment, Mu Niansen tossed and turned, wishing fervently for his foot injury to linger for another 10 days or half a month, allowing him to untangle his tumultuous thoughts. Alas, time would not pause for the worries of a youth. Day by day, as Mu Niansen procrastinated, his injury gradually healed. On this day, he leaned on his crutch and set out to find Mu Huayue. Huayue had gone to the martial arena to observe her second senior sister's teachings. A kind-faced disciple happened to pass by, stopped, and kindly offered to direct him, inquiring with concern, "Little brother, how fares your foot injury? Would you like me to assist you?" Mu Niansen, upon hearing this, offered a grateful smile, gently shook his head, and declined the other's kindness, then resolutely made his way toward the training ground, one step at a time. Along the way, the dense woods saw disciples halt to make way for him. After winding around the meandering path beside the auxiliary building, the scene ahead suddenly opened up. The training ground, paved with blue stones, appeared like a massive piece of jade embedded in the mountains, and further ahead loomed the grand main hall, dignified and solemn. Mu Niansen surveyed his surroundings, taking in the embrace of towering mountains and the cascading peaks. Fuyun sect spanned the mountains like a sharp axe, cleaving the summits in two, a sight that left one in awe. Upon reflection, this was indeed Mu Niansen's first venture outside since ascending the mountain. Born in the capital, he had been exposed to the opulence of pavilions and bustling marketplaces from a young age. Yet, standing amidst this mountainous training ground, gazing upon such a breathtaking spectacle, he could not help but feel an indescribable surge of astonishment. Taking a deep breath, he stifled his sense of wonder and refocused his gaze on the training ground ahead. On the elevated platform stood a woman, her dark hair elegantly tied up, clad in flowing white garments, resembling a celestial being gliding upon the waves. This was Yun Shujin. Her figure appeared untouched by the dust of the world, radiating an extraordinary purity. The arena was filled with approximately 100 disciples, with a line of white-clad individuals in the forefront, only a handful among them, while the rest donned gray attire, yet all exuded an impressive presence. Nandu Funguang. Begin. At Yin Shujin's command, the crowd raised their swords, executing a coordinated downward slash, their movements synchronized as if they were a single entity, shouting in unison, Fuyun reveals the Southern Dipper. The sound reverberated through the valley, as if it could shake the heavens and the earth. Yunjin Dai Sha. Begin. Yin Shujin's voice rang out again, imbued with internal energy, overpowering the echoes of 100 voices. The crowd responded in unison, the 9 layers of the screen unfold like Yunjin. In an instant, their swords erupted in a flurry of floral motions, and under the sunlight, the gleaming blades sparkled, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon. The energy surged like a long rainbow, and the scene was breathtaking. As Muniansen beheld the unfolding spectacle, a surge of inexplicable heroic sentiment welled up within him. Momentarily lost in thought, he pondered. Perhaps this life, imbued with righteousness and lived under the sunlight, was the rightful destiny for Huayue. His gaze fell to the side of the arena, where Mu Huayue sat, watching the disciples practice while fiddling with a pile of lotus pods. Each time the swordplay shifted, she clapped and cheered, seemingly yearning to join in. Before long, a set of Fuyun sword techniques concluded, and the disciples descended to the sidelines to rest. Yun Shujin also stepped down from the platform to meditate. Mu Huayue, brimming with excitement, rushed up to Yun Shujin, holding a handful of peeled lotus seeds. Yun Shujin frowned slightly, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of displeasure, as if disturbed from her tranquility. However, upon recognizing Mu Huayue and the lotus seeds in her hands, she hesitated for a moment, before finally accepting one seed with a gentle nod, seemingly expressing her gratitude. Junior sister has endured a tragic fate, losing her parents in her youth, encountering all manner of sordid events while fleeing. Had it not been for the masteress' timely intervention, she might have been devoured like a lamb. Thus, she has never trusted others. It is rare for her to accept anything from Huayue. Suddenly, a male voice called out from behind Muniansen. It was Yin Jingyi standing there, his gaze toward Yin Shujin revealing a trace of tenderness. Mu Huayue was busy distributing lotus seeds to the other disciples when she turned to see the two, hurriedly passing the seeds to those nearby before rushing toward them. Brother! Yun De Gu! A warm expression graced Muniansen's face as he made an effort to crouch down and embraced Huayue. Why did you come out on your own? You should wait for Yuer to accompany you. Muniansen chuckled. If I hadn't come out myself, I would never have known that others were enjoying lotus seeds while I was left with only medicinal soup. How could that be? Brother, you are being so stingy. Are you actually jealous? Mu Huayue said, playfully scratching her head in embarrassment. From her clothing, she carefully extracted a cloth pouch containing a dozen peeled lotus seeds, each plump and round, meticulously devoid of their hearts. She held it up before her brother, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and pride. I saved these for you since early morning. Muniansen smiled, taking one and placing it in his mouth. Indeed, it is sweet. Seeing her brother enjoy the treat, Huayue eagerly lifted the lotus seeds toward Yun Jingyi. De Gu Jingyi, you must try some too. Yun Jingyi chuckled, a gentleman does not take away another's joy. You two siblings should have a good chat while I check on junior sister. Mu Huayue assisted her brother to a shaded area beneath a tree, and in the distance, she observed Yun Jingyi approach Yun Shujin, seemingly handing her a handkerchief, causing her usually aloof demeanor to soften, revealing a hint of shyness. Before long, the disciples resumed their practice. Yuer, what do you think of Fuyun's sect? Muniansen inquired. It's incredible, Sister Shujin has such formidable martial skills. If I had such prowess, I could vanquish all the wicked ones who slaughtered villages. Mu Huayue contemplated, adding, I could also protect brother and escape together, so you wouldn't be so severely injured because of me. Muniansen chuckled, silly girl, if you were to eliminate all those people, there would be no need to escape. Oh, right, Mu Huayue replied, scratching her head in embarrassment. Muniansen continued, then, if you were to stay at Fuyun sect and train alongside Sister Shujin, would you be willing? Mu Huayue pondered for a moment, raising her eyes to ask, but would brother also train with me? Brother already has a master. I cannot switch schools. Then if brother cannot be with me, I would not want to stay. Whatever brother chooses to do, I shall follow. Wherever brother goes, I shall go. Chapter 11 The willful young junior sister. After conversing with Huayue, Muniansen realized that his sister had a fondness for the Fuyun sect, and he had firmly resolved to remain there. Although he could not easily switch sects due to his acquired skills, all that Juer desired was to be with him. Therefore, he concluded that it would suffice to stay around Fuyun sect, living as a farmer, just as he had before. However, when he discreetly inquired about this matter with Yun Jingyi, he noticed a flicker of hesitation on Yun Jingyi's face. After a moment's contemplation, Yun Jingyi spoke slowly, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. The sect leader previously instructed that you two should recuperate here, and once healed, you are to leave on your own. If there is nowhere else to go, you may stay in the villages surrounding Fuyan sect. These villages are under the sect's protection and provide some sustenance for the sect, as there are many displaced villagers like you too. However, the matter of joining the sect may be challenging. Muniansen felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow. It dawned on him that in his previous contemplation of whether he wished to remain with Yuer, he had overlooked whether Fuyan sect would be willing to accept them as disciples. Indeed, Fuyan sect has always upheld righteousness and sheltered numerous beings. If they were to take in everyone, even 10 more mountains would not suffice. Thus, Muniansen had no choice but to implore Yun Jingyi once more to inquire about the sect leader's intentions. Although Yun Jingyi acquiesced, it seemed that the sect leader remained resolute in his refusal. That night, under a moonlight as silken as thread, the tranquil valley of Fuyan sect was bathed in ethereal light. After escorting Yuer back to her room to sleep, Muniansen felt as though a weight of 1,000 pounds pressed upon his heart, and he wandered heavily through the mountainous woods, his thoughts swirling chaotically as he sought a solution. Suddenly, an unassuming little pebble, imbued with an inexplicable force, struck him on the head. Who is it? Muniansen jolted, alertly scanning his surroundings, yet apart from the whispering wind among the trees, there was no sign of life. Frowning, he was about to investigate further when yet another small stone hit him. This time, it landed precisely on his brow, eliciting a slight ache. Who dares to toy with me? Muniansen felt his anger surge, yet he suppressed it, asking in a low voice. Oh dear, the intent to kill is palpable. I wonder which ungrateful little brother has forgotten the kindness bestowed upon him. If Fuyan sect has saved you, and yet you wish to harm whom? The voice was clear and melodious, laced with a hint of mischievousness, emanating from the nearby bushes. It was none other than Yun Shua, the sect leader's daughter. Upon seeing her, Muniansen, still harboring resentment for her earlier teasing of Yuer, felt a swell of frustration and wished to avoid entangling himself with her. He turned to leave. What, do you no longer wish to remain at Fuyan sect? Yun Shua's voice carried a mocking tone, clearly not intending to let him go easily. I've heard from my father that you've been pleading with various seniors every day. It's truly tiresome. Muniansen halted, his expression grave as he replied, I indeed hold great admiration for your esteemed sect, but if that means being subjected to disdain, then I shall depart with Yuer once I recover. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. I doubt you fit that description. Merely a hot-headed youth, Yun Shua jested, her words dripping with provocation, clearly aiming to incite him. At her remark, Muniansen's frame quivered slightly, but he soon steadied himself, his eyes reflecting displeasure as he spoke with icy calmness. Miss, I bear you no grudge. Why must you tarnish my character? While I may not be a hero, I am aware of propriety and honor, and I cannot allow others to belittle me unjustly. Yun Shua, light-footed, leaped from the bushes and stood confidently before Muniansen, hands on her hips, her expression playful as she asked, if you truly desire to join, the person you seek is right before you. Why inquire with your seniors and not me? Do you perhaps look down upon this young lady? Muniansen gazed at Yun Shua's rosy face, momentarily at a loss that he knew that as the sect leader's daughter, seeking her assistance would likely be more effective than appealing to the other disciples, yet he was reluctant to engage with her. Primarily due to her earlier humiliation of Yuer, but also because she was merely a few years his junior, the thought of bowing to such a young girl for help was difficult for him to accept. Noticing his silence, Yun Shua's eyes sparkled with cunning, and a triumphant smile graced her lips. Have I struck a nerve? You speak of admiration for Fuyan sect, yearning for a place for you and your sister, yet you refuse to abandon your pride as a man. I find your thoughts to be less than sincere. You. Muniansen felt a mix of frustration and helplessness at her taunts. Despite her sharp tongue, her words held a kernel of truth. Yuer's unique status meant that even if he wished to wander the world with her, it would not be a wise course of action for her. His inner turmoil and notions of dignity had rendered him indecisive, a behavior unbefitting a true man. Realizing this, Muniansen took a deep breath, composed his demeanor, and bowed to Yun Shua, sincerely stating, You speak wisely, and today I have learned a valuable lesson. May I ask if Miss Yun could assist in pleading with the sect leader on our behalf? If my sister and I are granted entry, we shall diligently follow the teachings and strive to uphold the honor of the sect. Seeing that he could genuinely accept her words, a flicker of surprise crossed Yun Shua's eyes, and her previous disdain diminished significantly. She ceased her playful demeanor and spoke earnestly. Indeed, you are capable of self-reflection, and I have not wasted my breath. However, it is not merely about you too. My father has not taken in any disciples since 5 years ago. Even if I were to speak on your behalf, it may likely bear no fruit. Muniansen was taken aback. Her lengthy discourse seemed to offer guidance, yet it ultimately reduced him to a position of supplication, proving unhelpful. Nevertheless, recalling her earlier ridicule, he thought it unwise to turn hostile now, as it would only play into her mockery. Thus, he suppressed his displeasure, lowered his stance, and forced a smile, inquiring, knowing one's father as well as you do, might you possess any alternative means to assist me? Mooney Jansen was indeed strikingly handsome, and once healed, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of many female disciples. However, his usual stoic demeanor made his smile all the more captivating. Yun Shua, delighted within, wore a playful grin as she replied, over the past few years, my father has mostly secluded himself for meditation, avoiding outsiders. I believe there is little hope for him to personally accept you as a disciple. However, if you are earnest, the annual grand competition of the sect is in 3 days. Afterward, my father will personally bestow the inner sect's teachings and tokens to the outer disciples who excel. You might consider pleading with him directly then. He is rather thin-skinned, and if you present him with a compelling argument of righteousness and morality, he may feel compelled to relent. Upon hearing this, Mooney Jansen could only feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. The suggestion seemed utterly absurd, yet with no alternative, it appeared to be the only path forward. He shook his head helplessly, bowing in gratitude to Yun Shua. Thank you, Miss Yun, for your wise counsel. Should I succeed in entering the sect, how might I repay you? Yun Shua chuckled, replying, let us discuss that once you truly become a member. If you indeed succeed, do ensure that whatever you offer to Huayue, you must also prepare a share for me. Chapter 12. The unrestrained leader. On this day, the sky was brilliantly clear, and the disciples of Fuyun's sect were all invigorated, preparing to embrace the annual grand competition of their sect. This contest was exclusively established for the outer disciples, allowing them to showcase their skills through one-on-one duels, with only the victors advancing, until a final champion emerged. The ultimate victor would then face the stringent assessment of any inner disciple. Only upon receiving their approval could they step into the inner sanctum, adopt the surname Yun, and gain insight into the true teachings of the sect leader. Thus, every outer disciple was eager and determined, having practiced tirelessly for an entire year, all for the glory of this day. Early on, a disciple noticed the absence of the Mu siblings. However, at such a critical moment, who had the leisure to concern themselves with these two outsiders, seemingly unrelated to their contest. Meanwhile, Mu 23, accompanied by his sister Mu Huayue, had already taken advantage of the dawn's early light, quietly trailing Yun Shua and slipping into the main hall of Fuyun Temple while others remained ensconced in slumber. The two held their breath, vigilantly waiting from the dark of night until the break of day. During this time, they occasionally heard the jubilant cheers and thunderous applause from outside the hall, echoing like a storm. Having neither eaten nor drunk for an indeterminate duration, they began to feel drowsy. Suddenly, a bell tolled, resonating like a roaring dragon, shattering the silence and jolting them awake from their stupor. The clamor outside intensified, leading them to speculate that the champion of this grand competition had been determined. Thus, they steeled themselves, ears perked, fearful of missing any whisper of the unfolding events. As time passed, the voices outside gradually thinned. Just as their nerves were stretched to the limit, they heard the great doors of Fuyun Temple swing open with a thunderous roar, akin to a colossal beast gaping wide, engulfing the outer tumult. Following this, disciples streamed in like a rising tide, their footsteps and conversations intertwining in a cacophony. The siblings concealed themselves behind a screen, scarcely daring to breathe, only daring to steal glances at the myriad of shoes passing before them. At last, a pair of pink shoes caught their attention. Pausing momentarily before moving on, the siblings exchanged knowing glances. This could only be Yun Shua. With everyone gathered, the doors, activated by some unseen mechanism, slowly closed once more. All present held their breath, and within the hall, the only sound was the collective inhalation of the attendees. The siblings exchanged astonished looks, marveling at the strictness of Fuyun sect's regulations, when suddenly they recognized this presence as the sect leader, Yun Zhang, and dared not exhale a word. In unison, the crowd knelt, offering their respects. Disciples pay their respects to the sect leader. Yun Zhang's voice rang out, rise, rise. Year after year, I commend your enthusiasm. His tone was vibrant and unconstrained, quite unlike the solemnity they had anticipated. Mu 23, filled with curiosity, could not resist peeking through the screen. He beheld the sect leader clad in white, with a square scarf adorning his head, his demeanor both carefree and imposing. Any man who laid eyes upon him would be unable to refrain from inwardly praising his appearance. Yet there was Yun Zhang, reclining casually in the central seat, one foot propped upon the chair, devoid of any semblance of a dignified master, resembling more a debauched nobleman. Mu 23 had never expected the revered leader he sought would possess such a countenance, yet upon reflection, it seemed fitting. Had he not carried such an unrestrained demeanor, how could he have navigated the complexities of recent years, maintaining the sect's existence and legacy? Nonetheless, this leader, so devoted to the preservation of the sect, hardly seemed a paragon of loyalty and righteousness. While Mu 23 was captivated by Yun Zhang's charisma, he could not suppress his inner musings. Yun Zhang then inquired, who is today's champion? From the back of the line, a man dressed in grey stepped forward. He appeared somewhat older, having surely surpassed the age of 30, with one eye seemingly blind. His steps were steady as he advanced, cupping his hands in respectful greeting, his voice tinged with barely perceptible excitement. Disciple Qi Xiao pays respects to the sect leader. Yun Zhang seemed to cast a fleeting glance at this disciple before speaking. Fortune has dealt you a poor hand. Have you considered that entering the inner sect is not the same as the freedom of an outer disciple? At your age, do you wish to endure such hardships within our ranks? Qi Xia appeared taken aback by the leader's candor, yet he replied, a disciple has long admired the leader's charisma, training day and night without respite. To have the opportunity to receive your guidance is the fortune of my life. I am willing to dedicate myself entirely to Fuyin sect. Yun Zhang merely sighed, his expression one of mild exasperation. Here we go again, nothing new in over a decade. So much talk of sacrifice, what use is it to me? At this, the atmosphere in the hall grew somewhat tense. Yun Zhang's companion, Yun Jinni, cleared his throat lightly, though his voice was soft and seemed. From now on, you shall refer to yourself as Yun Jingxia. Upon hearing this, Mu Huayue nearly burst into laughter from behind the screen. Having heard her senior brothers, Yun Zhenyi and Yun Jingnian, she had imagined the sect leaders' bestowed names would carry some significance or lore, yet she found it rather casual. However, Qi Xiao, Yun Jingxia, was radiant with joy, promptly kneeling to express his gratitude. Disciple Yun Jingxia thanks the sect leader for the bestowed name. Yun Zhang continued, as you are now a disciple of Fuyin sect, you must remember to uphold the principles of chivalry and martial virtue. What was it again? Forget it, Jinni, you explain. Yun Jingyi, seemingly accustomed to this, stepped forward with a serious demeanor, stating, you must remember to uphold the principles of chivalry and martial virtue, to punish evil and promote good, and to remain true to your heart. Yun Jingxia fervently responded, yes. Disciple will remember to uphold the principles of chivalry and martial virtue, to punish evil and promote good, and to remain true to my heart. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Zhang nodded, saying, as long as you remain true to your heart, that is sufficient. Now that you are an inner disciple, you shall seek out Jingyi tomorrow, who will impart the Fuyun heart method to you. I hope you will diligently cultivate and uphold the name of Fuyin sect. With that, he waved his sleeve, seemingly preparing to return to the inner chamber. Upon seeing this, Yun Shua felt a surge of anxiety, casting furtive glances from behind the screen at MU23, noticing that Yun Zhang was already halfway through the door, could not contain his thoughts any longer and boldly stepped forward, calling out, Sect Leader Yun, please hold. Chapter 13. Not all human bones are soft. Yun Zhang's footsteps suddenly halted, yet he did not turn around. A hint of displeasure laced his voice as he remarked, I was unaware that the rules had changed. Since when can there be two victors in the grand competition? Upon seeing Mu Ersan, most disciples in the hall displayed expressions of astonishment. Only Yun Shua wore a look of secret delight, while Yun Jingyi and the others, observing their junior sister's demeanor, felt a measure of understanding. Master, please temper your ire. I am not a disciple of the sect. I come today with urgent matters and humbly request your indulgence. Mu Ersan proclaimed loudly. Yun Zhang remained resolute, his tone tinged with impatience. Oh, not a disciple of our sect? Then you must be here to recuperate. This is not a place for you. If you have matters to discuss, seek out Jinni. Master, I beseech you to accept my brother and me as disciples of the sect. The declaration reverberated through the hall, eliciting varied reactions from the disciples. Over the past 5 years, many had sought to join Fuyin sect, but only Mu Ersan dared to intrude upon the grand hall and make such a plea in front of all the inner disciples. Oh? You wish to join Fuyin sect? Yun Zhang's countenance revealed a cryptic smile as he turned to face Mu Ersan directly. It's quite simple. To enter my sect, each of you must present 1,000 gold pieces as a tribute. If you are siblings, then 2,000 gold pieces will suffice. Upon hearing this, Mu Ersan was struck dumbfounded. In these tumultuous times, an average family barely managed to scrape together 10 taels of silver for a year's livelihood. It was unlikely that there were many affluent households capable of producing 1,000 gold pieces all at once. The threshold appeared clear, yet it was as insurmountable as a chasm. Seeing Mu Ersan fall silent, a cold smirk spread across Yun Zhang's lips as he continued, What, did no one inform you of this entrance requirement during your previous inquiries? As Yun Zhang spoke, his gaze darted like lightning towards Yun Jingyi and the others. The disciples inwardly lamented, for 5 years ago, upon the division of Qishu, the master had established this bewildering rule. Even those from noble families, wishing to send their offspring to Fuyin sect for refuge, had been turned away by the exorbitant fee. The Mu siblings, mere villagers, could hardly muster such a sum. To inform them would only add insult to injury, a burden too great to bear. Thus, everyone chose silence, withholding any information from Mu Ersan. Yun Zhang observed Mu Ersan's face flush with indignation, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. You should return whence you came, Fuyun's sect is not a refuge for beggars. As these words escaped his lips, the air in the grand hall seemed to freeze. The disciples felt that his words were excessively harsh, yet in recent years, the master's actions had grown increasingly bizarre. They merely frowned, none daring to voice their dissent. Mu Ersan, seething with rage, felt an overwhelming urge to rise and leave with Huayue, but he caught a glimpse of Yin Shua desperately gesturing for him to endure a little longer. Taking a deep breath to quell his fury, he said, "It is well known that Master Yun, though not strict with trifles, protects the common folk and upholds righteousness. I assume your caution in accepting disciples carries profound significance. My brother and I are indebted to your esteemed sect for our rescue. We merely wish to join your ranks to repay this kindness. Although I possess little now, I will certainly gather the tribute in due course. I implore you, Master, to show compassion towards my brother and me." Seeing her brother speak thus, Mu Huayue also knelt beside him, bowing repeatedly. Their words, devoid of any errors, flattered Yun Zhang while presenting the siblings as worthy candidates. However, upon hearing this, Yun Jingyi and the others silently shook their heads, sighing inwardly. Yun Zhang's lips curled into a derisive smile as he replied, "Young brother, your words are misguided. I have traversed the martial world for decades, and my only affections lie with beautiful women, fine wine, and splendid scenery. Talk of protecting the common folk and upholding righteousness is merely for the years of those valiant soldiers who perished in the Jinan War. Such notions have no bearing on me. Spare me your flattery, for I cannot abide it." At the mention of the Jinan War, an uncontainable fury surged within Mu Ersan as he disregarded all notions of humility and stood resolutely. "Master Yun, if you are aware of the Jinan War, you must know that countless soldiers fought valiantly, sacrificing their lives amidst mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, all to shield the common folk. If those who gave their lives are merely to be protected by a coward like you, then I, Mu, truly feel for the valiant souls beneath the 9 springs." As these words fell, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Yun Zhang's eyes, as if murderous intent had begun to brew. The disciples felt a palpable chill in the air, their hearts tightening instinctively. Holding their breath, Yun Zhang fixed his gaze on Mu Ersan for a long moment, but ultimately reined in his murderous intent and spoke, "You, boy, I will overlook your indiscretion today, considering your plea for your sibling. Depart now, and I shall pretend I have not heard your words." Mu Ersan straightened his posture, declaring, "Since I have made my request today, retreat is not an option. Not if you refuse my plea, then break my legs and cast me down the mountain. I shall show you that not all human bones are soft." Yun Zhang's expression sharpened abruptly, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light as he coldly retorted, "You are courting disaster." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the disciples were taken aback as a shadow darted past like a specter. Mu Ersan barely had time to react before he felt an overwhelming force surge towards him. Panic seized his heart. Should I retreat or stand my ground? The thought scarcely formed in his mind when a tremendous pressure struck his chest, sending him hurtling backwards like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the grand hall doors. With a resounding crash, Mu Ersan's body crumpled to the ground, feeling as though his very organs had been dislocated. Agonizing pain coursed through him. He lay sprawled on the ground, tasting blood in his throat as it spilled forth, staining the stone floor crimson. "Brother! Master!" The onlookers gasped in shock at Yun Zhang's sudden assault. "Father, why did you strike him so brutally?" Yun Shua cried out, rushing to Mu Ersan's side, her hand reaching out to assist him. Yet Mu Ersan pushed her hand away, forcing himself to stand unsteadily. He wiped the blood from his lips and hoarsely declared, "Master possesses remarkable internal strength, but that last strike missed its mark. If my legs remain unbroken, I shall continue to plead for my brother and me to be accepted as disciples." Chapter 14. By what right do you deserve this? As these words resonated within the hall, the disciples couldn't help but sigh, acknowledging the remarkable spirit of the young brother. Even those who harbored discontent regarding his audacious intrusion into the hall found themselves filled with a measure of respect. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhang, filled with rage, could only laugh bitterly, his right palm gathering power as he sneered, "Very well, very well. You have asked this of me." Before his words could fully settle, he felt a sudden sharp pain in the tiger's mouth of his left hand. Looking down, he discovered that the small girl, whom he had previously overlooked, had seized the opportunity to bite down hard on his hand. "What an ugly creature! I see you siblings wish to leave this door on your feet today." Yun Zhang roared, turning his hand to seize Mu Huayue. However, just as he made his move, his strike was unexpectedly blocked by a sword sheath that had been thrust out from the side, the two colliding with a sound akin to metal striking stone. Raising his gaze, Yun Zhang beheld Yun Shujin, who held the sword sheath in one hand, still trembling slightly from the force of the recent impact, while with the other, she pulled Mu Huayue protectively behind her. "Master! She is just a child." Yun Shujin, having just withstood a blow from the sect leader, felt her hand still tingling, yet her expression remained icy, her eyes resolute. "Junior sister, what are you doing? Master knows his limits." Yun Zheng interjected, worry etched upon his features as he quickly urged her to reconsider. Seeing Yun Zheng about to strike Mu Huayue, Mu Ersan felt a surge of fear and was compelled to charge forward against him. Yet, before he could take a single step, an unbearable pain seized his insides, leaving him unable to support his own body, and he collapsed to the ground, shouting desperately at Yun Zheng, "Come at me." What kind of hero bullies a child? Yun Zhang, however, ignored him entirely, fixating instead on Yin Shujin, saying, "What is this, Jiner, after all these years of my tutelage, now you would draw your sword against me for this little wretch?" Yun Shujin's gaze tightened, her jaw clenched as she remained silent, resolutely shielding Mu Huayue behind her. With a sigh, Yun Zhang remarked, "My Fuyan sect has always acted with a certain flair. I wonder where you learn such stubbornness, but if you believe that Master dotes upon you to the extent that you dare defy me, then I must show you just how much you truly weigh." As soon as the words left his mouth, he moved. Yun Shujin, already on high alert, raised her hand to respond, only to see Yun Zhang's figure flicker. He did not attack her in the blink of an eye. She felt her grip on Mu Huayue slip, as the girl was suddenly in Yun Zhang's grasp. "Master! You are..." Mu Ersan, suppressing the tumult in his chest, fished two small stones from his sleeve, gripping them tightly. Seizing the moment while Yun Zhang's attention was diverted by Yuer, he concentrated all his internal energy and launched the stones towards him. Though small, the stones, imbued with Mu Ersan's internal power, spun through the air with a whisper, exuding an air of menace. Yet, with a snort, Yun Zhang merely flicked his sleeve, and before the stones could reach him, they disintegrated into powder in mid-air. "Old fool! Villain, let me go!" Though Mu Huayue was firmly held by Yun Zhang, she continued to kick and punch, resembling a trapped wild beast. Yun Zhang emitted a cold grunt, applying slight pressure with his hand, only to find an inexplicable force within the girl, akin to internal energy, attempting to push his hand away. "What is this?" Yun Zhang was taken aback, abruptly loosening his grip on Mu Huayue and pulling her closer, scrutinizing her closely. Though small, Mu Huayue's eyes were wide with fury, glaring defiantly at him, while Mu Ersan continued to shout in protest. Yun Zhang examined her features intently, momentarily lost in thought, even reaching out to touch the birthmark on her face, his brow furrowing deeper. "Child, what is your name? I want to tell you." Mu Huayue retorted through gritted teeth. To her surprise, Yun Zhang's expression softened at her words, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Look at that stubbornness, you must be surnamed Mu, yes?" Confused by the sudden shift from anger to amusement, Mu Huayue huffed, rolling her eyes and turning her head away. Yet, Yun Zhang remained unfazed, chuckling lightly as he stood up and addressed Mu Ersan, "You little scamp, your sister possesses commendable talent. I shall make an exception and allow her to enter. As for you, your defiance and impertinence towards your elders mean you shall not join her." Mu Ersan was momentarily stunned, instinctively protesting, "Impossible, I cannot be separated from my sister." Yun Zhang's demeanor darkened, a cold smile forming as he fixed his gaze on Mu Ersan, slowly articulating, "Unwilling? Or unable, boy, think carefully before you speak. With your abilities, do you truly believe you can protect her? Do you truly think you can keep her safe?" A wave of shock coursed through Mu Ersan. Yun Zhang's words struck like a sharp blade, slicing through his pride and self-esteem, forcibly unearthing wounds he had long refused to confront. Could he truly protect his sister? His father and brothers had perished bearing the stain of treason, while his mother and sister-in-law, unable to endure the humiliation, had taken their own lives. If only he could, he should be able to save his entire clan, cleanse their name of injustice, and rescue the woman who had saved him from peril time and again, who treated him as her own. If only he could, he should at least protect Wangjia village, which had sheltered the siblings for 5 years. If he could, how could he have brought his sister to this place, begging others for help? Why did he even think he could protect her? How laughable, truly laughable. That he recalled Yun Zhang's earlier strike, realizing he hadn't even seen the opponent's movements before being grievously injured, left without the strength to fight back. Now, if Yun Zhang was willing to take his sister in, what reason did he have to refuse? The youth felt a profound desolation wash over him, his eyes brimming with unshed tears, as if all his strength had evaporated in an instant. His shoulders slumped, hands falling limply at his sides, as though he had lost even the will to stand. Mu Huayue seemed to have just grasped the implications of their conversation, crying out loudly, "I want my brother. Wherever he goes, I shall go. I will never be separated from him, you villain." Ignoring her outburst, Yun Zhang simply held her, or rather dragged her back to a seat at the head of the hall. Yun Jingyi furrowed his brow, bowing respectfully as he addressed Yun Zhang, "Master, the bond between these siblings is indeed profound, and Fuyan sect lacks for nothing. It would be better to..." Yun Zhang interjected with a cold snort, "What? Do you presume to take on the role of sect leader while I still draw breath?" Yun Jingyi was taken aback, replying, "Disciple dares not." The youth kneeling in the hall appeared to be struck by Yun Jingyi. The onlookers felt a pang of sympathy, except for Yin Shua, who, observing Mu Ersan's demeanor, found herself inexplicably moved, her eyes moist as she urged, "Big brother Mu, Yuer is within the sect. We will take good care of her. If you are worried, you may come to see her often." Yet Mu Ersan seemed to hear nothing, and after a long pause, finally spoke, "The sect leader speaks true. I am grateful for your willingness to take Yuer as your disciple. She is but a child, and I only ask that you look after her well. I shall now descend the mountain." Chapter 15. The bowing of 10,000 steps. Unexpectedly, a voice emanated slowly from behind Yun Zhang. "I merely promised to accept your sister as my disciple. However, the customary fee for apprenticeship must not be overlooked. I understand you are currently destitute and could defer the payment, gradually settling it in due time. Yet, given your audacity in my Fuyan palace, you have caused me to lose face. If I were to let you off easily, would it not invite mockery from all the heroes of the realm, suggesting that Fuyan is a place where anyone can trample upon my dignity? From the foot of the mountain to the gate, there are a total of 6,400 steps. You shall ascend that path, bowing once at each step, sincerely and earnestly thrice, and I shall permit you to defer the payment for your apprenticeship." Mu Ersan, upon hearing this, slowly rose, his knees trembling slightly, yet he resolutely knelt, his voice hoarse. "It is I who have been disrespectful. I wish to sincerely apologize to the sect leader. I will proceed to do so at once." "Father, how could you be so cruel? Brother Mu has already suffered grave injuries at your hands. Must you further torment him? Is it truly your intent to bully the weak and regard human life as mere straw?" Yun Zhang did not turn around but spoke softly. "Yun Shuhi, you have violated the rules by sneaking an outsider into the palace. I have yet to impose any punishment upon you, yet you dare raise your voice here. You shall ascend the 6,400 steps alongside him." "Humph, I shall bow. I am merely a child who has known no maternal affection. What does it matter?" As she spoke, Yun Shui covered her face and dashed out of the palace. "Master," this Yun Zhang hesitated and began to speak. "What? Anyone wishing to plead for leniency must first complete the 6,400 bows." Yun Zhang's words had barely left his lips when silence enveloped the hall. The disciples understood the sect leader's resolve and sighed inwardly, none daring to voice a contradiction. "Jin Air, follow your master to the rear hall, the rest of you may disperse." Mu Ersan staggered to the base of the mountain where Yin Shui was already waiting for him. As Mu Ersan approached, Yin Shui hurriedly handed him a water flask, her tone tinged with guilt and unease. "Brother Mu, please have a sip of water." Mu Ersan raised his gaze slightly, glanced at her, accepted the flask, took a sip, and replied with a calm demeanor, "I brought this upon myself. You are the beloved daughter of the sect leader, so why go to such lengths for me?" Yun Shui retorted stubbornly, "I fear nothing but the guilt in my heart. Your current predicament arises from my actions. Accompanying you on this journey shall serve as my apology." Ignoring her, Mu Ersan continued to ascend the steps, bowing at each one. Although Yun Shui claimed to accompany him in punishment, Yun Shui remarked, "Do not blame father, I merely asked you to say something to save face for him. Why did you bring up the battle of Jiannan? You even called him a coward." Which grandmaster could endure such slander? As Mu Ersan bowed, he replied, his voice imbued with determination, "Did I speak incorrectly? In the battle of Jiannan, countless heroic souls fell, staining the battlefield with blood. Had a master of your father's caliber intervened, perhaps the outcome might have been delayed until reinforcements arrived. It is not inconceivable." Hearing this, Yun Shui sighed. "You truly are a blockhead and refuse to acknowledge it. How can you be sure that father did not go to the battlefield at Jiannan?" Mu Ersan was taken aback, looking at her with confusion in his eyes. "What do you mean by that?" Yun Shui began to explain. "I learned this from the eldest senior brother. Back then, the Qi army advanced stealthily from the northern desert pass to Jiannan, a distance of 1,000 li, launching a surprise attack without a sound. By the time father was informed, the Qi army was already at the city gates. He hastily left the eldest and second senior brothers to guard the mountain gate and took the third senior brother, Yun Jingxin, along with most of the inner disciples to Jiannan. Alas, when he returned, only master was left. The third senior brother and the others perished in that great battle. Since then, father has seemingly transformed, shutting himself away and no longer concerning himself with worldly matters. We do not know the reason, but it seems he is deeply affected by it." Upon hearing this, Mu Ersan's expression shifted slightly, his heart stirred by tumultuous emotions, yet he remained silent, the sound of his bows growing heavier with each passing moment. The mountain path wound its way through towering trees that reached towards the heavens, their branches lush and verdant, casting shadows that obscured the sun. Thick moss blanketed the ancient stone slabs, imparting an air of antiquity. In the forest, only the occasional calls of birds and the chirping of insects broke the profound silence. "Blockhead, why don't you take a few steps and rest? After all, there is no one else here." I can attest that you've completed your bows. Muerson shook his head, his expression resolute. I have indeed offended the sect leader. Now that I have agreed, I must fulfill my obligation to restore his reputation. Yan Shui pouted. In my opinion, father was never truly angry with you. If he were, you would have been dead from that palm strike long ago, and he wouldn't still be allowing you to bow here. Yan Shui rambled on, her soft voice echoing in the vast mountain valley. Suddenly, shouts rang out from above. Junior sister, junior sister. After approximately half an hour, a figure hurried down the mountain. Yan Shui stood up, waving and calling out a fourth senior brother. I'm over here. Her voice was melodious, filled with joy. Yun Zhangnian bounded over to the two, presenting a gourd with a flourish. Junior sister, master was concerned you might not have water on the mountain path, so he sent me to deliver this. Yan Shui seized the gourd, her demeanor triumphant. The old man still knows how to care for me. She opened the gourd, and a pungent, bitter aroma assaulted her senses, prompting her to exclaim, what is this? Frowning, she sniffed again and rolled her eyes. Stinky old man, I'm only 7. What nonsense is this medicinal wine? With that, she tossed the gourd to Muerson. Here, father must have intended for you to drink this through me. I knew that old man had no good intentions. Muerson held the gourd, hesitation flickering across his face as he glanced at Yun Zhangnian. Yun Zhangnian averted his gaze and said with a chuckle, master specifically instructed me to give it to you. I have no say in the matter. As long as I can report back, I'm content. Muerson understood that Yun Zhang cherished his daughter and would not intentionally use wine to trouble him. This must certainly be intended for him, and he could not help but feel regret for his earlier disrespect. He promptly bowed to the mountain, expressing, I sincerely thank the sect leader. He then lifted the gourd and drank deeply. As the fiery liquor coursed down his throat, Muerson felt as if a fire dragon surged within him, darting through his veins. The sensation brought unbearable pain to his internal organs, compelling him to sit down and regulate his breathing. Seeing Muerson in such a state, Yan Shui and Yun Zhangnian exchanged glances and resumed their conversation. You managed to bring Master's message, but what about my gifts? Feigning ignorance, Yun Zhangnian replied, what are you talking about, junior sister? I know of no other gifts. Yan Shui reached out and pinched Yun Zhangnian's side. You dare to hide things? Quickly bring them out. Yun Zhangnian hastily employed his agility to evade her grasp, laughing as they chased one another through the mountain. When Yan Shui grew tired, he finally paused, saying, All right, here you go. With that, he produced several items from his robe. This is a bruise-relieving patch from the eldest senior brother, this is osmanthus cake from the second senior sister, and this is a heart-cleansing bone-fortifying pill from me, your fourth senior brother. Yan Shui's eyes sparkled with delight as she snatched the osmanthus cake and grinned. The second senior sister truly treats me the best. Amid their playful banter, Muerson had finished meditating and opened his eyes slowly. He found that the medicinal wine was indeed extraordinary, guiding itself through his internal energy like a gentle stream, seamlessly integrating into his meridians. In that moment, he not only felt the wounds from the earlier palm strike healing significantly, but even the lingering pain from a month prior caused by an accident seemed to be soothed by the miraculous power of the wine. Seeing this, Yun Zhangnian's eyes glimmered with envy as he clapped Muerson on the shoulder, laughing. You truly are fortunate. Master's medicinal wine is a rare treasure. Only the eldest senior brother and second senior sister have had the privilege to drink a pot during critical moments of refining their essence. The rest of us, including myself and junior sister, have only had the fortune of tasting a sip during our initial cultivation, and now, this treasure has fallen into the hands of you, an outer disciple. It is indeed enviable. With that, he shook his head and adopted a mock serious tone, but truth be told, your physique is far too weak. You should really train harder. Now that your sister is cultivating within the sect, in a few years, you might find yourself unable to even best her. At that time, do not blame me for not having warned you. Muerson felt a pang of shame wash over him, falling into silence once more, yet he steeled himself and continued ascending the steps, bowing at each one. Chapter 16 Pursuit of the Meteor. It is said that Mu Nian-san, after consuming the medicinal wine, felt a warm energy surge through his limbs and bones, invigorating his blood and spirit, leaving him with an inexhaustible strength. He refused to pause even for a moment, as the 6,400 steps of bluestone seemed to diminish beneath his feet, and within just 4 hours, he had traversed the path twice. Though it was a grueling pilgrimage, Mu Nian-san found solace in the knowledge that Juer was safe and that the martial prowess of the members of Fuyun's sect would ensure the safety of both siblings, granting him a sense of peace. What initially appeared to be a daunting trial on this seemingly endless mountain path unexpectedly became the most focused and relaxed time for Mu Nian-san since the destruction of his village. During this journey, apart from Yun Zhangnian, other disciples also approached, either out of curiosity or goodwill, bringing along some food for Yan Shui. Although Yan Shui was somewhat spoiled, she enjoyed a favorable reputation among the sect members, who often exchanged playful banter with her. While she frequently teased Mu Nian-san, he recognized her kind-hearted nature and her resemblance in age to his sister, which softened his heart, prompting him to respond with a few words of camaraderie. Only then did he learn that Jin Shui had lost her mother at birth, and despite her father being a grandmaster, Yun Zhang's character hardly lent itself to that of a good father. From a young age, she was required to train alongside inner disciples, a level of rigor that was astonishing. Were it not for the protection of her senior brothers and sisters, her growth could have been jeopardized. Although Moon Yen-san himself had lost his father at a young age, he had at least enjoyed a few years of a noble child's comfortable life. Hearing of Yin Shui's background, he noted the parallels to Yuer, and though his expression remained composed, he felt a surge of compassion within. By the time he knelt for the third time, the night had deepened, the moon hung high in the sky, and time had quietly slipped into midnight. Yun Shui, despite her solid martial foundation, was still young, and weariness washed over her like a tide, her eyes narrowing into slits as tears streamed down her cheeks, interrupted only by incessant yawning. Observing this, Moon Yen-san felt a pang of sympathy and spoke, "Miss Shuhei, you have accompanied me thus far, and if you are weary, it would be wise to ascend first." Yun Shuhei retorted, "No, no. I have already accompanied you for most of the journey. If I give up now, not only will you think less of me, but I shall also earn a reputation for being ungrateful." Seeing her stubbornness, Moon Yen-san could not help but chuckle. "You have guided my sister and me into the sect and have spoken bravely before the sect leader. You are undoubtedly the epitome of righteousness. How could I possibly think less of you?" Yun Shui, noticing the smile on Moon Yen-san's face, felt a flicker of warmth in her heart and teased, "Mulongzi, it appears you are capable of smiling after all. I must say, you are not entirely unhandsome." Moon Yen-san's expression flushed slightly, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, and he fell silent, quickening his pace by a couple of steps. Realizing he had left her behind, he turned back only to find her trailing at a distance. "Allow me to carry you up," he said, halting his steps and observing her drooping demeanor. Upon hearing this, Yun Shui seemed to perk up, her face lighting with delight. "All right, Mulongzi, you initiated this offer, so do not accuse me of bullying you." Moon Yen-san nodded, bending down to squat, and with a leap, Yun Shui hopped onto his back. He adjusted her weight and secured her with his outer garment before continuing his ascent step by step. At first, Yun Shui engaged in light-hearted banter, but soon exhaustion overcame her, and she fell into a deep slumber against his back. In the stillness of the mountain, under the moonlight, only the resolute footsteps of the young man and the gentle breaths of the girl could be heard. After 2 more hours, the first light of dawn began to break, and Moon Yen-san finally reached the last step. At the foot of the mountain gate, amidst the morning light, a woman sat in meditation, resembling a pine tree, eyes closed in tranquility. As she sensed their arrival, she slowly opened her eyes, rising gracefully, her garments flowing effortlessly. It was Yin Shu-jin. She exchanged a nod of acknowledgement with Moon Yen-san before her gaze shifted to his back, where Yin Shui lay peacefully asleep, her small face radiating satisfaction and serenity. A subtle warmth flickered in Yin Shu-jin's eyes as she gently lifted Yin Shui, then addressed Moon Yen-san, "The sect leader is waiting for you in the back courtyard of Fuyun Hall. Huiyu is sleeping in my room, you need not worry." Moon Yen-san nodded gently. Yin Shu-jin, known for her cool demeanor, having delivered her message, swiftly departed with Yin Shui in her arms. Stepping into the back courtyard of Fuyun Hall, Moon Yen-san was met with a dim glow of candlelight that cast a serene and quiet ambience. Yun Jing sat sideways at a table, a chessboard before him. In the flickering candlelight, his figure appeared both imposing and enigmatic. Upon noticing Moon Yen-san's arrival, he did not lift his gaze but simply remarked, "Your constitution is rather lacking. It took you so long to traverse this distance." Moon Yen-san, aware of Yun Jing's character, felt a wave of guilt for his earlier impudence and quickly bowed, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for overlooking my rashness." Yun Jing instructed, "The red candles here are nearly burnt out. Bring me 2 from the candlestick at the entrance." Moon Yen-san stepped aside, carefully selecting 2 long candles from the nearby stand, igniting them with care, and holding them aloft. The flickering flames danced as he moved, casting their shadows in a wavering manner. Just as he extended a hand to shield the flame, a sharp sound suddenly pierced the tranquility of the night. Something streaked through the air like lightning, striking with a resounding thud against the pillar behind him. Startled, Moon Yen-san turned to see a white piece firmly embedded in the column, while the soft wick of the candle in his hand had been severed in 2. The remaining half continued to burn steadily, stabilizing the flame considerably. He quickly glanced at Yun Zhang, who remained unfazed, fixated on the chessboard, and slowly said, "Young man, your meteor pursuit technique is still lacking refinement. That fellow Song Yi's Shadow Guard unit ranks you as 23rd, does it not?" Upon hearing this, cold sweat trickled down Moon Yen-san's back. His meteor pursuit was an esoteric skill that had never been divulged outside the Shadow Guard unit. When mastered, it could claim a life from 100 paces away. It was said to have been created by a renowned master of concealed weapons, specifically for this Shadow Guard. However, he had only recently joined the unit and had not yet learned the deeper intricacies before being thrust into the Battle of Jiannan, entrusted with escorting Yue away from the capital. The circumstances surrounding this were deeply secretive, and his master had repeatedly cautioned him against revealing their identities. How could Yun Zhang speak of it so casually, even directly naming his background? If he knew of Mu Niansan's origins, then the implications for Yue were alarming, and a wave of panic washed over him, causing the candle in his hand to tremble. Yun Zhang's sidelong glance caught the flickering flame, and he could not help but scoff. What is Song Yi thinking, entrusting his daughter to such a fool? With that, Yun Zhang waved his sleeve, rising as if unaffected by the murderous intent surrounding Mu Niansan, and lightly took the candle from his hand, turning to say, "This meteor pursuit technique was originally conceived by me. Knowing your identity is hardly a marvel." Chapter 17 Tears of Yunzheng. Yunzheng observed Mu Niansan standing there in a daze and sighed, enough, there are countless wise men in this world, yet perhaps only those as obstinate and unyielding as you can truly hold steadfast. Mu Niansan had never been regarded as particularly clever, but coming from a family of martial generals, he believed that a true man should stand tall and straight like a green pine, devoted to his country. This was his foremost duty in life. He reflected on the decline of Song Shua and recognized that it was precisely due to the abundance of exceptionally clever yet duplicitous individuals that the governance had become chaotic, and the nation trembled. Thus, he knew he was not wise, yet he felt no shame in it. This moment, Yunjing's words, if spoken to another, might have been readily understood, but Mu Niansan found his thoughts in disarray, unable to grasp their meaning. He pondered whether the mastermind behind the scenes had already anticipated today's situation, while he remained as oblivious as a blind man groping an elephant. Yunjing's impatience began to surface, displeasure evident on his brow as he commanded sharply, "What are you waiting for? Must I invite you before you come over?" The reprimand, infused with a hint of inner strength, resounded like thunder in Mu Niansan's mind, scattering his bewildered thoughts. Only then did he regain his senses and involuntarily approach Yunjing to take a seat before him. Yunjing cast a glance at him and said, "I am aware of your straightforward nature. I do not wish to pry into your background, nor should you feel burdened. I only ask, your determination to join my sect, are you acting on someone's request?" And now that his concern had been voiced, he felt his face flush with embarrassment, realizing for the first time how clumsy his tongue was, truly lacking in eloquence. Yet, even in his dullness, he understood that despite Yunjing's brusqueness, he was not an enemy. He cautiously retrieved a small cloth pouch from his clothing and handed it to Yunjing. Yunjing accepted the pouch, first extracting a jade pendant shaped like a sword, his eyes flickering with a complex emotion. Subsequently, he tossed the pendant back to Mu Niansan, saying, "This belongs to Yue. You should return it to her for safekeeping, ensuring it is not displayed carelessly." He then opened the embroidered pouch, unfurling a small piece of silk and studying it closely by the candlelight. Mu Niansan was oblivious to what Yunjing was examining. The silk only bore 6 embroidered characters, yet he found himself entranced, his expression shifting between tenderness and sorrow. After a considerable time, Yunjing seemed to come to his senses, placing the silk over the candle flame, where the fire swiftly consumed it, licking at the fragile fabric. Even as the flame singed his fingertips, he remained oblivious to the pain, fixated on the silk's distortion and eventual transformation into ash. Witnessing this scene, Mu Niansan felt increasingly perplexed. He intended to inquire, but, seeing the sorrow etched on Yunjing's face, he hesitated and swallowed his words. He thought to himself that since the silk merely instructed him to seek out Yunjing, and he had now succeeded, it indeed held no further value. As the silk finally turned to dust, Yunjing slowly lowered his hand and he lifted his gaze to Mu Niansan, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Mu Niansan sensed that this grandmaster had suffered some profound blow, far removed from the carefree demeanor he had previously exhibited. Yunjing scrutinized Mu Niansan once more before speaking. "Though you serve as a shadow guard for the crown prince, I notice no sign of displeasure when I mention Song Yi's name. It seems the one you hold dear is the crown princess, Gao Wangxi." Upon hearing the title of crown princess, it resonated in Mu Niansan's ears like a thunderclap, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief and shock, as though struck by an invisible force, rendering him momentarily dazed. Yunjing, observing his reaction, could not help but smile wryly. He shook his head and sighed, "You were loyal to Sheer, bound by her trust, yet why have you delayed so long in arriving at my Fuyan sect? Could it be that you have never seen Sheer's handwriting, and thus are unaware that the characters on this silk were embroidered by her own hand?" "What? The 6 characters on the silk were penned by the crown princess?" Mu Niansan was even more astonished. He indeed had never seen the crown princess's handwriting. However, the pouch had been entrusted to him by his master, who had instructed him to conceal Yue within Wang's village and await the moment he would come to seek them out, only to be opened in dire need. Yet, according to Yunjing, the crown princess had long desired for them to seek refuge in Fuyan's sect together. But why would his master deceive him? In that instant, Mu Niansan felt a throbbing headache as memories of his master's bloodied severed arm intertwined with the crown princess's smiling visage. Yunjiang, perceiving Muniansen's expression, understood everything and could not help but chuckle softly. Foolish child, truly foolish, alas, all is bound by fate. With that, Yunjing rose and walked to the bedside. The sky was beginning to lighten, the dawn casting a golden hue over the mountain peaks. Gazing at the morning light, Yunjing seemed momentarily lost in thought as he mused. Junior sister, you have brought her to me, yet why resort to the method of incineration? Or is it that you ultimately cannot resolve her fate? Junior sister, you refuse to return to the mountain with me, fully aware it is a path of no return, yet you would rather accompany that boy to perish in Jiannan. Now, must I decide the fate of your daughter? Yunjing's laughter suddenly erupted, echoing through the empty room, a sound tinged with melancholy. Muniansen sensed the sorrow and bitterness within that laughter, devoid of any joy. Child, she has chosen you for her own reasons. Although I cannot accept you into my fold, there is a matter concerning Yuer's future in life that I need you to attend to. Are you willing? In 5 years, this was the first time Muniansen had heard anyone mention the events of the past, his heart still a tangled mess. Yet, Yunjing's words pierced deeply within him. Regardless of his master and the crown princess's plans, they merely sought to protect Yuer. Although he could not fathom their arrangements, his feelings for Yuer and hers for him remained unchanged. Thus, why should he concern himself with bygone matters? He would protect Yuer well. Having resolved this in his mind, Muniansen's spirit was rekindled. Before him stood this master. Though harsh and eccentric, they shared a common desire to protect someone dear to them, fostering a sense of mutual understanding. He immediately knelt on one knee and bowed to Yunjiang, declaring, I am but an unworthy disciple, yet I have long regarded Yuer as my own sister. If I can safeguard her, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Yunjiang regarded Muniansen's resolute countenance, a glimmer of appreciation crossing his eyes. He spoke slowly. Good, my junior sister indeed did not err in her judgment. I require you to traverse the 9 provinces in search of several items for Yuer. However, your martial skills are currently lacking, and you may find yourself powerless despite your intentions. While I cannot accept you as my disciple and impart to you the techniques of Fuyun, the meteor chase and the void step are my creations, and teaching them to you does not break sect rules. From tomorrow onwards, you shall come to me at the hour of the rat each day. I will teach you for 10 days, how much you learn will depend on your fortune. Chapter 18. Though the oath remains until Muersan took his leave with a bow, Yunjing's gaze remained transfixed upon the distant dawn. The morning light wove through the sky, golden rays spilling across the horizon, the sun gradually becoming blinding. Unable to endure the strain on his eyes, Yunjiang finally shut them. Even behind closed lids, he could perceive flickering spots of light, reminiscent of a maiden's gently swaying braids. Master brother. Look, the sunlight cascades over the mountain peak, as if crowning the verdant hills with a phoenix diadem. This scene is unparalleled in beauty. I have traversed the 4 seas, yet nothing stirs my heart as deeply as the sunrise over Fuyun Mountain. I shall accompany you to witness the sunrise each day. The maiden turned, the morning glow like delicate gauze caressing her face. Her eyelashes fluttered, still glistening with dew, sparkling with the purity of dawn and unfinished dreams. Master brother, you jest again. Ever since the Chijuan breached the northern desert pass, this world is no longer solely the domain of the Song family. As the daughter of the Gao family, I symbolize their military power. Ai cannot do without me by his side. Song, Gao, military power, the world, do you truly care about these matters? Is Fuyun Mountain not enough? If you grow weary of it, we could venture together to the southern frontier or the northern desert. Even do not tempt me with such things. I care not for positions of power, for beyond rank and authority, there are the common folk, sustained by the people. I must take upon myself the responsibility for their safety. Moreover, having resolved to stand by Ai, I shall share his fortunes and misfortunes. What safety of the world? The Song family has languished for far too long. Their time has run out. No matter how talented Song Yi may be, how can he contend against the will of heaven? This journey to Jiannan is fraught with peril, akin to walking into death. I am aware, master brother, that this journey to Jiannan is a near fatal endeavor, yet I must still go. Sai, what can I do? You have always been stubborn since childhood. I find myself at a loss that if you insist on pursuing this path, then go. Should there come a time when I can assist you, I will rally all of Fuyun to support you. How is it that after becoming the sect leader, you still possess such a childlike heart? This will not do. You are now the master of Fuyun and must prioritize the sect. You must safeguard Fuyun. Fuyun is Sierre's home. Not if one day this world finds peace, I wish to return. Rest assured, Sierre. No matter how the world changes, should you ever long for the sunrise over Fuyun, you are always welcome back. I will wait for you. Agreed. At that time, we shall travel the world together, admire the flowers of the southern lands, behold the snows of the northern realms, and explore the wonders of foreign lands. Yunjing's gaze returned to the verdant mountains, yet the visage of the maiden's laughter and grace was irrevocably lost to him. Meanwhile, Mu'er-san, after parting from Yun Zhang's chambers, walked swiftly, his heart restless, directly towards the room where Mu Huayue resided. Upon reaching the door, he found Yun Shujin standing there, seemingly having anticipated his arrival. She nodded gently and said, "Wait a moment, I will bring Yu'er out." Mu'er-san raised his gaze and saw that Yun Shujin had also spent the night awake. Her demeanor was calm, betraying no signs of fatigue, prompting him to silently admire her composure. Yun Shujin turned and entered, and shortly after, Mu Huayue emerged, rubbing her sleepy eyes and stumbling out. Upon seeing Mu'er-san, she dove into his embrace. "Brother, Yu'er will no longer learn martial arts, nor will I join Fuyun. Please do not leave me." Mu Huayue's eyes were swollen and red, her voice hoarse, clearly having cried throughout the night. Upon witnessing this, Mu'er-san's heart ached, yet remembering Yun Zhang's earnest request, he steeled himself. He took her small hand and strolled along the mountain path, where the sounds of insects and birds continued to fill the air, yet the hearts of the two were now vastly different from the day before. Yu'er, in these chaotic times, everywhere is fraught with danger. Master Yun Zhang is the most formidable martial artist I have encountered. If you can remain by his side, I will feel at ease. But brother, if you are not by my side, I cannot be at ease. You say the world is chaotic, yet where will you go? Mu'er-san knelt down, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. The master has not made things difficult for me. He said that if I wish to see you, I may come and stay on the mountain at any time. Since Master Yun is willing to take us in, we should remember his kindness and lend him a hand, should it be needed. What did you learn from your brother? Mu Huayue sniffled. Coming and going without reciprocation is not proper. Mu'er-san pinched her little face and said, "Indeed, our Yu'er is truly clever. My journey through the martial world is to repay Master Yun's protection. You will devote yourself to training on Fuyun Mountain, and when your skills surpass all, you shall avenge the innocent of Amu in Wangjia village, yes?" Mu Huayue frowned, her eyes shimmering with uncertainty. She whispered, "Is it true? Will I really have that day when I can defeat those wicked villains?" Mu'er-san nodded earnestly, "Yes, as long as you practice diligently. Our Yu'er is so smart, you will surely achieve success in no time. At that moment, I shall come to bring you down the mountain, and we will stand side by side, upholding justice and vanquishing evil, all right?" Upon hearing this, Mu Huayue's eyes flickered with hesitation as she softly replied, "I do not wish to uphold justice. I merely want to eat delicious pastries every day and listen to captivating stories." Mu'er-san's lips curled into a gentle smile. "Very well, then we shall savor the delicacies of the world and listen to the most enchanting tales. How does that sound?" At this, Mu Huayue finally smiled, extending her little finger. "Then let us make a pinky promise." "You must not deceive me, brother." Mu'er-san extended his finger, intertwining it with her little pinky, his eyes filled with solemnity and promise. "Yes, brother promises you, whenever I have the chance, I will come to see you on the mountain. You must be obedient, eat well, and if Shua bullies you, go find Sister Shujin. Though she may seem stern, her heart is kind, and she will not show favoritism." With that, Mu'er-san felt a stir in his heart, recalling the jade pendant in the shape of a sword. He quickly retrieved it from his bosom and handed it to Mu Huayue. "Yu'er, this is the last relic left by our parents. Take good care of it and do not show it to others lightly." Seeing the pendant for the first time, Mu Huayue found it exquisitely crafted, shimmering with colors she never knew her family possessed. She choked back tears. "Such a fine item, left by our parents, brother, you should keep it." Mu'er-san replied, "As I will be traveling far and wide, it may be inconvenient to carry. For now, consider it entrusted to you, take good care of it." With tears in her eyes, Mu Huayue accepted it. Then, as if remembering something, she took out the white jade ring given to her by the old man from Wangjia village and handed it to Mu'er-san. "Brother, since you are going to traverse the martial world, it is bound to be perilous. You should take this ring with you, as it may come in handy." Understanding the many uncertainties that lay ahead, Mu'er-san no longer declined and accepted the ring, placing it in his bosom. The two continued to chatter about many things, feeling as though there was still much left unsaid. When their conversation turned sorrowful, they couldn't help but wipe away their tears together. Chapter 19. The Jianghu has always seen many partings. As the narrative unfolds, Yun Zhang had resolutely made up his mind, and the following day, he held a formal initiation ceremony for Mu Huayue. Though termed a ceremony, it was rather simple, attended only by a few inner sect disciples familiar with Mu Huayue. Special permission was granted for Mu'er-san to witness the proceedings. Mu Huayue offered tea as a sign of respect, and Yun Jingyi, as customary, proclaimed the sect rules, marking the completion of the ceremony. In a gesture resembling that of a brother, Mu Huayue knelt down, intending to bow to Yun Zhang. However, just as her forehead gently brushed the ground, an unseen force lifted her by her knees, raising her back up. Though you are an outer disciple, you are still quite young and have no one to look after you. Henceforth, you shall reside with Shuhe, Yun Jing declared. It had been a long time since any new faces graced the mountain, and the prospect of having a companion of similar age brought a glimmer of joy to Yun Shua, who nearly leapt with excitement and clapped her hands. Yet, you have no foundation in martial arts, and cannot afford to be reckless. Moreover, I cannot allow you to remain idle. I am in need of a scribe, so you shall stay with me during the day to assist in my studies. Upon hearing these words, Yun Shua's countenance soured, and she exclaimed loudly, Father! I began my martial training at the tender age of 3, why should my junior sister be allowed to slack off? Yun Zheng cast a sidelong glance at Yun Shua and replied, Why should it matter? It matters because I am your father. I see that you have yet to complete your morning lessons. Your senior brother is here to expound upon the sect rules. What are you doing standing here? Go and maintain a horse stance for an hour, only then may you have your lunch. The onlookers in the hall shared sympathetic glances, while Yun Shua, fuming, stamped her foot and stormed out. Mu Huayue, bewildered by the unfolding drama, found this senior sister rather peculiar. She yearned to master martial arts swiftly to avenge her family, yet her master, much like her brother, insisted she delve into the tomes of knowledge. If given the choice, she would gladly exchange places with her senior sister. Contemplating this, Mu Huayue glanced at her brother, who nodded in acknowledgement, prompting her to abandon her thoughts. Well, fine, she sighed softly, silently reasoning that her senior sister, being the daughter of the esteemed sect leader, was of a noble lineage and possessed extraordinary talent. Meanwhile, she hailed from a humble farming background. How could she possibly compare? Since her master commanded her to study, she resolved to devote herself to her studies. Thus, Mu Huayue officially entered the sect. Observing that his sister was settled, Mu Ersan felt a great weight lift from his heart. When the hour of the rat arrived, he sought out Yun Zhang. Upon Yun Zhang's notice of Mu Ersan's arrival, he wasted no words and began imparting the techniques of Lingshu Step and Meteor Chase Shadow, teaching him word by word. Though Mu Ersan was not particularly clever, he made up for it with diligence. Yun Zheng taught him merely 2 hours each night, yet he would practice until dawn without relent. When his sister awoke, he would seek her out, managing only those 2 hours in Yun Zhang's study to catch a few moments of sleep. The 10-day agreement swiftly elapsed. With insufficient foundational skills, Mu Ersan could only grasp the essence of Yun Zheng's 2 unique techniques, but under Yun Zheng's guidance, his prowess had already surpassed that of the unrefined youth who had first ascended the mountain. With time and practice, his martial skills would undoubtedly reach new heights, making him a formidable figure in the Jianghu Point. One day, after their practice, Yun Zhang led Mu Ersan back to the inner chamber, where he withdrew several books from the shelves. To Mu Ersan's astonishment, the shelf slowly shifted aside, revealing a hidden chamber behind it. Realizing that Yun Zhang intended to formally impart a secret to him, Mu Ersan's heart quickened, and he hurriedly followed. His gaze sharpened as he approached an inconspicuous box tucked away in a corner. The box appeared unremarkable, its surface coated with a fine layer of dust, as if long forgotten. As the lid creaked open, a glimmer of bronze light emerged from the darkness, captivating his breathless attention. He retrieved an object from within the box, a bronze disc, roughly the size of a palm and an inch thick. Etched upon its surface were 5 vividly rendered venomous creatures, lifelike in their detail. The intricate patterns depicted their fearsome faces and contorted bodies, instilling a chill in any who beheld it. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern fine cracks along the rim of the disc, suggesting it was merely a fragment of a once-whole object. Yun Zhang scrutinized the bronze disc in his hand, a complex expression flitting across his features before he handed it to Mu Ersan. In the southern region lies a sacred artifact known as the 5 Saint Verdant Flame Cauldron. This cauldron was forged from the essence of myriad venomous creatures, skillfully crafted by a master of the south. Years ago, I was fortunate enough to encounter this cauldron, but fate is capricious, and through a series of unforeseen events, it shattered into 4 pieces, of which I fortuitously obtained one. He paused, locking eyes with Mu Ersan, and continued, Now, I require you to seek out the remaining 3 fragments, so that we may restore this verdant flame cauldron to its former glory. Upon hearing this, Mu Ersan frowned slightly, hesitating to speak. Young man, one should not question the words of the sect leader, but you previously mentioned that the task you assign me concerns the life and death of my sister. I am but a fool, utterly ignorant of how such a malevolent object could relate to her. Yun Zhang narrowed his eyes, his gaze deep and contemplative, as if lost in distant memories. Malevolent object? It is no wonder you are unaware. Do you truly think the dark marks upon your sister are mere birthmarks? Mu Ersan's heart raced, a foreboding sense creeping upon him. Could it be? Yun Zhang nodded slightly. Indeed, she has been poisoned. How can this be? Mu Ersan exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Years ago, when Sheer gave birth to Yuer amidst chaos, it rendered her constitution weak. Sheer, hailing from the southern region, understood the interconnectedness of medicine and poison. To preserve Yuer's life, she employed a rare poison from the south to suppress the toxic affliction destined for her. Yun Zheng sighed. Thus, the horrifying marks upon Yuer's body came to be. Is there any danger to Yuer's life? Mu Ersan inquired, visibly anxious. Yun Zheng sighed heavily, his expression grave. This matter is difficult to predict, however. As long as she remains by my side, I shall do everything within my power to protect her. It should not be difficult to ensure her safety for another decade yet. You too must strive to locate the remaining fragments of the verdant flame cauldron, for it is likely that only this cauldron can eradicate the poison within Yuer. With this revelation, Mu Ersan felt no further hesitation, and his respect and gratitude for Yun Zhang grew even deeper. That night, Mu Ersan stealthily approached Yuer's chamber, gently caressing the white jade ring she had gifted him. Memories of the past 5 years, during which they had relied upon each other, flooded his heart, intensifying his feelings of reluctance. The joy Yuer had found over the past 10 days was a rare treasure. If he were to bid her farewell on the morrow, he knew not how he would bear the sorrow. After much contemplation, he resolved to leave a letter for Yuer. Just as he was hesitating, a slender figure approached. It was Yun Shujin. Are you not going to say goodbye to her? No need. If we were to meet, it would likely only cause her pain. Suit yourself. Yun Heroine. No need for formalities, just call me senior sister in front of Yuer. Senior sister Yun, Yuer is still young and has never left home. I fear she will require your care in the days to come. Very well. Mu Ersan understood that Yun Shujin was of a reserved nature, speaking little, yet she was an exceedingly dependable person. Feeling somewhat reassured, he nodded and produced the letter he had prepared earlier, handing it to Yun Shujin. I would be grateful if you could deliver this letter to Yuer. Yun Shujin accepted the letter with a slight nod. Observing her response, Mu Ersan refrained from further words, turned to pack his belongings, and then departed down the mountain. Chapter 20 The Hardships of Youth and the Relentless Passage of Time. The following dawn, as the first light of daybreak began to grace the horizon, Mu Huayue stirred from her slumber. She rushed out of her chamber, only to find the familiar figure of her elder brother, who had always kept watch here, conspicuously absent. An icy dread gripped her heart, as she realized he must have stealthily descended the mountain under the cover of night. Since her birth, the two had been inseparable. Mu Niansen was not only a loving father figure to her but also a protective elder brother, and now, faced with the abrupt separation from him, Mu Huayue felt as though a piece of her very soul had been wrenched away, leaving an aching void. Yet, life at the Fuyan sect must persist. The outer disciples were obligated to attend group training in the afternoons, while mornings were dedicated to various duties within the sect. Yun Zhang had originally instructed Mu Huayue to assist him with his calligraphy supplies each morning at the hour of the snake. During Mu Niansen's presence, the siblings would share breakfast, stroll about, and attend to the sect's chores together. However, after Mu Niansen's departure, Mu Huayue found herself at a loss for tasks to occupy her time. Despite her heartache, she possessed a pure nature and an unwavering diligence. Rising quietly before the hour of the rabbit to attend to the study, she meticulously swept the floor, polished the writing desk, and arranged the ink, brushes, paper, and inkstone in perfect order. Once her chores were completed, she would obediently sit to the side, silently engrossed in reading while awaiting Yun Zhang's arrival. Although Yun Zhang had requested her assistance in the study, he often appeared only 3 or 4 times over 10 days. On those occasions, he did not require her to perform any menial tasks. Rather, he invited her to read aloud for him, occasionally posing challenging questions that required her to seek out answers. Though Mu Huayue engaged in little manual labor, her knowledge flourished remarkably. When the afternoon arrived, she would join the other outer disciples in their training sessions. Having never practiced martial arts before, she struggled to keep up with her seniors, her movements resembling a clumsy imitation rather than a graceful execution. Yun Shujin, recognizing the futility of rushing her progress, primarily had her practice basic stances and the typing fist. Living in close quarters with Yun Shua, she observed that her junior sister, though only slightly older, had already mastered the Fuyun sword technique to an extraordinary degree. Meanwhile, Mu Huayue found her hands sore and blistered from gripping the practice staff. Wielding it with the clumsiness of a child aware of her own shortcomings compared to her peers, she remained particularly earnest in her training. After group practice, she would linger on the training grounds for an additional hour. However, mastering martial arts is not an overnight endeavor. The fruits of her labor were elusive. Often, she sat alone on the sidelines, watching the sun dip below the horizon, feeling despondent at the thought of how far she had to go before she could avenge her village. In those moments, she found herself missing her brother more acutely, and her spirits waned, rendering her reticent and withdrawn. Though young, she had undergone profound changes, and her heart was heavy with unspoken burdens. During the day, she wore a mask of normalcy, but at night, she would bury herself in her blankets, shedding tears in solitude. On one such night, as Mu Huayue wiped her tears in the confines of her blanket, a small hand suddenly lifted the cover. Looking up, she found herself face to face with Yin Shua, her dormitory companion. Though Yin Shua could be headstrong, their time together had fostered a sisterly bond, with Yin Shua often adopting a protective demeanor over her younger counterpart. Occasionally, her mischief would surface, teasing Mu Huayue, yet their relationship deepened like the grass in spring, growing imperceptibly but surely. Forgive me, have I disturbed you, little sister? Mu Huayue sniffled, gazing at Yin Shua, whose eyes still bore traces of her own tears. I was unable to sleep and thought to invite you out for some fun, Yin Shua replied with a grin, seemingly unfazed by Mu Huayue's vulnerability to it's rather late. Didn't he, the sect leader, instruct us not to venture out past the hour of the pig? Mu Huayue sat up, rubbing her eyes. Oh, you're just as rigid as your wooden-headed brother. The purpose of the rules isn't to forbid us, it's to avoid detection, Yin Shua retorted playfully. Don't speak ill of my brother. Alright, I concede. How about we say he is simply straightforward? Yin Shua shook her head in exasperation, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. So, are we going or not? If you dawdle any longer, I won't wait for you. Mu Huayue, still a child at heart, was intrigued by the prospect of adventure. Overcome by curiosity and excitement, she quickly sprang to her feet, following Yin Shua out into the night. The moonlight bathed the landscape in a silvery glow, the mountains stood silent, and the mountain breeze wove through the trees, carrying with it a refreshing coolness and the fragrance of flora. Mu Huayue, filled with curiosity, wondered what escapade Yin Shua had in mind. However, she soon realized that Yin Shua had no particular destination in mind, as she hopped about, breaking branches, kicking at the grass, and crouching to play with little insects. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Mu Huayue asked, Sister, where exactly are we going to play? Yin Shua furrowed her brow and replied, Isn't this playing? Where do you wish to go? But we can do these things during the day. Why risk breaking the rules to play with flowers and insects? Mu Huayue responded. Yin Shua, with a blade of grass in her mouth, laughed. I really can't fathom how to explain this to you. Don't you see, it's precisely because we've sneaked out at night, defying the rules, that these ordinary activities become so much more enjoyable. Mu Huayue, perplexed by her reasoning, blinked her innocent eyes and shook her head. If there is nothing truly entertaining to do, perhaps we should return to sleep. We have to rise early tomorrow. Yin Shua looked at Mu Huayue, finding her mature demeanor rather dull and sensing that her own enthusiasm was waning. Displeased, she spat out the grass. Very well, let us call it a night. It's utterly boring. Next time, I shall find a genuinely amusing place to take you. Oblivious to Yin Shua's change in mood, Mu Huayue took her hand and said, Sister, let us return. As Yin Shua felt the small hand grasp hers, a surge of sisterly affection welled up within her, instantly dispelling her earlier discontent. The two turned to head back when, unexpectedly, they encountered a figure clad in white, resembling a celestial being beneath the moonlight. It was their second sister, Yun Shujin. A tight knot formed in Mu Huayue's stomach. Fearing that their escapade would be discovered and lead to punishment. However, Yun Shua remained unperturbed, stepping aside to greet Yun Shujin with a respectful nod. Upon seeing the two, Yun Shujin's expression remained cool and impassive, offering only a slight nod before continuing on her way. Once Yun Shujin had walked far enough away, Mu Huayue cautiously inquired, Sister, why did the second sister also defy the rules? Anyone can flout the rules, does that not render them meaningless? Yun Shua chuckled, You and I cannot compare to the second sister. She specifically requested permission from our father to practice swordplay at night. He dotes on her and entrusted her with the responsibility of patrolling the mountains at night, allowing her to cultivate her skills while safeguarding the Fuyan sect. Mu Huayue's eyes widened in astonishment. The second sister has already attained such prowess, yet she still trains late into the night. Indeed, the second sister serves as the exemplar for all female disciples of the Fuyan sect. Between the eldest brother and the second sister, who possesses greater martial skill, 2 years ago, the eldest brother was slightly more advanced, but now, they seldom reveal their techniques, so I cannot say. Mu Huayue, who believed she was diligent enough, now realized that the second sister, a prodigy, dedicated herself to such relentless training. This revelation ignited within her a renewed determination to strive even harder. Hand in hand, the two continued their conversation as they walked, their small figures swiftly disappearing into the embrace of the night. Chapter 21 of The Way of the Master. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had elapsed. Mu Huayue gradually acclimatized to life within the sect. Since that day she descended the mountain, her elder brother had not made another appearance. Initially, Mu Huayue yearned for her brother day and night, often succumbing to melancholy and tears. However, as time progressed, she slowly nestled her thoughts deep within her heart. Moreover, the disciples within the sect treated her exceedingly well, particularly Yin Shua, who, despite being only slightly older, took it upon herself to advocate for Mu Huayue in every matter, thereby fostering a sense of dependence and belonging towards Fuyan sect in her heart. My brother would never deceive me. Once he fulfills the Master's commission, he will come to find me, and together we shall descend the mountain to uphold justice. She mused, and when that day comes, I shall bring along junior sister. On this day, she once again heeded Yun Zhang's command to attend the study for roll call. Master, I am troubled by a question, Mu Huayue spoke softly, the pages of the book in her hands whispering as she turned them. Speak, Yun Zhang reclined languidly in the grand chair, his demeanor relaxed, a storybook in his left hand and a sunflower seed in his right. Since you do not favor coming to the study nor require my assistance, why must I serve you here daily? Mu Huayue sighed, over the past year, while I have read numerous texts, my martial prowess has scarcely improved. The senior brother claims my foundation is too weak, that my body cannot keep up, rendering even the most profound martial techniques ineffective. Thus, I wish to inquire how I might further temper my physique. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhang set aside his book and inquired, why are you so eager to practice martial arts? Mu Huayue blinked, replying, why? In our martial world, mastering the arts is the core essence, is it not? If my skills are lacking, how shall I traverse the Jianghu in the future? If one were to probe her innermost thoughts, she would reveal that she harbored a deep-seated vendetta. The memory of the massacre of Wangjia village was indelibly etched in her mind. Naturally, she yearned to master martial arts swiftly to avenge the villagers. She had heard that junior sister had already mastered the Fuyun sword technique by the age of 7, surpassing even the adult disciples of the outer sect. Yet, as her 12th birthday approached, she remained unaccomplished. Was this not a source of mockery? Yun Zhang waved his hand dismissively. Mu Huayue promptly set her book down and rushed to stand before him, her posture straight, a mixture of tension and anticipation in her expression. Yun Zhang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his slanted phoenix eyes flickering with an elusive shadow. Mu Huayue felt an invisible pressure, her heart racing uncontrollably. Do you know who orchestrated the events surrounding Wangjia village? What was their motive? As this question hung in the air, Mu Huayue felt her mind clouded. She had only heard her elder brother and senior brother mention the matter in passing, hinting at its peculiarity, suggesting it was not the work of ordinary bandits, but they had never disclosed further details to her. She truly did not know the truth behind the village massacre, but how did it pertain to her martial training and desire for revenge? Though she was unaware of the specifics, her determination to pursue martial arts remained steadfast. If she were powerless, what would knowing the identity of the perpetrator matter? Just as Mu Huayue finished speaking, feeling justified, a surge of inexplicable confidence welled up inside her. She was about to raise her gaze to seek her masteress approval. Yun Zhang had delivered a sharp rap to her head, the unexpected pain causing her mind to buzz. Practicing martial arts? Yun Zhang's voice was laced with irritation. Revenge? Another sharp rap fell upon Mu Huayue's head. Do you realize your brother still owes me 1,000 gold in apprenticeship fees? Mu Huayue covered her throbbing head, her eyes glistening with a mix of grievance and bewilderment. She wished to argue, but once again, she felt the sting of Yun Zhang's reprimands raining down. I have fed you, provided for you, and you remain ungrateful? Enduring several more strikes, she could no longer suppress her instinct to shield herself. Master, please stop. Yun Zhang hesitated momentarily but did not completely cease his actions. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Huayue continued, I am indeed young and ignorant, yet if it were not for revenge, I could simply live a peaceful life with my brother elsewhere. Why must I squander my time here, accruing an immense debt of gratitude to you, master, while being separated from my brother? Please, master, guide me. Her voice resonated with a hint of defiance. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhang furrowed his brow, halting his actions. Enmity with parents is irreconcilable, enmity with siblings is not to be met with arms. Mu Huayue pressed on, Master, you constantly instruct me to learn these words of wisdom, do you not wish for me to comprehend reason? If one understands yet does not act upon it, why must I remain confined in this study day after day? Yun Zhang listened quietly, his gaze complex, before suddenly asking, then let me inquire, though you know not the reasons, if you were to slay all present on that day, what should be done if there was a mastermind behind it? Then that mastermind must also be slain to achieve true vengeance. Mu Huayue replied without hesitation. And what of the wives and children of those you have slain, who would come seeking vengeance against you in Fuyun sect? Yun Zhang pressed further. Mu Huayue paused, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Yun Zhang. Master, I comprehend your point, when will this cycle of vengeance cease? Drawing a deep breath, she articulated, the bonds of life and death must be respected, who dares to live in defiance of justice? With each word, she asserted, when the time comes, I shall willingly meet my end, ensuring no harm befalls my sect. Yun Zhang was momentarily speechless. He lowered his gaze, observing the slight upturn of Mu Huayue's peach blossom eyes, which sparkled with unwavering resolve. In that moment, he seemed to glimpse another figure within her, a woman who had once mirrored her intelligence, bravery, stubbornness, and tenacity. He sighed deeply, turning away to stroll towards the window. Mu Huayue felt a tightening in her chest, eager to articulate her thoughts, yet suddenly a powerful gust of energy rushed towards her. Caught off guard, she was thrust out the door by this force. The study's door slammed shut before her with a resounding thud. "Master!" Mu Huayue exclaimed in shock. Yun Zheng's voice penetrated the thick door. "It was a mistake to keep you in the study. Do as you please, and do not come to me for guidance. I shall no longer concern myself with you." A shiver coursed through Mu Huayue's heart as she discerned the finality in Yun Zheng's words. Panic enveloped her, and she pressed against the door, urgently calling, "Master, please listen to me." Yet, as her words lingered on her tongue, she found herself at a loss for what to say. After contemplating for a long while, she remained uncertain of her missteps. Stubborn by nature, she was unwilling to easily admit fault or plead for forgiveness, and thus she sat silently at the door for quite some time. Only when the sun reached its zenith did she rise slowly, leaving with a heart heavy with confusion and disappointment. Within the study, Yun Zheng remained at the window, watching Mu Huayue's diminutive figure retreating into the distance. A wave of complex emotions surged within him. He sighed softly, muttering to himself, "Junior sister, you have chosen to sacrifice yourself for righteousness, and yet here I am, left to tend to the children? Do you truly trust me with this?" Chapter 22 The Sword of Autumn Waters. Beneath the overcast clouds, Mu Huayue walked slowly along the winding path of the back mountain, the stone slabs underfoot twisting and turning as if leading to an endless journey. A gentle breeze whispered through the trees, their leaves rustling softly. Her fellow disciples busied themselves with their own affairs, leaving her solitary figure to traverse the path. Since childhood, Mu Huayue had been a well-behaved girl, cherished and adored, with Mu Niansen and her grandmother showering her with care and never once reproaching her. This was the first time she had faced reprimand, let alone being unceremoniously cast aside. An unprecedented sense of despondency crept into her heart, filled with confusion and bewilderment. Had she not merely expressed her thoughts? How could it incite such wrath from the sect leader, in Wangjia village, with its 46 souls? Such tragedy. What was wrong with seeking vengeance? Perhaps the leader merely feared the effort of teaching her, worried she might cause trouble in the future, using it as an excuse. The more she pondered, the more she felt that she and her brother had no choice but to seek refuge at the mountain gate, and now her brother was compelled to serve others for the sake of 1,000 taels of apprenticeship fees, while she learned nothing of true merit. At this rate, who knew when she would be able to avenge her great grievances? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she missed her brother and late grandmother even more, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Crying as she walked, she reached a moonlit pool behind the mountain. The water was crystal clear, and as she leaned in to look, she saw only half of her face shrouded in darkness. No wonder the sect leader despised her. She could hardly bear to look at herself, for this moonlit pool indeed bore a fitting name. Yet while other disciples had faces as radiant as the full moon, hers resembled merely a waning crescent. Although Mu Huayue was aware of her unusual appearance, her brother's gaze had always reflected genuine affection, so she never felt lacking in comparison to others. Now, though her fellow disciples never spoke of her appearance in her presence, they inevitably averted their eyes upon seeing her. She had caught wind of the whispers, "The girl Huayue possesses beautiful brows and eyes," yet, in that moment, a seed of self-doubt unexpectedly took root within her. The world often claims that one's appearance reflects the heart. Was it merely because of her looks that others treated her with superficial politeness, never genuinely engaging with her? Such thoughts were baseless, yet Mu Huayue, in her youthful exuberance and naivete, found herself overwhelmed by her emotions, wishing to view all matters through the lens of cosmic injustice, feeling utterly alone in the world. Sorrow surged within her, tears cascading like a string of pearls, ultimately erupting into uncontrollable sobs that echoed through the tranquil valley. "Who was there?" Suddenly, a voice broke through her lament, startling her from her reverie. She quickly rose, mortified at the thought of being caught in such a vulnerable state. Hastily wiping her face with her sleeve, she turned to face the source of the voice with an air of feigned composure. Before her stood a tall man in white, wielding a sword of autumn waters, his countenance strikingly handsome, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from a painting. It was her eldest brother, Yun Zhengyi. In the sect of Fuyun, although Yun Zheng was the leader, he was known for his carefree and unconventional nature, seldom involving himself in the mundane affairs of the sect. Conversely, his elder brother, Yun Zhengyi, while responsible for the sect's essential matters, often wandered far and wide, spending more than half of each month away from the gates. It was the second elder sister, Yun Shujin, who shouldered the weighty responsibilities, guiding the disciples in their morning and evening practices, patrolling the mountains and safeguarding their borders, diligently tending to the sect day in and day out. Yet, Yun Zhengyi's upright demeanor and gentle warmth earned him great respect, and the Sword of Autumn Waters had gained considerable renown in the martial world, making him the object of admiration for countless disciples. Now, feeling utterly embarrassed as her awkwardness was witnessed by her eldest brother. Mu Huayue's cheeks flushed with shame. At this hour, you should be in the study. How is it that you find yourself here? Yun Jingyi spoke gently. At his words, a pang of sorrow gripped her heart, recalling the moment she had been cast out by her master, Yun Zhang. She struggled to contain her emotions, but her voice betrayed her, choking with unshed tears. My master, he seeing her in such distress, although he was unaware of the specifics, Yun Jingyi had some inkling of her plight. If it is inconvenient, there is no need to speak. I just returned to the mountain and was actually looking for you. Since you have no assignments, let us take a stroll together. Mu Huayue nodded and stepped closer to Yun Jingyi. He gestured for her to take his hand. Having never held another man's hand aside from her brother's, she felt a flutter of anxiety, hesitating for a moment before placing her hand in his. Yun Jingyi grasped her hand, and together they walked swiftly, as if carried by the wind. Mu Huayue felt as though her feet barely touched the ground, and in the blink of an eye, they had traversed several paces. Her heart raced with astonishment, glancing back to see the moonlit pool now barely visible amidst the lush forest, as if they had crossed into another realm. Before she could fully absorb the scene, the trees before her swayed, and with the next blink, overwhelmed, Mu Huayue marveled. Wow, is this the lightness of foot practiced in our sect? Her earlier worries dissipated, excitement surged within her, and her grip on Yun Jingyi's hand became slick with perspiration, fearful of losing her footing. After a brief journey, however, she felt dizzy, her surroundings whirling by, leaving her utterly disoriented. A wave of nausea washed over her, and she exclaimed, eldest brother, I can't continue. Before she could finish her sentence, a wave of discomfort surged in her throat, and she quickly released Yun Jingyi's hand, staggering to the side, unable to contain her retching. Observing her plight, Yun Jingyi's lips curled into a light-hearted smile. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight, only to reappear moments later with a handful of vibrant red fruits. Here, try this cloud thorn fruit. Mu Huayue accepted the fruit, cautiously placing a few into her mouth. Instantly, an indescribable sourness flooded her senses, causing her petite face to scrunch up and her eyes to narrow as though overwhelmed by a potent stimulus. However, miraculously, the wave of nausea that had consumed her began to ebb significantly. She bore the acidity, forcing herself to swallow the few cloud thorn fruits. As she stood up, she found the sourness had vanished, replaced by a subtle sweetness that piqued her curiosity. She blinked, momentarily lost in the unexpected, delightful sensation. When she finally realized that she had once again embarrassed herself before her eldest brother, a wave of awkwardness washed over her. Stealing a glance at Yun Jingyi, she found him unperturbed, simply gazing at her with a warm smile. I was too hasty in my steps, Yun Jingyi said with a gentle smile, but fortunately, we are nearly there. Let us take our time moving forward. Chapter 23, What constitutes a matter of paramount importance. Mu Huayue raised her head to gaze upward, where she beheld a dense forest rising majestically in the distance, its trees entwined in a passionate embrace. Amongst them, the azure sky and dappled sunlight peeked through, suggesting a realm of enlightenment and hidden wonder. An invigorating thrill coursed through her as she felt the wind beneath her feet. She took 2 steps for every one, propelling herself up the final stone step with fervor. In an instant, the vista before her opened up dramatically, revealing a cliffside platform spanning over 100 zhang, resembling the terminus of a celestial ladder that pierced the clouds. Peering down, she saw layers of tumultuous seas of clouds swirling restlessly, beneath which rugged peaks loomed, and when the winds rose, the clouds and forest shimmered in a harmonious dance, reminiscent of the rolling waves of an ocean extending to the farthest horizon, evoking a sense of serene elation. In the distance, wisps of smoke spiraled gracefully into the air, like silver threads waltzing amidst the blue, while beneath that smoke, the Fuyan Gate lay concealed within the vast expanse of clouds and lush mountains, its presence rendered invisible. Mu Huayue could not help but marvel inwardly. The mountains encircling the Fuyan Gate were undeniably magnificent, yet they paled in comparison to the boundless expanse that lay before her at this moment. A surge of indescribable excitement welled up within her, making her feel inconsequential as a speck of dust in this vast universe, prompting her to let out a jubilant shout. Once the initial exhilaration ebbed, she followed Yun Jingyi's example, sitting cross-legged at the cliff's edge, surrendering to the mountain breeze that danced around her, her garments fluttering as if she were suspended among the clouds, cultivating her spirit beyond the confines of the earthly realm. This is Jingfeng, Yun Jingyi began, his tone laced with a gentle warmth. In the past, whenever your second senior sister incurred our master's ire, she would sneak away to this place, and each time, she would insist that I search for her. Yet Mu Huayue, oblivious to the tenderness in his words, exclaimed in astonishment, What? Even someone as exceptional as my second senior sister would be reprimanded by our master? With a soft sigh, Yun Jingyi continued, Shujin, during her youth, faced immense hardships and endured humiliation. Upon entering our sect, her pride made her inflexible, often leading to conflicts with her fellow disciples. The image of Yun Shujin's frosty demeanor flashed through Mu Huayue's mind, leaving her However, her deep-seated grievances compelled her to seek vengeance against those who had wronged her, leading her to descend the mountain on several occasions to pursue retribution. Had it not been for our master and the intervention of several uncles, she might have already met her demise. He paused, then added, in all other matters, she heeds our master's teachings, but on this issue, her obsession remains unyielding, straining her relationship with him further. Eventually, our master, in a fit of exasperation, declared that should she remain obstinate, he would cast her down the mountain, forbidding her from ever claiming the title of Fuyun disciple again. In a moment of impulsive defiance, she placed the falling sunset sword, a gift from our master, at the entrance of the Fuyun hall and resolutely descended the mountain. What? Mu Huayue gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Your actions shocked all the disciples within the gate as well, Yun Jingyi remarked with a touch of nostalgia. Unexpectedly, a year later, she returned to the mountain gate, kneeling at the entrance of the Fuyun hall for 3 days, seeking forgiveness from our master and vowing never to step outside the Fuyun gate again. Ultimately, our master, softened by her sincerity, welcomed her back into the fold. What had my senior sister been doing during that year away? Mu Huayue inquired, her heart racing with curiosity. Yun Jingyi smiled gently, replying, as for that, perhaps one day you will have the chance to ask Chu Jin yourself. Mu Huayue sat in silence for a moment, her brow furrowed, before finally speaking, is it not a matter of natural order to seek vengeance for the wrongs done to one's parents, siblings, and friends? Why, then, does our master appear so devoid of compassion in obstructing such a pursuit? Upon hearing this, Yun Jingyi slowly lifted his gaze, his voice steady as he replied, in these tumultuous times of strife and discord, who among us does not bear the weight of profound enmity? Consider our brother Yin Jingxia, who once walked the world as a bodyguard. He lost his entire family, including his pregnant wife, to the tyrannical oppression of the Qi army, leaving him the sole survivor, albeit with the loss of an eye. At this juncture, Yun Jingyi paused, then continued, take, for example, the kitchen attendant, old Chui, who was once an ordinary farmer in his village. One day, he ventured into the city to procure supplies for his newborn grandson's celebration, only to return and discover that his entire village had been razed by bandits. Having finally scraped together a meager livelihood and welcomed a grandson into his life, he lost it all in a single night, a tragic tale indeed. Yun Jingyi recounted the pasts of many disciples within the sect, leaving Mu Huayue aghast, her heart swirling with tumult. Until now, she had observed the tranquility and laughter of her fellow disciples, believing herself to be the most unfortunate soul in the world, only to realize that nearly everyone carried their own hidden burdens of suffering. Suddenly, a flicker of anger ignited within her, and she indignantly exclaimed, in such a world, where the common folk are treated like mere livestock, is there truly no law to protect them? As soon as those words escaped her lips, she became acutely aware that both the government forces and the bandits were complicit in the slaughter of the people. In this chaotic era, what distinction could there be between the two? What talk of laws could even hold weight? Although she had read some texts and grasped the Confucian ideals of governance, upon deeper reflection, she found those principles applicable only in times of peace. In this current state of upheaval, the common folk had no semblance of a tranquil life, rendering such lofty discourses painfully inadequate. Yet, despite this realization, Mu Huayue felt as though 1,000 words clawed at her throat, stifled and unexpressed. Even so, could one truly rely on the sanctuary of the sect to safeguard their life and simply cast aside their grievances? The moment she uttered this thought, even she found it hard to believe. If all her fellow disciples bore deep-seated vendettas, how could they find solace within the sect, untroubled by their thirst for vengeance? Yun Jingyi pondered for a moment before responding, you pose an excellent question. Allow me to ask you in turn, if one day your grievances are avenged, will there be nothing else worthy of your pursuit? Mu Huayue fell silent, recalling that her brother had once posed a similar question. At that time, she had thought that if she could enjoy a meal and listen to tales, it would be a heavenly existence. Compared to such simple pleasures, was revenge not a matter of utmost significance? Yet, in light of these trivial matters, she found herself struggling to articulate her thoughts. Yun Jingyi gently patted her head, saying, do not worry, you are still young and have much to learn with time. But remember, while revenge may align with natural justice, it is not the sole purpose of existence, nor is it the most paramount concern. What, then, constitutes a matter of paramount importance? Mu Huayue queried. Yun Jingyi smiled, that is a matter of perspective, varying from person to person. However, I believe that for those disciples who do not rush towards vengeance, it may not be that they have forgotten their past grievances, but rather that they cherish the bonds of loyalty to the sect, prioritizing their response. Surely, his words hold merit. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder, if one were to judge by charm and charisma, her master seemed to surpass him, even as he incessantly spoke of 1,000 gold coins. Chapter 24 of the black-clothed puppets and the shining earrings. The two siblings sat atop the majestic mountain peak for quite a while, allowing time to slip away like fine sand, until the sun gradually descended in the west before they finally rose. The mountain breeze caressed their faces, carrying a hint of coolness yet refreshing and pleasant. Suddenly, Mu Huayue recalled something and looked up to ask Yun Zhenyi, "Elder brother, you mentioned earlier that you had something to discuss with me. May I inquire what it is?" Yun Zhenyi smiled gently, producing a small cloth pouch from his bosom and handing it to Mu Huayue. "I ventured down the mountain to the southern wilderness and happened upon your brother. He entrusted this item to me with the request to pass it on to you, conveying that he is in good health and urging you to diligently practice martial arts within the sect. By year's end, he will surely return to visit you. Is that truly the case?" Upon hearing this, Mu Huayue's eyes sparkled with a blend of excitement, joy, and an ineffable warmth. She hastily accepted the small pouch, carefully unwrapping it to reveal two palm-sized puppets, vividly lifelike, alongside several candies meticulously wrapped in oiled paper, exuding an enticing sweetness. These were the unique black-clothed puppets and rose-flavored sweets from the southern wilderness. Noticing that Mu Huayue merely picked up the candies to examine them closely before lovingly rewrapping them, Yun Zhenyi could not help but feel curious and asked, "Do you not wish to taste them now?" Mu Huayue shook her head. "Previously, my brother promised the junior sister that whatever I have, she shall have a share too. I intend to take it back to enjoy with her." At this, Yun Zhenyi's gaze softened, touched by her kindness. Though young, she possessed a good heart, unaware that her brother had not mentioned Shui even once. As the conversation turned to Mu'er-san, Mu Huayue became increasingly animated, eagerly inquiring about various details concerning her brother. Yun Zhenyi, no longer employing his ethereal steps, accompanied her along the path back to the sect's entrance, where they unexpectedly encountered Yun Shujin. "Tonight, we must gather as brothers and hear you recount your adventures in detail." Yun Zhenyi smiled at his enthusiasm. "Ah, so you were waiting for me here. Very well, first help me take my satchel back to my room. Remember, there is a pouch of Wuxing wine hidden within. It is a fine brew from the southern wilderness. I warn you, do not indulge in it without permission." With a gentle wave of his hand, the satchel seemed to sprout wings, landing securely in Yun Zhenyi's grasp. "Understood. Rest assured, elder brother, I shall not indulge alone." Yun Zhenyi chuckled, his face brimming with pride. Yun Zhenyi smiled silently, his gaze tenderly landing upon Yun Shujin. "Elder brother," Yun Shujin saluted, concern etched on her face. "Your return has been delayed by 3 months compared to your original plan. Was there an issue? Are you injured?" Yun Zhenyi responded with a warm smile. "Indeed, there were some obstacles, yet nothing serious. Am I not standing before you in good health?" He then produced a finely crafted wooden box from his bosom, adorned with intricate carvings, and presented it to Yun Shujin. Though the treasures of the southern wilderness may not rival the exquisite craftsmanship of the central plains, they possess their own charm. "Take a look at this." Yun Shujin's cheeks flushed slightly as she accepted the box and gently opened it. Yun Zhenyi and Mu Huayue leaned in with curiosity, revealing a pair of teardrop-shaped earrings that shimmered with a metallic luster that was neither silver nor gold, sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight. Closing the box, Yun Shujin returned it to Yun Zhenyi, saying softly, "Elder brother, you know I do not adorn myself with such embellishments." Yun Zhenyi quickly pressed her hand down, a serious glint in his eyes. No, this is not an ordinary ornament. These earrings conceal a mechanism. A gentle twist reveals a poisoned silver needle within, suitable for use as a concealed weapon. In the future, while traversing the martial world, you may find such an item invaluable." Upon learning of its ingenious design, astonishment flickered in Yun Shujin's eyes as she reopened the box. Indeed, with a gentle push at the edge of the earring, it could be separated, revealing a delicate silver needle gleaming with a faint blue light. Yun Shujin examined it thoughtfully, sighing, "It is truly exquisite, elder brother, but I have already promised master that I shall not step off the mountain again. It would be a waste to keep such a remarkable item on me." Yet, despite her words, she did not return the box to Yun Zhenyi. Observing this, Yun Zhenyi teased, "Oh dear, elder brother, how biased you are. How much thought you must have invested in the gift for the second sister, while for us brothers, you only brought back a jug of wine. Such stinginess." Before Yun Zhenyi could respond, Yun Shujin shot him a sidelong glance. "If you do not cherish that wine, you may very well give it to me." Upon hearing this, Mu Huayue felt a surge of envy. She gazed at the elder brother and second sister. Despite their contrasting personalities, their sentiments resonated so harmoniously, a bond unrestrained and genuine, leaving one at a loss for words. "Where are you both rushing off to? Is there something amiss?" Yun Zhenyi inquired, sensing a shift in their demeanor. "Ah," Yun Zhenyi gestured with his chin towards Mu Huayue. Today, the senior sister led everyone in group training, only to discover that the little one was missing. We heard she was reprimanded by master this morning, and we feared she had wandered off somewhere. We were just about to search when, by chance, we encountered you returning. Upon hearing this, recently, there have been rumors of a terrifying old cicada monster lurking near Fuyun Mountain, said to snatch away village children and feast upon their brains. You must be cautious not to be captured. Mu Huayue's lips twitched slightly, revealing a hint of exasperated amusement. Fourth brother, I am already 12 years old. Such tales are only frightening to 3-year-olds. At this, everyone burst into laughter, their jovial voices echoing as they escorted the elder brother towards the disciples' quarters. Little one, tonight we shall host a welcome feast for elder brother at the back mountain. You should return to your room and rest. Remember to invite Shuhi to join us later. Mu Huayue nodded, her heart swelling with warmth and gratitude. Upon returning to her room, she shared the puppets and rose-flavored sweets with Yun Shuhi. Yun Shuhi presumed it was a thoughtful gift from Muersan, igniting within her a sense of longing and secret delight as she recalled his strikingly handsome and audacious visage, making the rose-flavored sweets taste even sweeter. Chapter 25:3 Cups of Promise. The 5 mountains become light under the luminous full moon, casting its silvery glow upon the peak of Fuyun Mountain. A bonfire blazed fervently atop the rear mountain platform, illuminating the faces of the gathered disciples. The night breeze gently caressed them, bringing the refreshing coolness of the mountains, yet it did little to diminish the fervor in their hearts. Master brother, I have heard that you have gone forth to investigate the assassination attempt on the virtuous minister Gaoping. What news? Were you able to apprehend the villain? After a few rounds of drinks, one junior disciple spoke up. Such matters are mere fabrications, do not speak foolishly. I am merely following the master's orders to visit an old friend in the southern frontier whom I have not seen in many years. Do not spread baseless rumors. Ah, yes, but tell us more about this friend of yours. What do they look like? Are they truly formidable? Humph, what is so special about them? They are simply an ordinary person, with 2 eyes and a mouth, just like you and me. Master brother, do not hide the truth any longer. We have heard from the gossip in the martial world that the southern frontier's Gu King, Mosia, fled in a panic, only to be relentlessly pursued by a swordsman clad in white. Though the swordsman's face is veiled, the autumn water sword in their hand dances as if it were a dragon and phoenix in flight, impervious to the poisons and goo worms that would dare approach. One disciple, evidently skeptical, vividly recounted the latest tales from the martial realm. Yet that old rascal, in his final battle, desperate for victory, consumed an excessive amount of gold and silkworm goo to forcibly enhance his combat prowess. Alas, he could not escape death, ultimately having his throat pierced by that white-clad swordsman, his head rolling to the ground. Another disciple interjected, his words filled with astonishment. Haha, I too was fortunate enough to encounter that white-clad hero, and shared 3 cups of wine with him. He is indeed a remarkable individual, yet, I did not realize that even before his return, tales of his exploits had already spread throughout the martial world. Haha. With that, Yun Jingyi laughed heartily, his face alight with pride, yet seemingly attempting to conceal something. The group, usually serene and temperate, took advantage of the rare gathering amidst the curfew, and soon the air was filled with the clinking of cups and boisterous laughter as they drank merrily. Mu Huayue, observing her senior brothers and sisters, was entranced, feeling as though she had never heard such captivating tales before, stories of chivalry and righteousness unfolding in the life of her own master brother. As the revelry continued, despite the many taboos surrounding Qi Shua, she grasped the essence of their conversation. While their sect upheld peace through martial prowess, it was acceptable to wield the sword against those who were heinously wicked. Indeed, to fight for personal grudges was but a minor righteousness. It was for the sake of the world's populace, to restore justice, that one would embrace the greater righteousness. Lost in thought, Mu Huayue was suddenly pulled by Yun Shuhi. Little one, what are you doing here? Master brother is about to engage in a drinking contest and sword wager with 4th senior brother. The loser must teach all of us present a sword technique. Come, let us squeeze in before we miss the show. The two exerted a great deal of effort to navigate through the gaps between legs and finally reached the center of the gathering, just as Yun Jingyi proclaimed loudly, brothers. Today's challenge, whoever finishes 3 jars of wine first shall be the victor. With that, he seized the first jar of fine wine, broke the seal, and tilted his head back to drink deeply, the liquid cascading down like a waterfall, exuding a sense of bravado. Yun Jingyi, equally spirited, laughed heartily and said, "What a good junior brother, I shall let you take the first 3 sips." Before he could finish speaking, the autumn water sword had already sprung forth like a nimble serpent, deftly lifting another jar from the table, the wine flowing like a babbling brook, tracing a crystalline arc through the air, and directly into Yun Jingyi's mouth. Well done, the disciples cheered in unison, applause echoing around them. Who do you think will win? Yun Shuhui asked, cheering and leaning toward Mu Huayue. I wager Master Brother possesses greater inner strength. He will surely triumph. Haha, then you may be in for a surprise. Fourth senior brother, known as the Benevolent Hand, must have secretly consumed countless elixirs to dare compete against Master Brother. Just wait and see. Yun Shuhui replied mysteriously, a smile playing on her lips. As expected, by the time they reached the first jar, both were still evenly matched, but by the second jar, Yun Jingyi's complexion had reddened, his form swaying slightly as he leaned against a junior brother, struggling to maintain his balance. In contrast, Yun Jingyi remained composed, still drinking heartily, exuding an air of confidence. As fourth senior brother neared the bottom of his jar and prepared to call for a third, Yun Jingyi exclaimed, "Enough! Such fine wine cannot be consumed solely by us two, we must leave some for the other junior brothers." Ha ha! Upon hearing this, Yun Jingyi set down his jar and laughed heartily. Very well. Does Master Brother concede defeat? I concede, let us wager and face the consequences. Everyone, make way. Yun Jingyi agreed with gusto. The crowd, upon hearing this, erupted in excitement, eagerly parting to create a space for Yun Jingyi. Though his steps were slightly unsteady, Yun Jingyi stood proudly, his sword like a dragon soaring through the heavens, unwavering in its stance. The wine jar remained steady atop his sword, seemingly fused with it, inseparable. With a powerful flick of his wrist, he unleashed his inner strength, sending the wine jar soaring into the sky like an arrow released from its bow, the sword flower entwined around it, swirling gracefully. The jar spun and twirled in midair, never falling, akin to a shooting star streaking across the sky, dazzling and radiant. Bravo! The disciples clapped and cheered, their voices reverberating across the landscape. Then, as Yun Jingyi's sword shifted, its glimmering light flashing, he took a step forward, moving with an ethereal grace. His figure became a blur, like a wraith, appearing and disappearing before their eyes. The audience felt a chilling sword intent brush past their noses, sharp and piercing, yet the sword's shadow remained elusive, as if it had transformed into an intangible wind, omnipresent. Though they could not see Yun Jingyi clearly, they heard him recite aloud. The Jiao guest adorns a cap of scarlet tassels, the Wu hook gleams like frost and snow. A silver saddle on a white horse shines bright, galloping like a meteor. 3 cups of promise, the 5 mountains weigh lightly. After the dizzying spectacle, ambition ignites like vibrant hues. As he uttered the final word, Yun Jingyi's form suddenly halted, one palm bracing against the ground while the sword's tip pointed skyward. The wine jar continued to spin atop the sword's tip, steady as a topi. With a resounding laugh, Yun Jingyi sheathed his sword and rose, overflowing with exuberance. The crowd erupted in cheers, surrounding him, raising their cups in camaraderie. Master Brother, you are cheating. You promised to teach us a sword technique, yet we saw nothing. Still in a state of delightful inebriation, Yun Jingyi swayed on his feet, as if he might stumble at any moment, yet he laughed heartily, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Ah, this technique, chivalrous traveler's move, was co-created by me and your second senior sister. Now that I am inebriated, you shall seek her out tomorrow, let her teach you, I assure you will see it clearly. At that moment, the crowd erupted into playful banter, laughter ringing out as they teased one another. Some shook their heads, mimicking Yun Jingyi's charmingly drunken demeanor, others exchanged jests, speculating on how second senior sister might teach the sword technique. The entire atmosphere brimmed with joy and laughter, as if the very air was infused with mirth. Mu Huayue, unable to comprehend the sword techniques, merely felt that Master Brother was akin to a celestial being, extraordinarily powerful, and she clapped along with Yun Shuhui in delight. Chapter 26 The Warning of Qingfu Ling Mountain Gate. Atop the distant peaks, where the moon shone like a mirror, Yun Zheng stood with a time-worn wine jug in hand, his posture relaxed as he gazed through the mist at a group of disciples frolicking at the foot of the mountain. A gentle smile unconsciously graced his lips. Master, you must refrain from drinking now. A clear and melodious female voice broke the tranquility. Yun Shujin, undaunted, stepped forward and deftly snatched the jug from Yun Zheng's grasp. Bold enough to dare such an act against him, she was truly one of a kind in the entire martial world. Oh, this is not wine, it is goji berry ginseng tea. Goji berry ginseng tea. Yun Zheng exclaimed, a look of helplessness etched on his face, the authority of a master dissipating in that moment. He hurriedly reached out to reclaim the jug, his eyes rife with urgency. Yun Shujin nimbly dodged his grasp, uncorked the jug, and took a delicate whiff, confirming its rich aroma before nodding slightly and replacing the lid, tossing the jug back to Yun Zheng. The junior mistress made it clear long ago, that unless it pertains to matters of life and death, master is prohibited from drinking. Her tone was calm yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. Ah, the junior mistress. She never taught you to incessantly defy your elders. Yun Zheng huffed in exasperation, his expression a blend of dissatisfaction and resignation. Furthermore, the junior mistress also stated that should master act recklessly, there is no need to consider rank. One may simply take action. A faint smile curved Yun Shujin's lips, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint. You. Yun Zhang was momentarily rendered speechless, and after a pause, he begrudgingly uncorked the jug and took a hearty swig of the ginseng tea, his face a portrait of resignation and concession. These children are causing a ruckus on the mountain. As their supervising elder sister, how can you simply stand by? With a soft smile, Yun Shujin crossed her legs and gazed into the distance. Does Master wish for me to join them? I am of a cold disposition, perhaps they would be more at ease in my absence. Moreover, the junior mistress instructed me to stay by Master's side during the full moon. Humph, Yun Zhang grunted softly, yet a flicker of warmth was evident in his eyes. The night enveloped the mountain like ink, silently saturating the rear slopes. The senior brothers, in various states of intoxication, lay scattered across the grass, as if entranced by the scent of wine, some resting their heads on their arms, others curled up, the sound of their snores rising and falling like a gentle tide. Yun Shua clamored for the 5 sacred wines brought back by the eldest senior brother, and Yun Zhang, with no choice, acquiesced. However, after but a shallow sip, Yun Shua collapsed beside him, sprawled out with a satisfied smile, deep in slumber. Mu Huayue, contemplating the words exchanged between the master and senior brother during the day, found her mind racing, momentarily free from sleepiness. Water, little junior sister, please fetch me a bowl of water. A voice abruptly shattered the night's serenity. Mu Huayue turned to see a senior brother leaning against the ground, his eyes hazy with drunkenness. Mumbling incoherently, she chuckled softly, observing the disarray of bodies around her, warmth blossoming in her heart as she found it amusing how her earlier thoughts of superficial pleasantries among them seemed so trivial now. Shaking her head to clear her mind, she gathered several empty wine jars and made her way to the kitchen. The Fuyan sec remained as it always was, with only the night breeze gently rustling through the trees, occasionally pierced by the faint cries of birds or beasts, quickly swallowed by the encroaching darkness, returning to stillness. Yet beneath this tranquility, currents stirred. A lithe shadow, like a ghost, flitted through the depths of the thicket, silently approaching the inner gate. What is going on today? Even that girl Yun Shujin seems to have vanished. The shadow murmured inwardly. Better yet, no one is around. Let me see if I can poison these hypocritical pretenders today. The figure darted towards the kitchen, atop the mountain. Yun Shujin suddenly opened her eyes. The bonfire in the rear mountain still flickered, laughter gradually fading, leaving only a few disciples singing and drinking in the distance. Her heart settled slightly. With the eldest senior brother present, there should be no cause for alarm. However, an unsettling thought nagged at her, and she reopened her eyes, straining to discern the figures in the distance. Something feels amiss. Yun Shujin rose and glanced at Yun Zhang beside her. The master remained in deep meditation, eyes closed, brow furrowed, his proud visage unusually grave, a faint white mist emanating from him. Since that year when he was wounded, he had to meditate in desolate places during the full moon, harnessing the moonlight to dispel the cold energy within him. Now, he appeared to be at a critical juncture, and if anything were to occur within the sect, it was imperative that he remain unharmed. After pondering, Yun Shujin drew a small string of bells from her bosom, channeling her inner strength into them, producing a soft, rhythmic chime. Suddenly, a delicate jingling sound wafted from the bonfire, startling Yun Zhang into alertness. He reached into his robes and retrieved a similar set of small copper bells. These bells were the mother bell of the Qingfu pair that he had previously given to Yun Shujin. No matter how far apart, one would always sense the other's movements. At this moment, the child bell trembled slightly, emitting a faint echo. Yun Zhang's heart tightened, and he redirected his energy, shaking off some of the effects of the wine. He lifted his gaze to the sky, where the full moon hung high. Yun Shujin must be on guard for Master. Could something have happened to Master? No, that couldn't be. If anything had befallen him, she would have raised the alarm. It must be that something has occurred, and she is unable to leave. Yun Zhang sat up, glancing at the still sleeping Yun Shua resting on his lap, offering a gentle smile as he bent down to carry her. Noticing the absence of Mu Huayue, he surmised she must have returned to her quarters. Yun Zhang focused his mind and awakened several of the inner disciples with profound inner strength, instructing them to remain vigilant while he carried Yun Shua, performing the Lingshu steps towards the inner chambers. As the door creaked open, he placed Yun Shua down, only to suddenly realize something was amiss. The room was empty, devoid of Mu Huayue's presence. Shujin, you must guard the mountain gate diligently, do not let your guard down. Yun Zhang's voice was steady, laced with an undeniable authority. With a surge of energy, he raised his cloak, and to the remaining inner disciples, he commanded, follow me at once to patrol the mountain, scouring every inch of land to ensure we bring back Sister Huayue safe and sound. Upon hearing this, the inner disciples' expressions hardened, and they bowed in unison, their voices resounding like, I request to accompany you to find Yuer. Shuha, stand down. Yun Zheng frowned, his tone laced with an unyielding severity. This matter is grave, and it is not a time for you to play around. Yet Yun Shuha did not waver. She took a step closer, meeting Yun Zheng's gaze with unwavering resolve. Senior brother, Yue is like a sister to me now that she is in peril. How can I remain idle? Furthermore, my Lingshu steps, do you not trust them? I assure you, I will not be a burden. Upon hearing her words, Yun Zheng's eyes flickered, and he turned his gaze towards the silent figure of their master, Yun Zhang. Seeing Yun Zheng nod slightly, he finally relented, gravely addressing his fellow disciples. Though Sister Huayue is the newest among us, every disciple in our sect is like family. We must ensure her safety and not allow any nefarious scoundrels to believe they can trifle with the disciples of Fuyan's sect. With that, he surged forward, his robes billowing, and the inner disciples, resolute in spirit, tightened their grips on their weapons, vowing to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yun Zheng in defense of their kinship. Chapter 27 of the Elder Cicada. In the midst of chaos, Mu Huayue awakened, her surroundings enveloped in an abyss of profound darkness, the air thick with the fetid stench of decay and mildew. She attempted to move, only to discover that her limbs were shackled by chains, leaving her to feel the icy stone wall beneath her. A chilling, damp atmosphere clung tightly to her body. Oh no! Mu Huayue's heart contracted sharply, fear creeping up her spine like icy tendrils. The last thing she remembered was fetching water alone from the kitchen. She had been ambushed from behind, and before she could react, darkness had claimed her. Who could it be who would dare to act against her on Fuyun Mountain? As she pondered in silent alarm, a distorted figure began to materialize from the depths of the darkness, drawing closer until its true form was revealed. One side of its face was charred by fire, marred with scars and grotesque growths, and one eye was entirely missing, leaving behind a gaping, empty socket. Its hair was a wild tangle, reminiscent of dry grass, and its hunched form was draped in tattered rags, with arms that appeared as blackened sticks, covered in scars. Rumors had circulated that a monstrous elder cicada, cloaked in dark, matted hair, had been abducting village children to crack open their skulls and feast upon their brains. At that moment, a wave of chilling dread surged from her feet, leaving her covered in goosebumps. She had thought that Yun Jingyan's jest had merely been a prank, yet here she was, confronted with the reality of her predicament. Summoning her courage, she trembled as she spoke. Who are you? Why have you captured me? The elder cicada inched closer, its gaunt fingers grazing her cheek, sending a jolt of icy terror coursing through her. Yun Zhang, that scoundrel, has betrayed his kin and committed vile deeds. Who would have thought his daughter would bear such an abominable appearance? Truly, the cycle of karma is relentless and unforgiving. A tightness gripped Mu Huayue's heart, and she nearly blurted out a denial of her identity. However, she quickly reconsidered. Should this wretched creature discover it had made a mistake, it would surely return to the mountain, putting Yin Shua in peril. She suppressed her rising panic and adopted the tone of Yin Shua. You, old fiend, dare to invoke my father's name? When he arrives, he shall flay you alive and leave you to suffer, making you wish for death. To her surprise, the elder cicada did not respond with fury, but instead let out a chilling, disconcerting cackle. Flay me alive? Your father laid his hands upon me a decade ago. Do you truly believe I would fear the likes of you today? He advanced slowly, the stench emanating from him akin to that of rotting flesh, a foul odor that assaulted her senses and nearly caused her to retch. Instinctively, she curled into herself, trying to hide within the cold shadows. Little one, he murmured, his voice deep and hoarse, like the haunting call of an owl, tell me, how should I savor you slowly? Your tender flesh could satisfy me for a week. Shall I begin with your legs, then your hands, followed by your heart and liver, and finally crack open your skull to relish the taste? What do you think? Mu Huayue felt her hair stand on end, terror surging from her toes to the crown of her head, her teeth chattering involuntarily. Struggling to maintain her composure, she forced out a few words through trembling lips. You wretched fiend, if you have the courage, grant me a swift death. Ha, a swift death? The elder cicada's eyes gleamed with sadistic delight, as if he could already envision her in a state of utter despair. I intend to make Yun Zhang witness his precious daughter becoming a mere shadow of her former self, a fate worse than death. Ha ha ha. Seeing Mu Huayue's complexion turn as pale as a sheet, yet with defiance still flickering in her eyes, the elder cicada felt a surge of uncontainable arrogance swell within him. With a sinister smile, he proposed, how about this, little one, if you kneel before me and crawl 3 circles like a dog, I might consider sparing your life. As long as I have food, you will not go hungry. What say you? Mu Huayue's heart raced with 1,000 fears, and myriad faces flashed through her mind, her brother, her mother, and Uncle Wang, who had met a gruesome end at the hands of the wicked. Had any of them ever knelt in supplication? If she were to submit today, would it not trample the spirit of all those who had stood firm? Clenching her teeth, she spat a mouthful of saliva onto the old demoness face paw. You shall never have me. I am a disciple of Fuyin. I would rather be shattered than live in shame. You speak of heroism, yet you prey upon the weak. What kind of hero are you? If you dare, strike me down and see if I flinch. The elder cicada let out a maniacal laugh, as if her words had struck a nerve, rising to his feet and shaking the candle flames with his raucous mirth. After a moment, he finally stifled his laughter, his gaze turning cold as steel. Heroic deeds? You think I aspire to be a hero? As Mu Huayue beheld the frenzied visage of the old fiend, terror surged within her like a tidal wave, her fists clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white, and she shut her eyes, unwilling to witness his madness. The madman's laughter abruptly ceased, plunging the cavern into an eerie silence, save for the frantic beating of her heart echoing in her ears. One eye of the old demon glimmered like a ghostly flame, fixating on Mu Huayue's defiant countenance. Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes, and though her petite frame trembled with fear, she clenched her jaw, refusing to utter a sound. After what seemed an eternity of silence, Mu Huayue finally dared to open her eyes, only to find the elder cicada's expression had morphed into a tumult of emotions, pain, confusion, and nostalgia intertwining within his gaze. What do you wish to do? He murmured, suddenly fixated on a tender yet distant name, Xiaohuan, my Xiaohuan. His voice bore an undercurrent of profound sorrow. As he repeated the name, his eyes grew increasingly wild, as if a flood of buried memories had surged forth, shattering the chains of his mind, leaving him in agony, teetering on the brink of madness. He began to run amok in the cavern, pummeling his head with his fists, and then wildly flailing his arms, violently striking the unforgiving stone walls. Each impact reverberated through the cave, sending debris cascading around him. Mu Huayue, witnessing this scene, felt a deeper fear grip her heart, pressing herself tightly against the wall, paralyzed with dread. After a time, the madman's howls faded, accompanied by the sound of his unsteady footsteps, as he staggered out of the cave, still calling out for the name of Xiaohuan. Chapter 29. The blood-soaked grudge on Yunzheng. Within the cave, the light of day was obscured, and time seemed to stretch indefinitely. The flickering campfire gradually extinguished, while the chill slithered through the air like a serpent, creeping silently. Having spent 3 years at Fuyin Gate, Mu Huayue's physique had strengthened considerably since her earlier days, and she found herself relatively unfazed by the cold eye and the oppressive darkness. She could not discern the passage of time, only hearing the madman's intermittent movements. The dampness in the cave was suffocating, as if one could wring water from the very walls. With great effort, Mu Huayue tilted her head, allowing her tongue to graze the stone surface, each droplet resembling a precious nectar, barely quenching her thirst. However, after an indeterminate duration without sustenance, hunger gnawed mercilessly at her insides, yet she gritted her teeth and remained silent. Suddenly, a metallic tang filled the air, and she felt something grotesquely raw and bloody tossed before her. Struggling against the wave of nausea rising within, Mu Huayue inquired, "What are you doing? Do you intend to use the pitiful state of this creature to intimidate me?" In the shadows, the sound of the madman tearing into flesh echoed, as he gnawed on what he held, stating, "If you do not eat, you shall perish from starvation." Though she could not see him clearly, the self-absorbed manner of his consumption suggested he harbored no intention of humiliating her. A tumult of emotions swirled within her. After much hesitation, she finally extended a trembling hand to grasp the still warm piece of meat, faintly recognizing it as a portion of the wild boar from the mountains. As she brought it closer, the stench assaulted her nostrils, nearly suffocating her, prompting an involuntary gag. In the darkness, the madman's mocking laughter reverberated, as though he were deriding her predicament. A newfound stubbornness surged within Mu Huayue, and she shut her eyes, inhaling deeply as if to engage in a final contest with her limits. At last, with a fierce determination, she bit down, suppressing the nausea that churned within her, and took a resolute bite of the grotesque offering. The madman observed her and muttered, "You possess a certain grit, unlike Yunzhang, who is as soft as a feather." With great effort, she swallowed several mouthfuls of the gruesome flesh, her heart ablaze with indignation. Hearing the madman's scornful remarks about her father, she let out a cold snort, her voice soft yet resonant. "If you truly are a man of fortitude, why not confront him at the mountain gate, rather than preying upon the weak in this desolate place? What audacity gives you the right to utter such words?" The madman's expression darkened at her retort, and he scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain and derision. "You are Yunzhang's daughter. Naturally, he puts on a facade of righteousness before you. You have yet to witness his more beastly nature, so it is no wonder you remain blissfully ignorant." Mu Huayue's heart trembled at the palpable hatred in his words, which rang with a disquieting authenticity. Clenching her jaw, she replied evenly, "What deep-seated enmity exists between you and my father? Though he may act impulsively, he has always conducted himself with integrity, and I will not tolerate your baseless slander." The madman smirked coldly at her declaration, but did not turn back, merely emitting a dismissive grunt. After a brief pause, Mu Huayue ventured, "And the girl you mentioned, who is she to you?" The sound of his chewing ceased abruptly, and after a moment's contemplation, he replied slowly, his voice low and raspy, "She is my daughter. The last time I saw her, she was of an age akin to yours." "Last time," the madman scoffed, "thanks to your father, my entire family was consumed by flames, leaving no corpses intact." Mu Huayue was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. Having witnessed the tragic demise of her own kin, she understood the profound, unbearable pain that such a loss could inflict. It was not something easily assuaged, yet, having studied under the sect leader for a year, she knew that despite Yun Zheng's reckless demeanor and disregard for conventional propriety, he was not a malevolent being. "You claim my father is responsible for your family's demise. Have you confronted him directly? There may well be a misunderstanding at play." The madman merely scoffed again. "I forgot you are Yun Zheng's daughter. It seems you two are incapable of discerning truth from falsehood. What more is there to discuss?" With that, he rose and exited the cave. In the ensuing days, the madman's demeanor towards Mu Huayue grew increasingly indifferent, as though she were merely an inconsequential whisper in the air. He sporadically entered the cave, casually tossing her the remains of various creatures as sustenance. Though her heart recoiled at the sight of the bloody offerings, she found herself compelled to swallow them down. The internal techniques of Fuyin were reserved for inner disciples, and though Mu Huayue had acquired some martial skills over the past year, they were useless in the confines of the cave. The air within was thin, and after an unquantifiable period, she felt herself growing increasingly lethargic. Occasionally, she would awaken to find the madman before her, his eyes flickering with hatred and pain, as if contemplating how to dispose of her. As her strength waned, she often succumbed to slumber, her dreams filled with the faces of her brother, the sect leader, her senior brother, and her senior sister, all as if they had converged in Wangjia village, where she and Yun Shua had once taken on Wang Xiaohu together. Upon waking, Mu Huayue realized she could not prolong her situation any further. If this continued, she would not only risk the madman's unpredictable wrath but also suffocate in the cave's belly. Bound by chains that allowed her only a 2-foot radius of movement, she was fortunate that the madman, perhaps seeing her as a mere girl, had not searched her. Seizing the opportunity while he was away, she painstakingly felt around until she discovered the peach blossom hairpin gifted to her by her brother, a sturdy copper piece. Using it, she carefully pried at the links of her chains. Unbeknownst to her, she had been at this for an indeterminate time when she felt the chains begin to yield. However, before she could revel in her impending freedom, hurried footsteps echoed within the cave. Startled, she concealed the hairpin just as the madman's hand clamped down on her mouth and nose with a force that nearly rendered her breathless. His strides were swift, clearly familiar with the terrain of the mountains. As he dragged her onward, as the light burst forth before her, the mountain breeze swept in, compelling Mu Huayue to inhale deeply. In her hazy vision, she heard familiar voices in the distance. "There is a cave, senior brother. That scoundrel is surely hiding here. We must search quickly." A melodious voice, imbued with youthful agility, rang out, yet in that moment, it bore an unmistakable tension. "Shua, stay behind. There may be danger here, we must proceed with caution." A surge of joy filled Mu Huayue's heart. She was about to call for help when the madman's hand tightened around her mouth and nose, his grip so fierce it threatened to suffocate her. The madman moved with the swiftness of a hare, darting through the forest, and Mu Huayue, unable to cry out, reached into her clothing, extracting the peach blossom hairpin and stabbing it into her thigh. Blood seeped from the wound, dripping drop by drop onto the forest floor. The madman, engrossed in his escape, paid no heed to her injuries, and after a considerable distance, he finally released her, collapsing onto the ground to catch his breath. Despite the searing pain, Mu Huayue managed a cold laugh. "Did you not always wish to use me to threaten my father? Why is it that now, when we come to confront you, you seem to have lost your nerve?" Chapter 30. I shall replace her. Mu Huayue understood that her senior brothers and sisters had already tracked her to this location, and with the bloodstains she had left behind, it would only take a moment for them to catch up. Thus, she sought to provoke the madman, hoping to divert his attention from the movements in the forest, thereby buying herself some time. "What say you, kneel and bow to me 3 times, then bark like a dog 3 times, and I shall spare your life at the behest of my senior brother." Impudent girl. The madman, consumed by rage, seized Mu Huayue and delivered a resounding slap across her face. "Ha! You may strike me today, but tomorrow my father will strike you 100 times, come, if you dare." Despite the sting of the slap that left her cheek swollen and blood trickling from her lips, Mu Huayue continued to hurl insults. To her surprise, although the man was furious, he did not fall for her taunts. With a mocking chuckle, he retorted, "Do you think me a fool?" He grasped Mu Huayue tightly and began to run. As she felt the trees whizzing past her ears, a distant sound of roaring water grew ever closer with each of the madman's strides. Soon, he leaped forth from the woods, arriving at the precipice. Mu Huayue steadied her gaze, and below she beheld the turbulent Huai River, its waves crashing fiercely, deep and unfathomable, churning with yellow foam that seemed capable of devouring all. The madman now found himself at the edge of despair, with no path of retreat available. To the north of the Huai River lay the territory of the Qi Kingdom, replete with lush forests and towering cliffs. To the south was the land of the Shua Kingdom, where the smoke from village hearths curled upward, hinting at human habitation. Villagers appeared to be bustling along the bank, yet the thin mist rising from the river rendered everything hazy and indistinct, like a mirage from another realm. "You scoundrel, release my junior sister at once!" A clear and resolute voice erupted from behind, resonating like thunder. Accompanying this voice was a piercing sound that sliced through the air, aimed directly at the madman. Startled, the madman's heart skipped a beat, and a glint of ferocity flickered in his eyes as he raised his steel blade, blocking with astonishing speed. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing rang out as the meteor dart was deftly deflected by the back of his knife, veering off course and plunging into the raging river below. The meteor shadow, Yun Zheng's unique concealed weapon. From the woods emerged Yun Shua, holding a sword in her left hand and steadying a dart in her right, her eyes glaring fiercely at the madman. Upon seeing her, the madman was momentarily taken aback, but then glanced down at Mu Huayue, who was trapped in his grasp, and realization dawned. A cold smirk crept onto his lips. Who exactly is that girl over there, Yun Zhang? Yun Shua's eyes flared with anger. "You scoundrel, how dare you utter my father's name so brazenly? You truly know not the meaning of death. Release my junior sister, and perhaps I shall spare your wretched life." "Ah, you little girl, you have deceived me for so long, did you think I would not know? I am but a cook in the Fuyan sect, and you have gone to great lengths to serve me well, for which I am most grateful." A playful smile danced on Mu Huayue's lips, yet her eyes shimmered with resolve as she subtly gathered her strength, gripping the peach blossom hairpin tightly, its edge glinting coldly in the sunlight. With a swift motion, she aimed for the madman's throat, executing the South Dipper's split light technique silently from below. Grip. The sound of fabric tearing accompanied the madman's startled cry, yet it all transpired in an instant. The madman, ever vigilant, sensed the peril and, with a vice-like grip, raised Mu Huayue and slammed her heavily to the ground. Mu Huayue felt an excruciating pain engulf her entire being, as if her very organs were shifting. Unable to contain herself, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling to that of parchment, yet, lacking any internal strength and with her hands rendered powerless, her strike, though precise, merely grazed the tattered remnants of the madman's clothing, leaving a shallow crimson line upon his abdomen. "Little one!" Upon witnessing Mu Huayue spitting blood and injured, Yun Shua's heart raced with anxiety, and she rushed towards her, her eyes filled with worry and fury. "Junior sister, wait! That scoundrel is cunning. He now holds Huayue's life as leverage. We must not act recklessly." Yun Jingyi, quick-witted and agile, seized Yun Shua, his tone grave and resolute, whispering a few urgent words into her ear. The madman, seeing this unfold, erupted into a sinister cackle, his voice dripping with malicious glee. He lifted Mu Huayue by her collar, dangling her over the river's edge as if toying with a helpless kitten. Mu Huayue struggled fiercely, yet it was futile. Half her body dangled perilously over the precipice, the turbulent waters below swirling ominously, the murky mist enveloping her with a suffocating sense of dread. The onlookers stood encircled, hearts pounding with urgency, yet fearful of the madman's ruthless nature. They dared not advance, merely surrounding him, the tension palpable enough to draw moisture from the air. The madman's eyes bulged with fury, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over the crowd. A twisted grin formed on his lips as he bellowed like thunder. "Where is that little scoundrel Yun Zhang? Is he hiding here like a coward, too afraid to face me?" The inner disciples following Yun Zhengyi, brimming with youthful vigor and fiery spirit, could no longer tolerate the scorn directed at their master. A young senior brother, his face pale with rage and fire burning in his eyes, drew his sword and leapt forth from the woods, pointing it at the madman. "You vile traitor, cease your insolence! You need not provoke our master to intervene. If you have the courage, release my junior sister, and let us engage in a fair contest to see who truly holds the upper hand." The madman, upon hearing this, only laughed more derisively, his tone laced with scorn. "What? That old dog Yun Zhang, treacherous and vile, now raises a pack of pups who bark incessantly, prattling on about fairness. How utterly laughable! You villain, if you wish to see my father, you must take me as a hostage. Release my junior sister, and I shall take her place." Stepping forward, it was none other than Yun Shua, casting aside her sword and emerging from the crowd. "How amusing, your cowardly father has indeed spawned a girl of great courage. Very well, raise your hands above your head and take 10 steps forward." As Mu Huayue felt the grip around her loosen, the madman finally released her. She inhaled deeply, her breath becoming less labored, and, disregarding her own plight, cried out, "Cough, cough! Senior sister, do not! Yun Shua's face bore an expression of unwavering determination as she raised her hands above her head and advanced step by step. After 10 steps, she took a deep breath and commanded, "Now, release my junior sister." The madman sneered, casually tossing Mu Huayue aside, before striding toward Yun Shua. With each careful step, he approached her, his demeanor cautious. Yun Shua's eyes widened in fury as she glared at the madman, gritting her teeth. Just as he reached out to grasp her shoulder, a thunderous voice boomed, "Junior sister, retreat." Upon hearing this, Yun Shua shifted her stance, her form flickering like a specter as she executed the sect's ultimate skill, the void step. She leaned back, as light as a falling leaf, deftly evading the madman's grasp. Startled, the madman lunged forward to seize her once more, only to hear the resonant clang of metal. A flash of swordlight sliced through the air, as another figure surged forward, sword in hand, aiming straight for Mu Huayue, who remained behind the madman. Chapter 31. Revealing the truth. As Zheng Taolu appeared, the disciples stood in stunned silence. Jin Jinyi moved with the grace of flowing clouds and drifting winds, effortlessly leaping towards the towering figure before him. The autumn water sword sang as it was drawn, reminiscent of a dragon's roar over shallow waters. With a swift motion, he unleashed a strike of the white wave sword flow, its back gleaming with a cold light like a waning moon piercing the clouds, aimed directly at the man's face with astonishing speed and ferocity, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. However, the man remained unfazed, his arms like solid rock as he firmly grasped the sword's hilt. Under the overwhelming force of Yun Jinyi, he managed to twist the sword's back and block the fierce attack, the clash of metal ringing out like thunder in the valley. Feeling the shock reverberate through his hands, Yun Jinyi couldn't help but admire this man's strength. Yet, he was not inclined to prolong the confrontation. He shifted his stance, attempting to maneuver past the man. Unexpectedly, the seemingly clumsy figure demonstrated remarkable agility, retreating while launching counterattacks. His palms struck in a relentless barrage, the gusts of wind from his strikes howling like a tempest scattering leaves, impenetrable and fierce. Though Yun Jinyi's swordplay was swift, he found himself unable to adapt in time. Reluctantly, he met the man's powerful blows head-on, their palms colliding with a force that stirred the dust around them, startling the flora and fauna. Empowered by the force of their exchange, the man retreated, surpassing the afterimages left by Yun Jinyi's light-footed movements. In mere moments, he had returned to stand beside Mu Huayue, brandishing his steel knife against her delicate neck. "You brats are indeed cunning. If you dare take another step forward, don't blame me if your junior sister loses her head." Yun Jinyi recognized that although this man's martial prowess might not surpass his own, he was still a formidable figure in the martial world. With Mu Huayue held hostage, engaging in a direct confrontation was not an option, nor could he gamble with her safety. He halted his movements, standing firm, and spoke in a grave tone. "Senior, your martial skills are truly remarkable, and I hold you in high regard. If there is indeed a misunderstanding between us, the gates of Fuyun Mountain are always open. You may ascend the mountain openly and discuss matters with my esteemed master, rather than resorting to such despicable tactics against my innocent juniors." The madman, upon hearing this, curled his lips into a cold smile, as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. "Humph, that old fool Yun Zhang, priding himself as a grandmaster of the sword, has been unmatched in the martial world for a decade. I have come to seek vengeance, and you expect me to walk in through the front door for him to butcher me. At that point, if I cannot win, nor can I argue against your 100 tongues, wouldn't I be losing both face and battle? Do you think I am that foolish? Originally, I intended to capture Yun Zhang's only daughter to coerce him into taking his own life before me, yet, it seems I have captured the wrong person. Truly, the heavens do not fulfill one's desires." With that, he swung his steel knife fiercely. "Enough, since that turtle Yun Zhang refuses to show himself, you brats will have to face me together. Today, Zhang will die beneath the chaotic blades of Fuyun, and let the world know that Fuyun sect is nothing but a band of hypocrites who deceive through power." His last words resounded with tremendous force, reverberating like thunder through the valley and startling the creatures within the mountains. Across the river, shadows appeared, gathering to witness the unfolding drama. Yun Jinyi felt a surge of urgency. Mu Huayue was still in the man's grasp, and his slanderous words complicated the situation further. The common folk, unaware of the truth, might mistakenly believe that Fuyun was bullying the weak. Where would their reputation stand? Taking a deep breath, he summoned his inner strength and declared with a voice as clear as a morning bell, "Fuyun sect has always upheld righteousness and never resorts to oppression. We have no intention of attacking you without cause. Now that my junior sister is in your hands, all my disciples are present. I, Yun Jinyi, am willing to engage in a friendly duel, seeking to learn from your esteem." "You deceitful wretch, it was you who abducted my daughter, forcing her into servitude and torment. I fought tooth and nail to rescue her from the abyss, and you dare to invert right and wrong. How utterly despicable and shameless. I refuse to duel you one-on-one. You may all come at me together, hacking me to pieces, and let the world see just how hypocritical Fuyun sect truly is." As the disciples heard his outrageous words, anger ignited within them. Yun Jingyi, feeling his resolve harden, contemplated a lethal strike to silence this madman. Channeling his energy into the autumn water sword, he watched as the tip quivered, emitting a resonating hum. Suddenly, amidst the tense standoff, laughter echoed from a distance, growing closer in an instant. The disciples looked up to see a figure in white leap from the woods, his garments billowing like a crane amidst the clouds. It was their master, Yun Zhang. They all sheathed their swords and bowed in respect. Upon landing, Yun Zhang's gaze was piercing as he surveyed the scene, a carefree smile gracing his lips. What a bunch of fools! If he wishes to die, why not all rush forward and grant him his wish? Why waste breath discussing morals here? It's utterly pointless. Yun Jingyi's brow furrowed, concern etched across his face as he murmured, Master, there are many common folk gathered across the river. Common folk? Yun Zhang replied, how many times must I tell you? The masses are ignorant and cannot discern right from wrong. If we charge at him, that is inhuman. Yet, if you duel him alone, it becomes virtuous. Even if you win, they will only say you are a killer. If you lose, it would be even more humiliating, and I would become a laughingstock, so why bother with him? Ah, Yun Zhang, you remain as you were, acting inversely and disgracefully. The madman's laughter rang out like an owl's hoot in the night, laced with mockery. At this, Yun Zhang's expression darkened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes before melting into a nonchalant smile. Oh, you recognize me, then. I, Yun Zhang, have traversed the martial world for decades, disregarding societal customs, guided solely by my own sense of good and evil. But tell me, when have I ever turned my blade against a child? As for your accusation of being disgraceful, kindly retract those words and keep them for your own use. The madman sneered, a glint of cruelty in his gaze. A fine sentiment of following your own sense of right and wrong. Yun Zhang, do you dare step closer and see who I am? Why would I hesitate? In an instant, the disciples saw a blur as their master stood before the madman, awestruck by his agility. Though they could not see Yun Zhang's expression from behind, Mu Huayue, standing close by, perceived every subtle shift in his demeanor. Initially indifferent, Yun Zhang's gaze sharpened as he squinted at the madman. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, disbelief flickering in his eyes. He furrowed his brow and lowered his voice. You are Zheng Taolu, of the Chaobang, the one who reveals the truth? The madman erupted in laughter, his half-burned visage becoming even more grotesque in the throes of mirth. The onlookers could hear despair and bitterness intertwined within his laughter. Yun Zhang, you still remember me, how rare, but please, retract that title of brother. I, Zheng Taolu, have no brother like you. Chapter 32. No longer will the name of Zheng Taolu echo in the Jianghu. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhang's figure trembled slightly, and he could not help but take a step back, falling into a profound silence. What? Have you nothing to say? Zheng Taolu's voice rose sharply, laced with a hint of sorrow and indignation. 10 years ago, I uncovered irrefutable evidence of Prince Qi colluding with Liang and Qi, betraying the military defenses of Beima Pass. Yet, I was relentlessly pursued by Prince Qi, like a stray dog, forced to hide and evade. Brother Zhang. Yun Zhang interrupted through gritted teeth, the prince has long since ascended the throne, he is now the emperor. Why should I fear offending any celestial ruler? But you, Yun Zhang, I never knew you to be so spineless, reduced to a mere hound of imperial power. Yun Zhang, it was you who saved my life. Zheng Taolu's tone suddenly turned somber and resolute. Today, I return it to you without hesitation. But I wish to ask you one thing. Before my departure, I implored you to safeguard my wife and children. As I fled from Prince Qi, my only glimmer of hope was my faith in you. Trusting in your gentlemanly promise. At this juncture, Zheng Taolu's gaze sharpened like a sword, piercing directly into Yun Zhang's eyes. Yun Zhang's expression flickered, as if he were evading some unnameable truth. I have been on the run, sleeping in pigsties, fighting wild dogs for scraps, all for the hope of one day reuniting with my family. Yet, upon my return to the ancestral home in Yuezhou, I found it reduced to ruins. Little did I know, shortly after my departure, a group of masked men from the Jianghu descended upon my household in the dead of night, ruthlessly slaughtering my kin. The flames soared to the heavens, burning for 3 days without respite. My wife and children were reduced to ashes, their remains turned to dust. Had it not been for my neighbors' accounts of a leader clad in white, whose sword sounded like a dragon's roar, I would scarcely believe it. The sound of the blade's dance startled all, the stroke illuminating the heavens. Who but you could wield the dragon roar sword? Yun Zhang, was it you? The moment the words left his lips, the surrounding disciples gasped in shock. Among them were those who had heard tales of Zheng Taolu's lone stand against Prince Qi during the days of the Chaobang. However, rumors had long circulated that Zheng Taolu had perished in the imperial dungeons. Now, they beheld the man before them, transformed into this specter of a once great hero, prompting a wave of sympathy. Mu Huayue sensed an underlying discrepancy in Zheng Taolu's words, yet seeing Yun Zhang's silence, she suddenly felt he had made a decision, bursting into laughter. Ah, indeed, I, Yunzhang, have always acted according to the dictates of my heart. How could I allow mere Jianghu loyalties to plunge Fuyan's sect into opposition against the imperial court? Your entire clan's demise is solely due to my hand, but you, Zheng Taolu, a lost dog, what makes you think you are entitled to seek vengeance against me? Ha ha ha, do you truly believe you are worthy? At this moment, Zheng Taolu's eyes brimmed with fury, tears cascading down his cheeks as he let out a thunderous roar, his voice filled with sorrow and rage, as if to rend the very heavens. Yunzhang! I will kill you! Consumed by grief and anger, Zheng Taolu swung his steel blade wildly, relying solely on brute force to strike at Yunzhang unfazed. Yunzhang stood firm as a rock, nearly using the sheath of his sword as a shield, effortlessly deflecting Zheng Taolu's tempestuous onslaught. In mere moments, a crisp sound rang out as Zheng Taolu's knife was sent flying by the sword sheath, like a kite severed from its string, falling powerless into the relentless river below, disappearing amidst the churning waves. Though he had lost his weapon, Zheng Taolu's fury and hatred remained undiminished. He gathered his strength, channeling every ounce of energy towards Yunzhang in a fierce strike. However, what Zheng Taolu did not anticipate was that Yunzhang stood completely unguarded, bracing himself to absorb the blow. With a resounding thud, Zheng Taolu's palm struck Yunzhang squarely in the chest, causing Yunzhang to stagger, a mouthful of blood erupting forth, staining his garments crimson. This scene rendered Zheng Taolu momentarily speechless, but before he could react, Yunzhang retaliated with a powerful strike, sending Zheng Taolu sprawling several feet away, crashing heavily to the ground. The disciples watched as Yunzhang approached Zheng Taolu step by step. Zheng Taolu, do you believe yourself a hero? You come here, misled by unknown forces, abducting my disciples, a grave offense. With merely your words, you aim to disturb the peace of the borders, inciting war, a second offense. I, Yunzhang, detest such superficial chivalry, which in truth is but foolishness. Now, let me show you the consequences of your reckless defiance before me. The disciples, upon learning of Zheng Taolu's plight, could not help but feel a twinge of pity and sorrow. Though he had indeed abducted Huayue, it hardly warranted a death sentence. Encouraged by their compassion, several disciples mustered their courage and shouted, "Master, show mercy." Suddenly, Yunzhang whirled around, the mountain winds howling fiercely, tousling his hair as bloodstains marred his white garments, a chilling sight, his eyes ablaze with fury. Who dares to plead for mercy shall join him in death. Before anyone could react, Yunzhang struck Zheng Taolu's forehead with a single palm. The once hero fell like a heap of soft clay, crashing to the ground. With a wicked smile, Yunzhang kicked Zheng Taolu off the cliff, watching as he was swiftly engulfed by the river below, vanishing from sight. Yunzhang proclaimed loudly, his voice reverberating like thunder throughout the valley. Zheng Taolu, who dared to bully my disciples, has been slain by my hand. Henceforth, the name of Zheng Taolu shall no longer echo in the Jianghu. The disciples gazed at their master, who appeared almost frenzied, their hearts filled with dread, unaware of how the people across the river would react. Mu Huayue sat on the ground, witnessing this transformation, unsure of what expression to wear as she looked at Yunzhang. Yunzhang cast a cold glance her way, uttering not a word before turning and sweeping away. The disciples remained rooted in place, while Yunzhang seemed lost in thought. Only Yunshua rushed to Mu Huayue, supporting her anxiously. Yuer, are you alright? Did that old scoundrel bully you? Chapter 33 A Diverting Calamity. In the inner hall of the Cloud Gate, Yunzhang spoke nonchalantly. So, have we managed to locate the person? Yunshu Jin replied, Disciple Jin, having received Master S orders, has been stationed downstream since dawn. Senior Zhen has not suffered greatly. As she spoke, a hint of hesitation crept into Yunshu Jin's voice, her brows knitting slightly. Yunzhang inquired, what is it? With a sigh, Yunshu Jin's voice dropped further. After awakening, Senior Jin appeared disheartened, consumed by a desire for death, refusing to eat or take medicine. Yunzhang's lips curled in disdain. Very well, he must loathe me at this moment. Let him stew for a few more days, I shall pay him a visit when hunger drives him to the brink. Changing the subject, Yunzhang asked, and what of your junior sister? Yunshu Jin contemplated quietly before responding, children are truly a nuisance. Seemingly agitated, Yunzhang alternated between scratching his head and gesturing with his hands. Having grown accustomed to such behavior from her master, Yunshu Jin bowed her head, choosing not to respond. After a while, Yunzhang collected himself and remarked, she has endured hardships yet does not wail for her own suffering, that shows resilience. Yunshu Jin's brows furrowed slightly, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Yuer cannot be compared to junior sister. The latter has Master S support, while Yuer is all alone in the sect. How could she not retain a childlike disposition? Yunzhang glanced at her, you seem quite eager to defend that little one. Yunshu Jin paused, sighed, and replied, I understand the feeling of being orphaned and alone in childhood. Yuer's resilience is far greater than what I possessed at her age. Yunzhang regarded her, and upon mentioning the past, he noted that her once cold demeanor was now devoid of any turbulence. Through her eyes, he momentarily glimpsed the stubborn girl she had been, consumed by hatred when they first met. Observing her present self filled him with a twinge of sympathy. Shujin, I know that as an unwed woman, you have treated Shuhi like a sister for so many years, far surpassing my role as a father. Now, I must ask for your care of Yuer. Yun Shujin inclined her head slightly, her voice resolute yet warm. Master has rescued me from peril multiple times, granting me a second chance at life. In my heart, you are like a father. Is it inappropriate for me to care for my sister? Please rest assured, Shujin will do her utmost. Yun Zhang nodded gently, a flicker of barely perceptible fatigue in his gaze. He raised his hand slightly, signaling that she may withdraw. After a moment's hesitation, Yun Shujin spoke, Master, regarding your own injuries. Yun Zhang turned away, dismissively uttering 3 words, it's of no consequence. She bowed and departed. Within the great hall, silence enveloped once more following Yin Shujin's exit, after an indeterminate period, so long that it felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. Yun Zhang's deep, slightly hoarse voice echoed through the vast chamber. If I can protect you all until you mature, then that will suffice. In the rear mountains guest room, Zhang Taolu lay alone on a simple wooden bed, his complexion as pale as paper, his eyes firmly shut, exuding an aura of desolation. He had endured 2 strikes from Yin Zhang, yet his internal organs remained intact. However, the coldness from the water he fell into had left him in a state of mental and physical distress. To prevent him from succumbing to despair and seeking death or turning against the disciples of the sect, Yin Zhang had sealed his acupoints and forcibly administered some herbal medicine to bolster his vitality, allowing Zhang Taolu to recuperate in peace. With a creaking sound, the door swung open. Although Zhang Taolu did not open his eyes, his acute hearing detected a presence, igniting a surge of anger within him. His voice, raspy and low, commanded, "Get out! What do you intend by this charade?" Footsteps approached lightly, and Zhang Taolu caught a whiff of a sweet fragrance before several small fruits were unceremoniously placed into his mouth. The sourness was difficult to bear, despite his efforts to suppress his reaction, yet beneath that tang, a hint of sweetness emerged, akin to a refreshing spring in a desert, stirring a vague emotion within him. Turning his head, Zhang Taolu opened his eyes to discover it was Mu Huayu, the girl he had once taken hostage. "What are you doing?" he rasped, struggling to prop himself up. "Are you here to humiliate me now that we are in such different circumstances?" Mu Huayu seated herself nonchalantly nearby. "If we are to speak of different circumstances, perhaps you are unaware that the air in that cave was stifling, nearly suffocating me. Meanwhile, you lie here, with food and drink, and someone to attend to you. How can that possibly compare to my plight?" Zhang Taolu scoffed, reclining heavily once more, turning his head away, and muttered hoarsely, "Wrongs have their origins, debts their owners. I initially thought you were Yun Zhang's daughter, which led me to this desperate act, causing you unnecessary suffering. I apologize." Hearing his words, Mu Huayu felt a shift within her. She gazed at the ailing man before her, her eyes reflecting both admiration and a subtle trace of pity. Zhang Taolu indeed possessed the qualities of a hero, bold and accountable, rivaling any figure from tales of valor. Yet beneath that heroic facade lay an apparent blind arrogance, revealing a level of understanding about certain matters that was less profound than that of an 8-year-old girl. Thus, she spoke, "I fear, Senior, you have not only mistaken me but also misidentified your true adversary." Zhang Taolu looked momentarily taken aback, a sneer of contempt and disdain spreading across his face, his lips curling into a mocking smile. "Ha! Is it Yun Zhang that old rascal sent you here to deliver a message? What further humiliation does he intend to inflict upon me?" Mu Huayu countered, "Senior, you mentioned having no prior acquaintance with my master, yet he intervened to save your life and pledged to protect your family. If that is the case, why then did he go so far as to slaughter your entire household?" Zhang Taolu's countenance darkened, his teeth clenched as he retorted, "Yun Zhang feigns benevolence. It was merely a fleeting whim to promise such things. In the end, he deemed me a burden and decided to eliminate my whole family. When the court investigates later, he can easily extricate himself. Senior, you have also clashed with my master. You know his prowess is unfathomable. I wish to ask, in your household, is there anyone whose martial skills surpass yours?" Zhang Taolu was momentarily at a loss. "Why do you ask this?" Mu Huayu pressed on, her words deliberate, "Senior, I respect your loyalty, yet the annihilation of your family is indeed deeply flawed. As you stated, you sparred with my master and barely managed 3 exchanges. If he truly intended to eradicate your entire lineage, why would he need to gather a group of masked men to assist? Would that not invite scrutiny and suspicion?" "What do you mean?" Zhang Taolu replied indignantly. "Senior, you witnessed my master's demeanor. Does he seem the type to seek interactions with others, let alone summon a group of black-clad individuals? It is likely that there are those with ulterior motives, diverting the calamity, aiming to sow discord between you. Chapter 34. At the river's edge, the storms are yet to come. There are others who find the journey of life difficult. Zheng Tao's countenance shifted like the capricious weather, dark and bright in turn, as his eyes, once weathered by the ravages of time, now sparkled with incredulity. What nonsense are you speaking? He had clearly acknowledged it before the people. Mu Huayue interjected, if your master truly admitted it, then you would have long since become a meal for the fish in the river. How could you possibly lie here today, listening to the words of your junior? Mu Huayue continued, Elder, I speak without reservation. If my words offend, do not take them to heart. Though I did not experience the events of that year firsthand, I have heard of your steadfast bravery and unwavering patriotism, your determination to sacrifice for your country. Such sentiments are indeed exemplary for those of us who follow in your footsteps, inspiring deep admiration. However, judging by your actions today, it is not difficult to surmise that the same was true back then, filled with fervor yet lacking in wisdom. Knowing that your actions would provoke the ire of the powerful, inevitably bringing calamity upon your family, why did you not make arrangements in advance? For the sake of so-called righteousness, you disregarded the lives of your wife and children. Had it not been for my master's promise, what would have become of your family? Zheng Taolu recognized the truth in these words. Had it not been for Yun Zhang, how could Prince Qi have spared his wife and children? What significance do your words hold? Now, I am but a solitary figure, an outcast in this world. What difference is there between my existence and death? You claim I have misdirected my hatred, then who should I hate? Whom shall I seek to reclaim the justice I have lost? Zheng Tao's voice was laden with boundless sorrow and helplessness. Mu Huayue replied, Elder, if you are indeed the towering hero you proclaim to be, you must understand that it is your obstinacy and unwavering opinions that have led to the demise of your wife and children. My master, Yun Zhang, is merely a scapegoat. You have conjured in your mind an imaginary figure to whom you can vent your frustrations. What folly is this? Zheng Taolu retorted. If Yun Zhang is not involved in this matter, why would he confess to an unfounded crime before the world? Who would so carelessly trample their own reputation? Elder, you are aware that my master's actions are a grave affront to the world. Have you considered what he truly sought to achieve? Zheng Taolu was momentarily taken aback. Mu Huayue, filled with indignation, continued, it is for. Before she could finish, the door swung open, and Yun Zhang intervened, halting Mu Huayue's words. Enough, he said softly, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Zheng Taolu remained lost in contemplation, still grappling with the conversation. Suddenly, Yun Zhang produced an object from his robes and tossed it to Zheng Taolu. Upon looking down, Zheng Taolu beheld a tiger head hat, missing one ear, its surface marked by the passage of time, yet still exuding an unmistakable familiar aura. In an instant, disbelief flickered in his eyes. As if struck by lightning, he sat upright, hands trembling as he picked up the hat. This is. His voice quivered, his throat constricted as a tumult of excitement and shock surged within him. Tears welled in his eyes. It is my Huanar's hat, it cannot be mistaken. How could you possess such a thing? Yun Zhang simply replied, your wife and children are now at a cold spring village at the foot of Tianyuan Mountain. Once you recover, you may descend to find them, but remember, the Zheng Taolu who once wielded the heavenly blade has perished at my hands. That person no longer exists in this world. The sudden revelation. His expression shifted, a complex blend of excitement, gratitude, and guilt wrestling within him, as if his heart were being torn asunder. He trembled, attempting to articulate something, yet only fragments of words escaped his lips. Yun Zhang, master, Yun Zhang gently raised a hand, cutting him off. There is no need for further words. Save them for your children. You bore the brunt of my blow. It matters not, brother Zhang. After the fall of Jiannan City, I believed you to be dead and paid little heed to your whereabouts. I too harbor guilt for your plight. Receiving your blow was my choice. However, regardless of the circumstances, your coercion of my disciples cannot be condoned. I will no longer acknowledge any debts of gratitude between us, brother Zhang. The journey in the martial world is long. Do not forsake those you ought to protect. With that, Yun Zhang said no more, turning to Mu Huayue and instructing, come with me. He then strode away. The slanting sun cast a golden hue, the forest path resembling a winding ribbon of gold, as dappled sunlight fell like broken coins through the leaves. Mu Huayue followed quietly behind Yun Zhang, her steps tinged with trepidation. Ever since she had been scolded and expelled from the study for her insistence on martial training, she and Yun Zhang had not exchanged a word. At this moment, her mind was a tumult of confusion, stealing glances at Yun Zhang's back, his tall figure akin to a sturdy pine, yet it filled her with an overwhelming anxiety. Just who taught you those pretentious philosophies? Yun Zhang's voice suddenly pierced the tranquility of the woods. Mu Huayue, lost in thought about how to approach her master, was taken aback by the unexpected question. Ah? She widened her eyes in astonishment, her mind racing as she struggled to comprehend. The words she had spoken seemed so self-evident at the time, who had specifically taught her. If anything, it was Yun Zhang who had pressed her to study daily, and she had merely recited them without much contemplation. Yet in that moment, she dared not assert that it was Yun Zhang who had instilled those thoughts in her. As she wrestled with her thoughts, Yun Zhang scoffed, "The mistakes of the past serve as warnings. You spoke so eloquently to others, yet when it comes to yourself, you are so foolish. Return today, and copy the security strategy 10 times, bring it to me for review tomorrow morning." Mu Huayue, bewildered, felt a surge of joy in her heart. "Master, have you forgiven me?" She hastily looked up, her eyes sparkling with hope, yet she found Yun Zhang's figure already several paces ahead. Chapter 35 The Young Heroes Conference. Since the recent incident of hostage-taking, Mu Huayue received Yun Zhang's tacit approval and returned to the study to assist with various tasks. However, Yun Zhang no longer permitted her to read. Instead, he instructed her to transcribe historical texts from the records of the Grand Historian, which were to be distributed among the disciples within the sect. Compared to the 4 books and 5 classics, the tales within the historical texts were evidently far more engaging. Yet, Mu Huayue ceased her incessant cries for vengeance. The words of Yun Zhang echoed in her ears, and having witnessed the condition of Zheng Taolu, the singular flame of revenge in her heart began to be gradually extinguished by the cool waters of reason and reflection. She began to realize that if she remained solely immersed in vengeance, how was she different from Zheng Taolu? Was she not also succumbing to the cycle of hatred, thereby losing herself? However, if she were not to contemplate revenge, what else could she do? Mu Huayue grew increasingly concerned about Mu Niansen, pondering that if her elder brother were present, perhaps they could exchange a few more words. Fortunately, the senior brother mentioned that her brother would come to see her before the end of the year. With this thought, Mu Huayue felt a glimmer of hope, reassuring herself that in just a few months she would be reunited with her brother. Regardless of whether it was martial training or the chores in the study, she approached them with utmost diligence. One day, as the morning practice concluded, the disciples gathered in small groups to converse. A diminutive figure slowly emerged from the vermilion gates of Fuyun Hall. It was Mu Huayue. She tightly clutched a thick stack of notebooks in her arms, the sunlight illuminating her youthful visage, casting a faint blush upon her cheeks. If not for the birthmark on one side of her face, she would be considered an exceptionally charming girl. "Little one, what has Master tasked you with transcribing for everyone this time?" A cheerful voice suddenly rang out. It was Yun Jingyan. Unlike his elder brother, who stood tall and imposing, Yun Jingyan had a slender frame but possessed a unique scholarly elegance, with an air of gentility reflected in his brows. "Greetings, senior brother Jingyan. I have transcribed the annals of Emperor Wu and am just about to deliver them to the senior brothers and sisters." Mu Huayue replied. Yun Jingyan nodded, stepping closer and softly saying, "Then hand. You should go have your lunch. I happen to be returning to the disciples' quarters, so I can take it with me. I heard from Shu He that you've been diligently practicing martial arts at night, sleeping late. This packet of calming powder is something I specially concocted for you. Take it before bed to help you rest and soothe your mind." Yun Jingyan smiled as he accepted the notebooks from Mu Huayue and produced a small paper pouch from his robe, handing it to her. Mu Huayue accepted the pouch, warmth flooding her heart, and she sweetly smiled. "All right, thank you, senior brother." Just as she turned to leave, she heard Yun Zhengyan call out to her, "By the way, junior sister, in early spring next year, the Young Heroes Conference will be held in Hanyang City. Second sister asked me to inquire if you would be interested in joining the Young Heroes Conference?" Upon hearing those words, which seemed to belong only in the pages of a book, Mu Huayue's eyes brightened instantly. Next to them, Yun Zhengyan interjected, his tone laced with pride and a hint of regret. "Indeed, our elder brother was the champion of the last conference, captivating countless young ladies. Last time, second sister narrowly lost to the young hero Shasu from the southern frontier, but now it's finally our senior brother Jingyan's turn to showcase his skills, with hopes of claiming victory." Upon hearing this, Yun Jingyan humbly smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Oh, junior brother, you flatter me. I might have some interest in a medical conference, but in a martial arts competition, I fear I wouldn't even make it past the first round. How could I dare claim victory?" "Why must you be so modest, senior brother?" Yun Zhengyan replied, unconvinced. "Among the inner disciples, you are the only one who came with skills. The hidden weapon from Yaofeng Valley was a marvel in the martial world, and even Master praises it highly, saying you can skillfully blend the strengths of both short and long weapons. You are truly a rare talent." Yun Jingyan, with his gentle and refined nature, merely smiled faintly at the praise from his peers, choosing to remain silent. He then turned back to Mu Huayue. "So, junior sister Huayue, do you have any interest in joining us?" Mu Huayue, lost in thought, quickly nodded in agreement, but then hesitated, her brow furrowing slightly, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "But I'm merely an outer disciple, my martial skills are lacking. If I accompany you, I fear it would bring shame to our sect. How could Master permit this?" Noticing her concern, Yun Jingyan's lips curled into a gentle smile. "You need not worry. This journey is merely for observation. If you can gain insights from engaging with skilled opponents, it will greatly benefit your own martial practice. As for any embarrassment, you are with Master daily, and you know he wouldn't harbor such concerns. Indeed, junior sister, Yun Jingyan chimed in with a smile, our sect has rules. Only 5 disciples can descend the mountain at a time, such a precious opportunity. If you do not wish to go, I shall gladly take your place. I want to go. Mu Huayue, aware that senior brother Zhengyan was merely jesting, promptly nodded in affirmation. Very well, then. 10 days prior to our departure, I will gather our fellow disciples to prepare for this journey. There is still time for you to make arrangements. Mu Huayue nodded vigorously, her eyes shimmering with unprecedented determination and anticipation. Yes. I will double my efforts in martial training over the next few days, striving to minimize the trouble I cause my senior brothers and to contribute as much as I can. Yun Zhengyan nodded in approval and led several junior brothers back to their quarters. As they walked further away, Yun Zhengyan could no longer suppress his curiosity and quietly asked Yun Zhengyan, Senior brother Zhengyan, when we traverse the martial world, it would be alright to bring along junior sister Shui, as she is the masteress' daughter and will garner some respect. Furthermore, although she is young, she possesses the skills to protect herself, but why does second sister insist on including junior sister Huayue in the group? It seems a waste of a spot for such a grand event. Yun Zhengyan, without pausing in his stride, cast a sidelong glance at Yun Zhengyan. Do you still not see? Over the past few years, Master's reliance on our senior sister has grown increasingly pronounced. Her intentions are, naturally, aligned with Master S. As disciples, what right do we have to question such matters? Yun Zhengyan's brow furrowed in discontent, seemingly unwilling to relent, but junior sister Huayue's appearance, should she step outside the sect, would likely attract undue criticism from the world. Yun Zhengyan halted, turning back with a stern gaze locked onto Yun Zhengyan, his tone carrying a note of reproach. Junior brother Zhengyan, how can a gentleman judge others by their appearance? If the world were to criticize, you should stand up for your junior sister and protect her. How can you speak such divisive words that could harm the bond of brotherhood and sisterhood? Feeling the weight of Yun Zhengyan's stern gaze, Yun Zhengyan's heart trembled, fully aware that he had indeed spoken out of turn. He hastily clasped his hands in apology, his voice tinged with regret and sincerity. I misspoke. In the future, I shall be more cautious with my words and never speak of this matter again. Please forgive me, senior brother. Seeing this, Yun Zhengyan's expression softened slightly, though his tone retained a measure of seriousness. Let this serve as a lesson for all of you. Should I hear similar remarks again, do not blame me for being unkind. Yun Zhengyan was known for his gentle disposition, yet everyone recognized that he valued rules above all. As the only physician in the sect, should he become angered, it would be a troublesome affair for those who might find themselves in need of his care in the future. At this, the others nodded in agreement, silently reminding themselves to remain vigilant, ensuring that they would no longer dare to be careless. Chapter 36, Who can be the master of whom? Atop the summit of Fuyinside Peak, the sea of clouds surged and rolled like an expansive misty wave. The biting mountain wind howled past, causing garments to flutter audibly. Yunjing sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed as he cultivated his energy to heal his wounds, while Yunshijin remained steadfastly by his side, guarding him as she always did. Yet, this time, Yunjing appeared to be in excruciating torment. A thin layer of ice had formed beneath him, and beads of sweat emerged on his forehead, instantly freezing into icy droplets. Frost clung to his eyebrows, and his body trembled slightly, as if he were enduring immense agony. Time slipped away unnoticed, and at last, Yunjing's complexion began to gradually improve. He slowly opened his eyes, though the chill within his brow had yet to fully dissipate. Observing this, Yunshijin's heart tightened with concern, and she hurried forward, her eyes brimming with worry. Just as Yunjing intended to offer words of comfort, a wave of cold surged from his dantian straight to his throat. He shuddered violently and coughed up a mouthful of black blood, which splattered on the ground, solidifying into a ghastly black stone, a sight that was both shocking and grievous. Master! Yunjing managed a faint smile, a blend of resignation and relief etched upon his features. He waved his hand gently, his voice, though weak, carried an undeniable firmness. Cough, cough, it's nothing to worry about. It's just that my garments have become soiled once again. I must trouble you to take care of it. Upon hearing this, Yunshijin's eyes turned slightly red, her voice trembling. Master, over these years, you have come here each month to recuperate, yet I see your condition worsening with each pass. What kind of potent poison could be so relentless? Her words were imbued with determination. I am willing to traverse mountains and rivers, seeking renowned physicians. I believe that my junior brother possesses considerable medical expertise. We will surely find a way to counteract the poison. Yunjing replied, Silly girl, is there anything in this world that Yunjing cannot accomplish? Must you little one scurry about on my behalf? He lifted his gaze to see Yunshijin's anxious expression, her eyes slightly reddened. Ever since her return from vengeance that year, she had maintained a demeanor as cold as ice, rarely allowing any emotional fluctuation to surface on her face, yet now, her eyes were rife with worry and anxiety. Yunjing felt a stirring in his heart, then averted his gaze, saying, "Do not fret, your master will not easily meet his end. I still wish to witness your union with Ai." After a brief moment, he glanced at her again, noting her return to a calm demeanor, before unscrewing the gourd of ginseng tea he carried. Taking a sip, Yunchijin sat in silence for a moment, seemingly reordering her thoughts, before she spoke in an unusually calm tone. "Master, why do you insist on taking junior sister Huayue with you to the Young Heroes Conference? What lies behind this decision?" Yunjang's gaze deepened, his brow slightly raised. "Why, do you find anything amiss with this course of action?" Yunchijin sighed softly, her brow creased with a hint of worry. "In this tumultuous world, with the ongoing strife between the Qi and Xua nations, my elder brother mentioned the matters of Gaoping upon his return, and it seems entangled with that blissful sect. I cannot help but worry. You is still so young and may struggle to navigate the treacherous waters of the martial world." Upon hearing this, a flicker of complex emotion passed through Yunjang's eyes, and he spoke slowly. "Yajin, you is not a mere daughter of a peasant family. She is the daughter of your little master, carrying the bloodline of the Song family." "What?" Yunchijin gasped, her body trembling with shock. "Does that mean she is Princess Song Shua?" Yunjang nodded slightly, his brows furrowing. "Indeed. With such a noble lineage, and you being so close to your little master, consider this: if you were in her place, what kind of person would you wish you were to become?" Yunchijin seemed struck by this question, momentarily lost in thought as images of her little master, who was spirited and loved nature, filled her mind. Yet, her little master had ultimately resolutely chosen to become the crown princess of Song Shua, willingly sacrificing her life and freedom for the peace of the realm. Contemplating this, Yunchijin's heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. After a hesitant pause, she finally spoke. "Though my little master was carefree by nature, she never once forgot her identity and responsibilities. Thought if I were her, I would hope my daughter could live a life free of worries, joyously roaming as a dashing hero." Yet, as she thought of this, layers of uncertainty began to ripple through her heart, shrouding her in indecision like a fog. What if her little master is now the only blood of the former crown prince? Would she wish her daughter to, like herself, achieve greatness in the world? Yunjing chuckled softly, a hint of helplessness in his laughter. This matter eludes your understanding, and I too am perplexed." Perhaps, even she has yet to fully comprehend it. Thus, she has cast this conundrum back to me. Yunjing's gaze turned towards the distant night sky. She knows that if one day her daughter makes a decision, I will neither obstruct nor be able to obstruct her. I will simply, as I did many years ago, support her, assisting her in walking the path she chooses. Yunchijin, sensing the weight of his words, tentatively inquired, "So, master, do you intend to?" Junjing chuckled lightly, an inexplicable determination woven into his laughter. "I can only strive to reveal the shifting winds and changes of this world as much as possible to you, allowing her to fearlessly make any decision, nothing more." Yunchijin nodded solemnly. "If this is your wish, then I shall assist you in fulfilling it." Silly child, Yunjing instinctively reached out to pat Yunchijin's head, but his hand halted midair, retracting suddenly, as a flicker of complex emotions crossed his eyes. "You have your own path to walk, and one day you will have your own children to care for. I do not wish for you to bear this heavy burden upon your shoulders." Yunchijin fell silent for a moment, a surge of unexplainable stubbornness rising within her. Suddenly, she stood, her voice tinged with defiance. "If I cannot be the master of your fate, can I not even be the master of my own? If you wish to give you the chance to choose freely, then please also grant me the same opportunity." With that, she turned and strode away, her steps resolute and unwavering. The moonlight enveloped her, as if draping her in a silver battle robe. Listening to the sound of Yunchijin's footsteps gradually fading into the distance, Yunjing remained seated beneath the moonlight, his figure appearing somewhat solitary and desolate. Chapter 37 The continuation of Ming's urging for candlelight paintings, welcoming the new year with lengthy feasts. As the year draws to a close, the biting cold winds sweep through, yet the pines and cypresses atop Fuyan Mountain remain ever verdant, though they cannot conceal the growing solitude within the mountains. Within the gates of the mountain, the once bustling scenes have faded into memory. With the approach of the year's end, disciples with families have taken their leave one by one, embarking on their journeys homeward. In an instant, the mountain is left sparse of figures, with only the sporadic sounds of bells echoing through the vast valleys, adding to the air of desolation. Mu Huayue has been preoccupied with her elder brother's words, counting the days in anticipation of when he might arrive at the mountain. Day after day, she lingers at the mountain gate, gazing down the path, hoping that the youth she yearns for each night might appear. However, as the days pass, from the faint light of dawn to the descent of night, from the delicate flurries of the first snow to the accumulation of snowdrifts, the figure of Muersan remains elusive, even as New Year's Eve approaches. On the eve of the new year, the training grounds are adorned with round tables placed in an orderly fashion, each laden with flour as white as snow and an array of fillings. The remaining disciples gather in a lively circle, fervently wrapping dumplings, their laughter and cheerful voices breaking the silence of the cold winter day, infusing it with warmth. Elder brother, we, the homeless souls, are merely waiting here for Master's New Year's gift. Yet why do you not return home, remarked Yun Jingsha, who had only recently joined the sect, stirring the fillings in his bowl with a pair of bamboo chopsticks while casting a glance at Yun Jingyi. Yun Jingyi, clad in a white robe, appeared unruffled as he deftly maneuvered a rolling pin, transforming the once neatly shaped dough into a tattered mess, seemingly oblivious to the state of the pastry. A faint smile graced his lips as he replied, "In Linen City, it has been quite peaceful lately, devoid of any tumult. Returning home would amount to idleness, only to face the mundane clamor of worldly affairs, which is truly vexing." Beside him, Yun Shujin, whose usually frosty demeanor softened, lightly pressed her lips together before gracefully taking the rolling pin from Yun Jingyi's hands, expertly rolling the dough as she gently nudged him aside, her voice imbued with warmth. "If you wait until you're ready to roll, we might not have any dumplings to eat by the Lantern Festival." Yun Shua chimed in playfully, "What peace and idleness are you speaking of? Surely, elder brother has something weighing on his heart that prevents him from departing?" Though nudged aside, Yun Jingyi maintained his cheerful demeanor, standing next to Yun Shujin, his gaze tender. "You do have a way with words. When will I take you and your sister back to Linen? At that time, we shall see who comforts you when you have nightmares." Yun Shua responded, "What of it? As a member of her family, am I not permitted to accompany you?" Yun Jingyi raised an eyebrow, a hint of mischief flickering in his eyes. "Oh? Pray tell, whose family member are you?" Yun Shua beamed. "Is that even a question? Who would dare to casually attach themselves to the relatives of the Prince of Jinnan? I am naturally the family member of Sister Shujin." At her words, laughter erupted among the group, even the usually composed Yun Shujin flushed with a faint blush, her lips curling into a rare smile. Mu Huayue, lost in her thoughts of her brother, only returned to the present upon hearing this exchange, her eyes gleaming with curiosity and confusion. She leaned closer to Yun Shua and whispered, "What Prince of Jinnan? What connection does elder brother have with them?" Yun Shua smiled mysteriously, a sly grin gracing her lips as she leaned in to whisper to Mu Huayue, "You may not know, but elder brother is the only son of the Shao family of Jinnan, a lineage of great prestige. However, since he entered the sect, we all refrain from discussing past affairs, so do keep this under wraps." Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Mu Huayue's eyes as she exclaimed softly, "Could it be the renowned Shao family that guards the southern borders?" "Indeed," Yun Shua confirmed, "at that time, neither of us was born yet. I have merely heard tales. Had the Prince of Jinnan been in Jinnan back then, he would not have allowed the Qi army such impudence." "What are you babbling about?" Yun Jingyi interjected, having overheard their conversation. Yun Shua playfully stuck out her tongue in response. "Although Fuyun's sect resides within the territory of Qi, most of its disciples hail from Shu Kingdom. The sect's ability to remain aloof from political affairs and avoid entanglement in conflicts relies on its detachment from worldly matters. Thus, regardless of other matters, if any disciple speaks carelessly about politics within his hearing, they shall receive a reprimand of 20 strikes. Mu Huayue had known Wang family village to be within the borders of Qi since she could remember. In her view, during those years of separation from warfare, even though they counted coins to get by, each household still had rice and grain, ensuring a semblance of stability. Therefore, she bore little concern over the divide between Qi and Shu. Noticing Mu Huayue's melancholy stemming from her longing for Muersan, Yun Shujin felt a pang of sympathy. She turned to Yun Jingyan and asked, "Junior brother?" Yun Shujin seldom initiated conversation, and her inquiry today left him pleasantly surprised. He quickly donned a smile and humbly replied, "Sister, please do not worry. I am aware of my mediocre talents and do not aspire to match your elder brother's prowess. My intent in attending is merely to partake in the festivities. As long as I do not bring disgrace to the sect's name, I shall be content." Yun Jingyi interjected, "When have the disciples of Fuyun's sect ever needed to belittle themselves? Your strength may be unknown to others, but I, as your elder brother, am well aware of your capabilities." He paused before continuing, "According to the conference rules, each hero is granted only one opportunity to compete. In recent years, the orthodox sects have dwindled, with only Shaolin and Wudong remaining prominent, alongside the Tianshan sect of the northern borders and the Shajia of the southern lands. Be cautious as you proceed." Yun Shua, intrigued, inquired, "The Shajia of the southern lands, is that not the family of the one who defeated our second sister with the flying cloud leg 3 years ago? Do they still have young disciples participating?" Yun Jingyi nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. "Indeed, that young hero has a sister who is said to have mastered the flying shadow leg as well, rivaling her brother's skills." However, she seldom makes appearances in the martial world, hence her lack of notoriety. Having said this, he turned to Yun Shujin and suggested, once the New Year festivities pass, perhaps you could engage in a sparring session with Sister Shujin. Should you encounter her at the conference, you will be better prepared. Yun Shujin nodded lightly in agreement. Yun Jingyan, witnessing this, immediately bowed in gratitude. Then I must thank Sister in advance. As the conversation flowed, their hands remained busy, and before long, pots of steaming dumplings were produced, wafting enticing aromas that made one's mouth water. The group gathered around the round table, devoid of any hierarchy, continuing to wrap dumplings while savoring the delectable morsels fresh from the pot. Reflection upon the incident where Huayue was kidnapped, Yun Jingyi felt it was due to his own reckless behavior, having indulged in drink with his fellow disciples, and thus he imposed a 3-month ban on himself from alcohol. The other disciples, seeing their elder brother abstaining, felt it inappropriate to mention the matter, so they all partook of the noodle soup as a substitute for wine, drinking heartily. Chapter 38 The Green Collar. My heart is longing as the night deepened and the moonlight flowed like water. The Fuyun Hall was brightly illuminated, casting a warm yet solemn ambience. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, the guests, feeling a bit drowsy, began to bring the outdoor stalls inside, joining together to celebrate the New Year's Eve vigil. Within the hall, disciples were gathered in small clusters, some seated, others standing, engaged in soft whispers or bursts of laughter, creating a harmonious atmosphere. However, Mu Huayue had yet to catch a glimpse of Yun Zhang, and unable to quell her curiosity, she softly inquired of her companion, Yun Shua, Master has not arrived yet. Why does he not join us in keeping the vigil? Upon hearing this, Yun Shua's expression dimmed slightly, and she sighed gently. Every year on New Year's Eve, my father goes alone to the ancestral hall to keep my mother company. He never allows me to accompany him, perhaps because his longing for her is too profound, and he needs solitude. As she spoke, her voice lowered even further. I have heard that when my mother gave birth to me, she faced complications. At that time, my father was leading his disciples far away in Jiannan and could not return in time, missing even her final moments. He never mentions her in my presence, and I no longer inquire about her. Surely, his heart aches even more than mine. Yun Shua's mention of her deceased mother cast a shadow of melancholy upon her face. She then turned to Mu Huayue and asked, "What about you?" But then, as if realizing her inadvertent slip, she quickly added, I should not have brought up such sorrowful matters. Forget I said anything. Mu Huayue shook her head in response. What is wrong with that? I have never met my parents either. My elder brother says they were merely common farmers who perished in the chaos. He brought me south to Wangjia village, where he heard that Amu was a distant relative who took us in. As she recounted this, a tender memory flickered across Mu Huayue's face. Amu treated me exceptionally well. Every New Year's Eve, she would make meat-filled pancakes that were simply delightful, and then there was Xiaohu, who often teased me, yet, I know his heart is kind. Once, a ferocious civet cat suddenly emerged from the mountains and injured someone in the village. In his attempt to protect me, Xiaohu was even scratched on the arm by that beast. Listening to Mu Huayue's musings, Yun Shua felt a pang of curiosity, not to mention Mu Huayue, but Mu Ersan, with his remarkable skills and extraordinary demeanor, surely could not have originated from an ordinary farming background. It seemed only Mu Huayue, having been cherished and protected all her life, had never contemplated such matters. Reflecting on Mu Ersan, the image of his rebellious yet captivating gaze surfaced vividly in Yun Shua's mind, causing her cheeks to flush with an involuntary warmth. She sighed inwardly. If only Mu's brother were not marred by that birthmark on Yuera's face, without such a flaw, she would undoubtedly be a peerless beauty. Lost in thought, Yun Shua's hand inadvertently brushed against the black-clad doll she held, a gift from Mu Ersan, entrusted to Yun Zhang to pass on to them. A mischievous idea struck her, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Mu Huayue with a smile. You sitting here chatting is rather dull, let us play house. Upon hearing this, Mu Huayue's eyes, having lacked companions of her age, she was unfamiliar with the game of house and asked, what is playing house? This is something senior brother Zhang taught me. It is said that young ladies in the city enjoy this. You can use the doll to play one character, and I will use this one to play another, and we shall have a duel. Mu Huayue stared, momentarily taken aback, before regaining her composure and asking, is that so? Then who shall we pretend to be? Yun Shua's eyes twinkled as she leaned closer to Mu Huayue, whispering a few words into her ear. After listening, Mu Huayue's eyes sparkled with barely contained laughter. No one will know, come on. Before long, the others observed two young girls brandishing dolls and enacting some sort of duel, their voices ringing out. Junior sister, allow me to strike with a move as swift as a shooting star. Senior brother, your sword is most fearsome. It nearly grazed my hair. No, senior sister, do not speak like that, you must be more aloof. Oh, alright, let us go again. Junior sister, beware, my swordplay is unyielding, do not mar your beauty. No, no, that does not sound like what senior brother would say. Outside Fuyan Hall, on the stairs, Yun Jingyi and Yun Shujin sat side by side, inexplicably sneezing twice. Ah, Jean, are you feeling cold? Not at all. It must be senior brother who is cold. With your profound inner strength, how could you catch a chill? Then it must be that some little rascal is gossiping about us. At this point, he shifted the topic, his gaze falling upon Yun Shujin's ears, which were bare of adornment. Jean, what has become of the pair of earrings I gifted you? Why do I not see you wearing them? Do you not like them? Yun Shujin replied softly, those trinkets are too precious for daily wear while practicing martial arts, but I have kept them carefully, always on my person. Ah, Jean, why does it feel like you have grown distant from me with the passing years? Yun Shujin remained silent, gazing intently into the night sky, as if wishing to blend all her thoughts into the boundless darkness. Since childhood, she and Yun Jingyi had shared an unbreakable bond. He had always been there to protect her. When she sought revenge years ago, he had followed her, bearing the weight of their sect, their friendship untainted. Yet now, some matters were no longer as simple as those of youthful adventurers. Yun Shujin's heart was a tumult of emotions. After a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke softly. How could I ever grow distant from you? It is just that you are ultimately destined to return to the Wang family in the south. Upon hearing this, Yun Jingyi frowned slightly, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. What concern is there in that? I am the sole heir of my family. If I choose to marry you, who would dare to object? Do you not wish to accompany me? Yun Jingyi pressed, urgency lacing his tone. I know you dislike the disputes of the noble houses, but do you not trust me? I will protect you. You may continue to be your carefree swordswoman, and no one shall interfere with you. Yun Shujin responded, how could I not trust you? But if I were to leave with you, what would become of Master? Master? At her words, Yun Jingyi paused, then quickly realized that among the disciples, only he and Shujin were truly exceptional and capable of bearing great responsibilities. If both were to depart, Fuyan sect would find itself lacking in leadership. Yet upon hearing that Yun Shujin did not harbor any disdain for him, his worries dissipated. He laughed heartily, his demeanor open and sincere. So that is your concern. That is good. A master is a legendary swordsman, who would dare cause trouble within Fuyan sect. Continuing, he turned his gentle gaze towards Yun Shujin, a smile gracing his lips. If you are worried, then I promise you this. We shall remain within the sect, accompanying Master and our little junior sister. Once our little junior sister has grown and can inherit Master's teachings, we shall depart. How does that sound? Yun Shujin, upon hearing this, allowed a warm smile to appear on her lips, nodding in agreement with Yun Jingyi. Very well. Chapter 39. With a heart full of righteousness, treading the path of justice as the night gradually slipped away, the first light of dawn began to grace the eastern horizon, casting a gentle pearly hue across the sky. The disciples, having spent the night in repose, returned to their quarters in small groups. During the first 3 days of the new year, the sect observed a period of rest, and the faces of the gathered were adorned with a sense of relaxation and contentment. Mu Huayue and Yun Shua had already spent half the night in the Fuyan Hall, and at this moment, the two were sleepily rubbing their eyes as they made their way back to their rooms. Wait a moment. Turning back, they found Yun Jingyi and Yun Shujin approaching. Mu Huayue, puzzled, glanced over her shoulder. Yun Jingyi presented her with 2 books. Here are 2 manuals. One is the most fundamental inner strength technique in the martial world, the Jingqi Song, and the other is the Kaiyan Jiantian sword technique left behind by Senior Zhang before his descent from the mountains. He specifically instructed that this manual be given to you. Such a fortunate gift. At his words, Mu Huayue was momentarily speechless with surprise, while Yun Shua, quick-witted as ever, snatched the Kaiyan Jiantian sword technique from Yun Jingyi's hands, eagerly flipping through its pages. With a gleeful smirk, she remarked, though it may not rival our Fuyun sword technique, since you cannot enter the inner sect, it is wise to learn a bit more. Though filled with joy, Mu Huayue was also somewhat perplexed. She gently inquired, Elder brother, our sect's disciples have always adhered to the rules with utmost rigor. Is it truly permissible to casually learn the martial arts of other schools? In response, Yun Jingyi slowly elucidated, while our regulations are indeed strict, they are not devoid of humanity. Outer disciples are indeed prohibited from privately studying the heart techniques and advanced martial arts of other sects to prevent instability of character and deviation from the righteous path. However, as you are still new to the sect, if you adhere too rigidly to protocol, when will you ever elevate to the status of an inner disciple? This Jingqi Song is the most widely circulated inner strength technique in the martial world. It is balanced and serene, making it ideal for your foundational cultivation. You may immerse yourself in its practice without worry. At this juncture, he shifted his tone regarding the Kaiyan Jiantian sword technique. It was specifically bequeathed to you by Senior Zhang, and as your senior siblings, we have no right to intervene. The The choice to learn or not rests entirely with you. Upon hearing this, Mu Huayue felt a swell of emotion within, yet a hint of hesitation arose as she softly replied, "But I have never encountered sword techniques before, and I fear I may not know how to begin." Observing her uncertainty, Yun Shua's lips curled into an encouraging smile as she declared, "Why must you belittle yourself, little junior sister? Swords and blades share the same origin, their principles are interconnected. In the days to come, we can engage in mutual practice and exploration, and you shall undoubtedly gain insights." Yun Shujin nodded in agreement, her eyes radiating warmth and encouragement. "Indeed, your elder brother possesses vast knowledge and exceptional martial skills. Should you encounter any difficulties during your training, feel free to consult him. I am confident he will illuminate your path." Yun Jingyi interjected, "What my sister says is entirely correct. Asu accompany junior brother Jingyan down the mountain for training. The martial world is fraught with peril. An additional measure of skill is an added layer of security. For the next few days, focus on your cultivation, and when the time comes to descend the mountain, you will be equipped to protect yourself even against common bandits." Upon hearing this, Mu Huayue felt a warm tide wash over her. She respectfully bowed to the two, expressing her gratitude. "Huayue is deeply thankful for the attentive guidance and care from my elder brother and elder sister. I shall strive diligently and practice earnestly, ensuring I do not lag behind." The two exchanged knowing glances, affirming their understanding with a nod. Just as they were about to turn away, Mu Huayue called out once more, "Elder brother." Yun Jingyi slowly turned back, warmth and concern evident in his demeanor. "What is it, Huayue? Is there something else on your mind?" A flicker of worry crossed Mu Huayue's eyes as she spoke cautiously. "Elder brother, should you descend the mountain again in the future, could you please keep an eye out for news of my brother? He has never failed to keep his word with me, yet a sense of unease lingers in my heart, fearing he may encounter some misfortune." As she spoke, her voice unconsciously grew softer, and a trace of tears glimmered in her eyes. Witnessing this, Yun Jingyi felt a surge of compassion, and he gently nodded, assuring her, "Rest assured, I will keep this matter close to my heart and will do my utmost to inquire on your behalf." Mu Huayue, upon hearing this, nodded slightly, a grateful smile gracing her lips, before following in Yun Shua's footsteps as they departed. Upon returning to her room, Yun Shua, having stayed up all night, collapsed onto her bed, falling into a deep slumber. Mu Huayue joined her but clutched the Jingqi song in her hands, her heart brimming with excitement. Unable to find sleep resolutely, she sat up, and in the soft morning light, began to read it meticulously. "Heaven and earth possess righteousness, vast and encompassing the universe. With a heart full of righteousness, I tread the path of justice. A single pulse connects to the dantian, two energies encircle the waist and abdomen. The three talents connect to the four limbs, the four symbols guard my body, the five elements generate and restrain, the six harmonies share one path. Mu Huayue emulated Yun Shua's usual posture, sitting cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed in deep concentration, her hands resting gently on her knees, breathing long and profound, as if gradually synchronizing with the rhythm of the cosmos. Unsure of how to cultivate her inner strength, she silently recited the verses of the Jingqi song in her heart, feeling as though each character awakened within her, flowing like a gentle stream into her consciousness, creating ripples of energy. As she delved deeper into the verses, her breathing became increasingly steady, and within her, a faint yet resilient power began to stir quietly. Again and again, Mu Huayue sensed a delicate energy gently tapping at her dantian. Time slipped away unnoticed, and she felt her dantian, once as steady as a rock, begin to exhibit subtle movements. A surge of joy filled her heart, realizing that the originally condensed energy was starting to disperse. Startled, she quickly dispelled any distracting thoughts, allowing the energy to coalesce once more, gently thumping rhythmically against her dantian. Suddenly, a warm current surged from her dantian, akin to the rising sun, radiant and invigorating. This warmth coursed through her internal meridians, bringing waves of tingling comfort wherever it flowed, as if a slumbering dragon vein had been gently awakened, beginning to meander within her. Mu Huayue furrowed her brow, seemingly attuned to this unprecedented power. Her hands instinctively clenched into fists, fingertips trembling slightly, as if resisting the overwhelming force within her. Yet, guided by her intent, the power gradually softened, beginning to circulate within her according to the rhythm of the Jingqi song, forming perfect cycles of energy. At that moment, a powerful wave of heat surged from behind her, as if a fire dragon had taken flight, soaring towards the heavens. This wave of warmth enveloped her entirely, exuding an aura of boundless authority and strength. Mu Huayue felt her body lighten, as if she were about to soar with the wind, merging with the cosmos. Her eyes flew open, sparkling with brilliance, as a formidable aura emanated from her being, causing the very air around her to tremble. Chapter 40 of the Waves at Hongyang's shore. As Mu Huayue sat by the riverbank, she collected her thoughts, her eyes shimmering with a hint of confusion and unease. Sweat trickled down her cheeks, falling onto the couch with a soft patter. Turning her head, she noticed Yun Shua sleeping soundly beside her, the sun still shy of its zenith. It dawned on her that scarcely 2 hours had passed when Yun Shua finally awakened. Another 2 hours had slipped by. Mu Huayue hastily recounted her predicament to her friend Yin Shua, however, dismissed her concerns with a wave of her hand, saying, "Such is the nature of cultivating inner energy, you will feel a refreshing flow of qi coursing through your limbs and bones." Prolonged meditation may lead to fatigue, yet typically, one does not feel exhausted, it merely becomes a matter of acclimatization. With renewed enthusiasm, Yun Shua rose, leading Mu Huayue into the courtyard. She picked up a soft iron sword and tossed it gently, allowing it to land steadily in Mu Huayue's hands. "Now, try to channel that refreshing energy into the sword's body and then gather your strength to thrust." Demonstrating with grace, she produced a clear, ringing sound as an invisible sword intent flowed from the hilt to the tip of the blade. The once unremarkable iron sword seemed to awaken, adorned with a faint glimmer, vibrating slightly in the air, exuding an indescribable aura of power and majesty. Mu Huayue was taken aback, her mind racing back to the duel between her senior brother and senior Zhang, where the sword light danced like a dragon, slicing through the sky amidst gusts of wind, stirring even the heavens and the earth. Now, witnessing Yin Shua effortlessly merge sword intent with true energy ignited a flame of ambition within her. She attempted to guide the nascent and fervent energy within her body toward her arm, yet found the scorching essence stubbornly anchored to her bones, refusing to budge. Summoning all her will, she concentrated her energy and thrust the sword, yet, it seemed as though nothing had transpired. Observing her struggle, Yin Shua patiently reiterated her instructions. "Isn't your true energy already circulating within? Consider the sword as an extension of your arm, envisioning it connected to your qi. Try thrusting again." Mu Huayue nodded, mimicking her friend's earlier actions, holding her breath and focusing intently as she thrust the sword once more. But again, nothing happened. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, she whispered a sound effect to alleviate the awkwardness. Yin Shua remained undeterred, growing even more patient in her guidance. She demonstrated repeatedly, explaining the nuances until Mu Huayue finally grasped the technique. When she steadied the sword and thrust it, a small yet distinct sound echoed through the air. Satisfied, Yun Shua nodded, patting Mu Huayue on the shoulder, and said, "Fear not, little one. You're just beginning your journey in internal cultivation. To summon even a small amount of true energy is no small feat. After all, not everyone possesses the extraordinary talent I have, ha." Mu Huayue nodded, sensing an internal struggle between two forces within her. She felt it was merely a reflection of her inadequacies and resolved to strive even harder. In the days that followed, Mu Huayue immersed herself in her training, exerting herself more diligently than ever. In just over a month, the time to embark on their journey arrived. Accompanying the leader Yun Jingyan were Yun Shua, along with the young disciples Yun Jingyan and Yun Shuhua. Within the Fuyun Hall, the group stood solemnly, bidding farewell to their master, Yun Zhang. He maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, saying, "Go forth, Fuyun sect does not seek accolades for you, but rather, do not bring trouble upon me." Disciples heed the master's command, they responded in unison, their voices resolute and powerful. Yun Zheng smiled faintly and added, "However, if trouble truly comes knocking, do not hesitate, act decisively." "Understood," they echoed once more, a surge of ambition. Upon reaching the base of Fuyun Mountain, they followed the Huai River eastward, the picturesque scenery refreshing their spirits, the mountains clear and the waters beautiful. After several days of travel, they finally arrived at a stretch of calm waters, where the surface shimmered like scattered stars, leading them to deliberate a change to a water route. Having grown up in Wangjia village and never having ventured into the mortal realm since joining Fuyun sect, Mu Huayue felt an overwhelming sense of excitement and exhilaration at the sight of such beauty. Though the Qi River separated them from the east, the villages on both banks were neatly arranged, bustling with fishermen, and the air was devoid of any signs of conflict. As they continued along the waterway for several days, the river widened, revealing a southern bank dotted with closely packed houses, while passenger and merchant vessels moved in a steady stream, creating a lively scene. Hengyang, the vital artery of southern transportation, saw numerous streams converge, with boats coming and going in a vibrant bustle. However, as they approached Hengyang port, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Merchant ships became scarce, akin to stars obscured by dark clouds, leaving only a military supply dock standing tall, brimming with warships and iron chains spanning the river, evoking the might of an army poised for battle. As the sun dipped low in the west, its fading light cast an ominous glow over the river's surface. The boatmen skillfully maneuvered toward the dock, only to be intercepted by a small vessel approaching their ship. Before they could secure their mooring, several soldiers leaped aboard, each with a jovial demeanor and rotund figures. "Who is aboard this vessel? From whence do you come?" the leader inquired loudly. The boatman, sensing trouble, quickly bowed and presented a yellow document, trembling as he handed it over. "I hail from Mengzhou City, specializing in ferrying passengers. This is a document issued by the water office. I implore you to review it." The soldier briefly glanced at the document, a smirk curling his lips as he tossed it aside, allowing it to flutter to the ground like a fallen leaf. The governor has decreed that recent spies from Chi have been frequenting these waters, aiming to stir chaos during the Young Heroes Conference. No unauthorized individuals are permitted to dock. Depart immediately. The boatman, desperate, retrieved a few pieces of silver from his sleeve, smiling nervously. Honorable sir, the individuals aboard are indeed intending to attend the Young Heroes Conference. I kindly ask for your leniency. Unexpectedly, the soldier's expression darkened as he swatted the boatman's hand away. Another soldier ruthlessly shoved him, causing the boatman to stumble and fall clumsily onto the deck. Humph. You reject our kindness and think to bribe us with such trifles. Do you take us for beggars? The soldier sneered, rubbing his chin in disdain. The boatman, flustered, scrambled to his feet, bowing low with his forehead to the ground, pleading, please spare my life. Times are tough, and passengers are scarce. I have an elderly mother to care for. I truly cannot afford to offer more. Bah, what concern is your mother to me? Am I your father? The soldier taunted, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing the boatman's heart. At a loss for words, the boatman felt a surge of indignation. What do you mean? I see your behavior is suspicious. You must be a spy sent from the north. Seize him and take him back for interrogation. Chapter 41. The unsettled waves by the banks of Hangyang. Yun Jingyan and a few others had long been aware of the commotion outside the cabin. Yun Shua could no longer contain her eagerness to exit and reason with them, but Yun Jingyan gently restrained her, shaking his head. At this moment, he finally rose, pushed open the cabin door, and proclaimed in a clear voice, esteemed officials, please refrain from taking action. We are disciples of the Fuyan sect, here solely to participate in the Young Heroes Conference. This boatman has accompanied us on our journey at our behest and is certainly not a northern spy. There must be some misunderstanding, and I implore you to discern the truth. The officials were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yun Jingyan, but soon noticed his slender frame and the scholar's cap atop his head, which contrasted sharply with the burly warriors of the Jianghu. A sense of disdain unwittingly crept into their minds. The leader among them smirked coldly and retorted, "Humph, whether you are from the Fuyan sect or the Fuhu sect, or any celestial order, this is a matter of state affairs, not something you can inquire into at will. Could it be that you are also accomplices of these spies, attempting to sow confusion?" As those words echoed, the air seemed to freeze, and the atmosphere plummeted to an icy stillness. Before Yun Jingyan could respond, his junior brother, Yun Zhengan, could no longer suppress his fury. He stepped forward, fists clenched and eyes widened in indignation, shouting, "You, officer, cease your bullying. We, disciples of the Fuyan sect, walk upright and sit straight. How dare you slander us at will?" Upon witnessing Yun Jingyan's imposing stature, akin to a mountain, and the muscles rippling beneath his rolled-up sleeves, the once menacing officials felt an involuntary tremor of fear. Their gazes faltered, and their voices, laced with a barely detectable quiver, feigned calmness as they declared, "What? We are here on the orders of the court to apprehend spies. Do you wish to rebel openly?" Yet, Yun Jingyan pressed down on Yun Zhengan, taking a step forward, hands cupped in a respectful gesture, his tone gentle. "Esteemed officials, you have misunderstood. My junior brother is merely straightforward in nature, occasionally prone to rashness. However, I possess a token that may clarify this misunderstanding. I beseech you to accompany me so that I may elucidate further." The leading officer's brow furrowed in suspicion, yet under Yun Jingyan's composed demeanor, he reluctantly nodded and followed him aside. Yun Jingyan slowly produced an object from his bosom, discreetly revealing it to the officer. Upon sight of this item, the officer's complexion drained of color, as if confronted with something unfathomable. His gaze towards Yun Jingyan shifted to one of reverence, even tinged with a hint of obsequiousness. Just as the officer was about to inquire, Yun Jingyan made a silencing gesture, his voice low. "His Highness the young prince is particularly averse to ostentation. This matter must be handled discreetly. I hope you can show understanding and assist us in concealing it. We shall surely reward you handsomely in the future." Upon hearing this, the officer's face instantly bloomed with a smile, repeatedly assuring, "Of course, of course. It is our honor to serve His Highness. Rest assured, this matter will be handled with utmost care." Yun Jingyan deftly tucked the mysterious token back into his bosom, then, with a subtle motion, he retrieved a silver ingot from the depths of his garment, smiling as he extended it toward the officer, his voice resonant like a spring breeze. "This boatman is, in truth, a loyal servant acting on our behalf. Your esteemed self possesses high moral standards and keen insight. I trust this misunderstanding has now dissipated, allowing us to continue our journey with peace of mind." The officer, caught in a dilemma over the silver, found himself unable to accept or refuse. With a glint of cunning in his eyes, he hastily stepped forward, personally assisting the wronged boatman to his feet and placing the silver into the boatman's rough, calloused hands, all the while uttering grandiloquent phrases. "It is merely a trivial misunderstanding. My good fellow, you have worked hard throughout your journey. Please take this as a small token of our appreciation to treat your family." The boatman, bewildered by this sudden turn of events, momentarily lost in thought, soon realized he had inadvertently encountered a benefactor. Just as he was about to speak, Yun Jingyan gently pressed a hand on his shoulder, silencing him. "Good sir, we shall rely on your assistance in the future. Let today's events pass without further ado." With that, Yun Jingyan led his junior disciples off the boat, while the officer hurriedly nodded and bowed in respect behind them. Once outside the harbor, Mu Huayue trailed closely beside Yun Jingyan, her curiosity piqued. "Senior brother, what did you show that officer to elicit such a drastic change in his demeanor?" Yun Jingyan replied softly, "That was the command token of the Duke of Southern Pacification, entrusted to me by our senior brother. He is aware of the tumultuous situation in Nanshu and specifically instructed me to carry it for unforeseen circumstances." Yun Shua, still seething with indignation, exclaimed, "Those corrupt officials are truly intolerable. If it were up to me, I would teach them a severe lesson and toss them into the river to make them remember." Both Yun Zhengyan and Yun Shua nodded in agreement, expressing their concurrence. Observing their reactions, Yun Jingyan smiled faintly and turned to Mu Huayue, gently inquiring, "Junior sister, what is your perspective on this matter?" Mu Huayue pondered briefly before responding, "In terms of martial prowess, I fear that even 10 officers would not stand a chance against you, senior brother. We can fight, but the worst that could happen is that we would have to leave afterward. However, the boatman might suffer unjust repercussions for our actions." Yun Shua suddenly grasped the implication, saying, "Exactly. It is likely that these corrupt officials would seek vengeance on the boatman for our intervention. Now that we have lent him support under senior brother's name, they would think twice before pursuing him further." Yun Zhengyan nodded with a smile, addressing the group, "You speak wisely, junior sister. Once we enter the city, we must remain vigilant in our words and actions and refrain from labeling them as corrupt officials. We ought to preserve some dignity for our senior brother." The group responded with laughter, acknowledging his words. Mu Huayue silently marveled at this. She had only known senior brother Yun Jingyan as honorable and chivalrous, with a vast network of connections, while the second senior sister was strict and disciplined. She had not anticipated that, despite his seemingly frail appearance and aversion to ostentation, he possessed the demeanor of a true leader when dealing with matters. In her heart, she mused, indeed, the members of the Fuyan sect were all profound and unfathomable. She wondered when she might attain such capability and stand on her own, becoming a true hero. Chapter 42 Unbeknownst encounters with old friends in a new land. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm golden hue upon the cobblestone streets of this ancient city. The buildings that lined either side of the road were a delightful melange of architectural styles, with flying eaves and ornate carvings that exuded charm. Mu Huayue followed her senior brothers and sisters through the bustling thoroughfare, her senses overwhelmed by the vibrant sights before her. In her previous understanding, she believed that the heavy burden of Sun Wulang encompassed all the treasures of the world. Little did she realize the vast array of rare and exquisite items that existed beyond her imagination. Here were translucent jade trinkets, there were vibrant silks, and exotic spices wafted alluringly through the air, each emanating an enticing aura of mystery. The street was lined with a myriad of stalls, each offering unique and unfamiliar wares that piqued her curiosity. Although Yun Shui had descended from the mountains, her prior experiences had been limited to rural villages. She had never witnessed such a flourishing city, and her excitement was palpable. Yun Zhengyan, noticing the girls' delight, allowed them to meander freely, purchasing candied figurines for their enjoyment. Before long, the group navigated through the throngs of people, and a two-story inn came into view. A large flag stood tall at the entrance, fluttering in the breeze, emblazoned with the words Uli Inn. As they crossed the threshold, a warm breeze infused with the fragrances of tea and wine greeted them. The inn was brightly lit, illuminating the scrolls of calligraphy and paintings that adorned the walls, creating an atmosphere that was both lively and refined. A sharp-eyed attendant, noticing their arrival, hurried towards them with a beaming smile, his eyes sparkling with shrewdness. He enthusiastically inquired, "Esteemed guests, with your remarkable presence and extraordinary demeanor, might you be here to participate in the Young Heroes Conference?" Yun Zhengyan, clad in a blue robe and exuding poise, nodded gently in acknowledgement. His voice was steady yet courteous as he replied, "Indeed, that is the case. Might I inquire whether your esteemed establishment has accommodations available for us to rest?" Upon hearing this, the attendant's smile broadened, albeit tinged with a hint of regret. "We do have a few rooms available, but due to the influx of friends from the martial world, they are quite scarce. I fear we can only offer 2 rooms for your party." Yun Zhengyan's brow furrowed slightly, but then relaxed, revealing a disposition of openness. "No matter, my fellow disciples are not overly particular. 1 room for the brothers, and another for the sisters will suffice." "Very well, please, esteemed guests, take a seat while I prepare your rooms, ensuring they are clean, tidy, and comfortable." The attendant hastily turned and weaved through the crowd, his footsteps light and purposeful. The group settled at a square table in a corner of the inn, where the attendant promptly served them fragrant tea before attending to other patrons. At a neighboring table, a group of sword-wielding guests sat together, their attire varied, with blades of differing lengths at their waists, suggesting diverse skills and affiliations from various schools. Though they spoke not a word, the sharpness and vigilance in their gazes commanded respect. Upon noticing Yun Zhangnian and his companions, the swordsman exchanged subtle glances, appraising them before nodding in acknowledgement. Yun Zhangnian and his group returned the gesture with polite smiles. The hushed murmurings from the adjacent table reached their ears, each word crisp and clear. One voice, deep and tinged with dissatisfaction, voiced a concern that the emperor seeks to gather the various martial factions under the guise of the Young Heroes Conference to bolster his authority, yet he simultaneously erects formidable barriers at the borders. Is this not a contradiction? Another replied with a light chuckle, his tone laced with intrigue. Are you still unaware? Have you heard of the Tianjin sect from years past? The Tianjin sect, you refer to that once renowned sect based in Jiannan City? The audacity to establish a sect beneath the emperor's nose is indeed remarkable, another interjected, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Was it not said that their entire faction disguised themselves as soldiers and ultimately perished during the Jiannan defense? The leader of the Tianjin sect was a figure of great heroism, capable of establishing a sect within the capital and maintaining its prominence for years. Would he act so recklessly? Knowing defeat was imminent, how could he not prepare a contingency? Are you implying, a curious voice leaned in, captivated? It is said that the Prince of Zhao Wu foresaw the now, not only the Nanshua and Beiqi factions but even the Jile sect and various martial schools are secretly pursuing the whereabouts of the Shuowu treasure map. Mu Huayue furrowed her brow slightly. She had heard of the Shuowu treasure map numerous times, yet the discourse among these individuals was evidently distinct. If the Qi family possessed the treasure map, would they truly be so brazen as to attract widespread attention? Gazing at Yun Zhangnian, she observed her senior brother wearing a similarly puzzled expression, silently sipping his tea. As she pondered, a melodious yet somewhat haughty voice resonated from outside the inn. Attendant, quickly prepare 3 superior rooms for me. With that, a jingling of bells accompanied her entrance, drawing the gazes of all assembled. A girl of approximately 15 or 16 years, adorned in the vibrant attire unique to the southern regions, glided in like a fluttering butterfly, her movements imbued with a spirited grace. Her skin, slightly tanned, belied an exquisite porcelain-like quality. Though beautiful, her slightly raised brows lent her an air of imperiousness. The attendant, upon hearing her, hurriedly donned a beaming smile and stepped forward, intending to reiterate the previous explanation concerning room availability. However, the girl, undeterred, raised her voice. My entourage is numerous, requesting merely 3 rooms is already a compromise. What do you mean there are only 2 remaining? It seems you are not interested in conducting business. Realizing the unusual stature of this girl, the attendant quickly bowed in apology, attempting to quell her ire, yet it proved futile. Ignoring his protests, she strode confidently into the inn, her delicate fingers pointing imperiously at the seated martial guests, commanding, with so many of you present, why do you not ask them to make space for me? The assembled martial guests, known for their fiery temperaments, found themselves in a precarious position as the attendant, caught between the two, broke into a cold sweat, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, a voice cut through, cool yet imbued with an undercurrent of gentleness. Your Highness, this inn is quite cramped. Why don't we relocate to the residence specially arranged by the governor? It is spacious and secure, surely more suitable than this place. Upon hearing this, the other guests fell silent, while the members of the Fuyan sect displayed a spectrum of reactions. Mu Huayue's eyes widened in astonishment, her gaze locked onto the speaker. The young man, clad in distinctive southern attire and adorned with a colorful turban, exuded an unyielding charm that could not be diminished by his exotic garb. This was none other than her longed-for elder brother, Mu Nian-san. Chapter 43. Who would have known to encounter an old friend in a new land too? Before the members of Finman could react, the young girl raised her delicate brows and, with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap to Mu Ersan, who towered over her by a head. The sharp sound of the slap echoed through the inn as she arrogantly declared, "This princess will reside wherever I choose. Who are you to meddle? What are you even worth?" In the face of this unexpected humiliation, Mu Ersan remained unfazed, his expression betraying no hint of turmoil. He gently raised a hand to smooth his garment, his voice still imbued with warmth. "Princess, please do not let anger take hold. If you truly wish to stay here, I shall make every effort to inquire whether any of my acquaintances in the martial world would be willing to accommodate you." Within the inn, patrons exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves. Though the girl was haughty and overbearing, the young man exuded an extraordinary demeanor, leaving them puzzled as to why he would endure such indignity. However, the girl's self-proclaimed status as a princess hinted at noble origins, and although the onlookers felt a sense of injustice, they dared not intervene. Meanwhile, Mu Huayue remained in a daze, while Yin Shua, unable to overlook the situation, sprang to her feet and pointed an accusatory finger at the girl, exclaiming, "What do you think you are? This inn is not yours to command, why strike him?" As the crowd turned to regard Yin Shua, Mu Ersan caught sight of the members of Finman, his expression momentarily faltered, his gaze finally settling on Mu Huayue, his face suddenly flushed, betraying either anger or excitement, as the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Fortunately, the girl was turning toward Yin Shua and had yet to notice Mu Ersan's unusual demeanor. With measured steps, the girl approached the group, casting a sidelong glance as she scrutinized them. Although they wore simple white garments, their extraordinary aura was unmistakable, especially that of the outspoken girl, who, amidst her charm, radiated a lively spirit, exuding an imposing presence without a trace of fear, clearly not of ordinary stock. A sense of wariness arose within the girl as she coldly inquired, "And who might you be?" "I am merely disciplining a servant. What business do you have with me?" "Servant?" The utterance stunned the crowd, shrouding them in clouds of confusion. They all knew that Mu Ersan had once endured a blow from the sect leader to save Mu Huayue, prostrating himself in humility to secure her place in the sect. Though they spoke not a word, they held him in considerable esteem, yet now, to see him reduced to the status of this girl's servant was bewildering. Yin Shua, known for her straightforward disposition, retorted, "What does it matter to me? In broad daylight, everything should be governed by reason. Your brazen arrogance invites everyone to take notice." Upon hearing this, the girl's fury flared even more, and she declared, "Brazen arrogance, allow me to show you what true impudence looks like." With that, she raised her hand, poised to strike Yin Shua. Yin Shua, having been raised in comfort, was unaccustomed to such treatment. In a swift motion, she flipped her wrist, drawing her sword from its sheath, and executed a move, Nandu Fengguang, the blade flashing as it aimed for the girl's wrist, seeking to teach her a lesson. However, in that fleeting moment, a figure suddenly stepped in front of the girl. Mu Ersan. The impact of the sword sheath against his back produced a dull thud, causing him to stagger slightly. Seeing this, Yin Shua was both alarmed and furious, hastily retracting her strike, her brows knitted in anger as she exclaimed, "Mu Ersan, I was standing up for you, and you repay me by being so ungrateful." The girl stood unaffected, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth as she addressed Mu Ersan. "Oh? So you are acquainted with these people? It seems I misjudged you." Yun Jingyan, witnessing the scene, quickly interjected to shield Yin Shua, introducing himself. "Miss, we would gladly offer a room for you," he continued. The girl, however, paid them no heed, her eyes filled with disdain as she taunted, "Friends, you lot consider yourselves worthy. I expected something remarkable, but it turns out you were merely a bunch of rabble from the martial world. Oomph, what a waste of my time." Casting a glance at Mu Ersan, her tone turned playful. "By the way, did you not mention a younger sister who joined Finman? Surely, it must be this yellow-haired girl before me?" "Ha, this is truly laughable." Just as Yin Shua prepared to retort, Mu Ersan interjected, "My younger sister is frail and not yet of age to descend the mountain. The lady before us is none other than the sole daughter of sect leader Yin Zhang, Miss Yin Shua." At that moment, Mu Huayue's eyes brimmed with tears as she bit her lip tightly, struggling to suppress the urge to cry out. She could not fathom why her brother would not acknowledge her at this moment, yet she firmly believed he must have his reasons. Silently, she stepped back, seeking refuge behind brother Yin Jing'an, discreetly wiping the tears from her eyes. Seeing his sister in such a state pierced Mu Ersan's heart like a dagger, and his eyes involuntarily twitched, yet, he stifled the turmoil within, maintaining an outward calm. Subtly, he shook his head at the others behind the girl, signaling them to refrain from acting impulsively. The girl, however, remained oblivious to the tension, her provocations unabated. "What of the sect leader's sole daughter? It sounds impressive, but in truth, you are just commoners, who would covet your room." With that, her demeanor shifted dramatically, from provocation to flirtation, as she linked her arm with Mu Ersan's, her voice dripping with sweetness. "Oh dear, I am not one to hold grudges. Since the inn has limited rooms, Mugij, let us share one." Mu Ersan, taken aback, replied, "Princess, of noble birth, how could you jest so? Such a notion is truly inappropriate." The girl, noticing his reaction, flashed a mischievous smile, her eyes sparkling with playful defiance. "Did you not promise to call me Jingjing? How could you forget? Really, you are such a simpleton. On New Year's Eve, you vowed to protect me and accompany me on a journey to the Central Plains, and now look at these people, each one a fierce presence, as if they are poised to devour me. What if they sneak into my room at night and offend me? What shall I do?" This scene stirred a sense of inexplicable frustration within Yin Shua, her brows furrowing tightly as disdain and disgust filled her eyes. With a cold huff, laced with sarcasm, she remarked, "What a decline in morals, utterly shameless." Jingjing, seemingly unfazed by the mockery, grew even more brazen, her cheek pressed softly against Mu Ersan's arm, her gaze provocatively fixed on Yin Shua, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. "Oh, Miss Yun, are you feeling a twinge of jealousy?" Mugij, look, someone seems quite unhappy. Chapter 44. Unbeknownst to the new land, an old friend encountered. Yun Shua understood that this young lady was not easy to deal with. She merely raised her gaze towards Mooney Anson. However, she found him entirely indifferent to her look, and memories of the countless steps they had traversed together flooded her mind, stirring a wave of inexplicable sorrow within her. With a pallid countenance, Yun Shua turned to leave, prompting Yun Jingyan and the others to hastily follow suit. At the rear of the group, Mu Huayue walked slowly, her thoughts a tangled mess, her steps heavy. As she brushed past Mooney Anson, a wave of unnameable heartache surged to her nose, and her eyes involuntarily reddened. She lowered her gaze, biting her lower lip, tears shimmering before her, as she fought to hold back the deluge of emotions, leaving only a fleeting silhouette as she hurriedly melded into the ranks of her seniors. The others caught a glimpse of her disheveled appearance, remaining silent and assuming she was merely an ordinary maid by Yun Shua's side, their gazes tinged with a hint of disdain, and none bothered to engage with her. Meanwhile, Jingjing, exuding an air of arrogance, confidently led the group, boldly taking a seat in front of Yun Shua and her companions, a contemptuous sneer gracing her lips as she spoke with a voice sharp as a needle. What has the rush to leave, such thin skin? With this temperament, how do you expect to navigate the world? You might as well return home and play house, lest you lose your life in this realm and become a laughingstock. Upon entering the parlor, they found it simply adorned, with curtains half drawn. A gentle breeze stirred the beaded drapes, yet it could not dissipate the anger boiling within Yun Shua. Her face flushed with indignation as she exclaimed, "What a shameless girl! Her behavior is truly a rarity in this world." Having said that, she abruptly turned to Yun Jingyan, her tone laced with urgency. "A fourth senior brother, you have traveled far and wide, seen much. Do you recognize the origins of that little girl?" Yun Jingyan, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding slowly. "From their attire and dialect, they undoubtedly hail from the southern border. In that region, only the daughter of the Duan family from the Nanzhao kingdom would dare to call herself a princess and make such a grand entrance." This revelation took everyone by surprise, and Yun Shua's brow knitted tighter. Is she truly a princess? I have heard that Nanzhao has adopted the blissful teachings as its national religion. This ostentatious entrance into the territory of Shuaqua was bound to stir quite a commotion. Yun Jingyan nodded gravely. "You speak wisely, junior sister. However, considering that we of the Fuyan sect are also situated in Shigua, and now find ourselves in the land of Songshu, we are outsiders. It is better to avoid trouble if we can." Hearing this, a disdainful smile crept onto Yun Shua's lips as she rolled her eyes, her tone rife with indignation. "What princess of Nanzhao? Were they not once bowing to Shuaqua, paying annual tributes? My father and the late crown prince were his brothers. If Shuaqua were still as it was then, what concern would she have? Does she truly think herself a person of significance?" "Junior sister, be cautious with your words," Yun Jingyan interjected hastily. Yun Shua huffed, forcing herself to suppress her fury, yet she could not refrain from complaining. All right, let us not speak of it. But that princess's arrogance aside, why does that brother from the Mu family show her such respect? Has he no pride? It's truly unbearable to witness." At this, Yun Shua, overhearing her words, furrowed her brow and gently tugged at her sleeve, discreetly indicating to pay attention to her words regarding Mu Huayue. Mu Huayue, biting her lower lip, felt tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls breaking free from their string. Witnessing this, Yun Shua's anger flared anew as she seized Mu Huayue's sleeve, her voice rising. "Why are you crying? This is hardly the behavior of a heroine. Such a disgrace." Though her words were reproachful, they also revealed a hint of tenderness and reluctance. "Let us go. I, Yun Shua, shall take you to confront that insufferable boy. How dare he neglect his own sister while bowing and scraping to other girls? What kind of logic is that?" Mu Huayue shook her head, choking back her words. "Senior sister, I'm fine, truly. I just haven't seen my brother in a long while, and it pains my heart, but I believe in him. He wouldn't abandon me. There must be a reason." After saying this, Mu Huayue hastily wiped her face with her sleeve, her eyes wide open as if trying to force her tears. She steadied herself, her voice still quivering but now more resolute. "You needn't go. I'm fine. I won't cry." Seeing her so determined, the others could not help but feel pity. Her seniors offered words of comfort, suggesting a walk to lighten her mood. However, Mu Huayue insisted she was too tired and wished to rest in the room, not wanting to worry them. Understanding her persistence and the unresolved turmoil within her, they refrained from pressing further. Thus, the group departed, leaving Mu Huayue alone in the room. She sat quietly on the couch, her mind swirling with thoughts, feeling the urge to meditate and calm her chaotic emotions. Yet, as she attempted to circulate her internal energy, her thoughts raced like untamed horses, slipping beyond her grasp. The visions of the tragedy in Wangjia village resurfaced like a haunting nightmare, flames soaring, cries deafening, each harrowing scene slicing through her heart like a dagger as she called out for her brother. In a fleeting moment, she turned to see her brother holding another girl of similar age, gently pinching her cheek. At times, the girl resembled Duan Jingjing, at others, Yun Shuhua, yet her complexion was fair, unlike her own. A sudden pang of fear gripped her as she felt flames licking at her legs, and she cried out for her brother, but Mooney Anson merely cast her a cold glance filled with indifference. A wave of abandonment washed over her, intertwining anger and sorrow like tumultuous waves crashing against her spirit. Gradually, Mu Huayue lost control, and the latent energy within her seemed to awaken, surging wildly through her body. The energy rampaged through her meridians, as if seeking to break free from all constraints in search of an outlet. Her complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her body trembling as though enduring an unprecedented trial. As the energy continued to surge, Mu Huayue's meridians strained under the immense pressure, threatening to collapse at any moment. She felt waves of excruciating pain coursing through her, as if 1,000 daggers were slicing through her flesh, rendering her life intolerable. Is it not better that in this world, I am ultimately alone? What is left to cling to? As her consciousness began to blur, everything before her morphed into a surreal haze, as if she were trapped in a realm of chaos and violence, surrounded by endless darkness and storms, akin to a solitary boat adrift on a vast sea, uncertain of when it might capsize. At this critical juncture of life and death, a warm and powerful energy quietly surged into her body, resembling a benevolent elder, gently soothing her tumultuous energy, guiding it back to her dantian. In an instant, Mu Huayue felt the pain within her subside significantly. She focused her mind and followed the guiding energy to tame the chaotic currents within her. Once her breath stabilized, she opened her eyes wide, only to find that the figure before her was none other than her brother. Yet, he no longer exuded the calm demeanor from before. His eyes brimmed with urgency and concern as he continuously infused his energy into her, stabilizing her troubled spirit. Brother, Mu Huayue murmured, tears welling in her eyes, the grievances and resentments in her heart seemingly transforming into boundless longing and dependence in that moment. Mooney Anson silently gazed at her, offering no words, until her energy had fully returned to her dantian, at which point he finally released her. Chapter 45 of The Fragrant Pouch hides profound meaning. Many partings among the children of the Jianghu in the inn's room. The sunlight streamed in at an angle, illuminating the figures of the brother and sister seated opposite each other. Although the sounds of vendors calling out could be heard from outside the window, the atmosphere within the room felt even more tranquil. Tears flowed unceasingly down Mu Huayue's cheeks, while Muersan appeared haggard, his eyes rimmed with red, as if 1,000 words were choked in his throat. Yuer, I am so sorry. It is I who failed to uphold my promise, who failed to protect you. Muersan's voice was low and hoarse, each word seeming to be forced out from the depths of his heart. Yuer seemed to have matured somewhat, with only the copper peach blossom hairpin he had gifted her years ago nestled in her hair. He longed to reach out, to gently caress Mu Huayue's hair as he did in their childhood, yet hesitated midway, retracting his hand as if even this simple act of affection had become a luxury in that moment. Watching Muersan's hand stop in the air before being withdrawn, Mu Huayue felt a tumult of mixed emotions, a web of grievance, confusion, and worry that nearly suffocated her. She had intended to question him, to inquire about the trials he had faced in the distant southern region, to ask why he had broken his promise and left her waiting in vain, yet when her gaze met Muersan's weary and guilt-ridden face, all her questions dissolved into nothingness, leaving only an endless pang of sorrow. Brother, Mu Huayue's voice was as faint as a whisper. Did she hurt you? Does she often strike you like this? She slowly extended her hand, her fingertips trembling before gently resting upon Muersan's slightly gaunt face. He smiled softly, a smile tinged with both bitterness and relief. He gently covered Mu Huayue's hand with his own, allowing her palm to feel the warmth of his cheek, his voice tender yet resolute. It does not hurt, Yuer, your brother has long ceased to feel pain from such things. But seeing you hurt, crying, that is what truly pains my heart. Mu Huayue's voice trembled imperceptibly. Brother, is your absence on New Year's Eve due to that princess? Muersan fell silent for a moment, eventually nodding gently. At this, a complex emotion surged within Mu Huayue, and she nodded in return, offering a faint smile, though her voice held an unmistakable undercurrent of sorrow. Brother, do you like that princess very much, that you would willingly stay by her side and heed her words? Upon hearing this, Muersan's lips curled into a cold smile, seemingly mocking himself. Silly child, if you truly like someone, would you insult them, strike them, and manipulate them at will? Mu Huayue shook her head at this, clutching Muersan's hand tightly, her voice imbued with unwavering sincerity. Brother, I love you. I would never wish for you to suffer any harm, nor would I ever want to become the one who harms you. Muersan replied. Then it is settled, foolish girl. Duan Jingjing merely treats me as a plaything. How could I possibly have affection for her? Mu Huayue's eyes flashed with confusion and urgency. If you do not like her, then why allow her to bully you? What does she hold over you that she can threaten you? Brother, whatever you desire, Yuer has become stronger now. I will risk everything to help you find it. You need not be treated as a mere plaything. Is this what the sect leader has commanded you to do? Master is not one to hold grudges. We can speak with him, and he will understand. A warm current surged within Muersan, mingled with an indescribable bitterness. Yuer is truly clever, but what I desire, only she possesses. Mu Huayue, infused with a hint of unyielding stubbornness, questioned brother. Back then, when the junior sister merely jested, asking me to serve her, you remained unyielding to the death. Your words and actions taught me that poverty cannot sway us, and power cannot subjugate us, yet now, what in this world could make you feel it is more important than your own dignity? Upon hearing this, Muersan's lips curved into a gentle smile. Silly girl, one day you will understand that some things are more vital than dignity, reputation, or even life itself. What could that be? Muersan gently ruffled Mu Huayue's hair. It is the desire to protect someone. But Mu Huayue began, her understanding only partial. Muersan softly tousled her delicate hair, saying, all right, little Yuer, your brother has a matter of utmost importance to attend to, a task far beyond what I initially anticipated. At this point, Muersan's tone faltered slightly, a hint of unnoticeable melancholy flashing in his eyes. I should not have made promises to you that I could not fulfill, causing you to wait and be disappointed time and again. It is my fault. Hearing this, Mu Huayue's eyes glistened with unshed tears, but she fought to hold them back. Observing her struggle, Muersan felt a pang of sorrow and tightly grasped her small hand. Though I may not see you for a long time afterward, you must believe that no matter where I am or who I am with, you shall always be my one and only sister. Once I have completed this task, I will return to your side immediately, and we shall never part again. Not at that time, I will take you to savor the finest pastries in the world and listen to all the captivating tales. Is that agreeable? She sniffed, striving to prevent her tears from falling, then nodded vigorously. I promise, brother, no matter how long it takes, I will wait for you to return. Promise me, do not cry indiscriminately anymore. It will worry your brother. Mu Huayue nodded, her voice resolute. I promise, brother. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, drawing her short sword and slicing a lock of hair from her temple. During those days on Fuyun Mountain, I made pouches, fan tassels, and sword ornaments for you, among many other things. But I did not expect to see you here. Unfortunately, I did not bring those tokens of affection with me. As she spoke, she pulled out the brocade pouch Muersan had left for her. Gently, she poured the sword ornament from within, carefully picked up the freshly cut lock of hair, intricately tied it into a knot, and placed it into the pouch. Will you keep this lock of hair close to you? If you encounter any danger or difficulties outside, just think of me, and you must protect yourself and return safely to my side, alright? Muersan gazed at her, nodding in affirmation, just as he was about to respond when a sudden, urgent knocking at the door interrupted them. The voice was crisp and familiar. It was Yun Shua. Little one, are you awake? I'm back, quickly, let me in. At this, Mu Huayue's heart tightened, and she promptly rose to respond. I'm coming. However, when she turned back, she found the window ajar, the night breeze gently rustling the curtains, the warmth left by Muersan still lingering on the bed, yet that figure had vanished without a trace. Chapter 46, The Celestial Serpent Lord. As the door swung open, a gentle breeze, laden with the vibrant sounds of the bustling market, quietly swept in. Yun Shua, brimming with excitement, stepped over the threshold, her arms laden with an assortment of oddly shaped packages, as if she were cradling a treasure trove of the world's curiosities. With determined strides, she unceremoniously deposited the parcels onto the table, instantly filling the room with a unique aroma that mingled the essence of street food with the thrill of anticipation. Little one, behold. In Hangyang City, I, Yun Shua, have gathered every delectable delight you could possibly imagine, and not a single morsel has been overlooked. Look here, we have fish paste, earthy bowls, and sea eggs. I haven't even tasted them, as I intended to bring them back to share with you. Mu Huayue gazed at the array of items sprawled across the table, then lifted her eyes to see Yun Shua eagerly tearing open the oilcloth wrappings. Despite being a person who prided herself on cleanliness, her white attire bore splotches of grease from her endeavors. Witnessing this, Mu Huayue felt a swell of emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Mistaking her sentiment for lingering sorrow over the loss of her brother, Mu Huayue's heart surged with protectiveness. She quickly stepped forward, enveloping Mu Huayue in a warm embrace, gently patting her back. It's all right, little one, don't be sad. You have so many elder brothers and sisters who cherish you. Let us not dwell on the past. Your little sister will always shower you with love. Though Mu Niansen had departed, Mu Huayue no longer felt the weight of sorrow for her brother. Instead, she recognized that apart from him, she had her master, her elder brothers and sisters, and this little sister, who, despite being only a few years older, always regarded her as a child. It dawned on her that life was not devoid of those who cared for her, So why should she indulge in feelings of inferiority or self-pity? A newfound sense of bravado surged within her. She felt that the world was but a vast expanse, ripe for exploration. Nodding, she approached the table, picked up a sea egg, and offered it to Yun Shua, saying, "Rest assured, little sister, I will no longer be a source of worry for you." Seeing that she took a delicate bite of the sea egg from Mu Huayue's hand, savoring its exquisite flavor, and remarked, "Ah, how delightful, knowing you feel this way brings me great comfort." As she continued to eat, Yun Shua began to recount her day. "Oh, let me tell you about something truly amusing that happened today. As we were leaving, that ghostly princess insisted on trailing behind us, clinging to your brother like a piece of chewing gum. Her pretentious demeanor was utterly revolting." At this point, Yun Shua looked up at Mu Huayue, concern flickering in her gaze as she softly inquired, "Little one, you?" Mu Huayue, hearing her words, smiled gently and replied candidly, "It's all right, little sister. I trust my brother. Besides, as you mentioned, I am not alone. I have you, my dear little sister, who loves and cares for me." Upon hearing this, Yun Shua nodded with a smile and continued, "That ghostly princess was such a nuisance along the way, but guess what? When we reached the arena, suddenly, a man in black with a golden mask descended from the sky and gave that princess a severe reprimand, whisking her away." "What, a princess, no less? How could anyone possess more authority than she?" Mu Huayue exclaimed, astonished as she continued to nibble on her food. Yun Shua nodded, her tone laced with intrigue. Indeed, in an instant, the princess transformed, becoming utterly meek before that cloaked figure, addressing him as Your Excellency. It was astonishing. My elder brother seemed to recognize this title, and when the princess mentioned it, his expression changed instantly. He hurried us away, as if fearing we might attract trouble. Later, I stopped by the market to buy some food. My elder brother and the others mentioned they needed to prepare gifts for the main test of this hero gathering. As a sign of respect, I was worried about you, so I rushed back." As Yun Shua spoke, she gently patted Mu Huayue's head, her eyes filled with affection. "You are so kind to me, little sister." Yun Shua chuckled and waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, I'm just joking. On this mountain, you are the only one younger than me. If I don't look after you, who will? Now, eat up. When my elder brothers return, we can inquire about that masked man and uncover his true identity." The two girls laughed and chatted, their warmth enveloping the room, unaware that beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of Hanyang City, dark currents and whirlpools were already at play. At the edge of the city, in a secluded courtyard hidden behind the Fade of Prosperity, a figure lay in wait beneath the night sky. Towering walls encircled the area, isolating it from the external clamor, leaving only an eerie silence in its wake. The moonlight was sparse, filtering through the thin clouds like delicate threads, barely illuminating the surroundings. A man cloaked in black stood there, his face obscured by a mask crafted from a hard, cold material, as if forged from some ancient metal. The mask was adorned with serpentine designs, each snake depicted in various poses, some with their mouths agape, some coiled, others standing proud. In the dim moonlight, these serpents appeared almost alive, their scales shimmering with an eerie glow, evoking a sense of dread. The cloaked figure remained shrouded in darkness, save for his deep-set eyes that flickered like distant stars in the night. His voice, low and gravelly, echoed like the call of an owl, indistinguishable in gender. "Boy, where have you been?" Mooney Anson, his right hand pressed against his chest, bowed his head respectfully and replied, "Respected one, I just returned from the inn." "For what purpose?" The voice of the cloaked figure was as cold as ice. "The princess has a fondness for the inn's specially made sugar oil pastries, which are sweet and crispy. I returned to fetch some for her, to express my humble loyalty." "Liars!" The revered one's voice thundered with fury, and before the words had fully escaped his lips, he subtly gestured, unleashing an invisible force that enveloped Mooney Anson. Suddenly, veins bulged on Mooney Anson's face, as if countless tiny creatures were writhing beneath his skin, his features contorting in visible agony. In an instant, sweat poured from him like rain. "I dare not deceive the revered one." Mooney Anson gritted his teeth, every ounce of strength seemingly drained from his body, his voice trembling like fragile icicles in winter, barely escaping his lips. "Respected one," he struggled against the surging tide of pain that coursed through him, his forehead veins standing out like stormy seas, sweat streaming down and soaking his garments. Trembling, he slowly retrieved a slightly crumpled oil paper package from within his robes, each movement resembling the effort of lifting a great weight. As he unwrapped the oil paper, a few golden pastries tumbled onto the cold ground, their surfaces glistening with crystal and sugar, exuding an enticing fragrance that starkly contrasted with the suffocating tension in the atmosphere. "Uncle Celestial Serpent!" Just then, a crisp and urgent voice shattered the silence. Duanjingjing burst through the door, her eyes wide with concern as she hurried to Mooney Anson's side, her hands firmly supporting his faltering frame. With unwavering resolve and courage, her gaze locked onto the cloaked figure, devoid of any hint of retreat. "It was I who called him back. Mu Niansen is a guard bestowed upon me by my father. He would never betray us, you cannot lay a hand on him. Chapter 47. The promise of truth and falsehood. On that day, the Heavenly Serpent Sovereign seemed to harbor a certain trepidation towards Duanjingjing, his form quaking slightly as the cold, eerie aura surrounding him appeared to recede somewhat. He let out a cold laugh, akin to ice crystals swaying in a frigid wind, both sharp and imbued with an indescribable chill. With a gentle flick of his finger, the hand that had been tightly grasping the incantation gradually loosened. Mu Ersan felt an immediate lightness envelop him. As the force that had nearly torn him apart dissipated in an instant. Relieved, he sensed the tumultuous energy within him quieting down. Weakness washed over his legs, compelling him to collapse onto the ground, his complexion as pale as snow, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead revealing his current exhaustion and anguish. The voice of the Heavenly Serpent Sovereign resonated once more, deep and sinister, akin to whispers from the abyss, sending shivers down one's spine. Boy, I bestow upon you the golden silkworm goo to enhance your powers, so that you may better protect the princess. Should you dare to scheme under my very nose, clenching his teeth, Mu Ersan mustered his fading strength, struggling to utter, I would not dare. Duanjingjing, though feeling a modicum of reverence towards the Heavenly Serpent Sovereign, gritted her teeth and retorted, Uncle. Mu Ersan is my servant. When did it become your place to reprimand him? I can manage my own affairs. Yet, the Heavenly Serpent Sovereign seemed to pay her no heed, his gaze fixed intently on Mu Ersan, his voice growing even colder. A boy, your petty tricks may deceive the princess, but here, they are utterly transparent. If I learn that the princess has suffered even a hair's breadth of harm because of you, Duanjingjing, defiantly raising her chin, exclaimed, Uncle, I am already 15 years old. I am no longer that little girl who requires your constant protection. My path will be guided by the true God of supreme bliss. I do not need your instruction on how to proceed. Even if he were to harm me, what of it? Her voice suddenly surged, imbued with an undeniable resolve. The decisions I make are mine alone, and regardless of the outcome, I shall not regret. With that, Duanjingjing helped Mu Ersan to his feet, and together they stumbled out of the room. The Heavenly Serpent Sovereign stood silently, watching the retreating figures of the two. Though his face was obscured by a mask, an indescribable complexity flickered in his eyes, his bony fingers gradually clenched beneath the folds of his dark robe, as if suppressing an inner fury and unwillingness. Upon returning to her quarters, Duanjingjing retrieved a pill shimmering with a soft glow from her bosom, one she seemed to have cherished for a long time. Without hesitation, she brought it to Mu Ersan's lips. He opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. Instantly, a warm sensation coursed through his body, the dark aura on his face dissipating like morning fog, transforming into a healthy hue, gradually restoring the vibrant color to his complexion. He exhaled deeply, as if emerging from the threshold of death. Brother Mu, are you feeling better? Duanjingjing's voice trembled with urgency, her eyes fixed intently on his face. She straightened abruptly, her clear eyes flashing with indignation and disappointment. Raising her hand, she delivered a resounding slap to Mu Ersan's face, exclaiming, I never said I wanted that wretched sweet pastry. Speak, were you not planning to return to Fuyun sect to inquire about your sister's whereabouts? Mu Ersan, seemingly accustomed to such humiliation, lowered his gaze, his expression vacant, remaining silent. Duanjingjing, witnessing his demeanor, felt her anger intensify. She yanked the pearl-studded hairpin from her hair and jabbed it forcefully into Mu Ersan's arm. I am speaking to you. Mu Ersan winced in pain but merely gritted his teeth, suppressing any sound. Slowly, he raised his head to meet Duanjingjing's enraged countenance and softly said, Princess, forgive me, it is indeed Ersan who has caused you concern. Hearing him speak, Duanjingjing's anger diminished slightly. Yet, upon seeing the scars adorning Mu Ersan's arms, an unnameable remorse welled up within her. She tossed the anger-fueled hairpin to the ground with a sharp clatter. I ask you a question, and you could simply respond. Why must you always provoke my anger? Mu Ersan remained silent, his head bowed. After a long pause, he finally murmured, It is Ersan's fault. She turned and wrapped her arms around his, her tone unexpectedly soft and coaxing. Brother Mu, I do not mind your desire to seek news about your sister. What I cannot fathom is why you feel the need to conceal it from me. Am I so untrustworthy? Her voice suddenly rose, tinged with urgency and discontent. If you truly wish to find your sister, I can request my father to issue an edict to Fuyun sect, bringing her to Nanzhou to accompany us. Trust me, I will treat her as kindly as my own sister. Mu Ersan's lips twitched slightly, but he could not help but chuckle coldly within. This princess was inherently willful and ruthless. Since he had become her servant, he had lost any semblance of dignity. Not only was he unable to approach those close to him, but even in the past, when he had merely fed a stray cat in the palace, that very cat was skinned and presented to him that night. Now, even if Huaiwei were not his blood relative, even if she were indeed his own flesh and blood, how could he easily trust the whims of this cruel and deranged princess, who treated him merely as a plaything to be toyed with at her leisure? Mu Ersan glanced down at his arm, where the mark of the hairpin remained, a lingering ache serving as a reminder of his recent humiliation. He silently pondered, now the hairpin merely pricked his arm lightly. How could someone as delicate as Yuer endure such torment? He dared not dwell on it further, feeling a wildfire of hatred for Princess Jingjing raging uncontrollably within him. Were it not for the fragments of the emerald flame cauldron being housed within the king's chamber in Nanzhao, he would never have subjected himself to such indignities. It was only by relying on this madwoman that he could draw closer to those fragments and seize the chance to save Yuer's life. Contemplating the deadly poison raging through Mu Huayue's body, a pang of anguish struck Mu Ersan, yet a deeper resolve flickered in his eyes, as if he had made a solemn vow. He slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes softening as they fell upon Duan Jingjing, and spoke gently, "Princess, you are mistaken. My return to the inn was indeed to seek out the members of Fuyan sect, but not for my sister. It was for you." Duan Jingjing's expression shifted to one of astonishment, a rosy hue creeping onto her cheeks. What did you say?" Her voice trembled, laced with disbelief. "I had promised sect leader Yun that I would exchange the fragments of the emerald flame cauldron for my sister's entry into the sect. It is a fortunate occurrence for me to encounter the princess. However, a man of honor must not betray his word. Once I repay this debt to sect leader Yun, I can remain steadfastly by your side without distraction. That is what I truly desire." Upon hearing this, an unnameable thrill and joy surged within Duan Jingjing. She grasped Mu Ersan's hand tightly, her voice quivering as she asked, "Is what you say truly genuine?" Mu Ersan smiled softly, his grin warm as the spring sun, instantly illuminating Duan Jingjing's heart. He gently ruffled her hair, his eyes filled with fondness and tenderness. Ersan has never once gone back on his promises to the princess. Unable to contain her excitement any longer, Duan Jingjing threw her arms around Mu Ersan, playfully exclaiming, "Brother Mu Lang, I knew you must have feelings for me. Rest assured, your matters are my matters. As for the fragments of the emerald flame cauldron, I shall ensure they are in your possession." Chapter 48. The gathering storm. As Yun Jingyan and his companions returned, weary from their journey, their expressions were grave, and an inescapable weight of concern lingered in their brows. Yun Shua and Mu Huayue, upon witnessing this, felt a pang of unease in their hearts and hurried forward, their concern palpable. Yun Shua softly inquired, "Brother, was your journey successful?" With a heavy sigh, Yun Jingyan began to recount, "Alas, our initial intent was to visit the Hanyang post house to pay our respects to the host of this year's Young Heroes Conference, hoping to cultivate a rapport that might enhance our Fuyan sect's influence within the martial world. Yet, little did we anticipate that the threshold of that post house would prove so formidable." Mu Huayue furrowed her brow slightly at this revelation, pressing further, "Could it be that the host is excessively arrogant, dismissing our Fuyan sect?" Shaking his head, Yun Jingyan's expression grew even more somber. "Not at all." Upon further inquiry, it became apparent that this year's circumstances differ greatly from those of previous years. In the past, while the Young Heroes Conference enjoyed the endorsement of the Imperial Court, the hosts were merely local magistrates, utilizing the occasion to display their allegiance to imperial authority. The true leaders, however, remained the esteemed heads of various sects within the martial world. But this year, he continued, the host is none other than the commandant of the Imperial Guards, a personal favorite of the current emperor, wielding considerable influence. Such a prominent figure is seldom encountered by those of the martial realm. Due to Yun Jingyan's connections with the previous dynasty, the members of Fuyan sect harbored little trepidation toward imperial power, instead possessing a heightened acuity regarding the shifting tides of the times. Hearing Yun Jingyan's words, Yun Shua's brow knitted in contemplation, her eyes flickering with doubt. This situation is indeed perplexing. A brother, could the commandant's presence here truly be linked to the legendary Shuowu treasure map? After a moment of reflection, Yun Jingyan shook his head. While we have learned that the court is indeed covertly investigating certain matters, it may not necessarily pertain to the Shuowu treasure map, nor is it assured that the commandant's appearance here is the true reason for such inquiries. What, then, is the cause? Yun Shua pressed, her tone tinged with urgency. Are you aware that the princess of the Duan clan from the southern frontier, as well as the celestial serpent master of the blissful sect, have also been invited as honored guests by the court? What? Exclaimed Yun Shua, her eyes widening in astonishment. Ever since King Qi established his capital in Linen, the southern frontier had declared itself a kingdom, maintaining a stance of non-interference with the Central Plains. As for the blissful sect, despite its widespread influence among the common folk, its relationship with the court has always been ambiguous. Inviting the southern kingdom is somewhat justifiable, but what reason could there be for inviting the blissful sect? Mu Huayue, unfamiliar with the blissful sect, expressed curiosity. What is the blissful sect? Yun Jingyan explained, among the various tribes in the southern frontier, the beliefs of the blissful sect have been passed down through generations. They adhere to the natural way, respecting the growth of all beings, positing that human desires and joys are indispensable parts of life. Each individual harbors within them the seed of ultimate bliss, which can be awakened through continual practice and enlightenment, leading to freedom and joy of spirit. Mu Huayue's brow furrowed slightly, a glimmer of uncertainty flashing in her eyes. But the Central Plains have always revered Confucian values, emphasizing righteousness and reason. The teachings of the blissful sect seem to stand in stark contrast to the principles of moral order. Does the court not fear that this may undermine the foundation of the nation? Yun Zhengnian sighed heavily, with basic survival a struggle, who has the luxury to contemplate morality and justice. Moreover, with collusion between officials and bandits, the common people are left to be slaughtered at will. In such chaotic times, seeking survival from the heavens and earth seems preferable to relying on the court. Thus, the blissful sect has gained popularity in the Central Plains, becoming a source of solace for many. Yun Shua interjected, her tone laced with disdain. No wonder that princess behaves so recklessly, devoid of any moral compass. It is likely that her actions stem from this doctrine. She pursues her own bliss without regard for the feelings of others. Yun Jingyan concurred, I share this concern. Regardless of the original teachings of the ultimate bliss, the southern frontier is predominantly tribal, unlike the populous Central Plains. Such gatherings can easily lead to chaos and conflict. Observing the princess's behavior, it seems she has built her own happiness upon the suffering of others. If this doctrine is misused, the consequences could be dire. Such a cunning approach raises the question, why would the court still invite them? Yun Shuhua queried. Yun Zhengyan shook his head with a heavy sigh, his brow furrowed in thought. I too am troubled. The court's actions are indeed difficult to fathom. Contemplating this, Yun Zhengyan's gaze turned resolute as he addressed Yun Zhengan. Junior brother Zhengan, I fear there are undercurrents at play here, a storm gathering on the horizon. You must escort the two junior sisters back to the mountain and inform master and senior brother of this matter. Sister Shua and I will remain here to uncover any hidden schemes. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhengan clasped his hands in agreement, yet Yun Shua's brows furrowed in displeasure. Senior brother and second sister experienced the great battle of the south and the transitions of power at a tender age. If we retreat at the first sign of trouble, we will truly be like the turtle the southern princess mocked. Mu Huayue chimed in, supporting her stance. Senior brother Zhengyan has our best interests at heart, and we are aware of this. However, given the convergence of forces from all directions, each holding one another in check, even if there are disturbances, they are unlikely to spiral out of control. If, as you suspect, we are merely witnessing the calm before the storm, how can we harbor feelings of fear and avoidance when true chaos arises in the martial world? Yun Zhengyan, after considering their words and observing the determination in their expressions, internally nodded in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, he finally relented, but with an even more serious demeanor. In that case, you may stay, but remember, proceed with caution, refrain from impulsive actions, and avoid drawing undue attention. The group understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in solemn accord. Chapter 49 The young rake of Tianyuan. With merely 4 or 5 days remaining until the official commencement of the Grand Assembly, the city of Hongyang was already a confluence of winds and clouds, as various heroes and champions from different sects arrived in droves. In no time, the ancient city was awash with the energy of swords and the silhouettes of chivalry intertwining. Among them, the majority of sects chose the Yuelai Inn as their resting place, transforming it into a pivotal hub for the exchange of information within the martial world. Yun Jingyan, keen to seize this opportunity to deepen friendships with various sects and to glean insights into the shifting tides of the realm, frequently mingled among the young disciples, treating them with courtesy, neither servile nor arrogant. In days gone by, the denizens of the martial world had only heard whispers of the legendary sword master Yun Zhang and the esteemed swordplay of Fu Yun Xiushui. Yet now, Yun Jingyan, with his refined demeanor and meticulous way of handling affairs, gradually endeared himself to the hearts of many, cultivating a greater respect and fondness for the Fu Yun sect. On this particular day, as everyone rose early, a light patter of footsteps echoed from downstairs, accompanied by the slightly urgent and respectful voice of the innkeeper. Esteemed heroes, there is a young gentleman downstairs seeking an audience. Here is his invitation, please take a moment to peruse it. Upon hearing this, Yun Jingyan raised an eyebrow and extended his hand to accept the proffered invitation. The invitation was exquisitely crafted, its texture smooth and warm to the touch, enveloped in a subtle fragrance of sandalwood, revealing its considerable worth at a mere glance. As he gently unfolded it, the calligraphy danced across the page, exuding a sense of wild abandon. An involuntary smile crept onto Yun Jingyan's lips, which did not go unnoticed by the others, who eagerly gathered around to inquire about the identity of the sender. Observing their curiosity, Yun Jingyan scanned the faces of the crowd before finally declaring with a smile, "It is an invitation from the young hero Suichen of Tianyuan Mountain." Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of sudden understanding, with Yun Shuhua and Yun Shua exchanging knowing smiles, their eyes glinting with a hint of teasing. Mu Huayue vaguely recalled an elderly man who had once gifted her a jade ring, claiming to hail from Tianyuan sect. Noticing the change in expression among the crowd, she quickly inquired, "What is it? Who is this?" Yun Jingyan chuckled softly but remained silent. However, Yun Shuhua leaned in closer to Mu Huayue and whispered, "This young hero Su, at the Heroic Youth Assembly 3 years ago, was the defeated opponent of our second senior sister." Mu Huayue replied, "If our second senior sister is that formidable, being bested by her is hardly a disgrace. Why would that be a source of mockery?" Yun Shuhua smirked playfully, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. "What you may not know is that the legacy of Tianyuan Mountain is handed down through a single line. Young hero Su made quite a name for himself when he first emerged, garnering considerable acclaim and the potential to claim the top spot. Who would have thought? Why am I discussing the merits and faults of our elders? If that is the case, I must return and inform our second senior sister." Yun Jingyan also joined in the jest. "Indeed, it would be unwise to speak ill of our elders in such a manner." Yun Shuhua giggled, sticking out her tongue playfully while shooting knowing glances at Mu Huayue, as if to say, "This matter is best left unspoken." As the individual awaited downstairs, the group decided it was inappropriate to delay any further. They exchanged glances and descended the stairs together. From a distance, Mu Huayue spotted a remarkably handsome young man. His eyes, akin to peach blossoms, were strikingly beautiful, but what drew even more attention was his attire. Although he wore white like the others, the luxurious satin of his garments was unmistakably superior to the coarse linen worn by the rest. The silver thread embroidered clouds on his robe shimmered, even in the dim light of the inn's lobby, radiating brilliance. Adorning his head was a jade crown, and in his hand, he held a fan pendant. A jade ornament hung from his waist, each item a treasure beyond measure. Mu Huayue could not help but exclaim in awe, "Though this gentleman is indeed handsome, his extravagance seems excessive." As soon as Sui Chen caught sight of the group, he swiftly flicked open his fan and burst into laughter, his voice warm and inviting, akin to a gentle spring breeze. "My dear disciples of the Fuyan sect, it has been quite some time. How do you fare?" His voice was melodious and resonant, effortlessly evoking a sense of closeness. Yun Jingyan responded with a bow. "Young hero Su, it is a pleasure to see you as splendid as ever. I wonder if my annual gift of aging bone-strengthening pills has reached you at Tianyuan Mountain. Has your hand healed over the years?" Sui Chen, while replying, leaned slightly to peer behind Yun Jingyan. Yes. I received them, thank you for your kindness. My hand is perfectly fine now." Seeing his demeanor, Yun Jingyan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He stepped aside to introduce the others. "Allow me to present my fellow disciples. This is Shuhua, and Huayue. You should greet young hero Su." The martial world is not one to concern itself with the propriety of gender. The three girls clasped their hands in greeting, acknowledging their acquaintance. A fleeting shadow of disappointment flickered across Sui Chen's face, and his smile dimmed slightly. Jingyan, you have the good fortune of bringing 3 lovely disciples along." Noticing this, Yun Jingyan deftly deflected the conversation. "As you know, senior sister Shujin is busy teaching on the mountain and cannot easily descend. Such matters naturally fall to me." Sui Chen chuckled, folding his fan. No matter, I did not inquire about her." Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he could not help but ask, "How is senior sister Shujin? I trust she is well. Is she enjoying her time up there?" The moment these words were spoken, even the most oblivious of listeners, including Mu Huayue, could discern the underlying implication. As Sui Chen noticed Mu Huayue's smile, he became aware of the young girl before him. He scrutinized her closely before exclaiming with a hearty laugh, "I have heard that the new disciple taken in by our sect leader last year is none other than this young lady." Mu Huayue, upon hearing this, performed a graceful bow, her voice clear and melodious. "Indeed, I am Mu Huayue, honored to meet you, young hero Su." Her demeanor was poised and confident, betraying no hint of timidity. As a young rake with numerous admirers in the martial realm, Sui Chen was well acquainted with feminine beauty. He gazed intently at the young disciple, noting her features were indeed captivating, though marred by a birthmark, like a pearl shrouded in dust, and he felt a twinge of regret. However, recognizing her dignified manner and unyielding spirit, he could not help but feel a deeper respect for her. "Greetings, little sister Huayue. A martial artist must cultivate both heart and resilience. As you traverse the martial world, you will undoubtedly face numerous challenges, yet, your character is remarkable, unafraid of adversity. Our sect leader truly has an eye for talent." This statement left the others puzzled, but both Yun Jingyan and Mu Huayue understood the implications. Especially Mu Huayue, who was acutely aware of her unique appearance, often met with disdain upon first encounters. Her fellow disciples treated her well but seldom spoke of her features, which made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. She did not mind her appearance, yet beyond that, she bore no differences from others. Why, then, must it be an unspoken taboo? Was beauty truly the most significant attribute in this world, that an unappealing visage warranted pity and sympathy, always eliciting an exclamation of "what a pity"? At that moment, Sui-chen, a man who valued appearances, spoke candidly about her situation without hesitation, stirring something within Mu Huayue and diminishing her earlier contempt for this flamboyant senior. Chapter 50 of The Warrior's Half-Life in the Beauty's Tent. Yet still they dance and sing. Yin Zhengnian took over the conversation, smiling at Sui-chen. "Brother Su, since you attended the last assembly, what brings you here this time?" Upon hearing this, Sui-chen gently unfurled his folding fan, its surface adorned with mountains and clouds, swaying gracefully with his movements, exuding an air of nonchalance. He partially concealed his face, lowering his voice with a hint of jest. "On Tianyuan Mountain, there is but an old man. How does that compare to Brother Yun's company at Fuyan Sect, with the gentle senior sister Wan on one side and the playful junior sister surrounding you on the other? It truly invokes envy in others, this rare opportunity to descend the mountain and witness the world. How could I let it pass by so easily?" Yin Jingyan, taken aback by the sudden jest, felt a tinge of embarrassment, his eyes flickering as he chuckled. "Brother Su, you jest, you jest." Sui-chen, amused by his reaction, let out a hearty laugh, waving his fan with effortless grace. "Brother Yun, do not misunderstand. Hanyang is my homeland, and this martial arts gathering is perfectly timed. Not only can I witness the prowess of the heroes of the Jianghu, but I can also return home to visit family. It's a win-win, indeed." With that, Sui-chen casually gestured, and a servant emerged from behind him, holding a beautifully carved wooden tray, delicately covered with silk cloth, revealing the substantial weight beneath. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a whole tray of genuine silver. "As the host, it is my duty to entertain all of you. Though I am unable to pay my respects in person at Fuyan Sect due to the distant mountains and roads, I hope this offering can be seen as a token of my esteem for Sect leader Yun. Please accept it graciously." The inn was filled with wandering Jianghu figures, who had already noticed the commotion. Observing Sui-chen's grand gesture, they couldn't help but contemplate their own thoughts. One person, with a puzzled expression, murmured, "Tianyuan Mountain has but one lineage, situated in the extreme north's bitter cold. How could they possess such formidable financial resources?" Another lowered his voice and remarked, "You may not be aware, but Sui-chen is the son of the wealthy merchant Su Wubai from Huainan. Not to mention this offering, even the emperor himself would struggle to move his family's mountains of gold and silver." Such connections were indeed remarkable, but why would he single out Fuyun Sect for such generosity? How could I possibly know? However, considering the current decline of the Jiangbei martial arts world, with Shaolin and Wudong remaining silent, there is hardly anyone worth courting but Fuyun Sect. It seemed that under these watchful eyes, a determination had been made to bind Tianyuan and Fuyun together on the same vessel. Look at the current situation of the emperor. It hardly resembles the previous era of allowing the martial arts world to flourish and act independently. There must be ulterior motives at play. Never mind, we scattered soldiers and wanderers are merely here to broaden our horizons. These matters of great figures have little to do with us, let's just enjoy our tea." What was apparent to others was not lost on Yin Zhengnian, whose expression grew inscrutable. Just as he was about to speak, he was silenced by Sui-chen's firm hand. "Brother, please accept this. My intentions are good, even if not for Fuyun. Consider the junior sisters beside you." Upon hearing the profound implications in Sui-chen's words, and recognizing his character as charming yet not malevolent, Yin Zhengnian nodded respectfully. "Then Jingnian shall accept it on behalf of the sect leader, and will certainly return the favor when we next visit Tianyuan." Sui-chen responded with a smile. Well said, well said. Since brother and the junior sisters have come to my Hanyang, why not allow me to be your host and take you all on a delightful tour to experience the local culture?" Upon hearing this, Yun Shua, fearing Yin Zhengnian would decline, quickly interjected, "Excellent, excellent. Please accept my gratitude, Brother Su." Only then did Sui-chen notice Yun Shua, who, with her lively and charming demeanor, exuded a playful spirit while remaining poised and unafraid, reminiscent of Yun Zheng's graceful disposition. Instantly, he felt a spark of interest as he approached her. "If junior sister is willing to grace me with her presence, that would be splendid." Yun Zhengnian shook his head with a wry smile, yet considering that their outing was merely for leisure and with Sui-chen leading, he felt assured no trouble would arise, thus allowing Yin Shua to proceed. Sui-chen's generosity was evident as he led the group not just through the tight confines of street vendors and night markets, but also to exquisite silk shops and jade and jewelry boutiques. The group was entranced by the sheer array of precious trinkets, their eyes alight with wonder and their spirits lifted in delight, intent on winning favor. Sui-chen, at each stop, generously opened his purse, eager to select charming items for each junior sister. Had it not been for Yun Jingnian's timely intervention, the group would likely have left laden with treasures beyond measure. However, Mu Huayue appeared somewhat distracted. The shimmering brocade and exquisite jade seemed to pale in comparison to the brocade pouch her brother had gifted her, not to mention the jade small sword. Previously, she had merely admired the craftsmanship of the small sword, but now, upon reflection, she realized that even the most valuable jade ornaments could not compare to her treasured possession. A seed of doubt began to sprout within her. If I truly came from a humble farming family, how could I possess such precious treasures? With this thought, she resolved to inquire further when she next saw her brother. As the group had their fill of browsing, Sui Chen announced that he had secured a table at Hong Yang's most renowned tavern to entertain everyone. They followed him into a more bustling alley, where establishments for gambling, singing, and dining lined the streets. Even before entering the alley, the fragrance of wine and the sounds of revelry wafted through the air. The sounds of strings, singing, dice, and lively calls created a cacophony of excitement. Here, everyone was dressed in finery, adorned with gold and silver, their faces reflecting an air of indulgence, entirely devoid of sorrow. The group, though intrigued, couldn't help but ponder the dissonance. It had only been 5 years since the fall of Jianan City and the self-immolation of Emperor Renzong. The borders were still littered with the dead, their spirits lingering, yet these people seemed lost in a world of merriment, completely oblivious to the pain of their fallen nation. Contemplating this, Mu Huayue felt a sense of discomfort rising within her, her brows knitting together in weariness. In contrast, Yun Shua, not as restrained, halted her steps and addressed Sui Chen. Brother Su. Thank you for your kindness, but the atmosphere here is overwhelmingly intoxicating. As practitioners, we ought not to step into such debauchery. A simple porridge and vegetables by the roadside will suffice. Sui Chen paused, aware of the expressions on their faces, and comprehended their sentiments. Stopping in his tracks, he said, Miss Shua, I understand your concerns. While Fuyun's sect is unbound by worldly matters, embracing a carefree existence, it may seem frivolous here. However, since we are already here, why not allow me to provide a detailed introduction to this street? If, after exploring, you still find it distasteful, I shall gladly seek out a quieter place. How does that sound? Seeing his earnest demeanor, though still uneasy, Yun Shua ultimately nodded in agreement. Chapter 51 The Warrior's Half-Life and the Enchantress Dance. Sui Chen offered a faint smile as he stepped forward, halting at the entrance of a singing house. The soft and ambiguous glow of lanterns illuminated the silhouette of an enchanting young woman. Draped in diaphanous silk, with her fragrant shoulders partially exposed and skin as fair as snow, she leaned lightly against the doorpost, her eyes shimmering with allure. Upon spotting Sui Chen, her eyes sparkled with surprise, and a bewitchingly charming smile graced her lips. Su Lang, you finally returned after such a long time. You've truly kept me and the sisters green jade and red silk waiting in great longing, she said, gracefully gliding over, her delicate hand lightly resting on Sui Chen's arm. With a gentle flick of his folding fan, Sui Chen wrapped an arm around the waist of the stunning woman, replying softly, It is indeed a pity that Feng Yang cares so deeply. Today, I am obliged to entertain a few esteemed guests and cannot extricate myself. However, I assure you, I shall make a special visit tomorrow to enjoy the moonlight and partake in fine wines with you all. Feng Yang smiled sweetly at his words, her youthful fingers entwining around the back of Sui Chen's neck as she gently pulled him closer, bestowing a light kiss upon his cheek. With a flirtatious glance, she playfully tapped his chest with her finger before reluctantly turning to depart, her laughter like the chime of silver bells echoing in the ears of those present. This scene left the three women accompanying Sui Chen utterly stunned. Yun Shua and Mu Huayue, still innocent maidens unacquainted with the world, had flushed cheeks, as if blood could drip from them. Meanwhile, Yun Shua, though married, had never witnessed such flamboyant and carefree behavior, her expression also filled with astonishment. A hint of disdain flickered across Yun Shua's brow as she spoke with a, Does one of such demeanor truly deserve the name Feng? Sui Chen, upon hearing her words, slowly turned around. Miss Yun, your words are misguided. The name Feng Yang is not a title she has sought to attach herself to. Rather, it originates from her true name, Su Fengying. Yun Shua gasped in surprise, exclaiming, What, are you referring to the illustrious Su who once captivated the capital with her dance, renowned within the Ministry of Music? The exceptionally talented and spirited dance instructor, Su Fengying? Sui Chen nodded slightly, affirming, Indeed, during the fall of Jianan City, Feng Yang selflessly protected the women of the Ministry of Music, enduring countless hardships and trials before finally escaping to this place. She exhausted her wealth to establish this Zue Honglu, providing a refuge for her sisters, which was no small feat. Yun Shuhua interjected. Back in the day, the 13 maidens of the Ministry of Music performed the Qin Wang Pujan to such acclaim that even the emperor joined in the clapping. It is shocking to think that they have fallen to this state. Yun Shua clenched her teeth and added, Even if Su was forced into this, compelling the virtuous into debauchery is hardly an act of righteousness. Yun Jingnian spoke solemnly, There are 23 women performing here. Among them, 6 are sisters from the Ministry of Music who fled south with Sun Yang. 7 were the families of Qi soldiers captured by Song Shua. After the fall of Jiannan City, the people of Shua were incensed, and countless innocent Qi individuals were slaughtered. Had it not been for Sun Yang's intervention, these women would likely have met a tragic end. 6 others are daughters of impoverished families in the city, driven by their dire circumstances to sell themselves. And 4 were rescued by young Master Su from the clutches of local bandits. Their backgrounds may differ, but within the Zue Honglu, they at least find shelter and a means to survive, spared from the anguish of displacement. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, each reflecting on the seemingly prosperous singing house and the diverse fates of the women within. Indeed, in this chaotic world, Zue Honglu may very well be the best sanctuary for them. Su Yichen scrutinized the expressions of the group, already formulating a plan in his mind. He took a few measured steps forward until he reached the entrance of a gambling house. Inside, the clamor of voices surged like boiling water, punctuated by cheers and curses intermingling. The gambling house thrived, raking in profits at the cost of countless lives, making Sui Chen wonder what more there was to say. With a slight smile, he remarked, "Miss Shua's observation is astute. Human greed surpasses that of a ferocious tiger. Countless souls are ensnared by their own desires, wagering their fortunes here, risking their reputations in the process. However, if one were to consider the surrounding shops and the bouncers at the entrance, as well as the errand boys within the gambling house, this establishment alone sustains hundreds of households in Hangyang. I am not one for gambling, yet should I disrupt the tables today, it would likely not be the gamblers who would suffer, but rather those hundreds who barely scrape by thanks to this gambling house." Yun Shua felt stifled by his words, her indignation growing. Ahead, the towering Zhuangyu Lu exuded an air of lavishness that instilled awe from a distance. The building was adorned with intricate carvings and gilded embellishments, appearing as a microcosm of worldly opulence, a veritable symbol of the wealthy. The aroma of food and wine wafting from within was undeniably tantalizing. The cheapest dish, shrimp with cabbage, commanded 3 taels of silver, not to mention other delicacies such as scallops braised with green onions or the East Sea yellow croaker, which could easily equate to an entire year's worth of rations for an ordinary family. Yun Shua and her companions fell silent, well aware of the Zhuangyu Lu's reputation. Their knowledge was not derived from the exquisite dishes within but rather the events of several years prior when a devastating drought in Huainan left the land barren, and the populace suffered immensely. The authorities, embroiled in prolonged warfare, possessed no grain to distribute, leading to widespread famine. It was this humble tavern that opened its granaries to provide relief to the afflicted, extending aid even to the borders of the Qi kingdom in Jiangbei. Though young, Yun Shua had a broad mind. After hearing Sui Chen's account, she recognized her earlier comments had been inappropriate, and remorse filled her heart. She clasped her hands and offered a respectful bow to Sui Chen, her voice clear and sincere. "I was indeed rash in my earlier remarks, and I apologize for any offense caused. I hope, dear Su brother, you can forgive my indiscretion." Sui Chen, upon witnessing her gesture, displayed a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. He laughed heartily, returning her salutation. "Miss Yun, your magnanimity requires no apology. Come, let us venture into Zhuangyu Lu today and enjoy a sumptuous feast to satisfy our cravings." As he spoke, he sidled up to Shua, playfully pinching her cheek. Yun Shua's face flushed crimson at the playful gesture, akin to the glow of the evening sky. She protested, "Hey, do you truly think so highly of yourself just because I call you brother? Is my face something you can simply pinch at will?" Mu Huayue and the others exchanged amused glances and promptly followed suit. As they walked, Mu Huayue curiously tugged at Yun Jingnian's sleeve, whispering, "Fourth senior brother, how is it that you seem to know the backgrounds of all the maidens in Zue Honglu so well? Could it be that you are also a local of Hongyang?" Yun Jingnian, upon hearing this, rubbed his nose and evasively replied, "My dear junior sister, you are not aware that places like the Qinlu and Chuguan are always brimming with information. For those of us traversing the rivers and lakes, we cannot afford to miss such excellent opportunities for gathering intelligence." With that, he hurriedly quickened his pace to catch up, calling out, "Su brother, wait for me." Chapter 52. The body may tire, but the wool shall not bend. A few individuals closely followed Sui Chen's lead as they stepped into the renowned Zhuangyu Tower, a place celebrated throughout the Jianghu. As the sun descended in the west, its golden rays bathed the intricately carved beams and painted pillars, enhancing the already resplendent atmosphere. At the entrance, a young attendant clad in a blue shirt had been waiting patiently, his head slightly bowed, his eyes reflecting a mixture of awe and reverence. Suddenly, the tranquility was disrupted by the hurried footsteps of a somewhat portly middle-aged man, his face adorned with a broad smile as he rushed towards them, exclaiming, "The young master graces us with his presence. Please, allow me to escort you to the private chambers upstairs." This proclamation elicited astonishment. It was unexpected that this illustrious Zhuangyu Tower was, in fact, the property of the dandy before them. Sui-chen, with a flourish, unfurled his folding fan, a hint of satisfaction dancing in his eyes as he turned to his companion, Yun Shua, and softly remarked, "Do not be surprised, junior sister. Those establishments I mentioned earlier are merely minor ventures under my name." Initially taken aback, Yun Shua, upon hearing Sui-chen's haughty words, could not suppress a playful smile and retorted, "No wonder I sensed a whiff of copper on you, brother Su." To her surprise, rather than taking offense, Sui-chen burst into hearty laughter. "Indeed, it pales in comparison to the delightful fragrance that surrounds you, evoking a sense of tenderness in the heart." Fuming, Yun Shua exclaimed, "You." Before she could continue, Sui-chen, with a sincere expression, clasped his hands in apology, saying, "Yes, I misspoke. I hope junior sister will forgive my folly or allow me to extend my contrition." Meanwhile, Mu Huayue and Yun Shuhua exchanged knowing glances, both internally amused by Sui-chen's uniquely candid nature, finding his antics simultaneously bewildering and entertaining. Despite their banter, the group followed Sui-chen into the grand hall of the tavern. Upon entering, they were greeted by a spacious area adorned with numerous square tables. Looking up, they beheld the three-tiered structure of the tavern, each level stacked upon the other, with the second and third floors featuring private rooms, their redwood beams intricately carved with phoenix motifs, exuding opulence. Between each level, delicate carved railings separated the spaces, with flowing silk drapes that resembled exquisite Su embroidery. The hall was filled with patrons dressed in fine attire, far removed from the weathered wanderers typical of inns. They engaged in lively discussions, clinking cups in a convivial atmosphere. Following Sui-chen, the group ascended to the second floor. As they walked, they were suddenly enveloped by the melodious strains of a arrow, its notes wafting through the air like a gentle spring breeze, evoking the vibrant essence of Jiangnan spring, bright yet tender, devoid of the usual melancholic tones associated with the instrument. Startled, the group paused to observe a slender youth seated in a corner of the hall. Though his blue shirt was worn and patched, it remained tidy, starkly contrasting with the surrounding lavishness. Most strikingly, his eyes were tightly bound with a coarse cloth, revealing him to be blind. The tavern keeper, noticing their attention, smiled and explained, "What you may not know is that due to the frequent conflicts in Hanyang, many have been displaced and now survive by performing. Our young master, being compassionate, has instructed us to welcome any patrons willing to enjoy their company for a bit of refined amusement." The group nodded in understanding and proceeded to the second floor, where they found a waiting maidservant. As they settled in, a line of attendants entered with bronze basins to wash their hands, followed by the presentation of silk napkins to dry them off. Of the members of the Fuyan sect, accustomed to the rigors of the Jianghu, found themselves somewhat uneasy amidst such meticulous service, their faces betraying a hint of discomfort despite their efforts to maintain composure. Perceptive to their sentiments, Sui-chen addressed the lead maidservant, "Today, my friends are here as guests. There is no need for such formalities. Please, you may take your leave." The maidservant nodded respectfully and led the others out, allowing the group to exhale in relief. Yun Shuhua remarked, "Brother Su, I did not anticipate your life in Hanyang to be so extravagant. Were I in your position, I would certainly hesitate to return to the remote Tianyuan mountain." Sui-chen replied, "Your words hold truth, junior sister. However, while the allure of wine, women, and wealth may initially intoxicate, with the passage of time, it becomes increasingly hollow and tedious. In contrast, Tianyuan Mountain offers a harmonious existence, a tranquil sanctuary, where true freedom resides." The Fuyun members pondered this, recognizing a resemblance to what their elder brother had previously expressed. At that time, they had dismissed it as merely a pretext to remain with the second sister. However, it now seemed that even the scions of noble families were not immune to the world's mundane troubles. Before long, an abundance of delectable dishes filled the table. Sui-chen, with his discerning palate and charming demeanor, regaled the three women with amusing anecdotes from Hanyang, eliciting peals of laughter from them. Just as they were engrossed in merriment, a cacophony of crashing dishes echoed from below, and venomous words sliced through the jovial atmosphere like a chilling wind, reaching their ears. Yun Shua's heart raced as she quietly edged open a window, peering down through the gap below. A group of burly men clad in extravagant brocade robes encircled the young performer, their imposing figures resembling iron towers, exuding an air of menace. The slender youth, with a gaunt face, bore an expression of defiance. "You're asking for it, boy. Do you have any idea who this is, the vice commander of Hanyang, and you think you can offend him?" One of the larger men sneered, pointing accusingly at the youth, his words laced with threats. The young man, having had his arrow knocked from his hands, bent down cautiously to retrieve it from the ground. Though his voice was soft, each word resonated with conviction. "Gentlemen, regardless of rank or family discipline, I refuse to pander to vulgarity or seek honor through debasement." "Ah. This young master is a learned man, how can you speak to him thus?" The most imposing of the group, presumably the vice commander, stood up with a feigned smile, slowly approaching the blind youth. With an air of feigned friendliness, he reached out to steady the youth, his grip firm and unyielding. His fingers slithered up the boy's neck like a serpent, finally resting on the youth's pale cheek, an unmistakable hint of lewdness in his touch. Oh dear, this young master clearly has a scholarly disposition. How could anyone treat him so rudely? I merely admire your talent and wish to invite you to my residence for a performance, to share in the elegance of the arts. How could that be misconstrued as debasing oneself? His words were grandiose, yet the lewd grin on his face and the glint in his eyes betrayed his inner depravity and greed. The youth's face flushed with anger as he turned away, exclaiming, "You must be dreaming." Chapter 53 Where does the life of the common people stand? Ha, I am eager to see whether I am truly dreaming. The vice-commander sneered maliciously, pushing forward with his right hand, unleashing a surge of hidden force. The blind youth, caught completely off guard, involuntarily leaned back and fell heavily to the ground. Subsequently, the vice-commander drew his dagger from his waist, its cold gleam flashing ominously. The surrounding diners turned pale, rising in panic, either fleeing or hiding, terrified of being harmed by the sudden eruption of violence. Swish, within the private room, Yun Shua and Mu Huayue stood up simultaneously. This man is exceedingly arrogant. As a military leader, is he really directing his weapon against his own people? Yun Shua whispered furiously. Mu Huayue, however, appeared bewildered, as if an invisible chill had pierced her heart, her gaze fixated on the dagger at the commander's waist. The slender, straight blade shimmered menacingly, emanating an aura of foreboding, while the copper ring embedded at the end of the hilt resembled a devil's eye, coldly observing all around. Such a form, such an essence, was identical to that of the black-clad figure who had invaded her dreams night after night, slaughtering villagers, and ultimately cruelly severing Uncle Amu's head. A wave of indescribable terror surged within her, her hands instinctively clenched into fists, her fingertips digging painfully into her palms, the pain trivial compared to the torment in her heart. Noticing Mu Huayue trembling with clenched fists, Yun Shua assumed she was indignant over the oppression of the common folk by this vile official and gently patted her shoulder, urging her to sit down. Yun Jingyan signaled for everyone to remain calm and observe the unfolding situation. Downstairs, the portly innkeeper, resembling a ball, turned pale as he witnessed the emergence of weapons and the chilling atmosphere. Trembling, he struggled to maintain his bulky frame as he approached. Wearing a fawning expression, he forced a smile and humbly addressed the vice-commander. "My lord, please, quell your anger. If you do not appreciate this young gentleman's performance, we have just received several new courtesans at Drunken Red Mansion, not only breathtakingly beautiful but also possessing enchanting voices. Allow me to fetch them to entertain you and ease your ire, shall I?" The vice-commander let out a cold chuckle, and a sycophant beside him lunged forward, eyes filled with malice and arrogance, shoving the innkeeper aside. "Innkeeper, have you forgotten who holds sway on this street? The general can do as he pleases, you must yield. When did it become your place to voice opinions?" The vice-commander's eyes brimmed with disdain, seemingly oblivious to the exchange between the two. With a hint of amusement, he focused on the boy, who had raised his arm lightly, the blade slicing through the air like lightning. Gasps erupted from the crowd as the vice-commander, with a single strike, severed the youth's belt. The boy's garments fell apart, revealing his emaciated ribs, akin to a lamb stripped of its skin, humiliation pouring over him like molten iron. Wasn't it said that one should not be so forward? Oh right, to entertain with art, to sell oneself for glory. What is happening now? The world is in decline, and one appears so disheveled, utterly shameless. The youth, at a loss, attempted to gather his clothes, but in his panic, only succeeded in making them more disordered. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, suddenly drawing a small knife from the arrow, thrusting it forward with all his might. In that moment, he seemed to forget he was blind. The dagger struck nothing but empty air. The vice-commander, emboldened, stepped closer to the boy and touched his face. The soldiers surrounding them erupted in laughter, surrounding the boy like a plaything, delivering kicks and punches, relishing in his humiliation. The boy, blind and disoriented, was repeatedly knocked down by the soldiers, only to rise again, flailing the small dagger in a desperate attempt to defend himself. But what use was it? The dagger merely sliced through the harsh reality of this merciless world. Among the crowd, there were those with hearts full of compassion, yet before the might of the commanding officer, who would dare to speak out and invite calamity upon themselves. To Mu Huayue, the silhouette of the boy grew increasingly indistinct. His helpless yet defiant demeanor resembled that of her brother and, in some way, herself. She recalled how those black-clad figures had mercilessly severed Uncle Wang's arm, cut out his tongue, and slaughtered the villagers of Wangjia village as if squashing ants. Back then, she was merely a powerless child, forced to witness the brutal demise of her loved ones, but now, having gained a sect and learned the art of the sword, could she once again remain a mere spectator? Gritting her teeth, she glanced at Sui Chen and Yun Jingyan. Though their brows were furrowed, they remained silent. Indeed, the soldiers had said that this vice-commander was a figure whom the Su family would avoid at all costs, a person of the court, far beyond the petty disputes of the martial world. To provoke him would surely invite disaster upon their sect, yet, does chivalry mean one must hesitate and weigh the pros and cons when witnessing the strong bully the weak, the common people, placing their hopes in imperial power, expect to have food and clothing, to live in peace, and to have laws under which grievances can be addressed, ensuring that injustice is vanquished. But what wrongs had the villagers of Wangjia or this blind youth, who could only survive by performing, committed? Where does the life of the common people truly stand, to wield the sword in the name of righteousness, to use martial prowess to cease conflict? To punish the wicked and promote the good, to act without remorse, if one merely watches the weak suffer oppression without daring to step forward and champion justice, what kind of hero are they? What face do they have to utter the words without remorse? As Mu Huayue contemplated this, her heart surged with emotion, ready to speak out, when suddenly, a swift sound sliced through the air. Yun Shuai had seized a pair of white jade chopsticks, flicking her wrist in a motion akin to a shooting star. The chopsticks flew through the air, directly aimed at the vice-commander. With a resounding clang, the jade chopstick struck the hilt of the vice-commander's dagger with precise accuracy. Caught completely off guard, the vice-commander felt a jolt in his arm, causing him to lose grip of the ring-hilted dagger, which fell heavily to the ground with a clatter. "Who the hell is that?" the vice-commander exclaimed, scanning the vicinity in fury. Yun Shuai began to speak, but was swiftly silenced by Yun Jingyan, who deftly covered her mouth and pressed her down onto the table. The crowd turned towards the sound, witnessing a graceful figure clad in white leap through the window, landing steadily before them. It was Sui Chen, dressed in snow-white attire, exuding elegance as he clasped his hands in greeting to the vice-commander, smiling. "General Wu, it has been quite a while." Chapter 54. Where lies the fate of the people? Commander Wu fixed his gaze upon the slowly approaching Sui Chen. Although the fury on his face had somewhat abated, it remained as frigid as unthawed ice. In a deep voice, he remarked, "Pray tell, does the young master return this time without a word to inform me?" Sui Chen offered an ingratiating smile, replying, "How could I dare? It is merely that upon hearing of the general's profound love for woodcarving, I took the liberty of procuring a complete millennium-old peach wood from the land of the Japanese, intending it as a humble gift to express my sentiments. Alas, the waterways are long and arduous, and the treasure is still en route. I had intended to visit the general's residence upon its arrival to demonstrate my sincerity, yet unexpectedly, I encountered the general here today." Meanwhile, the members of the Fuyun sect had already begun descending the stairs. Yun Jingyan tightly grasped Yun Shuai's arm, anxious that she might act impulsively. Commander Wu's expression softened slightly, yet his tone remained as icy as frost. "Since the young master has graced us with his presence, I implore you to lend me your assistance." I was just about to interrogate a beggar of dubious origins when, to my astonishment, a skilled individual intervened, knocking the blade from my hand. "This person must be in collusion with the beggar and is likely a spy from the north, lurking within this tavern, plotting something nefarious. This establishment belongs to the young master. Should anything untoward occur, I fear the young master may find it difficult to absolve himself." Sui Chen chuckled lightly, saying, "Oh, what skilled individual, to speak of it might invite your ridicule, General. I was merely entertaining some friends upstairs." Upon catching sight of the general humbling himself to come here, I was so overwhelmed with excitement that I inadvertently sent my chopsticks flying. I could scarcely believe my fortune to have struck your blade by chance. Truly, it is a sign of our fated connection. With that, he bent down to retrieve the ring-handed knife from the ground, delicately wiping its blade with his sleeve, displaying utmost respect. He then held the knife with both hands, offering it to Commander Wu with sincere humility. "Your magnanimity is boundless, General. I hope you will not hold my clumsiness against me. Oh dear. It seems this blade has suffered a nick. Allow me to personally send 1,000 taels of silver to the General's residence to procure new weapons for the valiant soldiers guarding the city." Commander Wu snorted coldly, his gaze lingering on the blade for a moment before he ultimately accepted it, uttering in a frigid tone, "Very well. Since it was an unintentional mishap on your part, I, Wu, will maintain my fairness and will not quibble over such trifles." However, he abruptly swung the long knife in his hand, pointing it directly at the blind youth, his words laced with determination. "This boy is certainly suspicious. Today, I, Wu, swear to take him away and uncover the truth." The blind youth emitted a couple of cold, derisive laughs, seemingly disdainful, as he raised the dagger to his own neck. Mu Huayue, who had been standing beside the youth, was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Her heart racing. Without a moment's thought, she reached out to grasp his wrist. Even with her quick reflexes, she only managed to catch the blade, while the dagger had already drawn a thin line of blood across the youth's neck. Fortunately, the dagger was not particularly sharp. Otherwise, not only would the youth have perished in that instant, but Mu Huayue's hand would have been irreparably harmed as well. Ignoring the excruciating pain in her palm, Mu Huayue wrapped her arms around the youth's shoulders, leaning close to his ear, her voice soft yet unmistakably resolute. A gentleman takes his revenge, even if it takes 10 years. If you die here, you will truly have lost everything. As she spoke, she untied her hair ribbon from her head and helped him secure his clothing. Huayue could feel the youth tremble as he bit down on his lip, crimson blood slowly seeping out and staining the corners of his mouth. Are you truly willing to die bearing such humiliation? She sensed the youth's body relax slightly, as if he had finally conquered something within himself. His trembling hand released the dagger. Huayue breathed a silent sigh of relief, gently stowing the dagger in her sleeve. This heart-stopping scene unfolded in an instant, and the onlookers barely comprehended what had transpired. All they could see was Mu Huayue stepping forward to tidy the youth's attire, while only Yun Shua observed with clear concern in her eyes. Behind them, Sui Chen remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. He took a deep breath, turned to the youth, and scolded, "You fool, how could you act so recklessly? I should never have allowed you, the orphan of that ailing mother, into my employ. And now, you dare to provoke a distinguished guest. Just wait until I return. I shall teach you a proper lesson and flay you alive." Having said this, Sui Chen swiftly suppressed his anger, replacing it with a smile as warm as springtime. He turned to Commander Wu, clasping his hands together, and said with a grin, "My memory fails me increasingly. I completely forgot to inform the general that this lad is merely the orphan of my old housekeeper. Seeing him so forlorn and alone, I took pity on him and allowed him to assist in the tavern, bringing some life to the place. It is my lack of guidance that has caused him to trouble the general. I sincerely apologize for that." With those words, Sui Chen's demeanor shifted to one of sharp intensity as he glared at the blind youth, commanding in a stern tone, "You little brat. Do you not hurry over to apologize to the general? Do I need to plead on your behalf?" The blind youth stood still, fists clenched tightly, refusing to speak. Mu Huayue gently squeezed his hand. The warmth of her fingers seemed to evoke tears in the youth's dry eyes, and he appeared to have finally made a decision as he took a few steps forward, lowering his head and uttering a few words as if forced through clenched teeth. "It is I who was blind and has disturbed your esteemed presence. I offer my apologies." Commander Wu let out a cold laugh, tinged with sarcasm and resentment. His gaze, sharp as a sword, bore into Sui Chen as he slowly remarked, "Young master, you are indeed protecting this insolent child today, are you not?" Upon hearing this, Sui Chen gently swayed his folding fan, lowering his voice. "General, you are mistaken. It was never my intention to cause you any trouble. It is merely that a young hero is about to emerge, and I would not want such trivial matters to disturb your esteemed tranquility or disrupt the harmony of the realm." Having said this, he suddenly raised his gaze and nodded upward. Commander Wu's expression shifted, a flicker of suspicion crossing his features. He looked up to see the windows of the private booth on the third floor half closed, delicate curtains hanging low, through which shadowy figures could be discerned, though their identities remained obscured. With a quick turn of thought, Commander Wu realized that this young man was merely a fleeting annoyance. He would have ample opportunity to settle the score later. However, compared to the bright prospects of his career, nothing else truly mattered. He understood that the presence of the commander was not guaranteed on that third floor, but in the current crowded environment, if any word reached the commander's ears suggesting a lack of respect, his career could very well be at an end. With this in mind, he coldly smiled at Sui Chen, declaring, "Very well, young master. I shall remember today's events. The favor of the Su family will not be forgotten by me, Wu." After speaking, he gestured to the crowd behind him with a commanding wave, his voice low yet forceful. "Let us depart." At his command, the officials and soldiers rose in unison, following Commander Wu as they left in a grand procession. Sui Chen called out cheerfully, "General, do take care. It is my fault for not adequately hosting you today, and I deeply regret that you could not leave in high spirits. Innkeeper, ensure that you prepare a grand feast and select 10 barrels of fine wine to be delivered to the general's residence as an apology." Chapter 55. The blessing of today. As the multitude of diners observed Commander Wu and his entourage departing from the Zhuanyu Tower, the blind youth in the azure robe remained standing in the hall, surrounded by several individuals adorned with long swords, reminiscent of wandering knights from the martial world. A momentary, delicate silence enveloped the crowd. To return to their seats was not an option, to depart was equally unfeasible, and to approach with inquiries seemed inappropriate. An oppressive yet subtle tension hung in the air. Outside, the lights of Hangyang City flickered and the cacophony of voices echoed, starkly contrasting the atmosphere within the tower. Sui Chen gently waved his folding fan, his voice clear and melodious like a bubbling spring, piercing through the stillness inside the tower. "Esteemed guests, I must apologize for today's disturbance, which was indeed my fault. Therefore, let me offer all of your meals today on my account, and additionally, I kindly request that each table be served a dish of Buddha jumps over the wall, as a token of my contrition." The patrons within the tower were all prominent figures of Hangyang City, either wealthy or noble, and naturally, they would not allow such trivial matters to cause embarrassment to Sui Chen. Since he had graciously extended an olive branch, it was only reasonable for them to acquiesce. In an instant, the diners returned to their seats, the sounds of clinking glasses and merry laughter resumed, as if the earlier interlude had been quietly submerged beneath this lively atmosphere. Turning around, Sui Chen noticed that the members of the Fuyan sect remained rooted in place. Yun Jingnian maintained his usual demeanor, whereas Yun Shua's lovely face was clouded with a hint of frost, subtly betraying her inner turmoil and dissatisfaction. Alas, it is my fault for disturbing your enjoyment. As we return, esteemed proprietor, the dishes upstairs must have grown cold. Please prepare us another serving. Yun Shua, upon hearing this, furrowed her delicate brows and replied coldly, there is no need. My heart is heavy, and I cannot swallow a morsel. Why should I further waste young Master Su's hospitality? Little one, we shall take our leave. With that, Yun Shua cast a glance at Mu Huayue and, without further ado, strode purposefully toward the exit. Observing this, Mu Huayue sighed inwardly. Given Yun Shua's temperament, any attempt at persuasion at this moment would be futile, so she offered a slight bow to Yun Jingnian and Sui Chen in farewell. Then, she approached the youth in the azure robe and softly inquired, would you care to accompany us outside? The youth's expression was one of profound despondency, as if his very soul had been siphoned away. He seemed oblivious to Mu Huayue's words, remaining utterly silent. Mu Huayue could sense the youth's current state of self-neglect. With a gentle sigh, she extended her slender hand and grasped the sleeve of his garment. Then let us proceed together. The youth, akin to a wooden puppet, allowed himself to be led outside. Huayue. Mu Huayue turned at the sound of her name, only to find Yun Jingnian tossing a small vial in her direction. You mustn't neglect your injury. Tend to it promptly. Mu Huayue nodded, offering Yun Jingnian a grateful smile, and then she guided the azure-clad youth out the door. Outside, the bustling market of Hongyang City thrived under the glow of vibrant lanterns, the clamor and opulence contrasting sharply with their own melancholic spirits. They walked silently through the throng, the surrounding revelry amplifying their inner solitude. After several paces, the youth abruptly halted, his voice cutting through the din with an icy clarity. Are you injured? Mu Huayue, upon hearing this, gently shook her head, but then realized the youth's blindness. She replied, it is nothing, merely superficial wounds. I assure you, it is of no consequence. You are martial practitioners, a hand injury is serious, you should tend to it first. Mu Huayue nodded, and as they distanced themselves from the crowd's clamor, she released the youth's hand, retrieving the medicine vial from her pocket to apply the salve. Yun Shua, standing nearby, had lost her usual vivacity and brightness, her lips pursed and her expression grave as she quietly assisted in treating the wound. Once the ointment was applied, the three of them fell into a heavy silence, as if no one knew what to say next. After a long pause, it was the youth who spoke first. Thank you, both of you, for your kindness. May I know your names? Should fate allow, I shall repay your generosity in the future. His words carried a hint of self-mockery, and he chuckled softly, adding, if circumstances permit, I shall surely repay you. Mu Huayue, accustomed to Yun Shua taking the lead, waited for a moment and, seeing her lost in thought, finally spoke. It was but a trivial act. There is no need for thanks, moreover, it was young Master Su who truly saved you. The youth scoffed softly, and once again, they were engulfed in an awkward silence. Mu Huayue, though she had rescued the youth, felt lost and uncertain about their next course of action. She pondered that perhaps they should return to the inn and wait for Jingnian to return before making any decisions. Just as her thoughts were swirling, the youth suddenly stood up and bowed toward the two women, stating, in that case, I shall take my leave. Mu Huayue was taken aback, quickly rising to her feet, her tone laced with urgency and confusion. Where are you going all alone? The youth straightened, his voice as cold as ever. I cannot disclose that, I apologize. With that, he turned to leave. Seeing this, Mu Huayue's anxiety intensified, and she called out, wait. The youth halted, turning to face her, yet Mu Huayue stammered, struggling to articulate her concern that Commander Wu failed today. He surely will not let you off easily. You must take care. The youth nodded at her warning, but just as he was about to turn away, Mu Huayue called out once more. She observed the youth's tattered garments and disheveled appearance, realizing that he had lost his arrow in the previous inn. Her heart stirred, and she quickly climbed the nearby tree, leaping down shortly after. Clutching a branch thick as two fingers, she approached the youth, extending the branch to him with a gentle voice. We have nothing else to offer. Take this branch for now, it can serve as a walking stick. The youth grasped the branch, the rough bark scraping against his palm, yet his heart softened unexpectedly. "Thank you." He turned away, using the branch to probe the ground as he moved forward, step by step. Mu Huayue considered calling out, but instead she said, "If you encounter any difficulties, seek out the Fuyan sect at the Uli Inn." The youth's figure gradually receded into the distance, pausing briefly as if contemplating her words, before continuing onward, eventually vanishing into the night. In the darkness, the youth slowly untied the cloth around his waist and wrapped it around his wrist, gently caressing the coarse texture as he murmured to himself, "Of the Fuyan sect, you say? So it is the Fuyan sect." Chapter 56, The time of flourishing. Once the silhouette of that young man vanished from sight, Mu Huayue hurried back to Yunshua's side, shaking her hand and inquiring, "Little junior sister, what troubles you?" Yunshua hesitated, her words caught in her throat for a long while before she finally spoke. "I feel utterly useless. If it weren't for Sui-chan's intervention just now, I truly wouldn't have known how to resolve the situation." His sycophantic demeanor is utterly beneath contempt, yet, I found myself thinking, if only the senior brother were here, who would dare to act recklessly. Mu Huayue responded, "Well, there's nothing wrong with thinking that way. These corrupt officials bully the weak, and it is only natural that power can trample others, but this isn't right." Yunshua scratched her head, pondering, "It was I who insisted on stepping forward, yet I lacked the means to handle the aftermath, ultimately relying on others to resolve it." Isn't that also a form of bullying? Mu Huayue paused, momentarily perplexed by Yunshua's line of reasoning. "Little junior sister, what are you saying? You acted bravely in the face of injustice. How can that be related to bullying?" Furrowing her brow, Junshua looked at Mu Huayue and said, "You were still young, you wouldn't understand. Back at the sect, everyone indulged me simply because I am father's daughter, allowing me to have my way in everything. Now that I am out in the world, I still have to rely on father and the reputations of my senior brothers and sisters. I wish to be known as Yunshua of Fuyan sect, not merely as the daughter of Yunjiang or the junior sister of Yunjini." As she spoke, her tone grew choked with emotion. Mu Huayue found it both amusing and exasperating. What was wrong with having a father and senior brothers and sisters? A flicker of indignation stirred within her, and she felt an urge to give Yunshua a good knock on the head. Yet perhaps, while she thought Yunshua was unaware of the world's hardships, she herself couldn't fully grasp the frustrations in Yunshua's heart. Gathering her thoughts, Mu Huayue finally said, "Little junior sister, I truly do not understand what weighs on your heart. You are the beloved daughter of our master and the junior sister of Yun Zheni, blessings that others can only envy, but you are also my one and only little junior sister. You are Yunshua. If you hadn't descended the mountain, the senior brother would never have bestowed upon you the token of the southern king's residence. Without your intervention, that beggar would have suffered in silence, with no one to care. You see, it is precisely because you are Yunshua, a kind-hearted soul, that you have reaped these noble fruits." Yunshua's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Mu Huayue. "You say I am a kind-hearted person?" Mu Huayue nodded earnestly. Yunshua continued, "But when Zheng Daxia mistook you for me and you suffered so much, don't I count as your misfortune?" Mu Huayue chuckled, "How could that be? I once thought of myself as a trivial character on the mountain. If it weren't for that incident, I would never have realized that the sect would go to such lengths for me. Besides my brother, there are indeed others who care for me, who would come looking for me and protect me." Yunshua's tone brightened. "Of course. You are my little junior sister, and with me around, you need not worry. Regardless of your unreliable brother, I shall protect you." Seeing Yunshua regain her former pride and confidence, Mu Huayue felt a secret joy in her heart and laughed. "With such words from my little junior sister, even if misfortune were to befall me one day, I would embrace it willingly." "Enough, enough. Do not speak such gloomy words." Yunshua feigned anger. "I detest your long-windedness. Let us head back to the inn." Mu Huayue knew that despite Yunshua's complaints, her heart was already at ease, and she couldn't help but chuckle quietly, finding Yunshua's temperament quite reminiscent of their master. A figure stood silently like a stone sculpture at the corner of the street, cloaked in an invisible shadow, with only its piercing hawk-like eyes glimmering in the darkness, intently fixating on the two who were laughing and departing. It wasn't until their figures disappeared around the bend that the shadow gradually merged back into the night. When the two returned to the inn, Yun Jingyan and the others had already come back, initially casting their gaze upon Yunshua, noting her impassive expression that revealed neither joy nor anger, before shifting their attention to Mu Huayue. Noticing this, Mu Huayue lightly nodded, and Yun Jingnian understood that no significant matter had transpired, thus he refrained from mentioning the earlier commotion. Since that day, Yun Shua rarely ventured out, instead spending her days inseparable from Mu Huayue, dragging her along for meditation and practice. Mu Huayue, who naturally favored tranquility, was more than willing from that day on. Although Mu Huayue never caught sight of Mu Ersan again, she often found small treats in her room, each delicately carved at the edges into crescent shapes with a small knife, a sign that her brother had come by, adding a sense of peace and determination to her heart. However, despite Mu Huayue's diligent practice, sitting in meditation until late into the night, she could never recapture the overwhelming power she had felt during her first meditation. Although her vital energy gradually accumulated, the slow progress filled her with anxiety, which she could not express, leaving her to silently grit her teeth and persevere. After several days, the day of the Young Heroes Conference arrived. This event spanned 2 days. The first day was designated for sect displays and martial arts exchanges, featuring a special arena for the rising stars of each sect to engage in friendly sparring, with no strict emphasis on victory or defeat, only seeking camaraderie and deepening friendships. The following day would transition into formal skill competitions, with dual stages in play, allowing only one disciple from each sect to represent their faction. They would compete against one another, with the defeated being eliminated, while the victors would ascend step by step until the pinnacle was reached, determining the sole young hero. In the Fuyan sect, it goes without saying that Yun Jingnian was the officially participating disciple, but both Yun Shuhua and Yun Shua were eager to test their skills on the first day. Mu Huayue, fully aware of her limited abilities, had no thoughts of stepping onto the stage, viewing the event merely as an opportunity to gain insight, thus becoming the most relaxed in their group. On the day of the sparring, Yun Shua hardly slept a wink, rising before dawn to prepare her attire. Mu Huayue, still half asleep, caught sight of Yun Shua tying her hair up and redoing it over 10 times. Once her hair was finally arranged, she began fussing over her accessories, drawing her sword in and out of its sheath repeatedly. "Little junior sister, for today's sparring, we can only use the wooden weapons provided on the field. Your sword won't be of any use." "How annoying. Only you know that." Mu Huayue chuckled, getting out of bed and gently patting Yun Shua's back. "Little junior sister, don't be nervous. With your youthful talent, simply standing on that stage already puts you ahead of your peers. I suspect many opponents are hoping you'll go easy on them to spare their dignity." Upon hearing this, Yun Shua's throat tightened as if she had swallowed her breath, and she forced herself to appear calm. "Stop with the nonsense. Who's nervous?" With that, she turned to the table, gulping down a large jug of water. Suddenly, her gaze shifted, and she turned back to Mu Huayue with a smile. "Little one, how about this? I'll borrow your name later, and it will help you gain some recognition in the martial world. What do you think?" Mu Huayue displayed a bemused expression. "Oh, never mind, I wouldn't care for that." Chapter 57. The Youth Hero Conference. As the group prepared to descend the stairs, they discovered that Sui-Chen had been waiting for them downstairs for quite some time. Upon seeing them, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Greetings, fellow disciples. How did you fare during last night's rest?" Mu Huayue felt a subtle apprehension, sensing that Sui-Chen was perhaps overly attentive to their party. Her gaze briefly swept over Sui-Chen's smiling countenance, and she was reminded of the venerable Ling Shuzi, who had gifted her a white jade ring many years ago, exuding an ethereal charm. Recalling the high moral standards upheld by the Tianyuan mountain lineage, her wariness began to ease. After all, Sui-Chen was a distinguished disciple of Ling Shuzi. Surely, his character could not be lacking. Perhaps she had been overly cautious and fretful. The group proceeded downstairs, with Yun Jingnian exchanging pleasantries with Sui-Chen, while the others offered respectful bows. "Today promises a large gathering, so I have come to guide you all there," Sui-Chen said with a smile. He then turned to Yun Shua and remarked, "Shua, you appear somewhat discontented. Are you troubled by something?" Yun Shua replied coolly, "It is merely human nature. I shall manage it myself. Thank you for your concern, Brother Su." Noticing that Yun Shua had become considerably more composed and less arrogant in the few days since they last met, Sui-Chen found it curious. He had intended to jest, but now found it difficult to do so. Meanwhile, Mu Huayue stifled a laugh, realizing that even the little junior sister could exhibit a touch of grace when feeling anxious. The group exchanged few words as they set off towards the training grounds. Along the way, the streets were bustling, filled with the clamorous voices of curious citizens eager to partake in the festivities, as well as many vendors hawking a dazzling array of goods. The calls of the merchants echoed, each hoping to profit from the grand event. The arena was situated in the heart of the city, featuring 2 elevated platforms reminiscent of a theatrical stage. The front rows were occupied by several tea tables, followed by benches, and finally, a throng of standing spectators. Across the street, vendors offered a variety of beverages, snacks, seeds, and fruits. Despite the large crowd, the presence of patrolling guards ensured a semblance of order. Upon reaching the arena, several guards meticulously checked their invitations before guiding them through the throng to the VIP seating area beside the stage. In a moment, attendants entered in single file, gracefully presenting fragrant tea to them. Yun Jingnian surveyed the surroundings, marveling at the grandeur of the arena and the lively crowd below. He turned to Sui Chen and said softly, "This Youth Hero Conference has been held for numerous iterations. Although I have not attended them all, I have never heard of such a lavish affair. It is truly breathtaking." Sui Chen lightly waved his folding fan, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he replied, "The world has changed, business is challenging. It is rare to host an event of such scale, and I intend to seize this opportunity to enhance the reputation of the Su family." Mu Huayue increasingly perceived that Sui Chen was no ordinary individual. He displayed remarkable skill both in the realm of cultivation and in worldly affairs. "Please make yourselves comfortable for a moment. If you require anything, do not hesitate to inform the attendants nearby," Sui Chen said, slightly bowing as he addressed the group. "I must attend to other esteemed guests, and I hope you will forgive my departure." The others, having no objections, shifted their attention to the arena once he left. Around the stage, a few disciples from other sects and wandering heroes sat sparsely, some engaging in hushed conversations while others waited in silence, each harboring their own thoughts. Above them, a higher platform stood, guarded by soldiers. It was likely the venue for the event's organizers. Mu Huayue noticed that Yun Shua sat motionless, clutching her sword with a distant gaze, seemingly lost in contemplation. She delicately lifted a cup of tea and presented it to Yun Shua, gently urging, "Junior sister, there is still some time before the event begins. Why not have a sip of tea to soothe your throat?" However, it appeared Yun Shua was oblivious to her words, remaining absorbed in her own thoughts. Mu Huayue called out to her twice, "Junior sister? Junior sister, what occupies your mind?" Finally, Yun Shua seemed to awaken from her reverie. Accepting the teacup from Mu Huayue and taking a small sip, she turned her head and whispered to her companion, "Look over there at those monks. They are robust and steady in their steps, undoubtedly disciples of the South Shaolin, and to the right, those in martial attire with crossed sashes and fierce expressions must certainly belong to the Sea Shark Gang. As for those with long swords at their waists, they are undoubtedly members of the renowned Nangong clan from South Shuo." Yun Shua's mutterings revealed a hint of concern. Mu Huayue glanced at her, understanding her underlying anxiety. "Junior sister, the martial arts world of the Central Plains is rich and varied, with each sect possessing its unique skills and traditions. However, when it comes to practical combat experience, no disciple can rival you, who trains daily with the foremost champions of the Youth Hero Conference. Though many talented youths gather here, how many can truly stand against our senior brother? Since you can exchange strikes with our senior brother, surely you need not fear today's challenges," Mu Huayue continued. "My only worry is that you might win too swiftly, missing out on the opportunity to learn from the techniques of the other sects, leaving senior brother Jingnian without insight into their methods." Yun Shua pondered this, recognizing its validity. While today's sparring would not determine victory or defeat, the various sects placed great importance on it, hoping their younger disciples would glean insights into one another's techniques, thus enhancing their chances in the actual competition to come. Therefore, the significance of the exchanges outweighed that of mere victory. Taking a deep breath, as if to expel all her worries, her gaze regained its resoluteness. "You are right, the outcome of martial arts does not hinge on this moment. I have plenty of time ahead of me. If I were to achieve fame today, the path of the martial world would indeed lose its intrigue." Seeing Yun Shua's expression soften, Mu Huayue felt relieved and gently squeezed her clammy palm. Before long, the tea seats by the arena began to fill. Suddenly, a crisp sound of blades being sheathed sliced through the clamor, drawing the attention of the crowd. A procession of figures, escorted by sword-wielding guards, ascended the high platform, shrouded by layers of curtains that obscured the scene. At that moment, a young girl adorned with intricate silver ornaments slowly parted the curtain. Peering out, she possessed a stunning beauty and an air of nobility. It was the Princess of Nanzhao, whom they had encountered at the inn. As Yun Jingnian had speculated, they were indeed the esteemed guests of this event. In the gap of the curtains, a familiar silhouette flashed by. Mu Huayue immediately recognized it as her brother's figure, her heart surging with emotion. She knew he would certainly see her, and with a gentle smile, she nodded towards the high platform. Chapter 58 The Young Heroes Tournament 2. With a resounding clang, the bronze gong reverberated through the air, bringing the assembly to a hushed silence. A burly figure, adorned in an ornate official robe and sporting a black gauze cap, slowly ascended the high platform. This was none other than the prefect of Hengyang, Lord Jia. Yun Jingnian softly murmured to his nearby junior sisters, introducing the esteemed official. As Lord Jia stepped onto the stage, his form swayed slightly, suggesting the lingering effects of alcohol, yet, his eyes sparkled with vitality. Suddenly, he bellowed with a voice that resonated like a great bell, echoing into the heavens. Esteemed martial arts colleagues and young heroes, it is indeed a grand fortune for us to gather here today in Hanyang, a moment of glory for the martial world. Since ancient times, the imperial court has held high respect for the martial arts community. I hope you all will uphold the chivalrous spirit and protect the common folk, not to betray the noble righteousness that pervades this realm. The sovereign is wise and cherishes talent, particularly valuing the inheritance of martial arts. Today's Young Heroes Tournament is a decree from the Emperor, aiming to encourage the rising stars to set aside sectarian biases, share knowledge, and diligently cultivate their skills, so that they may become the pillars of our society and together forge a prosperous martial realm. Though his words bore the weight of righteousness, his somewhat uncoordinated movements and slightly comical demeanor added an unexpected warmth to his authority, prompting the audience to cheer enthusiastically. Esteemed official, may I inquire which venerable martial artist is presiding over this event? Called out a voice from the crowd. I was just about to mention that. Young man, do not be so The Southern Shaolin is merely a branch of the Songshan Shaolin, and currently, the abbot of Songshan is Master Hong Yuan of the Hong lineage, making Master Pu Ju a junior disciple by rank. Since the Songshan Shaolin relocated northward after the Song dynasty's migration, they have remained hidden in the martial world, allowing the Southern Shaolin to shine prominently. Although Master Pu Ju has long surpassed many predecessors in martial prowess and reputation, some still questioned his qualifications to shoulder such a significant responsibility. As for Sui Chen, 3 years prior, he was merely a participant among peers, yet now he was to stand upon the platform, offering guidance, which stirred discontent among many. The appearance of the Heavenly Serpent, however, left the crowd in astonishment. Recently, Nanzhao had indeed shown friendship towards the Song dynasty, yet the Zhelujiao sect, being an unorthodox faith, had always been avoided by the court during the Northern Song period. Now, to see the Heavenly Serpent as a guest of the court, sharing drinks with the deputy commander behind the scenes, raised numerous questions regarding the underlying intentions. Noticing the rising chatter among the crowd, Prefect Jia raised his plump hand to quiet them, clearing his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, I have yet to finish my address. This Young Heroes Tournament is a special initiative requested by our deputy commander from the Emperor himself, with unprecedented rewards established for you all. Every young hero who wins a match shall receive 100 taels of silver. The 4 finalists from the 2 arenas will each receive a block of mysterious iron. The ultimate champion and runner-up will be rewarded with 100 taels of gold and a garment woven with golden threads. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with fervor, their discussions animated. The rewards for this Young Heroes Tournament were indeed lavish, not to mention the 1,000 taels of gold. Even the 100 taels of silver awarded to those who merely participated would suffice to sustain a small sect for an entire year. Seeing the audience so enlivened, the prefect smiled knowingly, deliberately leaving them in suspense. As for the grand prize for the champion, before he could finish, the crowd held their breath, their eyes fixed upon his lips, fearful of missing even a single word. Sensing their eager anticipation, Lord Jia felt a surge of satisfaction. Finally, amidst their anxious waiting, he slowly continued. The prize for the champion, of course, is known only to the champion himself. All of you should strive diligently, aiming for excellence, so that you may learn of that astonishing reward. A chorus of discontented murmurs arose from the audience, yet even so, their eyes sparkled with eagerness. With such enticing rewards in play, who would concern themselves with the identities of those on the platform? The so-called tournament ultimately hinged upon true martial prowess. The figures upon the stage were merely decorations. Even if the court had deeper motives, it bore no relevance to their pursuits. Now, let the sparring commence. Which young hero shall step up first? With the prefect's proclamation, an invisible force seemed to electrify the square, the atmosphere transforming into one of palpable intensity and excitement. I shall. Before the words had fully left his lips, several figures sprang onto the stage like startled hares. As they took their positions, the audience discerned their attire, unaffiliated wanderers of the martial world, clad in simple garments that could not conceal their indomitable spirit. Fourth brother, this sparring is a relay battle. Sending these young heroes forth first seems a premature squandering of their energy, pondered Mu Huayue, tilting her head to inquire of Yun Jingyan. Yun Jingyan smiled gently in response, elucidating, "Dear Yuer, you may not grasp their intentions. These wandering cultivators approach this tournament with motives distinct from those of the larger sections. They may not seek the title of champion, but they harbor their own ambitions. Given that this Young Heroes Tournament is sanctioned by the court, a chance to stand out could lead to recognition, opportunities for military service, and a chance to alter their destinies, gaining the rewards of a martial official. Moreover, with the deputy commander personally overseeing this event, being noticed by him would be a tremendous honor. If they do not seize this opportunity, when will they find such an auspicious moment again?" Upon hearing this, Mu Huayue's understanding deepened. She nodded and turned her gaze back to the arena, observing that while the techniques of the young heroes were rather rudimentary, they exuded an aura of fearless valor, each movement displaying a semblance of form. In the span of a few moments, the stage had witnessed several rounds of combat. A few young heroes who had withstood several matches were approached by military officials, who engaged them in conversation before guiding them away. Brother Mu, you have often spoken of the profound depth of the Central Plains martial arts, yet I find it lacking. They are merely a collection of drunken fools, of little interest, remarked Duanjingjing, munching on candied fruits as she surveyed the competitors below. Patience, my princess, something worthwhile may yet unfold, replied Muersan, peeling a grape and offering it to Duanjingjing. How dreadfully dull, Brother Mu. With such mediocrity, let me entertain myself with something more exciting. Without waiting for a response, Duanjingjing nimbly drew a soft whip from her waist, her movements as graceful as a nimble cat. With a flick of her wrist, the whip danced through the air like a dragon, and then, with a light leap, she descended from the balcony. Princess, no! Muersan exclaimed in alarm, rushing to intervene. However, it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Duanjingjing had landed on the stage, her laughter echoing in the air like the chime of silver bells. Brother Mu, just wait here for me. For every match I win, you shall peel me a grape, and I shall return to enjoy them. Chapter 59. The arrogant princess. And the sudden turn of events. Upon the stage stood a young man wielding a sword, tall and robust, having triumphed in 2 matches. The audience below erupted with thunderous applause, a tide of admiration washing over him, but he merely smiled faintly, bowing humbly in all directions, exuding an aura of calm composure. As he turned, he was met by a strikingly beautiful woman adorned in exotic attire, poised before him. Holding a slender, supple whip, she regarded him with a smile that sparkled with an enigmatic blend of provocation and amusement. I am Su Kaihu of the Chaobang, practicing the Kaikanjianshan sword technique. Might I inquire your esteemed name, fair maiden, and the illustrious master from whom you have learned? Su Kaihu, though respectful in his tone, did not allow his gaze to waver, acutely aware that the world of martial arts is vast, teeming with hidden talents, and one should never judge an opponent solely by appearance. He slowly sheathed his long sword, the sound of the blade sliding into its scabbard resonating pleasingly, revealing a demeanor befitting a master. Upon hearing his words, the woman's lips curled into a sly smile, her voice ringing like a yellow oriole emerging from the valley, clear and melodious, yet tinged with an unmistakable haughtiness. I am Duanjingjing of the southern Zhao, wielding the severing offspring whip. Dare you to give it a try? As Duanjingjing's words echoed, the crowd gasped, and Su Kaihu's expression shifted slightly. Though a flicker of displeasure stirred within him, he found his fighting spirit ignited by this unexpected challenge. With a steely gaze, he drew in his breath, his aura coiling tightly around him like a predator poised to strike, and said in a deep voice, "Please." With that, Su Kaihu raised his arms, positioning his sword above his head in a posture resembling a pine tree welcoming guests, the blade glimmering like dancing shadows of pines. This was a gesture of goodwill and mutual respect within the martial arts community, intended to honor the beauty of their craft. However, Duanjingjing not only dismissed his courtesy but also smirked coldly, her whip suddenly snapping forward like a serpent emerging from its lair, aimed directly at Su Kaihu's vulnerable midsection with a ferocity that left onlookers astounded. Su Kaihu's heart raced. He had not anticipated such a ruthless strike from this seemingly delicate maiden. He shifted his stance, twisting the long sword with blinding speed to block the assault, his forearm muscles tensing, veins bulging. At the last possible moment, he successfully intercepted the lethal blow, yet, before he could catch his breath, the whip darted with extraordinary agility, wrapping around his wooden sword like a snake coiling around a branch, intent on disarming him. Su Kaihu's heart plunged in alarm, but he desperately attempted to leverage his strength to shake off the entangling whip, only to discover that it adhered to his blade as if it possessed a life of its own, resisting his every effort to free himself. A closer inspection revealed that what appeared to be an ordinary whip was intricately woven with fine steel wire, laced with barbs, making escape nearly impossible once ensnared. Priding himself on being a standout among the younger generation of the Chaobang, Su Kaihu was no stranger to adversity. Remaining calm under pressure, he executed a series of agile spins, twisting the ensnared wooden sword to break free from the whip's grip. Observing this, Duanjingjing furrowed her brow slightly. Recognizing the stalemate, she swiftly altered her tactics, the whip striking like a viper aimed at Su Kaihu's throat. At that moment, Su Kaihu found himself suspended in midair, with no leverage to rely upon. In a desperate maneuver, he hunched forward, contorting his body like a bow, barely evading the strike. Even so, the whip's tail relentlessly pursued him, slicing through his garment with a sharp sound, leaving a ghastly gash, and the scent of blood began to permeate the air. In a mere blink, the two had exchanged 3 blows, the audience still caught in the fervor of the opening spectacle, cheers ringing out incessantly. However, the seasoned martial artists at the edge of the stage sensed the gravity of the situation. This young woman fought with utter ruthlessness, targeting vital points with each strike, and her weapon seemed to harbor many peculiarities, causing Su Kaihu to break into a cold sweat. Among the onlookers, Mu Huayue and others recognized Su Kaihu as a descendant of Zheng Tao. Aware of his previous gallant displays, a sense of camaraderie began to stir within them. Mu Huayue's eyes flickered as she leaned toward her companion, Yin Shua, and whispered, "Junior sister, in your estimation, who holds the upper hand between Duan Jingjing and Brother Su?" Yin Shua's brow furrowed slightly, her expression revealing a hint of seriousness. The Kaikang Jianshan sword technique is already renowned, and Su brother has mastered it to an extraordinary degree, his prowess rivaling that of the princess. However, she paused, the soft whip in Duan Jingjing's grasp seems to conceal hidden depths. Should Su brother fail to close the distance, he may find it challenging to gain the upper hand in this contest. Before her words could settle, Su Kaihu had already engaged in several exchanges with Duan Jingjing on stage. It appeared he had grasped the underlying meaning of Yin Shua's insight, realizing that his weapon was at a disadvantage. The only path to victory lay in close combat. Thus, gritting his teeth, he braced himself, absorbing one of Duan Jingjing's fierce whip strikes against his back, using the momentum to close the distance between them. Duan Jingjing's eyes widened in shock as she instinctively raised her whip to defend herself. Su Kaihu's strikes were relentless, each blow slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. Although Duan Jingjing managed to parry with her whip, she ultimately could not withstand his force, retreating step by step, perilously close to defeat. The audience below erupted with cheers, their voices rising to the heavens, yet, to Duan Jingjing's ears, these shouts felt like mockery, igniting a deep-seated anger within her. In a flash of inspiration, she released her whip, accompanied by a faint cry of defeat, as if she could not keep up with his onslaught. In this arena, their match was meant for mutual improvement, not a fight to the death. Su Kaihu, perceiving her apparent capitulation, thought she could no longer withstand his overwhelming assault. However, as his wooden sword descended, its momentum was too great to halt, and it struck Duan Jingjing's shoulder. To his astonishment, her shoulder felt as solid as iron, the recoil sending a jolt of pain through Su Kaihu's wrist, leaving him bewildered. Just as he was about to inspect the situation, a chilling sensation pierced through his chest. He looked down in shock, only to see a glimmering silver dagger silently embedded in his torso. Su Kaihu's eyes widened with disbelief as he slowly raised his gaze to meet Duan Jingjing's. The once delicate facade had vanished, replaced by a fierce determination and a sinister resolve. Her eyes sparkled with a cold light, and a cruel smile curled upon her lips. "With a wretch like you, how could this princess ever be humiliated?" With that, she sprang into action, delivering a sharp kick to Su Kaihu's abdomen. He flew from the stage like a marionette with severed strings, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, sending dust into the air. The spectators, still reeling from the breathtaking duel, were caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, feeling warm blood splatter upon them. Su Kaihu's body hit the ground like a massive stone, sending up a cloud of dust. The crowd, terrified by this unforeseen development, scattered in panic, their screams echoing into the night. Chapter 60, I am Yin Shua from Fuyan Gate. Greetings to all. The members of Fuyan Gate rose to their feet in unison, and Yun Jingyan swiftly positioned himself beside Su Kaihu. He promptly struck several vital points on Su Kaihu's chest, then retrieved a pouch of medicine, pouring out pills resembling colorful candies. However, before Yun Jingyan could place the pills into Su Kaihu's mouth, Su Kaihu's body convulsed violently, and a jet of blood erupted from him like a severed red silk ribbon. His body twitched uncontrollably twice before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, vitality waning, leaving behind an eerie silence. Yun Jingyan's expression turned grave as he gently placed his fingers upon Su Kaihu's pulse. After a moment, he slowly shook his head. Though the gesture was subtle, it struck each onlooker like a hammer to the heart. Such a sudden turn of events incited outrage among the crowd, both on and off the stage, who directed their ire towards the woman in the arena, their shouts echoing indignantly. Yet, Duan Jingjing appeared utterly unrepentant, a cold smile gracing her lips as she declared loudly, "What's the matter? The rules of this tournament have always been about life and death. This boy lacks skill and still dares to disgrace himself here. Dying would be merciful. At least here, someone would be willing to collect his body, sparing him the fate of wandering the world as a corpse in the wild, forgotten and forlorn. That would be truly pitiful." The crowd's anger intensified at her callous words, and soon several knights leaped onto the stage to defend Su Kaihu. However, Su Kaihu had already proven himself a formidable contender that day, and these gallant men, lacking in skill, were no match for Duan Jingjing. In no time, they were cast off the stage one by one, some with broken limbs, others bloodied and bruised. Ha ha ha. Is this the level of the martial artists of the Central Plains? Not a single capable fighter among you? Duan Jingjing taunted, her brows arched in challenge. I will. A youthful, melodious voice rang out, and before the last note faded, a beautiful maiden clad in simple attire had already landed in the arena. Her long hair stood upright, her figure graceful, and with a long sword at her waist, she stood fearlessly before Duan Jingjing. Mu Huayue gasped in surprise, turning to realize her junior sister had vanished, a wave of concern washing over her. Duan Jingjing, upon seeing Yan Shua, smirked derisively, sizing her up before mockingly saying, "Are you the girl from Fuyan Gate? You've witnessed the fates of those previous weaklings. Considering my family's ties with your Fuyan Gate, I advise you to refrain from brandishing your sword here and causing discord. Go home and play house with your dolls instead. I stand here today to demand justice for the martial artists of the Central Plains. It has nothing to do with anyone else. I advise you to return to your Nanjiao and play in the mud." Duan Jingjing's brows furrowed in anger, her eyes flashing with menace as she flicked her wrist, the long whip darting forth like a serpent unleashed, slicing through the air towards Yan Shua. In an instant, Yan Shua moved like a wisp of cloud, evading the attack with remarkable agility, disappearing from sight. Duan Jingjing felt a chill rush down her spine, and before she could react, a powerful kick struck her rear, sending her sprawling forward, landing in an undignified heap. The spectators, having endured Duan Jingjing's arrogance, erupted in cheers upon witnessing Yan Shua's decisive strike that humiliated her, their pent-up frustrations dissipating in an instant. Yan Shua stood poised, arms crossed, a playful smile dancing on her lips as she remarked softly, "What's this? You're supposed to be playing in the mud, why are you performing for me instead?" Duan Jingjing, seething with rage, her face contorted in fury, retorted, "I will kill you." With that, she leaped into action, her whip swirling menacingly as she sought to reclaim her honor. Yan Shua, having gained the upper hand through surprise, now faced the reality of Duan Jingjing's true prowess, her expression growing serious. She executed a series of ethereal steps, weaving through the shadows of the whip like a ghost. Duan Jingjing's strikes were fierce, aimed directly at Yan Shua's face, but Yan Shua stood her ground, meeting the attack with the hilt of her sword. Duan Jingjing felt a surge of delight, believing she could repeat her success, and deftly wrapped her whip around Yan Shua's sword. However, in a surprising twist, Yan Shua did not flinch. Instead, she twisted the hilt of her sword, entangling the whip further. The two combatants were suddenly drawn closer together, unprepared for this development. Duan Jingjing's thoughts raced as her left hand stealthily slipped into her garment. A glint of cold light, the spectators, recalling Su Kaihu's tragic fate, gasped in alarm and cried out, "Beware, heroine!" A shrill cry pierced the air, tightening the hearts of the crowd as they focused intently. There, Duan Jingjing lost control, crashing to the ground, her whip deftly seized by Yan Shua, who remained unscathed, a blood-stained dagger held delicately between her lips, her visage radiating a chilling resolve. "Good! Good, good!" The cheers rose like a tidal wave, shaking the trees surrounding the arena. Whether clad in fine silks or rags, everyone was captivated by Yan Shua's extraordinary presence, rising to their feet, applauding and shouting in unison, their voices echoing to the heavens. With a gentle toss of her head, Yan Shua let the bloodied dagger fall to the ground. A playful smile graced her lips, yet her gaze did not linger on Duan Jingjing. Instead, she casually remarked, "You just took a tumble, and now you've fallen again. Are you perhaps trying to learn our culture of humility?" Mu Huayue, who had been anxiously watching from the stands, burst into laughter at this absurd banter. Behind the curtain, Muniansen, having never laid eyes on the two women in the arena, couldn't help but smile at her sister's radiant joy below. Duan Jingjing seethed with fury at Yan Shua's words, her eyes blazing as she clenched her jaw, determined to engrave Yan Shua's image into her very bones. Yet, Yan Shua seemed indifferent, casting a nonchalant glance at the whip in her hand, before stepping forward to face the crowd, proclaiming, "The rules of this young hero's tournament indeed dictate life and death. The previous fighters underestimated you, and I have no words to offer. However, traditionally, this tournament has always utilized soft weapons, aiming to foster camaraderie through martial arts, never to harm with deadly weapons. Your kind should not exist in this world." With that, she finally drew her long sword, its cold gleam slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, severing the whip into several pieces. Among the onlookers, those with keen eyes recognized the blade, exclaiming in astonishment, "This is the solitary cloud sword of Fuyan Gate." In his youth, the leader Yun Zhang wielded this sword to command respect across the land. Before they could finish, Yan Shua's melodic voice interrupted, "I am Yan Shua from Fuyan Gate, greetings to all." As the sun cast its rays, illuminating Yan Shua's proud and beautiful visage, she appeared even more resplendent than the sunlight itself. Chapter 61. Dare to make a move. Mu Huayue observed Yan Shua's confident and flamboyant figure illuminated by the sunlight. A wave of joy surged within her heart. She watched as Yan Shua bent down to retrieve the severed whips, returning to Duan Jingjing's side, where she lightly tossed the broken whips, which landed firmly at her feet. "Your Highness," Yan Shua's voice rang clear and powerful, "though I am unfamiliar with the customs of Nanjiao, in the Central Plains, martial practitioners take it upon themselves to uphold justice and protect the weak, not to flaunt momentary bravery nor to oppress the vulnerable or trample upon conscience. Should you persist in this manner, know that the martial world of the Central Plains shall not welcome you. As her words echoed, the surrounding martial artists erupted in applause, expressing their approval. Our Princess of Nanzhao is not in need of your instruction. At this declaration, a low, hoarse rumble resonated throughout the arena, not particularly loud, yet it pierced through the minds of every person present like a dull blade. Such formidable inner strength, Yun Shua felt a gust of wind filled with a nauseating odor rush towards her, swift as a venomous snake striking in the dark, catching her off guard. Her heart trembled as she hastily executed the void step to retreat. However, that inexplicable stench seemed to outpace her, wrapping around her with an indescribable sense of oppression. Yun Shua's mind faltered slightly as her peripheral vision caught sight of a skeletal hand, resembling a ghostly claw emerging from the shadows, aiming directly at her throat. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, the sharp nails glinted coldly under the sun, as if they were already grazing her delicate skin. Panic-stricken, Yun Shua stumbled backward, involuntarily falling to the ground. Amidst the swirling dust, her figure appeared particularly helpless, and the breath of death loomed ominously close. Onlookers beheld a black figure relentlessly pursuing Yun Shua, and as she fell, it seemed blood would soon be spilled on the spot. Junior's sister. Junior's sister. The members of Fuyan's sect could see clearly that the figure donned a conical hat and a golden mask, none other than the revered Tianxi. In an instant, Mu Huayue, Yun Shuhua, and even Yun Jingyan, who was tending to the injured below, disregarded all else and rushed towards the Tianxi. Yet, lacking the teachings of the void step, they could not reach in time, witnessing the withered hand poised to grasp Yun Shua's neck. Respected one, show mercy. As the Tianxi prepared to strike, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force surge from behind, akin to a tidal wave, pressing towards his back. Startled yet composed, he turned slightly, meeting that unmatched palm strike head-on-eye in the span of a breath. The two had exchanged numerous blows, the winds from their strikes howling, shaking the air around them. The crowd felt the fierce gusts as if caught in a tempest, struggling to maintain their footing. On the arena, the figures of black and white intertwined, resembling the interplay of sun and moon, yet moving so swiftly that their forms were nearly indistinguishable. Yun Shua barely escaped with her life, scrambling to hide behind Yun Zhengyan. In her panic, an object fell from her person, unnoticed by her but caught in Duan Jingjing's hawk-like gaze, which locked onto it with piercing clarity. A black-clad doll lay silently on the ground. I will kill you. Duan Jingjing suddenly sprang to her feet, shrieking, heedless of everything as she charged at Yun Shua once more. Hearing her scream, the Tianxi was compelled to divert his attention, dodging a palm strike from the figure in white, sidestepping to seize Duan Jingjing, leaping back onto the stage. Though captured by the Tianxi, Duan Jingjing continued to struggle, screaming, "Kill her, the wretch, kill her!" The Tianxi moved slightly, pushing Duan Jingjing securely into the embrace of Mu Ersan. Consumed by rage, Duan Jingjing lost her rationality, reaching out to claw. Unsatisfied, she lunged to bite at his shoulder. Though Mu Ersan furrowed his brow, he remained composed, holding Duan Jingjing close, gently stroking her back, as if to say, "It's all right, I'm here." Mu Huayue, peering through the curtain, caught sight of her brother's demeanor. Her heart weighed down with frustration, as if a massive stone pressed against her chest, making it hard to breathe. She averted her gaze, unwilling to look any longer. Mu Ersan, sensing his sister's expression, felt a pang in his heart but could only grit his teeth in silence. The Tianxi, noticing Duan Jingjing's calmness, stepped forward, his voice hoarse as he addressed the figure in white. "Young Master Su, this girl has spoken disrespectfully, humiliating the princess. I must hold her accountable." Upon seeing the figure in white, whose garments billowed, reflecting the sunlight in a display of grandeur, it was unmistakably Sui Chen. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The Tianxi's formidable inner strength and swift movements marked him as a top-tier master of the age. Little did they expect Sui Chen, the youth who had failed to reach the finals 3 years prior, would now stand toe-to-toe with him. Sui Chen gently waved his folding fan, a warm smile gracing his lips. "Respected one, this young lady is a friend of mine. I am willing to apologize on her behalf. Might I implore you to overlook this matter for my sake?" "What compensation?" Yun Shua felt indignant and was about to shout, only to have her mouth covered by Yun Jingyan. The Tianxi let out a cold, disdainful laugh, his amusement laced with contempt, as if he regarded Sui Chen as inconsequential. He turned to the high platform and proclaimed loudly, "My lords, we have come from afar at the invitation of Emperor Song Shua, and thus should be afforded the courtesy of diplomatic envoys. Now, our princess has been so humiliated by this country girl, shall we simply stand by and allow her to act so arrogantly?" From behind the curtain, a sharp, indifferent voice emerged, deliberate and unhurried. "Your words misjudge the situation, respected one. This girl is not of Song Shua. If we are to discuss diplomatic courtesy, it would be unwise for me to favor one side. I have come at the behest of the Holy Order, to demonstrate unity among the martial world. I cannot conceal private matters for public gain, nor encourage the strife of national rivalry." The Tianxi's voice turned dark and menacing. "Are you then planning to obstruct me?" The sharp-voiced man replied without reservation, a hint of thunder lurking within his words. Once outside the borders of Songshua, do as you please, shall not interfere. But here, dare to make a move, and see what happens. The Tianshi's gaze darkened, as though he sought to devour someone whole, yet, under the weight of this immense pressure, he could only grunt in resignation, turning to bellow leave. Behind him, Mu Ersan hoisted Duan Jingjing into his arms. The people of Nanzhao, witnessing this, followed the Tianshi down from the high platform. Chapter 62. Your entire family is to be pitted upon witnessing the departure of the individuals from Nanzhao. Sui Chen turned around and approached Yin Shua. How are you? You weren't injured, were you? Though Yin Shua typically bore a proud demeanor and disliked lowering her head, she understood that the recent moment had been a matter of life and death, far graver than the previous trivial troubles she had encountered. Especially considering the intervention of Sui Chen and that golden serpent elder, it was likely that even her senior brother would not have been able to directly seize the initiative. Rising promptly, she bowed deeply to Sui Chen, expressing, "Thank you, Brother Su, for your gallant rescue." Sui Chen regarded Yun Shua with great delight, offering a gentle smile as he affectionately ruffled her hair. "No need for such formality. As long as you do not misconstrue my intentions, believing me to be one who clings to the powerful and bullies the weak, that is sufficient." Yun Shua's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as a sudden thought struck her. Biting her lip, she whispered, "It was merely a moment of impulsiveness on my part that caused you such expense. The sum of 1,000 gold is something I truly do not know when I shall be able to repay." At her words, Sui Chen chuckled softly, unfurling his folding fan with a flourish before swiftly closing it again, playfully tapping Yin Shua's forehead with a hint of fondness. "There is no rush. You are still young. When you grow up, you can repay me gradually." With that, he elegantly leaped back onto the high platform like a white crane taking flight. The spectators beheld his snow-white attire and the graceful flutter of his garments, resembling an ethereal being descended. Seeing Sui Chen's frivolous display, Yun Jingnian felt his teeth grind in frustration, yet found himself utterly ignored by the man. Hastily, Yun Jingnian turned to Yin Shua. "Junior sister, this scoundrel is a notorious flirt, surrounded by countless beautiful acquaintances in the martial world. Do not let him deceive you." Yun Shua waved her hand dismissively. "What are you talking about, brother? The men around me are all far superior to him. What is there to worry about? Instead of fretting over him, you should help me think of ways to repay the considerable sum I owe him." Though Yun Shua spoke with bravado, a ripple of emotion stirred within her heart. On the arena, the clamor and fervor quickly resumed, as if the incident with Nanzhao had merely been a fleeting interlude, yet, unbeknownst to them, it had inadvertently sown the seeds of camaraderie and shared enmity among the martial artists of the Central Plains. During the contests, participants displayed greater magnanimity, embracing a humility in their exchanges, in stark contrast to the previous atmosphere of fierce competition and hostility. At the Fuyan sect, Yun Shua basked in the limelight, and many chivalrous individuals approached to pay their respects to the members of the sect. Accustomed to being the center of attention, she received guests with great pride and, amidst the socializing, did not neglect to introduce Mu Huayue to the visiting martial artists. Though Mu Huayue accompanied Yun Shua in greeting, the peculiar glances from the guests made her feel quite uncomfortable. She discreetly tugged at Yin Shua's sleeve, her voice barely above a whisper. "Junior sister, I wish to step away for a moment. You need not introduce me further." Yun Shua shot her a disapproving look, clearly exasperated. Mu Huayue slowly descended from the platform. Weaving through the bustling crowd, the noise and excitement seemed to dissipate with each step she took, leaving in their wake an unprecedented sense of freshness and freedom. Outside, a myriad of vendors set up their stalls, the air filled with a cacophony of sales pitches. Intrigued by the lively atmosphere of the market, Mu Huayue drew nearer, only to be met with an impatient wave from a vendor. "Move along. Today the innkeeper at Yulai is distributing porridge. Don't interfere with our business." Mu Huayue paused, momentarily taken aback. Though she had grown accustomed to the world's superficial judgments, the earlier memory of her junior sister Yin Shua, dazzling and captivating on the platform, stirred within her an inexplicable sense of loss and envy. Amidst the throngs of bustling voices, she felt as though she had stepped into another realm. As she strolled through the streets, the sound of a arrow melody wafted through the air, drawing her in. Navigating through a narrow alley, she spotted a youth clad in blue, seated at the street corner, absorbed in playing his wrist adorned with the white cloth headband she had once tied around him. Passers-by hurried by, most casting merely a fleeting glance before continuing on their way. Occasionally, a well-dressed individual would pause to drop a couple of copper coins. Upon hearing the distinct clink of coins hitting the ground, the youth would momentarily cease his playing, feel around for the coins, and then bow slightly to the departing figures, murmuring his thanks. Watching him, Mu Huayue felt a pang of empathy, as though he too was a solitary soul. Much like herself. Silently, she approached and sat beside him. The youth seemed oblivious to her presence, continuing to play. As the final note lingered in the air, he gradually lowered his instrument and lifted his gaze, softly inquiring, "Today, your junior sister stole the spotlight on the platform. Why are you not there with her, but instead sitting here alone?" Mu Huayue, lost in her own thoughts, was startled by his sudden question. "Huh? Are you asking me?" He smiled faintly. "What do you think?" After pondering for a moment, she replied, "I don't know, those people clearly have no desire to know me. I would only bring shame to our sect by being there." As this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly queried, "Wait? How do you know it's me if you can't see?" "You carry the scent of pine. I remembered it from when we were close that day." Feeling a twinge of embarrassment at his words, Mu Huayue replied, "I didn't really help that day. I let you leave alone, and both my junior sister and I were quite worried afterwards." "How have you been these past few days?" Mu Huayue inquired with concern. "Has Captain Wu troubled you again?" The youth shook his head. "No, he even sent someone to apologize and brought me a new instrument." Seeing the fresh instrument in his hands, Mu Huayue felt a sense of relief and nodded. "It seems Brother Su intervened on your behalf. Captain Wu should no longer seek to make things difficult for you." At the mention of Su Yichen's name, the youth merely curled his lip in a dismissive smile. "What, do you seem to have some reservations regarding Brother Su?" "Nothing in particular. People always have their own motives. How can one be a pawn and still bow their head in gratitude? That would be somewhat unbecoming." Mu Huayue found herself disagreeing with this perspective. Even if Su Yichen had acted for his own reputation, without him, this youth might have lost his life. What was the point of quibbling over dignity? "I do not see it that way. Look at me. I came here today and encountered you without any ulterior motive." The youth chuckled. "Shall I venture a guess?" "Go ahead." "I surmise you are here to avoid being a pitiable figure." Mu Huayue's eyes widened in indignation. "What pity? We merely crossed paths. What nonsense are you spouting?" He replied nonchalantly, "Your junior sister cares for you greatly, and with such opportunities to shine, she would never intentionally neglect you. The issue lies with you, unwilling to step into the limelight." Mu Huayue retorted, "Some people enjoy the hustle and bustle, while others prefer tranquility. What is there to pity?" The youth smiled slightly. "I merely spoke in jest, yet your reaction suggests I may have hit the mark." "What do you mean?" He chuckled again. "If your junior sister were here and someone called her pitiable, how do you think she would respond?" Yunshua's temperament flashed through her mind, and she realized with a start that she would likely dismiss it as a joke and retort, "You are the one to be pitied. Your entire family is to be pitied." Chapter 63, Do not seize the crown. My dear friends, I sincerely apologize. I have indulged too much during the National Day festivities. For the next few days, I shall provide a daily update of one chapter. Thank you for your understanding. Mu Huayue's gaze trembled slightly as memories of the past surged forth like a tidal wave, flooding her heart with a pang of sorrow. In her village, she had uncles and aunts who lamented her tragic fate of losing her parents at such a tender age. Back then, she felt she had her mother and brother, and never considered herself lacking in anything. What was there to pity? Later, when the Wang family village was slaughtered, she consoled herself with the thought of her brother still being there. After he departed, she reassured herself with the presence of her fellow disciples from the Fuyan sect. As she traversed the world, many remarked on her unappealing appearance, yet she found solace in her martial prowess, her sect as a shield, and her ability to read and write. Why would she require the pity of others? However, it was only now that she realized those who were born into ease and lived without worries never pondered whether they were pitiful. It is only the truly unfortunate who need to seek comfort through self-encouragement. Since parting ways with her brother, Mu Huayue had resolved never to shed tears again, yet at this moment, her eyes burned with unshed tears. By chance, her gaze fell upon the blind youth beside her, and an inexplicable irritation welled up within her. This young man, devoid of sight, dared to attempt to console her with words. Was it not absurd? How could he understand the anguish within her heart when he had never witnessed the complexities of human emotions? Mu Huayue pondered silently, her brow furrowed, her displeasure evident. Yet, being naturally gentle, she refrained from unleashing her frustrations upon him. Instead, she rose gracefully, intending to depart from this uncomfortable place, eager to escape the sudden, indescribable emotions that had engulfed her. The boy seemed to sense her intention to leave, and in a moment of urgency, he reached out and grasped the hem of her garment. I mean no offense to your pain," he stammered, his voice tinged with shyness and apology, and though he could not see, a faint blush crept across his cheeks. "You merely speak the truth, and there is nothing for which to apologize," Mu Huayue replied with a faint smile, gently withdrawing her garment from his grasp and turning to leave. "Ah! Please, don't go." The boy, sensing her resolve, grew increasingly anxious and, disregarding everything, grasped her ankle tightly. "What are you doing?" His action caused Mu Huayue's face to flush crimson, her fists clenched in anger, a surge of indignation rising within her, nearly compelling her to reprimand this impudent youth. However, recalling his blindness, she stifled her fury. The boy quickly released his hold, his previous cool demeanor and arrogance evaporating, replaced by evident embarrassment and helplessness. He lowered his head, his voice barely above a whisper. "I did not intend to mock you, dear heroine. I have my own reasons for being here, which prompted me to engage you in conversation." Mu Huayue's ire had not yet subsided, and she replied coldly, "Your desires are of no concern to me." The boy's face reddened further as he explained, "I am waiting for you." Surprised by his words, Mu Huayue raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Waiting for me? What do you mean by that?" Taking a deep breath, as if summoning courage, he continued, "Yes, I overheard you mention your affiliation with the Fuyan sect. I deduced you would come here for the Young Heroes Assembly, hence my decision to wait." Mu Huayue's curiosity deepened, and she frowned as she questioned, "How could you be so certain I would seek you out?" The boy's face flushed with a mix of shyness and determination as he replied, "All women value their reputation. I possess a personal belonging of yours, and I am certain you will come to retrieve it." Mu Huayue's gaze instinctively fell upon the boy's wrist, where a white hairband glimmered softly in the sunlight, evidently cleaned with care, now neatly tied around his arm. An inexplicable sensation stirred within her, and she spoke, "Very well, I have come for it, please return it to me." As the boy began to fumble with the hairband, he added, "This item shall be returned, but may I request that you convey to your senior brother that I seek to meet the sex master?" Mu Huayue furrowed her brow, her mind swirling with doubts. "We informed you of our lineage that day. If you have matters to discuss with my master, you could have spoken then. Why wait until now to chance upon me?" The boy's brow knitted in thought, and he eventually replied, "This matter is of great importance. I cannot divulge a single detail to anyone but the master. At that time, I was not entirely certain of your identities, so I chose to wait here. Rumors of your junior sister's exploits have circulated, and only after hearing them did I confirm my suspicions and dare to approach." Mu Huayue regarded the boy. Though he was blindfolded, he did not appear to be deceitful. Hesitating, she said, "If what you say is true, this matter is indeed significant, and I must consult my senior brother. However, I still do not know your name. How shall I address you?" "You may call me a Qing," the boy replied. Mu Huayue recognized it as a pseudonym, her doubts growing, yet she felt that this matter should be decided by her senior brother. She decided it would be prudent to mention it. "Very well, I shall speak with my senior brother. You may keep the hairband for now. Should anything change, you can use it as a token to find us at the Yulai Inn." A Qing nodded with a smile, carefully placing the hairband into his pocket. Upon returning to the arena, Mu Huayue shared this encounter with Yun Jingyan. Although he found it strange, recalling the boyish tenacity at Zhuanyu Tower, he felt a degree of admiration and sympathy, thus deciding to meet a Qing before making any judgments. However, when the two ventured out to search for him, a Qing had vanished without a trace. As night fell, the moonlight poured into Mu Huayue's guest room like water. She lay in bed, tossing and turning, her mind rife with thoughts. One moment she recalled her brother's visage, the next a Qing's enigmatic presence, followed by her junior sister's proud and confident smile. These thoughts whirled around like a revolving lantern in her mind, preventing her from finding rest. Eventually, after an indeterminate passage of time, Mu Huayue drifted into a hazy sleep. Yet, this tranquility was short-lived, for a sudden jolt of fear jolted her awake from her dreams. She opened her eyes wide, noticing the dawn just beginning to light the horizon, morning rays filtering through the window and illuminating the room. Sister Shu Hua and her junior sister remained lost in slumber, their breaths even and serene. Mu Huayue had intended to turn over and continue sleeping but suddenly noticed a note lying beside her pillow, the origin of which she could not fathom. Startled, she gingerly picked up the note, noticing a small crescent imprint made by a fingernail on one corner. Holding her breath, she slowly unfolded the note, only to find 4 bold characters glaring back at her: "Do not seize the crown." Chapter 64 of The Divine Farmer's Sword. Mu Huayue was startled, her drowsiness dissipating significantly. In a flurry, she hastily grabbed a garment from the side and threw it over herself, pushing open the door, where a brisk, cold breeze rushed in to greet her. Downstairs, a dim light flickered, revealing a familiar silhouette. Yun Jingyan was engaged in a low conversation with the innkeeper, his brow slightly furrowed, as if something weighed heavily on his mind. "Senior brother." Upon hearing Mu Huayue's call, Yun Jingyan looked up, and upon recognizing her, a gentle smile curved his lips. In the faint light, that smile radiated warmth, slightly alleviating the surrounding chill. He beckoned to the disheveled Mu Huayue, who casually tousled her hair before descending the stairs to join him. "Junior sister, why are you up before dawn? Have you been plagued by nightmares?" Yun Jingnian ruffled Mu Huayue's hair. Seeing her shake her head, he smiled softly, then shifted his expression to a more serious tone, adding, "That is good to hear, but there is indeed something here that requires your attention." Mu Huayue caught sight of a familiar object in her senior brother's hand, her heart stirred. "Has someone been looking for me?" she inquired. "Indeed," Yun Jingnian replied. This young brother mentioned that before dawn today, a small beggar brought this item to find someone, claiming it was of great importance and must be delivered to a member of the Fuyun sect. As he spoke, he handed her a hairband, saying, "You mentioned it Qing yesterday. Take a look and see if this is yours." Mu Huayue accepted the hairband, recognizing the simple cloud pattern that could not be mistaken. However, it was soiled and not treated with the care she had observed yesterday, causing her heart to waver slightly as she glanced at the innkeeper beside them. "Young man, you said this item was delivered by a small beggar? Did he have any distinguishing features?" Mu Huayue asked. The innkeeper scratched his head and replied hastily, "I don't recall anything particularly special. He has just a familiar face begging in Hangyang. However, I found it strange that he was looking for several heroes. I intended to ask more, but the little boy only said someone asked him to deliver it and knew nothing else." Upon hearing this, Mu Huayue furrowed her delicate brows and glanced at Yun Jingnian, who also appeared grave. Their eyes met, and without the need for words, they understood each other's thoughts. They thanked the innkeeper and returned to Yun Jingnian's quarters. He took the hairband and examined it closely, suddenly noticing a slight bulge in one part, as if something was concealed within. Carefully, he extracted a slender dagger, cutting the hairband open, and a small piece of paper floated down gently. On the paper were written 3 words, "Do not seize the crown." Mu Huayue's heart jolted at the sight of those characters, and she quickly retrieved the note she had found by her pillow that morning, handing it to Yun Jingnian. He took it and, upon seeing the words, furrowed his brow even deeper. After a moment of silence, he pinched the 2 pieces of paper together and held them over a candle flame. The fire flickered, and in an instant, the notes were consumed by the flames, turning to a wisp of blue smoke, carrying their contents into oblivion. Senior brother, Mu Huayue felt a surge of anxiety. Her brother's identity was unique, and the late-night message must indicate his concern for her safety. A Qing, having received favors from the Fuyun sect, would not speak falsely. Yet, with the martial arts tournament approaching, what could this message truly signify? Yun Jingnian lowered his voice gravely. "This tournament is fraught with hidden currents. The entangled interests of the court, the Nanzhao, and the Jile sect suggest possible clandestine collusions. It appears this is not merely a matter of the martial world." Mu Huayue pressed further. "Are you suggesting they are maneuvering to use the Central Plains martial arts community as pawns?" Yun Jingnian's expression turned serious as he nodded. "Indeed. From the moment I entered Hongyang City, I harbored suspicions. The court has always acted as a host, yet now it seems to be the orchestrator. The southern Shaolin might very well be leveraging their influence for the Nanzhao court. Their ambitions likely extend beyond just the Qi and Zhao nations, encompassing the entire Central Plains martial arts community." Mu Huayue inquired, "But the Young Heroes tournament consists only of the younger generation from various sections. How could their schemes possibly impact the Central Plains martial arts?" Yun Jingnian shook his head, his gaze flickering with confusion and contemplation. "I do not know. Historically, both Qi and Zhao have adopted conciliatory policies towards the martial world, allowing its flame to endure. Yet, the current situation raises the question of whether it is a strategy to divide and conquer or a covert plan against the Qi nation. I truly cannot discern." Mu Huayue frowned deeply. "Then what should we do about this battle, senior brother?" Yun Jingnian pondered for a while, his gaze shifting between the sword's glimmer and the candlelight, before firmly gripping the glinting blade in his hand. "I understand your concerns. The messenger surely acted out of goodwill, but if there is indeed a plot afoot, intending to disturb the peace of the common folk, we, as disciples of Fuyun, cannot stand idly by. We must immerse ourselves in the fray, taking the lead to safeguard the righteous path." Mu Huayue, gazing into Yun Jingnian's resolute eyes, felt a surge of righteous spirit swell within her. Indeed, if someone sought to use the martial community as bait, fleeing was certainly not the course of action befitting a disciple of Fuyun. She nodded and asked, "Should we inform our 2 senior sisters about this matter?" Yun Jingnian replied, "There is no need. Your brother's urgent message is already a burden for you to share with me." Mu Huayue's heart felt warmer at his words. "Very well, but if anything unusual transpires, senior brother must pay heed to your own safety." Yun Jingnian patted her head gently, assuring her, "Do not worry. I shall ensure your safe return to the mountain. All will be well." As they concluded their discussion, dawn had broken out. A clear voice from next door, that of Yun Shua, rang through the window. "This little one has been running about these days and has vanished again early this morning." Mu Huayue glanced at Yun Jingnian, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. She adjusted her voice and opened the door, replying, "Junior sister, I've been up practicing for quite some time." She harbored hopes of achieving fame in battle like her junior sister, shaking the martial world with her prowess. As Mu Huayue stepped out of the room, Yun Jingnian's gaze returned to his sword. This blade was not akin to the autumn water and falling sunset wielded by his seniors. It was short and subtle, yet deadly, its hilt adorned with the image of the divine farmer tasting herbs. This sword was the weapon Yun Jingnian had brought into the Fuyan sect, a treasured heirloom of the Yaofeng Valley, known as the divine farmer's sword. It had accompanied the ancestors of Yaofeng Valley, earning great renown in the martial world with the technique of 2 sleeves of pure wind. Yet now, he was the sole bearer of the legacy of Yaofeng Valley. To immerse oneself in the fray, to defend the righteous path of the world, Yun Jingnian silently mused, a flicker of unspoken pain crossing his eyes. If I do not fight, who will remember Yaofeng Valley, who will recall the cultivation of herbs? For this battle, I, An Yen, shall surely bring glory to Yaofeng Valley. Chapter 65 of the Radiant Daughter of the Sha family. As preparations drew to a close, the group stepped out of the inn, with the early morning light gently illuminating the bustling scene outside. In the wake of Yun Shua's impressive display the previous day, a throng of spectators had gathered around the inn, comprising both enthusiastic fans and wandering martial artists who had come to witness the event. Their eyes sparkled with admiration and anticipation for the heroes of the Fuyan sect, and they cheered loudly, their voices rising like a tide that echoed through the heavens. Mu Huayue felt a sense of trepidation. The events of the morning loomed over her like a dark cloud, inescapable. She glanced at her 4th senior brother, noticing his calm demeanor as he engaged in conversation with poise, exuding a graceful charm that betrayed no hint of his inner turmoil. Admiring his composure, Mu Huayue forced a smile, striving to keep her own worries from dampening the team's morale. "Hey, little one, why do you look so downcast?" Yun Shua, oblivious to Mu Huayue's inner conflict, radiated confidence after her victorious battle the day before, her features glowing with the pride of a favored daughter of heaven. Mu Huayue shook her head lightly, her gaze revealing a subtle concern. "I'm fine, just pondering what formidable adversaries my 4th senior brother may face today." Upon hearing this, Yun Shua's lips curled into a self-assured smile. "Ah, so you are worried about our 4th senior brother? You truly are a worrywart. He and I share the closest bond. During our previous excursions, he has always ensured my safety. I am well aware of his martial prowess. If you ask me, today's competition for him to claim victory will be anything but challenging." At this point, Yun Shua paused slightly, her eyes shimmering with fervor. "In recent editions of the Young Heroes Tournament, our Fuyan sect has consistently secured several positions." "How exhilarating is that?" As Mu Huayue gazed at Yun Shua's radiant face, illuminated by pride, her mind involuntarily recalled the ancient adage, "The tree that stands out will inevitably be toppled by the wind." She reflected on her brother's warnings, pondering whether the recent resurgence of the Fuyan sect might have subtly sown seeds of peril. However, despite her swirling thoughts, Mu Huayue ultimately felt her individual strength was too feeble to alter the grand scheme of things. With this in mind, she couldn't help but smile wryly, chiding herself for her unfounded fears. After all, her senior brothers and sisters had already established their names in the martial world, becoming exemplary figures among their peers. Even if storms were to arise, they had formidable masters, like the transcendent figure of their master, to safeguard them. Reassured by the thought of her master's unparalleled prowess, Mu Huayue took a deep breath. Casting her worries aside and gently clasping Yun Shua's hand, the group exchanged pleasantries and then bid farewell to the eager spectators, hastily making their way to the arena. Upon arrival, they found the arena surrounded by a dense crowd, the air buzzing with excitement. However, the seats allocated for competitors appeared somewhat sparse, as many casual observers from the previous day had been replaced by neatly attired members of various sects, all bearing expressions of solemnity and readiness. Initially feeling a flutter of anxiety at the sight, Mu Huayue unconsciously swallowed hard. She glanced at Yun Shua, who, despite her usual vivacity, now bore a hint of seriousness. Contemplating the significance of this grand event, Mu Huayue recognized that, while it was an excellent opportunity to observe and learn the essence of various martial arts, the foremost priority was for her 4th senior brother to concentrate on his preparations, undistracted by external matters. It was imperative for her to remain vigilant about the unfolding situation, for any unforeseen developments could warrant additional insights to support their sect. With a resounding clang of a gong, the arena's clamor abruptly ceased. Much like the day prior, the group strode forth from the upper tiers with steady steps and an imposing presence. The spectators focused intently, noticing that the previously boisterous princess was absent, which somewhat diminished their eagerness for entertainment. The round-faced, large-eared Master Jia emerged to deliver a few courteous remarks before retreating to the background, while Master Pu Ju, alongside Sui Chen, took their positions at the arena, overseeing the proceedings. Though Sui Chen was a youthful contender, his recent breathtaking duel with the Celestial Serpent had garnered the respect of the audience, dispelling any previous notions of underestimating him. Returning to the matter at hand, the matchups for the day had already been determined. A resounding voice of the announcer echoed through the arena. In the first match on Tianlong platform, the disciple of Lingxiao Sword Sect, Lu Lang, faces Lei Zhentian from Iron Palm Gang. On Dihu platform, Feng Xing from Breaking Wind Blade Pavilion will challenge Sha Tianjiao from the Sha family, master of the Flying Cloud Leg. Mu Huayue recalled her senior brother mentioning that Sha Tianjiao was a formidable contender for the title in this round. She fixed her gaze upon the Dihu platform, where a striking woman clad in fiery red martial attire stood proudly. Sha Tianjiao, a leading candidate for victory, exuding an undeniable aura of confidence. Opposite her stood Feng Xing, a disciple of Breaking Wind Blade Pavilion, dressed in a blue robe and wielding a slender wooden blade, his expression serious and eyes glinting with sharp intensity. As a crisp gong sounded, the duel on Dihu platform commenced. Sha Tianjiao launched forward with grace, akin to a phoenix unfurling its wings, her legs delivering a flurry of kicks accompanied by a whistling wind, a display of the Sha family's ultimate technique, the flowing cloud kick, mesmerizing all with its rapid succession. Feng Xing, unfazed, wielded his long blade with precision, transforming its gleam into a cascade of silver threads that intertwined with Sha Tianjiao's leg movements. Both combatants locked in a fierce exchange. Feng Xing's strikes were swift and targeted, aiming directly at Sha Tianjiao's vulnerabilities, while she adeptly evaded, seeking opportunities for counterattacks. As the contest intensified, Feng Xing suddenly let out a sharp cry, accelerating his blade technique, unleashing a torrent of strikes upon Sha Tianjiao, attempting to overwhelm her with sheer force. Yet, instead of flinching, she met his blade with the back of her foot, using the force to launch herself into the air, executing the flying cloud-chasing sun technique, her legs igniting with fervor as they struck towards Feng Xing's chest. Caught off guard, Feng Xing struggled to parry the blow and was forced to retreat repeatedly, his face paling, clearly suffering from significant internal injury. The audience erupted in astonishment, praising Sha Tianjiao's prowess. Ultimately, as Sha Tianjiao landed gracefully, she withdrew her legs and stood poised. Feng Xing, lowering his blade, acknowledged her. "Miss Sha, your leg technique surpasses that of your brother. I concede this match." Sha Tianjiao replied coolly, "You flatter me, young hero Feng. Your weapon was inadequate. Had you used the Breaking Wind blade, I might not have taken such risks." The crowd, impressed by Sha Tianjiao's humility, erupted in applause. Despite her victory, a shadow of gravity clouded her countenance, as if bearing an immense burden within. She offered a brief, somewhat forced bow to the audience before swiftly leaping off the platform, her garments billowing like a breeze, vanishing from sight. Mu Huayue focused intently, noticing that she did not take a seat at the platform's edge but rather slipped away with several agile movements, leaving her whereabouts uncertain. Before Mu Huayue could ponder further, the announcer's booming voice resounded like thunder. On Dihu platform, Sha Tianjiao of the Flying Cloud Leg from the Sha family emerges victorious. The next match features Yun Zhengyan of the Fuyan sect against Yang Wuyan of the Tianshan sect. Chapter 66. On perseverance. Upon hearing his name, Yun Zhengyan rose with an air of confidence, retrieving the exquisitely crafted wooden sword intended for the duel from the side table, ready to ascend the stage. However, both Mu Huayue and Yun Shua felt a sudden jolt of alarm. The Tianshan sect was sparsely populated and had not participated in the competition for many years, and now, this generation's Yang Wuyan, though merely in his early 20s, was rumored to be a once-in-a-century prodigy, having fully absorbed the teachings of the Tianshan sect's master. This contest was a gathering of heroes, and Yang Wuyan was the overwhelming favorite to claim victory. Unexpectedly, in the first match, he found himself pitted against his own senior brother, Yun Zhengyan. Such a coincidence elicited a quiet lament for the whims of fate. Even if Yun Zhengyan were to triumph by a stroke of luck, it would undoubtedly be a grueling battle that would drain his every ounce of strength. In an instant, the audience held their breath, silently sweating for Yun Zhengyan, as the atmosphere grew palpably tense. "Brother!" Hearing his junior sisters call his name, Yun Zhengyan slightly turned his head, a reassuring smile gracing his somewhat gaunt features. He gently rolled his shoulders, silently conveying the words, "Do not worry," to his junior sisters, and then, with a swift motion, he leaped gracefully off the stage, gliding towards the center of the arena like a swan in flight. The spectators below, buoyed by Yun Shua's earlier display of defiance against the major sects of the Central Plains, felt a surge of goodwill towards the Fuyan sect. Although Yun Zhengyan's appearance was unremarkable, he was met with enthusiastic applause from the crowd. Across from him stood Yang Wuyan, whose demeanor appeared unassuming, with his long hair casually tied back with a simple band, fluttering in the breeze, exuding an air of nonchalance and freedom. A faint smile lingered on his lips, suggesting an absence of fear or trepidation towards the impending duel, as if he awaited the moment to unsheath his sword and dazzle all present. "Brother Yang, I invite you." Before Yun Jingyan's words had fully escaped his lips, he had already leaned forward slightly, hands clasped respectfully before his chest in a gesture of greeting. With a flick of his wrist, he executed the pine tree welcoming guests stance, the tip of his sword quivering delicately, reminiscent of the wind whispering through a forest of pines, both a display of courtesy and a veiled warning, his gaze sharp and unwavering, locked onto his opponent. "Brother Yun, please." Yang Wuyan's response was succinct yet powerful. He elevated his sword with a gentle flourish, the intent of his blade soaring into the air, akin to frost descending from the heavens, unencumbered by hesitation, as he launched a direct assault on Yun Jingyan. In the blink of an eye, the swordlight flashed, reaching Yun Jingyan with astonishing speed, leaving the onlookers in a WE.as. The two engaged in combat. Their clash resonated like thunder, the flickering shadows of their swords intertwining, rendering it nearly impossible to distinguish one from the other. Though Yun Jingyan employed the Fuyan sword technique, he infused it with a unique flair. Unlike the grand, sweeping movements that Mu Huayue remembered, Yun Jingyan wielded a slender, short dagger, his techniques fluid and agile, as if a dragon dancing in shallow waters, transforming endlessly within a confined space, evoking both admiration and astonishment. Mu Huayue stood by, transfixed, her heart racing with surprise, while Yun Shuo wore a knowing smile, whispering, "Well, did I not say so?" Her voice was filled with pride and certainty. Mu Huayue nodded repeatedly, redirecting her focus to the arena. Yang Wuyan, undeterred, executed the Tian Shan sword technique with poise and grace. Each thrust was precise, akin to an eagle soaring over snowy peaks, unerringly targeting his opponent's weaknesses, his mastery of the sword leaving the audience in rapturous applause. The duel escalated, with swords flashing like woven threads, each exchange infused with tremendous force, captivating the audience, who held their breath, fearful of missing any detail. As the intensity of their struggle heightened, the competition at Tianlong platform had shifted, with spectators flocking to witness this extraordinary confrontation. As another incense stick burned down, the Fuyan sect members grew anxious, noticing Yun Jingyan's inability to secure an advantage. Yun Shuhua remarked, "Such prolonged combat is unwise, we have more matches ahead. If he exhausts himself in this first round, he may falter in the subsequent trials." Mu Huayue turned to Yun Shuhua, only to find her expression calm, arms crossed over her chest, her gaze fixed intently on the unfolding battle, devoid of any anxiety. Perplexed, Mu Huayue softly inquired, "Junior sister, why are you not the least bit worried?" With a gentle smile, Yun Shuhua replied, "Consider the moniker of our fourth senior brother, Master of the Holy Heart. He was nurtured in the medicinal fields. While his swordplay may be exquisite, if it comes down to endurance, I have yet to witness him lose." "Look, someone's losing patience." No sooner had she spoken than the situation within the arena took a dramatic turn. Yang Wuyan, seemingly disturbed by the protracted battle, displayed a flicker of uncertainty, exposing a flaw in his defense. Seizing the moment, Yun Jingyan's dagger darted forth, aimed directly at Yang Wuyan's throat. Yet, rather than evade, Yang Wuyan altered his grip, his sword striking forth like a venomous serpent, targeting Yun Jingyan's left shoulder. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Yun Jingyan's weapon appeared at a disadvantage. If he wished to advance, he would have to close the distance, leaving himself vulnerable to the sword aimed at his shoulder. Yang Wuyan's strategy was to leverage his weapon's advantage, compelling Yun Jingyan to retreat defensively, thus transitioning from defense to offense. However, a fierce glint ignited in Yun Jingyan's eyes. He pressed forward, undeterred by the impending danger, his dagger cutting through the air like a blade of wind, resolute against Yang Wuyan's assault. Startled, Yang Wuyan had not anticipated such ferocity from Yun Jingyan that he attempted to retract his strike, but it was too late. A sharp sound pierced the air as the blunt wooden sword pierced Yun Jingyan's shoulder, blood seeping forth to stain his garment. At that moment, Yun Jingyan's dagger was firmly positioned against Yang Wuyan's neck, glinting ominously, invoking a sense of dread among the spectators. Though both combatants had sustained injuries, the outcome was unmistakably clear to all. "Brother!" Yun Shuhua gasped, taken aback by Yun Jingyan's determined maneuver. Her heart was a tumult of shock and sorrow, yet, Yun Jingyan remained unfazed, standing resolutely as he bowed deeply to Yang Wuyan, stating, "Thank you, Brother Yang, for your mercy." Yang Wuyan, recognizing his defeat, flashed a look of indignation and resignation. With a huff, he cast aside his wooden sword and, without a backward glance, leaped off the stage in frustration. Chapter 67. Joy for some, sorrow for others. Upon the arena, a cacophony of voices erupted, the sound of gongs and drums reverberating through the air, while the glint of blades danced amidst the fervent spirits of the wanderers of the Jianghu. The fervent cheers and roars of the crowd surged like a cataclysmic tide, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Yet, beyond this tumult, in a shadowy courtyard at the edge of the city, silence reigned like a forsaken grave, so profound that even the whisper of the wind seemed to have ceased. Within the courtyard, withered vines entwined around the azure brick walls, and the autumn breeze rustled a few yellowed leaves, as if even the heavens mourned, cloaking this place in a shroud of melancholy and gloom. Inside the dwelling, the flickering candlelight cast a dim glow, resembling a feeble, gasping flame, its shadows dancing upon the walls as though specters roamed the room. Beneath that candlelight, a figure slowly materialized. Duan Jingjing's delicate features contorted by jealousy and fury, her eyes aflame with a furious crimson, akin to two blazing infernos. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, fixated upon the black-clad guard before her, as if she wished to devour him. Suddenly, with a crash, the sound of shattered tea shattered the stillness within the room. Duan Jingjing violently overturned a teacup, tea splattering across the floor, shards scattering like errant stardust in the wavering candlelight. "What did you say? Mu Lang sought that wretched woman again yesterday?" Her voice was cold as frost, laced with an uncontrollable rage, her fists clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white. The tension in her grasp seemed capable of shattering everything in its path. The guard before her, half of his face obscured by a dark mask, maintained a semblance of calm in his eyes, though his form trembled slightly, clearly unwilling to meet the brunt of her wrath. He lowered his head and responded slowly, "Princess, please temper your anger. I did indeed see young Master Mu at the Yulian yesterday, however, he departed swiftly and did not linger, nor did it appear he was clandestinely meeting that Yunshu, that wretched woman." "Humph." Duan Jingjing scoffed coldly, her teeth gritted, her breath quickening as her chest heaved violently, her eyes brimming with unfathomable hatred. "She is but a lowly commoner, humiliating me in front of everyone. How dare she repeatedly entice Mu Lang and sow discord before him? When have I ever endured such indignity?" She abruptly rose, her eyes gleaming with malice, her steps swift as the wind, as if she were about to upend the entire room. Turning suddenly to the guard, she spoke through clenched teeth, "Go inform the elder, has he not been seeking a child to serve as a vessel for his curses? I can provide him with 100, 1,000. As long as he aids me in eliminating that wretched woman." The guard, upon hearing her words, briefly displayed a flicker of compassion in his eyes but remained silent, head bowed. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke softly, "Princess, young Master Mu shares a profound bond with the Fuyan sect, and Yun Shu he is the jewel of their eyes. Should you act rashly, I fear that young Master Mu, upon discovering this, may distance himself from you." Duan Jingjing's countenance changed abruptly. At the mention of Mu Lang's name, a hint of hesitation flickered in her eyes, as if a tender sentiment had momentarily surfaced. Yet, that hesitation was swiftly drowned by a deeper torrent of hatred, her expression hardening into one of cold ruthlessness, as if the moment of vulnerability had never existed. "Distance himself?" she sneered, her eyes glinting with disdain. "I still hold what he desires in my grasp. Would he dare sever ties with me for that wretched woman of the Fuyan sect?" The atmosphere within the room became palpably tense, a chill pervading the air. The guard dared not utter another word, merely nodding in acquiescence. Standing in the flickering candlelight, the icy smile on Duan Jingjing's face deepened, her breath gradually steadying, yet the intent to kill in her eyes grew ever more resolute. She narrowed her gaze and coldly instructed, "Proceed with the task, but do so in secrecy from Mu Lang. He must not be informed. That wretched woman must perish, regardless of the cost. Senior brother, young Wu Yin is clearly no match for you. It merely takes a bit more time, and you will surely prevail. Why resort to such tactics? What will happen in the subsequent matches?" Yun Shui fretted, hastening forward, her lovely face flushed with concern, her tone laced with reproach, yet unable to conceal her deep-seated worry. Yun Jingyan had leisurely retreated to one side of the arena, his demeanor unruffled, as if the recent battle had merely been a leisurely stroll. Blood soaked through the sleeve of his right arm, trickling from his fingertips like blooming crimson plum blossoms. Yet he seemed unfazed, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Silly girl, for me, expending a bit of energy or shedding some blood is all the same. Is there anything a morsel of righteous essence cannot remedy?" Yun Jingyan remarked, his eyes twinkling with amusement at Yun Shui's concern. Perhaps due to the miraculous effects of the medicinal elixir, the bleeding soon ceased. Just then, a rather demure maid approached, holding a vial of medicine, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she softly spoke, "Young Hero Yun, this is the restorative salve that young Hero Yang had sent over. He expressed regret for inadvertently injuring you and specially delivered this medicine as an apology." Upon hearing this, Yun Jingyan smiled faintly, his demeanor calm, as he reached out to accept the medicine. His fingers inadvertently brushed against the back of the maid's hand, causing her cheeks to flush a deeper shade of crimson, her ears also tinged with a rosy hue. She shyly murmured, "Young Hero Yan also asked me to convey a message." "Oh? What message?" Yun Jingyan raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued as he turned to gaze at the maid. The maid, her eyes cast downward, bit her lip as if summoning her courage, and softly replied, "He said losing to this year's champion is no disgrace. He asks that young Hero Yun seek to redeem his honor." With that, her bashful face nearly sank to her chest, unable to muster the courage to meet his gaze. Yun Jingyan, upon hearing this, smiled warmly, akin to the sun in spring, and gently said, "Thank you, my dear, for relaying the message. You have worked hard." The maid, nearly overwhelmed by embarrassment, softly muttered that she was fine, hastily leaving behind a simple handkerchief before fleeing as if pursued. Oh dear! At this scene, several of the younger female disciples could no longer contain themselves, bursting into peals of laughter, their mirth tinged with playful teasing. "Young hero Yun, can such coarse bandages from the Fu Yun sect truly befit your stature? You should use my silks instead, lest they mar your noble form." Yun Shui mimicked the maid's bashful tone, yet her words dripped with playful mockery and provocation as she nudged Yun Zhengyan, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Oh dear, senior brother, the sentiment of this elder sister is truly precious. If you refuse it, would you not be disregarding her affections?" Yun Zhengyan shook his head helplessly, his eyes brimming with indulgent affection. He gently raised his hand, tapping her forehead with his finger in feigned reproach. "You little rascal, you are becoming increasingly audacious. Continue this way, and I shall have you transcribe the sect rules 100 times. What schemes lie within chapter 68? Although the senior disciples jested and frolicked, the contests continued with unbridled fervor. Upon the arena, blades clashed and true energy surged, the cacophony of cheers resounding. The children of the rivers and lakes below indulged in libations and philosophical discourse, their words imbued with admiration and awe for the victors. In the subsequent 2 matches led by Yun Jingyan, while the knights on stage each possessed their unique skills, none could rival Yang Wuyan. Yun Jingyan triumphed repeatedly, wielding his sword with the might of thunder and wind, rendering all adversaries powerless before his blade. As Yun Jingyan claimed yet another victory, he stood at the center of the arena, his garments swaying gently in the breeze, the tip of his sword lightly touching the ground. Though his triumph came easily, a hint of fatigue was evident in his brow, and his hand trembled ever so slightly around the hilt. He smiled graciously, bowing to the surrounding crowd, exuding an air of composure and elegance that elicited waves of applause from the audience. Beside him, Yun Shua furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes, yet she refrained from voicing her worries. On the opposite side of the arena, Sha Tianjiu of the Southern Zhangsfeiyan Lake School also outshone her competitors. Her movements were agile, her legs slicing through the air like blades, effortlessly dispatching each foe. However, her aloof demeanor instilled a sense of trepidation in the spectators. With every victory, Sha Tianjiu merely offered a subtle bow before swiftly descending from the stage, remaining reticent. Mu Huayue, standing at the edge of the arena, felt a surge of confusion as she watched Sha Tianjiu easily conquer yet another bout. This remarkable warrior, despite her formidable prowess, emanated an inexplicable peculiarity in her conduct. Observing Sha Tianjiu leap down from the platform once more, Mu Huayue could not restrain herself from greeting Yun Shua before hastily following after her. Sha Tianjiu's figure darted through the crowd with remarkable agility, her lightness of foot allowing her to weave through the throngs like a fish in water, vanishing in an instant into the shadowy alley behind the arena. Mu Huayue's perplexity deepened. Biting her lip, she activated her own lightness skill and pursued her. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on the arena, oblivious to the 2 concealed figures slipping away. With a delicate touch of her toes, Sha Tianjiu glided effortlessly to the end of a secluded alley. Mu Huayue held her breath, quieting her steps, concealing herself within a shroud of shadow, her gaze fixed intently ahead. At the alley's terminus, in a dimly lit corner, stood a man cloaked in black, half his face obscured by a mask, his expression cold and detached, hands clasped behind his back. Upon seeing Sha Tianjiu, he inclined his head slightly and spoke in a chilling tone. "Tianjiu, you have performed admirably. However, you must remember, in the finals, you must lose to Yun Jingyan." At his words, Sha Tianjiu's countenance darkened, her voice laced with reluctance. "I do not understand. I too can serve the Saint Envoy. Why must it be that Yun Jingyan emerges victorious? Why must my efforts and strength be sacrificed for him?" The man in black snickered disdainfully, his tone dripping with scorn. "Sha Tianjiu, do not forget your place. Your family already has one serving the Saint Envoy. What use is another you? Moreover, do you truly believe you can defeat Yun Jingyan? It is merely the Saint Envoy's concern for unforeseen circumstances that necessitated this reminder." Sha Tianjiu's brow furrowed deeply, her fists clenched so tightly that her nails nearly embedded into her palms, the fire of anger blazing in her eyes, yet she remained restrained. The man in black, noticing her hesitation, spoke impatiently, his voice a blade slicing through the tension. "What, are you still unwilling? Do not forget whose hands your brother's life now rests in." Sha Tianjiu's form trembled, her pupils constricting suddenly, the formerly defiant expression on her face freezing in place. She gritted her teeth, a pained look washing over her features, the struggle and helplessness swirling in her eyes. The man in black, observing her turmoil, let out a deeper laugh, his gaze brimming with the satisfaction of control. He slowly articulated, "You must understand, whatever the Saint Envoy commands, you must comply. Your family has only one pawn of value. You win, he dies." Sha Tianjiu bit down hard on her lower lip, the flesh breaking to reveal a trickle of blood. Finally, she lowered her head slowly, her voice squeezed out as if against her will. I understand, I will comply. The man in black nodded in satisfaction, a cruel smile gracing his lips. That is the correct attitude. Remember, obedience is your only path forward. Mu Huayue remained hidden in the shadows of the dim alley, her heart pounding like a drum, her palms slick with cold sweat. The conversation between Sha Tianzhou and the man in black felt like molten iron splashed into her heart. This game had already been set in motion, aimed squarely at the Fuyan sect. With a sudden impulse, she considered retreating. Just then, a faint sound echoed from behind her. Who goes there? The man in black's voice sliced through the air with lethal precision. Mu Huayue's heart raced, nearly crying out in alarm. She quickly retreated into a nearby shadow, holding her breath and pressing herself down, fearful of making even the slightest sound. Of the footsteps of the man in black grew increasingly close, an unseen chill pressing against her spine, cold sweat trickling down her forehead and threatening to fall. I am merely here to entertain the esteemed officials above with my music, came a flustered voice, abruptly shattering the tension. Mu Huayue's heart leapt. Glancing over, she saw a dusty-faced youth staggering into the alley, clad in simple garments, his eyes covered with a black cloth. He clutched an ancient arrow in one hand and leaned on a bamboo staff with the other, its tip tapping the ground with a hollow sound, slow and helpless. Qing. Is this the way to the arena? The man in black narrowed his eyes, skepticism etched on his face, an aura of murderous intent suddenly rising. He scornfully snorted. Blindness serves as good cover. You have taken the wrong path to the arena, but have fortuitously stumbled into the realm of Yama. With a flick of his wrist, the malevolence gathered at his fingertips. Just as Mu Huayue's heart climbed to her throat, ready to step forward, Qing suddenly halted, his voice still trembling yet resolutely unwavering. It appears this is not the right place, esteemed gentlemen. The commanding officer has personally assigned me to the Han Palace show. Should I miss the appointed time, I fear incurring the commanding officer's ire. I cannot afford to offend, so I implore you, esteemed gentlemen, to spare my life and show mercy. The man in black, though suspicious of the youth's words, found himself ensnared by the invisible shackles of the commanding officer's title. With an irritated huff, he paused, casting a cold glance at the blind boy before sweeping his sleeve and vanishing into darkness alongside Sha Tianzhou. Silence reclaimed the alley, and Mu Huayue slowly rose from her concealment, her entire being drenched in cold sweat. Qing continued to feel his way forward, the bamboo staff gently tapping the ground as he approached. Has everyone departed? I heard your heartbeat racing. I thought you had fled. Chapter 69. Never lose. Mu Huayue hurriedly stepped forward, lowering her voice to inquire, Qing, how did you come to be here? Are you well? What did the message you sent earlier truly mean? A faint smile graced Qing's face as she gently waved her bamboo staff and replied nonchalantly, Little heroine, the explanation for these matters is rather lengthy. However, the scheme of the man we just encountered must be conveyed to your senior brother without delay. If my memory serves me correctly, the next match is your senior brother's duel against Sha Tianzhou. Hearing this, Mu Huayue felt a tightening in her chest. She could not afford to dwell on her thoughts and quickly made her way towards the arena. After taking a few steps, she abruptly halted, turned around, and removed her hairband, placing it into Qing's hands. Qing, the individuals here are mostly cunning rogues. Though one may evade them momentarily, it is unlikely to escape their clutches in the end. Take this hairband and seek out my junior sister at the arena. In broad daylight, with so many eyes upon us, they are unlikely to act rashly. Qing lowered her head, gently grasping the hairband, her heart stirred as her fingertips brushed across it. She kept her head bowed and replied, Very well, but I am not yet aware of the esteemed name of the little heroine. Mu Huayue paused for a moment, glancing back to say, Huayue, my name is Mu Huayue. Having said this, she no longer hesitated. Qing clutched the hairband, her expression complex, murmuring softly, Huayue, could it be that you are indeed Mu Huayue? Mu Huayue hastened her steps, her skirt fluttering in the wind. As she stepped out of the alley, a deep gong resonated in her ears, seemingly causing the surrounding air to falter. Her heart sank, and she thought, this is bad, the time for the duel has arrived. With no time for hesitation, she immediately quickened her pace towards the arena. However, before her stood a sea of people, their cheers rising and falling like waves, the entire square thrumming with excitement, effectively barring her from entering. Frowning, Mu Huayue's gaze turned anxious. She rose onto the tips of her toes and caught a glimpse of the arena's outline in the distance, urgently calling out, Senior brother, fourth senior brother. Yet, her petite frame only reached the shoulders of others, and the crowd enveloped her like a solitary leaf adrift in a storm. She could only rise on her toes and jump, trying to attract attention, her heart growing more frantic with each passing moment. On the arena, Yun Jingyan stood with his hands slightly lowered, quietly regulating his breathing, having already calmed his emotions. Suddenly, he seemed to hear a familiar call, a youthful and anxious tone reaching his ears. He paused, scanning the crowd, but could not discern Mu Huayue's figure amidst the throng. At that moment, a figure darted onto the arena like a flowing cloud, movement swift and fierce. It was Sha Tianjiao, her brow frosted, an aura of coldness enveloping her. She cast a glance at Yun Jingyan, snorted coldly, and without further words, offered a slight bow before launching an aggressive assault upon him like a hawk swooping down. Yun Jingyan furrowed his brow, perplexed. When had he offended this female hero? Nevertheless, he could not afford to ponder this further. Setting aside his doubts along with Mu Huayue's cries, his gaze sharpened. He gathered his energy at his dantian and steadied himself in anticipation. In an instant, the arena was filled with an air of lethal intent, and the clash between the two was imminent. As Sha Tianjiao and Yun Jingyan engaged, only moments passed before their internal energies collided multiple times. Sha Tianjiao summoned the winds beneath her feet, her legs striking out like lightning in a flurry of kicks, each movement overwhelming, akin to a tempest sweeping towards Yun Jingyan with speed and ferocity. Yun Jingyan stood firm as a rock, his sword weaving through the air like mist, his swordplay embodying both grace and stability, shrouding him in layers of cloud-like defense. Each of Sha Tianjiao's assaults was deftly neutralized by his sword techniques, as he effortlessly maneuvered between her swift leg strikes with an air of leisure. Frustration fueled Sha Tianjiao's fury, pushing her to escalate her flying cloud kicks, unleashing a barrage that targeted Yun Jingyan's vital areas with relentless intensity. With each successive strike, she leaped like a dragon. Her final kick, a sweeping flying cloud chasing the moon, came at him like a blade of wind. Yun Jingyan maintained his composure, raising his short sword slightly, and with a flick of his wrist, the sword energy dispersed like clouds in the air, skillfully deflecting her fierce blow. After exchanging dozens of moves, despite the swiftness of Sha Tianjiao's flying cloud legs, Yun Jingyan continued to respond with an air of effortless grace. Observers could not discern the victor, yet Sha Tianjiao realized in her heart that while her flying cloud kicks were quick and vicious, they could not surpass Yun Jingyan's steady swordplay. With every kick, it felt as though she was ensnared in an endless sea of clouds, unable to breach his defenses. The mocking laughter of the cloaked figure echoed in her mind. You could never surpass Yun Jingyan. Did you think you still held any value? Ridiculous. Humiliation and rage nearly stripped her of reason. A stubborn defiance burned within her, and her flying cloud leg techniques grew increasingly frantic and chaotic. Yun Jingyan noticed the change in her demeanor, his brows knitting in concern as he sensed the growing intent to kill in her moves, yet, with it came the emergence of flaws in her footwork. Finally, as Sha Tianjiao executed a soaring kick, Yun Jingyan's eyes lit up. With a sword's edge like lightning, he struck at the opening in her waist. He called out softly, and the Fuyun sword transformed into a stream of cloud energy, precisely hitting her vulnerable spot. In an instant, Sha Tianjiao lost control, plummeting from the air like a feather, crashing heavily onto the arena. The audience erupted in surprise, initially believing Sha Tianjiao had been defeated and should concede. Yet, with gritted teeth and seething rage, she turned her back to the crowd and swiftly retrieved something from her bosom, swallowing it in silence. When she rose again, her aura surged dramatically, her legs suddenly erupting with power as her flying cloud legs unfurled once more like a violent storm. This time, each kick bore a ferocity far beyond the previous, even accompanied by the faint sound of tearing air. She lightly tapped the arena with her feet, her form soaring like a swallow through the sky, launching a relentless barrage of kicks that pressed Yun Jingyan to defend with his sword. As Sha Tianjiao's momentum surged, Yun Jingyan felt the mounting pressure, cold sweat beating on his forehead. The wound on his right shoulder cracked open again, blood seeping through his white robe, each drop blooming like crimson flowers on the ground. At last, Sha Tianjiao landed a powerful flying cloud kick squarely on Yun Jingyan's chest, the force driving into his core. He let out a muffled groan, blood spilling from his mouth as his form was nearly sent flying. It was so close, just a step away from victory. The master of Baichao Sheng at Yaofeng Valley. I absolutely cannot lose. In that moment, a distant yet urgent voice reached his ears. Senior brother. No. The cry was desperate yet faint, but Yun Jingyan could no longer discern it clearly. His eyes reddened, and he concentrated his remaining internal energy into his palm, resolutely charging towards Sha Tianjiao. She coldly laughed, showing no intention of retreating, and with a crossing of her palms, she met him head-on. The two immense forces collided violently on the arena, the air vibrating with the impact. The moment their hands touched, Yun Jingyan immediately sensed that Sha Tianjiao's internal energy was far inferior to his own, yet her true qi surged with ferocity, laden with bloodlust, and he noticed blood overflowing from her eyes. She was coming at him with all her might. Chapter 70 The Sacred Heart's Marvelous Hand, a chance to ascend to fame. As the clouds gracefully drifted across the horizon, they could hardly obscure the tension that enveloped the arena, where every moment was fraught with peril. Although Yun Jingyan harbored compassion in his heart and wished to hold back, he understood that the entanglements of the martial world were no trifling matter. Any hint of laxity at this juncture could lead to irretrievable consequences. Facing off against Sha Tianjiao, their palms pressed together, his vital energy surged forth like a tempestuous tide, coalescing between them and stirring invisible waves of power. The sheer force of it seemed to rend the air around the arena, producing a series of low, ominous murmurs. Yun Jingyan felt his inner energy thrumming like a wild stallion, relentlessly battering against his internal organs, each surge akin to a stabbing pain. Anxious, he yearned for an escape. At this moment, he would gladly cease his efforts. Yet, once the energy began to flow, it was nearly impossible to rein it back. Any opposite him, Sha Tianjiao's complexion had turned ashen, her eyes ablaze with fury and determination. Her own vital energy had spiraled out of control, consuming her life force like a ravenous flame. Despite the blood tears streaming from her eyes, she fought with every ounce of her strength, seemingly indifferent to the specter of death looming over her. Her once beautiful visage was now twisted in agony and defiance. The spectators, holding their breath, appeared grave, the atmosphere thick with an oppressive sense of foreboding. Just yesterday, Su Kaitu's lifeless body had been carried away from this very stage, the bloodstains still fresh. Now, witnessing such a life-and-death confrontation, the crowd could not help but break into a cold sweat for the two combatants. Some clenched their fists, palms slick with perspiration, while others whispered fervent prayers, hoping to avert another tragedy. Around the arena, the cyclone intensified, the vital energy crashing against the edges like violent waves, sending dust swirling into the air, as if the very heavens had changed hue. In this critical moment of life and death, Abbot Pujue and Sui Chen exchanged a knowing glance, their minds made up. There was no time to hesitate. Abbot Pujue's voice rang out softly yet resolutely. In an instant, they sprang into action like lightning, exuding an unmatched momentum as they streaked toward the arena, transforming into two dazzling rainbows that plunged into the fray. They moved with the swiftness of the wind, arriving at the center of the stage in the blink of an eye. Abbot Pujue struck toward Sha Tianjiao, while Sui Chen directed his attack at Yun Jingyan, their formidable palm energies enveloping the pair like an intricate net, forcibly severing their uncontrollable vital energies. Stop! In that fleeting moment, Yun Jingyan felt his internal energy falter, dissipating as rapidly as the tide recedes. A coppery sweetness filled his throat, and he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood, yet he managed to steady himself. In contrast, Sha Tianjiao was not so fortunate. Blood flowed from her 7 orifices, and she collapsed lifelessly to the ground, her breath faint as she succumbed to unconsciousness. As the crowd gazed at the unconscious Sha Tianjiao, their hearts tightened, breaths becoming labored under the weight of Abbot Pujue approached steadily, bending down to lift Sha Tianjiao, his palm emanating a gentle, spring-like energy that flowed into her body to heal her wounds. Gradually, the pallor of her face began to regain some color, her trembling eyelashes hinting at her struggle against the pain. After a prolonged silence, Sha Tianjiao suddenly convulsed, followed by a violent expulsion of dark blood. Within the blood, something sinister writhed, as if a malevolent force was at work within her. Sui Chen's gaze flickered, and under the pretense of offering assistance, he deftly crushed the writhing object beneath his foot, maintaining an air of nonchalance as if nothing had transpired. At that moment, Sha Tianjiao slowly opened her eyes, her consciousness gradually returning. The audience, witnessing her awakening, collectively exhaled in relief, their previously taut nerves beginning to ease as expressions of solace spread across their faces. Seeing this, Sui Chen donned a bright smile, ascending the stage with hands raised, signaling to the audience below. Today's contest has been nothing short of spectacular, especially the performances of these two young heroes, whose extraordinary skills set a shining example for all of us. As his words fell, a wave of cheers and applause erupted from the crowd. Taking advantage of the momentum, Sui Chen continued, "Here and now, I declare that the champion of this year's Young Heroes Conference is none other than Yun Jingyan of the Fuyan sect." The arena erupted into a frenzy, cheers cascading like a tide, as accolades from martial heroes echoed from all directions. Among the crowd, someone shouted, "The Fuyun sword art is indeed unparalleled, a true young champion." Standing at the center of the stage, Yun Jingyan's legs trembled slightly, his entire being feeling as though it had been drained of strength, whether from exhaustion or the exhilaration within, he could not tell. His eyes glistened with emotion, his throat tightening as he spoke. "I sincerely thank all my friends from the martial world for your overwhelming support." Abbot Pujue, with a kind and gentle demeanor, approached Yun Jingyan, lightly patting his shoulder. His voice, soft yet resonant, conveyed, "Young hero, at such a tender age, you have adeptly merged the strengths of both Yaofeng Valley and Fuyan sect. This battle today truly befits your title as a young prodigy. Your Shinong sword shines as brightly as the autumn waters and sunset hues. Take heart, for the future martial world will not lack your renown." At this juncture, he paused, his eyes reflecting deeper meaning, before continuing, "If your master, Bai Chaoshang, were to know of this from beyond, he would certainly rest in peace." The crowd erupted in astonishment. While many had recognized Yun Jingyan's exceptional martial prowess, few were aware of his true background. Upon hearing Abbot Pujue's revelation, they suddenly understood that this young hero was the sole survivor of the infamous massacre at Yaofeng Valley that had shocked the martial world years ago. No wonder his medical skills and inner strength were so extraordinary. Whispers spread through the crowd, "So he is the descendant of Yaofeng Valley." Yaofeng Valley was once the pinnacle of medical mastery, renowned across the land. Another lamented, What a pity that they suffered such a calamity. As murmurs filled the air, the audience praised Yun Jingnian's martial and medical talents while lamenting the tragedy that befell Yaofeng Valley. With this remarkable legacy of medical excellence now resting solely on Yun Jingnian's shoulders, they could not help but feel a profound respect and sympathy for the weight he bore. Hearing Abbot Pujue mention his lineage, Yun Jingnian's heart quaked, tears welling in his eyes. The deep-seated enmity from that massacre still weighed heavily upon him, and in this moment, under the watchful gaze of so many, the past resurfaced, threatening to unleash the anguish he had long suppressed. He cast a heartfelt glance at Abbot Pujue, his eyes conveying both gratitude and a hint of admiration. The abbot nodded slightly, understanding reflected in his gaze as he looked back at Yun Jingnian, his eyes radiating comfort and encouragement, as if to say, "Though the road ahead is fraught with challenges, you are not alone." Chapter 71. The champion's unregret. Mu Huayue finally made her way to the arena, where Yun Shuhua was already in tears, joyfully embracing Yun Jingnian, laughing and crying simultaneously, as if his victory was more exhilarating than her own. Mu Huayue understood that since her senior brother had already claimed the championship, further words would be futile, leaving her momentarily at a loss. "Excellent, excellent." Suddenly, a resonant voice broke through the crowd's emotions. Everyone turned to see Abbot Pujue with his palms pressed together, smiling as he gestured to the young heroes on the stage. "Young hero Yun possesses remarkable martial skills, and all of you fine young talents are equally commendable. The commander has made all necessary arrangements. After a brief rest, please follow me to the rear courtyard, where the imperial physician awaits to treat your injuries and present rewards." Mu Huayue's heart tightened as she glanced at Yun Jingnian, whose complexion remained pale and lips slightly trembling, clearly indicating his injuries were severe. Unable to contain her worry, she instinctively grasped the sleeve of his robe. Sensing her concern, Yun Jingnian turned his head slightly to meet her gaze, warmth blossoming in his heart. He understood what she wished to express and nodded gently, signaling that he was fine. He then discreetly retrieved a small pouch of medicine from his bosom. However, Abbot Pujue had already noticed and smiled faintly, raising his hand to gently halt Yun Jingnian's motion, speaking kindly. "Young hero Yun, do you doubt the capabilities of this humble monk? The physician accompanying the commander is of the highest caliber, with exceptional skills that can revive the ailing. It would not be an ill fortune to have him examine you. Your own exquisite medical skills could benefit from a discussion with him. I shall not disregard the commander's wishes." Yet, as he concealed the pouch, his fingers subtly shifted, hiding a pill within his palm. At that moment, Sha Tianjiu had already collapsed on the ground, unable to rise unaided. Two female attendants quietly ascended the stage, deftly assisting Sha Tianjiu to her feet while softly reassuring her, "Heroine, please wait a moment, the physician will attend to you shortly." The two young heroes who had previously lost to Yun Jingnian and Sha Tianjiu also descended the platform under the guidance of the attendants, their spirits fatigued yet undaunted. Sui Chen, observing that several competitors had withdrawn, announced loudly, "Esteemed heroes, please take your seats and rest. Shortly, I shall present the promised rewards." The crowd, initially focused on the martial arts display, had largely forgotten Sui Chen's mention of silver gifts the previous day. With the competition concluded and their spirits somewhat relaxed, they now beamed with joy at the mention of rewards, showering him with praises. Mu Huayue returned with Yun Shuhua to the viewing platform, where attendants were already arriving in succession, offering them hot tea. Yun Shuhua, still overwhelmed with emotion, had tears and mucus staining her face, and she instinctively grabbed Mu Huayue's sleeve to wipe it away. "Little one, you cannot fathom how arduous it has been for fourth senior brother." As she spoke, her tears continued to flow, her voice mingling joy and sorrow. When he first entered the mountains, there had never been a precedent for a disciple to bring a master into the sect. It was my father who insisted on keeping him. Over the years, he has endured countless jibes, labeled as a slave of dual surnames, bearing the weight of scorn and blame. As Yun Shuhua reached this point, her emotions surged once more, nearly choking her. She looked up at Mu Huayue, her eyes sparkling with joy and tears. Now, he has made a name for himself, no one can criticize him anymore. Mu Huayue listened in silence, her thoughts wandering. Fourth senior brother had endured humiliation and burdens, and now that he had achieved fame, he would likely not retreat even if reminded of the potential schemes behind his victory. But dwelling on it was futile at this moment. She gently patted Yun Shua's shoulder, softly comforting her. "Do not worry, fourth senior brother has triumphed, and everything is well now." As she spoke, she accepted a cup of hot tea from an attendant and handed it to Yun Shuhua. The latter eagerly drank 2 mouthfuls, then downed 2 more cups in quick succession. Gradually calming her emotions, she wiped her face with her sleeve, regaining a semblance of her usual demeanor. Mu Huayue scanned the surroundings, noting that the heroes of the martial world were already toasting and conversing, the atmosphere growing increasingly lively. Many approached in groups, congratulating Yun Shuhua. Seeing this, although Yun Shua's heart still held remnants of turmoil, she refrained from mentioning any secrets of their sect, mustering her spirit to raise her cup in greeting. Watching Yanshua engage merrily with the crowd, Mu Huayue felt an unshakable weight in her heart. Although fourth senior brother had earned the title of champion, this year's Young Heroes tournament was tinged with an unsettling strangeness, as if unseen eyes were watching the victorious young heroes on the arena. Reflecting on the events of the tournament, she recalled Yang Wuyan and Sha Tianjiao, both exceptional fighters, each striking fiercely. Had it not been for fourth senior brother's quick wit, he might have already fallen. Particularly, Sha Tianjiao's perplexing counterattack near the end had clearly transcended the norms of martial arts competition. Clenching her fist, she could not help but entertain a bold conjecture: if all this was orchestrated not solely against the Fuyan sect, then who would dare manipulate the title of champion among the younger generation? Yet, despite the champion's illustrious reputation, the Young Heroes tournament was merely a contest among juniors, insufficient to disturb the broader dynamics of the martial world. What could possibly warrant such elaborate schemes? Ah, little one, what troubles you so? Yanshua noticed Mu Huayue standing aside, her brow furrowed and expression grave, seeming out of place amidst the current revelry. She excused herself from the surrounding heroes and approached Mu Huayue, concern etched on her face. Ever since we arrived in Hanyang, you have seemed downcast. Is there something on your mind? Is it because of your brother? If you're worried about him, we can seek him out shortly. Abbot Pu Ju appears to be quite fond of fourth senior brother, we can ask him for assistance. Mu Huayue shook her head, discreetly calculating. Little junior sister's nature is incapable of keeping secrets. Should she learn of the recent oddities, she would undoubtedly rush to find fourth senior brother. Given the current ambiguity, with enemies lurking in the shadows, any rash actions could endanger not only themselves but also others. She replied softly, you are right, little junior sister, but my concerns extend beyond my brother. There is also Duan Jingjing. Remembering her deranged state yesterday, it is likely she has marked you down for future trouble. Yanshua laughed dismissively, waving her hand at just a defeated opponent. What waves can she possibly stir? However, Mu Huayue remained vigilant, continuing: though Duan Jingjing may not be a significant threat, she is backed by the revered heavenly serpent, whose martial prowess is unfathomable. My concern lies with the forces of Nanzhao. If they turn against you again, matters may not be so simple. Yanshua's brow furrowed slightly at this, but she quickly brightened with a smile. Little one, you need not worry about that. The eyes of the martial world are currently fixed on the Fuyan sect. Even if Nanzhao possessed the audacity, they would not dare act at such a crucial juncture. Moreover, once we return to the Fuyan sect, they would have no opportunity to strike. Do they truly intend to cross the Qishua border to oppose us? Mu Huayue remained unconvinced, her worried expression lingering. Noticing her small face contorted in concern, Yanshua could not help but poke her forehead playfully, teasing, all right, little one, you shouldn't read so many books. Your mind is filled with worries. Mu Huayue sighed helplessly, replying softly, worrying about the sky falling. Yanshua laughed heartily, proudly lifting her chin. Oh, exactly, if the sky falls, my father will hold it up. Never forget, I am the daughter of a grandmaster, who would dare lay a hand on me? Chapter 72. The unfortunate slip of the tongue. As the cheerful banter continued, a procession of maidservants entered in single file, each carrying a wooden tray adorned with silk cloth, laden with gleaming silver ingots that sparkled brilliantly. Sui-Chen proclaimed loudly, the 100 taels of silver promised to you all have now been prepared. The maidservants will deliver them immediately. I kindly ask all the gallant heroes to accept them. The crowd of martial artists responded in unison with hearty approval, and the atmosphere grew noticeably more lively. Sui-Chen then raised his cup once more, inviting everyone present to partake in a toast together. The gathering erupted into a spirited clamor as they sipped tea and engaged in jovial conversation. Suddenly, Yun Jingyan, accompanied by two other young gallants, emerged from the back hall, walking steadily and appearing at ease, as if their injuries were no longer a concern. Upon seeing her senior brother in good spirits, Mu Huayue felt a weight lift from her heart. However, Yanshua was even more anxious, hastening forward in 3 quick strides, her voice laced with urgency. Fourth senior brother, are you all right? To her surprise, Yun Jingyan seemed lost in thought, as if burdened by some hidden worry, and did not register her inquiry. Unyielding, Yanshua tugged at his sleeve, prompting him to snap back to reality. Yet he lowered his head and replied, I am fine. That esteemed physician's skills are remarkable. I merely sustained superficial wounds, and I am now entirely well. Yanshua exhaled in relief, a smile illuminating her face as she pressed on, what about the prize for the champion? What treasure is it? Yun Zhengyan smiled faintly, retrieving a piece of dark iron from his robe and tossing it to Yanshua with a casual gesture. Look at your eagerness, whatever good fortune I obtain, is it not all yours as well? Just as she was about to pursue her inquiry further, a sudden stillness enveloped the surroundings. Confused, she turned to see a figure clad in a crimson fish-patterned robe ascending the platform. The man was lean, adorned with a golden python motif on his chest, and wielded a long knife with a black sheath. Though of modest stature, he exuded an imposing aura that felt like an unseen blade slicing through the air, causing the crowd below to hold their breath in silence. He raised his gaze slightly. His face was sharp and defined, with an air of intensity in his eyes that resembled a hawk's keen vision. As his penetrating gaze swept across the assembly, his expression remained calm and inscrutable, a single strand of silver hair fluttering in the breeze, yet it did nothing to diminish his formidable presence. As his eyes roamed the crowd, the previous commotion dissipated into an eerie quiet, compelling all to hold their breath in rapt attention. He raised his hand slightly, firmly anchoring himself at the center of the platform, and spoke in a solemn tone. Today, upon this arena, you gallant youths have showcased the spirit and chivalry of the Central Plains martial world through your blood and sweat. Upholding righteousness and aiding the populace has been the eternal aspiration of our martial practitioners. The court and our sovereign are deeply comforted by your efforts. Though we dwell outside the halls of power, we martial practitioners also bear the responsibility of protecting the nation and its citizens. We can no longer remain passive observers, divided by the animosity between Shishua and ourselves. The rise and fall of the realm has always been the responsibility of every individual. The path of kingship and the pursuit of hegemony must be grounded in solid foundations, and that foundation is the hearts of the people. Today, though I serve as an official under the Song Shoa court, I stand here to call upon all of you to unite in establishing the alliance of the Central Plains martial arts. To safeguard the nation with our martial prowess and to elevate our land through righteousness, ensuring peace for the people and the realm. His words rang with righteous conviction, yet the audience remained ensnared in the aftertaste of the tournament, caught off guard by the sudden proclamation of the commanding officer. Glances were exchanged, faces betraying uncertainty. A few martial heroes instinctively tightened their grips on their cups, their eyes darting among their comrades, clearly taken aback by the court's interference in martial affairs. Amidst the awkward silence, Master Pujue stepped forward with measured grace, his expression warm and kind. With hands joined in reverence, he offered a slight bow, his tone gentle yet resolute. What the commanding officer articulates is undoubtedly the voice of a true patriot, imbued with righteousness. Historically, the greatest of heroes have fought for their country and its people. Our cultivation lies not only in refining our inner selves but also in assisting the masses. In these times of relentless warfare at the borders, as the livelihoods of the common folk dwindle, it is indeed our duty as martial practitioners to step forth. He stroked his long beard thoughtfully, his gaze compassionate and far-reaching. The martial world of the Central Plains has long been renowned for its chivalry. Now, with the sovereign's decree, we are called to set aside suspicions regarding borders and to join hands with various sects in forming a martial alliance, safeguarding this land we cherish. It is our moral obligation. Before finishing his thought, he paused briefly and continued, the Buddhist teachings oft speak of compassion for all beings. As a monk, I, Pujue, may distance myself from worldly affairs, yet I remain ever mindful of the hearts of mortals. If I can contribute even a fraction towards the well-being of the populace, I shall exert every effort. Upon hearing Duyu's declaration, Mu Huayue felt a sense of unease wash over her. This gathering of youthful heroes had long been orchestrated by the Song Shoa court, yet over dozens of iterations, the court had merely expressed its support for martial prowess without intervening in the affairs of the martial world. Now, with the commanding officer's forceful rhetoric, though it sounded noble, it was fraught with inconsistencies. Since the conflict at Jiannan, the martial sects of the northern territories had dwindled, with countless ancestral martial arts secrets reduced to ash amidst the flames of war. Only the secluded sects like Fuyan and Tianshan had managed to preserve their legacies. The Fuyan sect, situated within Chidi, had deep historical ties to the former Showa dynasty, yet the current Qiwang had never imposed harsh measures, focusing his gaze solely on the border skirmishes, treating the martial sects within his realm with leniency and respect, seldom interfering. However, today, under the pretext of ensuring the stability of the populace, the Song Shoa court, through Duyu's voice, openly sought to rally support for the formation of a martial alliance. The invitation was unmistakably a blatant attempt to enlist, and how could the Fuyan sect simply withdraw? A sense of foreboding crept into Mu Huayue's heart. Should the Fuyan sect choose to remain neutral, it was likely that the Song Shoa court would not relent, potentially leading to a siege from both sides, with the conflicts between the two powers inevitably spilling over into the martial world. Yet, should they acquiesce to join this so-called martial alliance, the Fuyan sect would undoubtedly be drawn into the power struggles of the Song Shoa court, losing its autonomy. Whichever path they chose was fraught with peril. Young hero Yunjing, Mu Huayue stood nearby, her heart easing at the sound of the inquiry, thinking, my senior brother is prudent and reserved, surely he would not falter in such a significant moment. He will navigate this carefully, ensuring neither the sect nor the court is offended. Yet, just as Mu Huayue anticipated her brother would speak, she heard him struggle to utter fragmented words. I am, a chill gripped Mu Huayue's heart, something was amiss. Her brother was intelligent and articulate. How could he stutter in such a setting? She quickly raised her gaze, scanning Yun Jingyan's face, and was struck by the sight of beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, a pallor of pain etched across his features, his eyes bloodshot and seemingly overwhelmed by excruciating torment. "Seen your brother." Mu Huayue's voice dropped to a hushed tone, yet was laced with an urgency she could not suppress. She stepped closer, softly calling out to him, yet Yun Jingyan appeared oblivious to her presence, his body trembling, his footing unsteady, his breath quickening and erratic, large drops of cold sweat cascading from his brow onto the wooden planks at his feet. Chapter 73 At the banquet at Hongmen. A sudden tension gripped Mu Huayue's heart as she perceived the unusual demeanor of her fourth senior brother, Yun Jingyan, which had already instilled a sense of unease within her. At this moment, she noticed that even her typically astute junior sister, Yun Shua, had lost her composure, her face bearing a hint of bewilderment, as if her soul had drifted far away. A wave of dread washed over Mu Huayue as she surveyed her surroundings, observing that those once vibrant heroes of the martial world now maintained their previous expressions, their features frozen, as though ensnared by an invisible force. Their smiles remained fixed at the corners of their mouths, yet their gazes were hollow, as if they had lost their very souls. The entire scene appeared to be suspended in time, enveloped in an eerie silence. Suddenly enlightened, Mu Huayue glanced towards the more distant common spectators below the stage and noted their normal countenances, evidently unperturbed. A realization struck her: there was something amiss with the tea. Her heart raced as a multitude of possibilities flashed through her mind. Earlier, Suichuan had invited everyone to share the tea, and the assembly of martial heroes had obediently complied. She quickly recalled that she, too, had partaken of the tea. Why was she unaffected? A tumult of confusion swirled within her, but there was no time for deep contemplation. She quelled her doubts and turned her gaze back to Yun Jingyan on the stage. Her senior brother's eyes still glowed with a crimson hue, cold sweat streaming down his brow, clearly bearing the weight of immense agony and oppression. Mu Huayue, anxious and distressed, hastily reached out to pat his back in an attempt to rouse him. The moment her hand made contact with Yun Jingyan's back, an icy chill surged through her palm, as if a sinister and frigid force was entwined within her brother's being, ravenously devouring his consciousness. Startled, Mu Huayue swiftly channeled her internal energy to resist the coldness while quickly withdrawing her hand. In that instant of her hand's withdrawal, Yun Jingyan's body trembled violently, as if breaking free from an invisible shackle. His breathing became labored, his steps unsteady, and he stumbled back, collapsing into the chair behind him. His face was etched with exhaustion, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, evidently more fatigued than after a fierce battle. His lips moved, yet he seemed momentarily at a loss for words. At this juncture, the abbot Pujue on the stage appeared to have noticed Yun Jingyan's transformation, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He swiftly turned away from Yun Jingyan, addressing Sha Tianjiu instead. "What does the young heroine of the Sha family think?" Standing at the edge of the arena, Sha Tianjiu displayed an expression of calm indifference, clearly unaffected. With a slight arch of her brow, she spoke in a composed tone. "Though my family resides in the southern frontier, we are closely connected to the martial world of the Central Plains. We cannot stand idly by while the common people suffer. I am willing to contribute my modest strength to the martial world of the Central Plains." As Du Yu's words fell, Sha Tianjiu's statements seemed to ignite the assembly like a spark. The martial heroes, who had just moments ago appeared dazed and entranced, suddenly awakened as if from a dream, their spirits rekindled, and they erupted into applause. Mu Huayue glanced around, her heart racing with anxiety. Just moments ago, everyone had seemed entranced in a stupor, yet now they cheered in unison, as if they had long been convinced. She turned to look at Yun Shua, only to find her junior sister smiling and nodding in agreement, as if Du Yu's words resonated perfectly with her sentiments. Mu Huayue's heart sank. The entire situation seemed to be manipulated by some unseen force. The common spectators below, oblivious to the truth, perceived the commander's every word as a pledge to safeguard their well-being. Their cheers mingled with tears of gratitude, completely unaware that the martial heroes on stage were ensnared in a web of deception. It appeared that this grand assembly was rapidly veering towards a predetermined outcome, and the smile on Du Yu's face grew even more pronounced. The martial heroes within the Song Shua territory are naturally united in purpose. Du Yu's smile broadened as he continued. "I was initially concerned that the Fuyan sect, positioned in the Qi region, and the Sha family, located in the southern frontier, might harbor nationalistic biases. However, now that the Sha family as heroine has declared her stance, and young hero Yun has not objected, the matter of the martial alliance in the Central Plains is indeed a cause for great rejoicing." "Hold on." A voice, as cold as frost and imbued with a piercing intensity, instantly silenced the clamor on stage. All eyes, including Mu Huayue's, turned towards a gaunt figure at one corner of the arena, Yang Wuyan, who slowly rose. Despite his pallor and wan complexion, a resolute fire gleamed in his sharp eyes. Yang Wuyan stepped forward, casting a frigid gaze over the assembly, pausing briefly between Yun Jingyan and Du Yu before declaring, even if Yun Jingyan has claimed the title of champion, his solitary voice cannot represent the martial world of Qi. He continued, our Tianshan, how can the path of chivalry in the martial world so easily yield to the court? The so-called martial alliance is unacceptable. If pressed, our Tianshan shall take its leave without hesitation. With that, Yang Wuyan flicked his sleeve and turned to depart. Mu Huayue noticed his unsteady steps, clearly indicating he too had been affected by the tease drug. Only his profound internal strength allowed him to endure until this moment. In the blink of an eye, Yang Wuyan's figure vanished, but his voice echoed back, if the commander wishes for his desires to be fulfilled, he may need to wait a moment longer and converse with the heroes below. At his words, Mu Huayue was taken aback. Yang Wuyan would not speak without reason. The mention of a moment longer likely signified a reminder to those still possessing clarity among the martial heroes on stage, urging them to hold on just a little while longer. Her thoughts raced, realizing that she could no longer remain silent. She cast a glance at her fourth senior brother, Yun Jingyan, still pale and evidently not yet fully restored to his senses. Her junior sister, Yun Shuhua, looked equally lost, her vacant gaze following the crowd in agreement with Du Yu's proposal. None of the martial heroes around them, regardless of their martial prowess, had stepped forward to voice opposition. In this moment, Mu Huayue, though lacking the internal strength and experience of many seniors present, understood that if she did not act, the Fuyan sect would likely become ensnared in this meticulously laid trap. Clenching her fists, she inhaled deeply, summoning her courage to stand and declare, what Brother Yang has said is profoundly true. Such a momentous alliance is a matter of great significance. We, as junior disciples, cannot act on our own accord. It is imperative that we report back to our sect and seek the guidance of our elders. Her proclamation momentarily stunned the assembly of martial heroes, who had been caught in a wave of agreement, as if stirred by a refreshing breeze. A few turned to regard Mu Huayue, yet before she could elaborate further, Du Yu's gaze sliced through the air like a blade, sharp and piercing, locking onto her as if penetrating her very soul. And who might you be? Du Yu's voice came coldly, imbued with an undeniable authority. Mu Huayue's heart quaked, cold sweat beating on her forehead, yet she knew there was no retreat now. She musters her resolve and replied, I am a disciple of the Fuyan sect, Huayue. Fuyan sect? Du Yu's expression flickered slightly, his demeanor cool yet laced with a hint of amusement. As a mere outer disciple of the Fuyan sect, how can you presume to interject in such significant matters? At this moment, Abbot Pujua, still wearing a benevolent smile, began to speak slowly. The young heroine displays remarkable courage in voicing her thoughts here. However, with young hero Yun present, this matter should naturally be led by him. There is no need for a junior to speak further. Chapter 74 unveils a mesmerizing sorcery. My junior sister found herself momentarily silenced by a remark from Pu Ju regarding Mu Huayue, only to hear the voice of Yun Jingyan. She turned around to see Yun Jingyan seemingly exerting tremendous effort to utter a single phrase. In his gaze, a flicker of appreciation glimmered, yet he remained composed as he continued to inquire, what, according to the thoughts of the young hero Yun, ought to be done? Yun Jingyan opened his mouth as if to articulate something, but the words seemed ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him momentarily speechless. Observing this, Mu Huayue's heart tightened, and she quickly stepped forward, firmly grasping Yun Jingyan's hand. Senior brother. At the moment their palms met, a chilling wave of cold surged into Mu Huayue's palm, as though she had touched something of absolute frost, causing her to instinctively shiver. Yet, at that instant, a warm, sunny energy surged within her, as if responding, swiftly absorbing the malevolent chill. Mu Huayue's gaze flickered, but she maintained her composure, tightening her grip slightly. Yun Jingyan, at that moment, felt ensnared in an intangible nightmare. That force lurked like a malevolent spirit from the abyss, silently lingering within the depths of his consciousness. Each time he attempted to concentrate, a cacophony of piercing shrieks would erupt in his mind, as if countless blades were simultaneously cleaving through the air. Those sounds fluctuated in pitch, sometimes whispering, at other times screaming, resembling the low growls of ferocious beasts, laden with endless threats and anguish, tearing at his sanity. He could even sense that invisible force slithering through his veins like a venomous serpent, seemingly tainting every drop of blood, which retaliated with frenzied intensity along his meridians. Just then, Mu Huayue's hand tightened around his, a soothing warmth flowing from her palm into him, as if drawing the malevolent energy within his mind towards her, alleviating the chaotic pressure ever so slightly. Yun Jingyan felt his consciousness being gently tugged back, finally able to gasp for air. Uncertain whether this power might rebound upon Huayue, he felt a surge of anxiety and attempted to release her hand. Huayue, let go. Perceiving his intent, Mu Huayue instead gripped his hand even tighter, resolutely stating, Senior brother, I am fine. Yun Jingyan was taken aback, turning to scrutinize Mu Huayue's expression. Noticing her tranquility, seemingly untouched by the turmoil, he felt a measure of relief. However, the chaotic force binding his consciousness remained obstinately persistent. Although some of its power was gradually siphoned away by Mu Huayue, new energies continuously surged forth, swirling within his mind and perpetuating his struggle for awareness. He desperately sought to reject the U.S. proposition, but whenever he entertained that thought, the chaotic miasma in his mind would boil violently, instantaneously robbing him of his will, rendering him nearly incapable of thought. Each word seemed to require a life-and-death battle against that invisible force. Before he could utter a sound, he was utterly spent. With furrowed brows, Yun Jingnian wrestled for what felt like an eternity before finally managing to utter, "The matter is too grave for me to decide." Mu Huayue, witnessing this, felt a wave of comfort wash over her, knowing that though she could not entirely suppress her senior brother's agony, she could at least secure a moment of clarity for him and her junior sister. Contemplating Yang Wuyan's reminder about a stick of incense, she maintained her grip on Yun Jingnian with one hand while the other subtly clasped the wrist of Yun Shua, gently channeling her vital energy into her. At that moment, Yun Shua seemed to drift within an unfathomable chaotic mist, surrounded by shadows and murmurs. Suddenly, a warm presence pierced through the layers of fog, akin to the dawn's light dispelling darkness. Startled, she awakened abruptly, as if emerging from a protracted slumber. As she slowly opened her eyes, the scene before her gradually came into focus, revealing Yun Jingnian drenched in cold sweat, barely clinging to life. Alarmed, she hurriedly reached out to support him, a senior brother. However, the instant her fingers brushed against Yun Jingnian, a bone-chilling cold radiated from her fingertips, as if a legion of vengeful spirits simultaneously shrieked, frantically assaulting her consciousness, drowning her in a cacophony of horrifying cries, nearly causing her to lose her senses. "Junior sister, do not touch senior brother," Mu Huayue urgently interjected upon witnessing the alarming turn of events, maintaining her firm grasp on Yun Jingnian while continuing to safeguard his consciousness with her internal energy. "There is something amiss with him. We must buy some time amidst the pressing matters on stage." As she spoke, she succinctly relayed the recent occurrences to Yun Shua. Though Yun Shua possessed a haughty demeanor, she was not oblivious to the larger picture. In light of Mu Huayue's words, she swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. With the circumstances perilous and Fuyan sect lacking in strength, the most prudent strategy was to buy time, allowing everyone to regain their clarity. She quickly stifled her panic, adopting a charming smile as she addressed the assembly. "If the master believes my junior sister speaks without restraint, I have a few rather audacious inquiries I would like to pose, if I may be so bold as to seek your enlightenment, esteemed master, to ease my troubled thoughts." On the stage, Du exchanged glances with Abbot Pu Ju, both harboring suspicions at the rapid awakening of the Fuyan sect members. They discreetly turned their attention to the oddly silent and enigmatic Mu Huayue. Abbot Pu Ju maintained a genial demeanor, his voice resonating warmly. "Young Ni Shua, your chivalrous deeds from yesterday remain vivid in our minds. Speak freely, and I shall respond candidly." Yun Shua offered a slight smile, her composure unwavering. "Though our Fuyan sect resides in seclusion from the world, my father has never been one to disregard the plight of the common folk. However, as you all know, my father has always acted according to his own whims, disregarding conventions, and has amassed numerous enemies over the years. Whether it be the imperial court or those in the martial world, he has offended them all. Our Fuyan sect has always traversed the realm independently, and we dare not speak presumptuously about the grand picture." She paused momentarily before continuing. "However, our sect has a rule that strictly forbids discussing state affairs. Even a casual mention of the court's matters by senior brothers or sisters during idle conversations would be met with disciplinary measures. In our daily lives, we seldom concern ourselves with such national issues, merely seeking to ensure our own safety." Although Yun Shua lacked the strategic acumen of Mu Huayue and Yun Jingnian, she excelled in eloquence. Her articulate speech wove through the regulations of Fuyan sect and the erratic behavior of Yun Zhang, deftly avoiding any substantial responses. Her words danced around the topic, evading direct engagement, creating a labyrinthine discourse. Abbot Pu Ju, initially maintaining a placid expression, found his smile gradually stiffening as Yun Shua's discourse meandered further from the point. A flicker of impatience crossed his eyes, and just as he was about to express his discontent, a sudden, jarring sound erupted from outside, the shrill cry of a saw cutting through iron. The piercing noise jolted the surrounding martial artists from their reverie, many rubbing their temples in response to the unexpected clamor, their expressions hinting at a newfound clarity amid the chaos. Mu Huayue's heart stirred as realization dawned upon her. I Ching, Chapter 75 Departure. Mu Huayue turned her gaze back towards the crowd, only to find a sea of heads thronging together, yet the figure clad in green was nowhere to be seen. A tightness gripped her heart. I Ching had caught glimpses of the secrets surrounding this assembly multiple times, and her own blindness to the situation filled her with dread. Thoughts of I Ching led her to recall her brother's late-night messages. He had not appeared today, leaving her uncertain of how much he knew or whether he was entangled in this affair. A flicker of worry passing through her mind, she had a vague sense that her brother seemed to possess more knowledge than he had disclosed to her. Before she could ponder further, a clear and youthful male voice resonated from the gathering. While the notion of establishing a martial alliance in the Central Plains is commendable, as the heroic Lady Fuyun rightly pointed out, the majority present are but juniors, and thus, cannot assume leadership. Mu Huayue turned her head to see a young hero from the Nangong family stepping forward. With his words, the previously silent crowd of warriors began to murmur amongst themselves. Their expressions varied. Clearly many had awakened from their ignorance. Soon after, another warrior stood up, raising his voice. If we truly intend to form a Central Plains martial alliance, we must clarify the details. Who shall assume the position of the alliance leader? Are we to become mere pawns of the court? This statement was sharp and directly offended the commanding officer present. The atmosphere in the venue instantly fell silent, a palpable tension enveloping the space. Du Yu's expression darkened, and he coldly retorted, "You mere wanderers of the martial world, do you truly believe that your benevolence can achieve anything substantial for the people?" In the past, the former crown prince also emerged from the martial world, rallying his peers to defend Nanchang, and what was the outcome? Did it halt the iron cavalry of the Qi kingdom? His words caused the crowd to lower their heads, revealing a complex array of emotions. The fall of the Beishua kingdom was but a decade past, and the memories of lost relatives and friends from that faithful battle were still vivid, the hatred unresolved. Yet, Du Yu's assertion bore truth, leading to a collective sense of shame among the audience. Seeing the mood sink, Master Pujua swiftly interjected with a smile, "The young hero speaks wisely. I too have harbored doubts about this matter. Although I have acted as an advocate for the formation of a martial alliance, the choice of alliance leader must be entrusted to someone of virtuous character and exceptional skill." Ah, Master Pujua is indeed humble. Is there anyone present with greater virtue than yourself? Is the Southern Shaolin also seeking to seize this opportunity for the leadership? A sharp voice emerged from the crowd, laced with ridicule. Master Pujua smiled faintly, his gaze composed and serene, responding slowly, "Amitba, this humble monk harbors no such intentions. My heart is solely directed towards the Buddha." As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Sui Chen stepped forward to mediate, chuckling lightly, "Esteemed ones, this matter is indeed. This gathering is a rare occasion, with the younger generations of various sects convening. We dare to propose such a thing. As for the specific implementation and the selection of a leader, we must return to consult with our esteemed elders." He then added with a smile, "Of this mid-autumn festival, I wonder if you would be so kind as to grace us with your presence." Sui Chen's elegance and affability endeared him to many, complemented by the extensive influence of the Su family's enterprises, which span from the northernmost reaches to the southern frontiers. Upon hearing this, many warriors nodded in agreement, choosing not to express their positions today, thus granting Su's family a semblance of favor. At this moment, several noble families began to bid farewell to Sui Chen, leading their disciples away gradually. Yun Shuai exchanged a glance with Mu Huayue, an unspoken understanding passing between them, and they both nodded in unison. "Thank you all for your concern. This matter is significant, and I shall report back to my father for a decision. The Fuyun sect will take its leave now." Yun Jingnian had been regulating his breath for a while, and Mu Huayue felt the chaotic energy within him gradually subside. However, noticing his furrowed brow indicated that the effect had not completely dissipated. She turned to Yun Shuhua and said, "Brother's condition seems different from others. Junior sister, you support sister Shuhua, and I shall assist brother." Yun Shua's expression turned grave as she nodded. However, just as they descended the platform and had taken a few steps, Yun Jingnian suddenly faltered, his face turning a ghastly shade of pale, and then he violently spewed forth a mouthful of black blood, collapsing to the ground, his breathing rapid and labored. The Fuyun sect had made a resounding impact in today's contest, and the surrounding populace watched in awe upon witnessing their leader gravely injured. They quickly gathered around. Soon, someone procured a carriage, and the crowd carefully lifted Yun Jingnian into it, fearful of aggravating his injuries. Mu Huayue saw that both her brother and Yun Shuai had boarded the carriage, a sigh of relief escaping her lips as she prepared to follow, when suddenly, she caught sight of a figure in green weaving through the throng, her heart tightening as she faintly recognized Ah Qing's silhouette, a wave of unease washing over her. Mu Huayue turned to Yun Shuai and said, "Junior sister, you take brother back to the inn, I will return shortly." Yun Shuai looked at her with a hint of confusion but nodded, "All right, do take care." She then urged the horse onward, leading Yun Zhengnian away from the crowd. Mu Huayue navigated through the throng, her eyes scanning the corners with urgency. Moments later, she finally spotted Ah Cheng pinned against a wall by the crowd, his green robe stained with blood, his face ashen, the arrow and cane he had used for support nowhere in sight, looking utterly helpless. Her heart sank, and she rushed forward, her voice filled with concern. "Ah Cheng." Ah Cheng paused momentarily, propping himself against the wall with great effort, and managed a faint smile. "Huayue, little heroine." His body trembled slightly, a dagger protruding from his waist, blood seeping from the wound, soaking his garments. Mu Huayue's complexion turned pale as she quickly supported Ah Cheng, her eyes filled with urgency and anger. Who did this? How could this happen? A flicker of helplessness crossed Qing's brow as he whispered, someone took advantage of the chaos just now. They were determined to claim my name. Pay me no mind, you must leave quickly, this place is fraught with danger. Mu Huayue shook her head, her gaze resolute. Do not speak, conserve your strength. She then raised her voice, addressing the surrounding crowd. I am a disciple of the Fuyan sect. This young hero has sustained severe injuries. I implore all chivalrous souls to clear a path. With her prominent birthmark drawing attention, many in the crowd quickly recognized her as the girl associated with Yun Jingnian and Yun Shua, murmuring amongst themselves before parting to create a passage. Feeling somewhat reassured, Mu Huayue spoke softly to Qing. See, there are some benefits to claiming the championship. With so many eyes upon us, those people would hesitate to act rashly. Qing nodded weakly, his lips pale as paper, leaning heavily against Mu Huayue's shoulder as they staggered forward. Just a few steps later, a finely dressed maid rushed up to them, bowing respectfully. Little heroine, I am a maid from the Su residence. My young master regrets not being able to escort you and has prepared a carriage. I could not find any other heroes, and I hope you will not mind the simplicity. Mu Huayue paused, a glimmer of wariness flashing in her eyes. She had already deduced that the tea served during the contest was the catalyst for the crowd's confusion, fostering a sense of caution toward. However, looking down at the feeble Qing, she realized that if he attempted to return on his own, his life would be in jeopardy. After weighing her options, she sighed and nodded slightly to the maid. I appreciate your young master's kindness. The maid smiled softly in response and led them to the carriage. Chapter 76 How to Advance and Retreat. Several individuals stumbled back to the inn, and Yun Shua caught sight of Mu Huayue bringing back Qing. She did not inquire further, merely nodding slightly to signal her acknowledgement. Without the need for more words, they collectively laid Yun Jingnian flat upon the bed. His complexion fluctuated between ashen and crimson, his brow furrowed tightly, as though he were enduring some profound torment. In a flurry of panic, Yun Shua rummaged through Yun Jingnian's belongings to retrieve his medicine pouch. With a loud clatter, the crystalline pills spilled across the table, exuding a faint medicinal aroma. She lowered her head to count them, murmuring, Peiyuan pill, Huichen powder, run my pill. Yet, confronted with the jade-like pills, she momentarily found herself at a loss, her gaze gradually tinged with panic and helplessness, tears welling in her eyes, her voice trembling slightly. Mu Huayue stepped forward, selecting a hemostatic pill and offering it to Qing, speaking gently. Qing, my esteemed brother possesses a miraculous heart and skill, he would not abandon you in your time of need. Please take this to stabilize your condition. Qing's face was pale, his lips white as paper, having lost too much blood and nearly succumbed. Upon hearing Mu Huayue's words, he forced a faint smile, complying to swallow the pill. At that moment, Yun Shua suddenly seized a handful of pills, exclaiming urgently, never mind, they are all medicines, saving a life is paramount, let us take them together, it cannot be wrong. Her hands trembled violently, her lips biting down, clearly overwhelmed by fear and nearly losing her sanity. Just then, Qing suddenly interjected, his voice weak yet remarkably resolute. No, no. He gasped for breath before continuing, his voice hoarse and raspy. If we recklessly use the medicine, the goo worms will only be nourished, and my esteemed brother's mind will likely become even more muddled. His words, though soft, struck like thunder, causing everyone in the room to tremble in unison. What? Yun Shua's eyes widened, shock mingling with fear, her complexion turning deathly pale, her voice teetering on the brink of hysteria. When did my brother become afflicted with goo worms? Who is the culprit behind this? Was it her? The goo worms originate from the southern frontier, it must be that princess's doing. Yun Shua gritted her teeth, her eyes brimming with rage and self-reproach, springing to her feet as if she had resolved upon a course of action. I will seek her out and demand justice. Her words were as resolute as a sharpened blade, her eyes glinting with vengeful fire. However, Yun Shua was quick to intervene, wrapping his arms around her waist, speaking in a low, firm tone. Junior sister, with our brother's life hanging in the balance, would you truly add to our woes by seeking further trouble? Remain calm. Upon hearing this, Yun Shua's eyes filled with tears, guilt weighing upon her like a torrential flood, rendering her breathless. She murmured softly, it is all because I humiliated her that I have brought about such a venomous attack. I have harmed my brother. Her fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white, the intertwining feelings of hatred and helplessness cutting her heart like a knife. Though Mu Huayue was also worried, she understood that urgency would yield no results at this moment. She steadied herself beside Qing, whispering, Qing, do you recall anything else? Qing breathed weakly, saying, after I saw you beneath the stage, I did not leave, I only stayed in the secret passage for a while. I vaguely heard someone passing by, speaking in a southern dialect, seemingly saying, this precious goo worm is but a single piece, yet it has benefited that little fellow from Fuyan sect. Indeed, it is them. Yun Shua became even more agitated, her eyes reddening, her lips quivering in indignation. Grievances have their origins, debts have their masters. If they seek revenge, they should come for me, why harm my brother? Her eyes brimmed with fury and sorrow, her hatred palpable. Had it not been for Yun Shua's firm grip, she would have charged out. Mu Huayue, observing the scene before her, felt anger rising within her yet knew the need for calm. She surveyed the room, speaking softly yet resolutely. Junior sister, the most pressing matter now is to save our brother's life. Other grievances can be settled once he awakens. Though she spoke thus, the others exchanged glances, their hearts filled with trepidation. The disciples of Fuyin's sect were all individuals of cultivation and martial prowess, having never encountered such poison, let alone knowing the method to dispel it, leaving them at a loss as to how to proceed. Yun Shuhua, with a complex expression, remarked, did not senior brother Zhang return to the mountain to deliver news? Considering the passage of time, our senior brother should be arriving shortly. He has traveled through the southern frontier. Perhaps he possesses knowledge of this goo poisoned. It would be prudent for us to wait here for a few days until he arrives. However, Yun Shua could hardly conceal her agitation, nearly brought to tears. Whether senior brother can offer a remedy is uncertain. Are we to allow fourth brother to lie here enduring torment for several days? Her voice quivered with urgency and anger, her eyes already reddened, tears swirling within. She stamped her foot, clenched her fists, determination flickering in her gaze. All of this is my fault. I will seek out Dan Jingjing. I will plead with Brother Mu. At this, she abruptly turned to Mu Huayue, her eyes filled with earnest expectation. Little one, I know your brother is unable to acknowledge you at this moment, but I refuse to believe he will stand by idly. If I beseech him, he shall not turn a blind eye. Mu Huayue, witnessing her agitation, hurriedly stepped forward, gently placing her hands on Yun Shua's shoulders, her expression steady and gentle. Junior sister, I understand your urgency, but we are all aware of Dan Jingjing's character. She is likely already waiting for you to walk into her trap. Instead, I suggest we seek out that young Master Su. Since he has previously shown us kindness, he may have a way to assist us. As for my brother, I shall find a means to address that. While Mu Huayue proposed seeking Sui Chen's assistance, doubt lingered in her heart. She could not help but decide to accompany Yun Shua, prepared for any unexpected turns. After deliberation, it was agreed that Yun Shua and Mu Huayue would proceed to the Su residence, while Yun Shua would remain behind to care for the gravely injured Yun Jingyan and Iching. The two women hurried along, soon discovering the location of the Su residence. The steward at the gate, upon realizing their intent, promptly welcomed them, saying, Are you two heroines from Fuyin's sect? The young master has already instructed that if anyone from your esteemed sect visits, there is no need for announcement. Please, proceed directly inside. As Mu Huayue and Yun Shua entered the Su residence, they followed the path through the courtyard, their eyes briefly scanning the surroundings. They observed the intricately carved beams and painted pillars, the stone corridors and water pavilions, all exuding exquisite craftsmanship, a clear display of opulence. At this moment, their hearts were aflame with urgency, leaving no time for idle admiration, and they swiftly entered a side hall with the steward. In the hall, a plaque hung prominently, inscribed with the words Sailing Through Life, the characters bold and vigorous, emanating a sense of calm and weightiness. Beside it, a couplet read, To bear the weight of the world as if it were a mountain, is it to know that it is impossible yet still endeavor? Just as they settled in, before they could ponder further, a leisurely voice drifted in from outside, laced with a hint of laughter yet revealing a certain composure. Upon hearing that my two junior sisters have graced us with their presence, I, Su, would not dare to delay even a moment and hurried here to greet you. I beg your pardon for my rudeness. Following the voice, Mu Huayue turned to see Sui Chen clad in snow-white attire, his demeanor warm and smiling, his steps light yet assured, exuding an air of gracefulness in every gesture. A slight tension gripped her heart, and the earlier wariness resurfaced quietly. Chapter 77 of the Bloodshed. The moment Sui Chen stepped through the door, he was enveloped by a heavy atmosphere. The flickering candlelight cast shadows on the anxious faces of Yun Shua and Mu Huayue, their expressions urgent, eyes rimmed with red, as if some grave calamity had befallen them. Sui Chen could not help but suppress his playful demeanor, his face growing grave as he inquired, Junior sister, what has happened? Why is brother Jingyan not here? Yun Shua's gaze was as piercing as a cold star, tears welling in her eyes yet showing no sign of retreat. She clenched her teeth, every word seeming to be forced through her clenched jaws, her voice sharp as a blade. Young Master Su, my senior brother regards you as a close friend, and the entire Fuyin sect treats you with utmost respect. Why then have you plotted in the shadows, wishing to see my brother come to harm? Upon hearing this, Sui Chen's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Miss Yun, from where do you draw such accusations? I have always held the Fuyin sect in high esteem, and my bond with your senior brother is profound. How could I possibly harbor any malevolent intent? What has transpired? Yun Shua's voice trembled. As the host, You offered your tea to everyone on the arena, and their consciousness was ensnared. Are you truly claiming to be unaware of this? My senior brother has been poisoned by a cursed toxin, and his life hangs in the balance. Do you still profess ignorance? Consciousness ensnared, poisoned by a cursed toxin. Sui Chen's countenance changed again, his brow furrowing in distress. He hastily reached out to steady Yin Shua, his tone brimming with urgency. Junior sister, do not panic. Please recount how this transpired in detail. I, Sui Chen, would never conceal the truth. Should I utter a single falsehood, may I be struck by divine retribution. His words were earnest and heartfelt, devoid of any pretense. Yun Shua's doubts eased significantly, and she proceeded to narrate the bizarre events that had unfolded on the arena, along with their subsequent developments. As she spoke, Sui Chen's expression grew increasingly serious. I am aware that the court indeed has a scheme to establish a martial arts alliance today, yet such initiatives are not unprecedented in a century. Each sect has its own opinions, making it difficult to materialize. Had you not informed me, I would have remained oblivious to any abnormalities among the heroes. He paused momentarily, then continued, as for Brother Jingyan, he was personally rewarded by the commander. If there were truly a conspiracy, would one act against him in front of the world's heroes? Would that not be a disgrace to the court? At this juncture, Mu Huayue could no longer contain herself. Brother Su, my senior brother, appeared distressed, staggering as he took his seat, unable to speak. Did you not notice anything amiss? A deeper confusion spread across Sui Chen's features, as if he were ensnared in an unsolvable riddle. This cannot be. I have been attentive to your sect. Although I was at a distance during the arena event, I certainly did not observe anything unusual. The two women exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with shared suspicion. Mu Huayue tentatively suggested, could it be that Brother Su has unwittingly fallen victim to a scheme? A jolt of realization coursed through the two women as they recalled previous events, as though an invisible thread connected these seemingly unrelated occurrences. Both Yun Jingyan and Yun Shua had been awakened by Mu Huayue, while senior sister Yun Shua had awakened naturally to the sound of a Qing's music, only to find herself completely unaware of the events that had transpired, mistakenly believing she had merely zoned out briefly, oblivious to the fact that the gathering had quietly concluded and unaware of her brother's severe injuries. It was evident that the effects of the drug in the tea varied from person to person. Yang Luoyan, whose skills matched those of her brother, had regained consciousness almost immediately, while Sui Chen, with his profound internal strength, could not have succumbed to the same depths of confusion. Unless he was lying, or was specifically targeted, there surely existed an even more formidable trap. The group fell into silence, the only sound within the room being the crackling of the candle flames. After a time, Sui Chen broke the stillness. If the situation truly is as strange as you describe, there must be some trace left behind. I shall send someone to investigate thoroughly. We will unveil the truth. However, there is no need for haste. I have just heard from you that Brother Jingyan is in dire straits. We must prioritize his rescue. Let us return to the inn to assess the situation before devising our next steps. With little choice left, they nodded in agreement. Sui Chen promptly instructed his subordinates to prepare the horses, and the group hastily made their way to the inn. As they approached the Yuelaoan, a sense of foreboding washed over them even from a distance. The inn was thronged with people who, upon seeing Yin Shua and her companions dismount, exchanged furtive glances, evading eye contact, their expressions tinged with shock and sympathy. Mu Huayue's heart sank, sensing an ominous omen, and she hastened into the inn. Inside, chaos reigned. Tables and chairs were overturned, teacups lay shattered. The innkeeper's face was pale with fear, his demeanor frantic as he stared at the newcomers, rendered speechless. Mu Huayue's expression shifted dramatically, her sense of dread intensifying as Yin Shua dashed up the stairs, with Mu Huayue and Sui Chen following closely behind. The door to the private room stood wide open, revealing a scene too horrific to bear. Yun Shua was impaled by a sword, pinned to the wall. Blood splattered across the room. Her eyes were wide open, seemingly frozen in a lingering expression of anger and defiance. By her side, a Qing lay ashen-faced, a sharp blade embedded in her chest, her fate uncertain. Meanwhile, Yun Jingyan, who had initially been lying there, had vanished without a trace. Yun Shua trembled, her heart entwined with terror and sorrow, tears brimming in her eyes as she called out, "Senior sister." She staggered forward, her trembling hands reaching for Yin Shua's face, only to find it cold and rigid. Mu Huayue felt as though her heart had been struck by a heavy hammer, memories of the nightmarish events in Wangjia village 3 years prior flooding back, leaving her momentarily paralyzed, her feet seemingly shackled by invisible chains, weighed down. Sui Chen, equally shocked by the gruesome scene before him, quickly regained his composure. While it was evident to any observer that Yin Shua was beyond saving, he nonetheless approached to check for a pulse. "Junior sister Shua, there is no need to call for Miss Shua anymore." He then crouched down, instinctively checking a Qing, surprise flickering in his eyes. This young man, though gravely injured, has not bled excessively and still retains a faint breath. It seems he had recently consumed the hemostatic pill provided by my senior brother, and by sheer fortune, he remains alive. Mu Huayue, having approached Sui Chen's side, spoke up. "I did not notice when I arrived, but it seems he has a chance. Sui Chen turned in astonishment, noticing Mu Huayue trembling slightly, as if summoning every ounce of strength to remain upright, yet her eyes shone with an indomitable light. Little sister Huayue, Sui Chen felt a surge of respect welling within him and called out softly. Mu Huayue managed to force a faint smile, though it was subtle, it radiated an unyielding strength. Young Master Su, might I implore you to assist in saving our friend? Sui Chen nodded earnestly. I shall exert every effort. After speaking, Mu Huayue moved to stand behind Yun Shua. Observing the trembling figure of the young girl, she felt a pang of recognition for her own helplessness. Senior sister, Mu Huayue's voice was like a knife, raw with pain. As she struggled to find words, the sword had pierced the wall 3 inches deep, and it was only through Yun Shua's exertion of true energy that she was able to extract it. As Yun Shua's body slumped, Yun Shua opened her arms to catch her sister's lifeless form. In that moment, an object fell from Yun Shua's clothing. Mu Huayue picked it up, discovering it to be a pouch of sugar pills, a specialty of Hongyang. Senior sister Shua has a child just 3 years old. When he was born, I even held him in my arms. Yun Shua's voice was hoarse, as if cut by blades. As her words trailed off, tears finally cascaded down her cheeks, splattering onto the cold ground. Chapter 78. I am the daughter of a grandmaster. Who dares to harm me? The innkeeper staggered towards them, his demeanor fraught with panic, his voice trembling. Forgive me, esteemed heroes. A group of black-clad men burst in just now, claiming they were searching for you, fair heroine. We intended to intervene, but they, without uttering a word, drew their blades and attacked. As he spoke, the helplessness and fear in his eyes were palpable. We truly found ourselves powerless, forced to witness their brutal rampage within the inn, as they abducted heroine Yun. Upon hearing this, Mu Huayue's heart plummeted, her gaze shifting anxiously to Yun Shua, fearing her junior sister might lose her composure. Yet, Yun Shua's reaction surpassed all expectations. She gently laid down the body of Yun Shua, her expression grave as she retrieved a handkerchief to meticulously wipe the blood from her face, before finally rising to her feet. Innkeeper, did they leave any further messages? The innkeeper swallowed hard, his voice quaking. They said they would await you on the opposite bank of the river, demanding a life for a life. Yun Shua nodded slightly, a grim smile playing at the corners of her mouth, the meaning ambiguous, whether it was sarcasm or self-deprecation. Yet, a flicker of determination shone in her eyes. Very well. She turned to the innkeeper and offered a slight bow. I sincerely apologize for the trouble I have caused you. All losses incurred here will be accounted to my Fuyan sect. The innkeeper, taken aback for a moment, felt a weight lift from his heart. Fearing the wrath of Fuyan sect would extend to him, he hastily knelt in gratitude, his tone brimming with appreciation. I am unworthy of such kindness, fortunate indeed to have such a generous heroine. Mu Huayue silently observed Yun Shua, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Although Yun Shua maintained her composure, her fists were tightly clenched, blood seeping from her fingertips. Unable to restrain her concern, she asked, Junior sister, are you all right? Yun Shua glanced at Mu Huayue, forcing a faint smile. I'm fine. She then turned towards Sui Chen, bowing slightly. Brother Su, however, at that very moment, her body seemed to be drained of all strength, and she collapsed. Sui Chen reacted swiftly, catching the fainting Yun Shua with tenderness in his eyes. He turned to Mu Huayue and reassured her, do not worry, I, Sui Chen, will not stand idly by in this matter. With that, he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze profound. This inn is no longer safe. It would be prudent for everyone to accompany me to the Su residence for refuge. Despite her lingering doubts, Mu Huayue recognized that Sui Chen was now the only trustworthy ally. She could only grit her teeth and nod in agreement. Inside the guest room of the Su residence, the flickering candlelight cast shadows on Mu Huayue's fatigued face. Yun Shua lay quietly nearby. The physician had already attended to her, declaring that she had merely suffered a shock to her spirit and would recover with a dose of calming medicine. As Mu Huayue gazed at her junior sister's sleeping visage, she noted that even in slumber, Yun Shua's brows were slightly furrowed, as if the harrowing scene still haunted her dreams. Mu Huayue understood that although her junior sister was proud, she was far from fragile. Today's fainting spell stemmed from her overwhelming sense of guilt. In her heart, Mu Huayue pondered the innkeeper's words about the black-clad men seeking Yun Shua's life in exchange for another, along with the ominous agreement across the Huai River, all signs pointing towards Nanzhao. No matter who orchestrated the chaos in the arena, the bloodshed at the inn was undoubtedly perpetrated by Nanzhao. Mu Huayue could not help but wonder if her brother, who spent every day by the princess's side, was aware of today's events. If he knew, and if she were to encounter him by the banks of the Huai River tomorrow, how would she choose? As she was lost in thought, a slight breeze slipped through the slightly ajar window, causing Yun Shua to shiver on the bed. Mu Huayue quickly rose to close the door, but overheard two maidens conversing softly outside. Fuyan sect is truly peculiar. Everyone is like deities, yet that female disciple who accompanied them today is simply unremarkable in appearance. Can you not imagine the jealousy she must feel, being by the side of the sect leader's daughter every day? Worried me, I would have long. Don't say such things. I've heard from the young master that this ugly duckling's brother is in Nanzhao. Who knows if they are colluding to ensnare Fuyun's sect in one fell swoop. Goodness, even if all Fuyun's female disciples were to perish, she would not be the one to rise. Who knows? What a pity it is that the one lying on the bed is her senior sister, not her. Mu Huayue stood frozen, feeling as though the birthmark she had carried since childhood was being seared away by fire, her heart aching. Why must I bear the brunt of this? Is it simply because of my plain appearance? So it seems, in the eyes of the world, my very existence is a sin, an unbearable burden. A soft knock at the window punctuated the silence. The two maidens, catching sight of Mu Huayue, turned pale and exchanged a meaningful glance before hastily retreating in silence. Turning back, she found Yunshua's face illuminated by candlelight, appearing so haggard yet still beautiful. The image of her junior sister on the arena flashed before her, the way she had caught Duan Jingjing's hidden weapon, her hair dancing in the wind like strands of gold. In that moment, Mu Huayue felt an overwhelming envy. If only I could be like my junior sister. No, not necessarily like her, just to be a normal person would suffice. You err, do not cry. Brother will worry. Mu Huayue stifled a sniffle, recalling her brother's words, reaching into her bosom to grasp the sword pendant, rubbing her eyes and forcing back the tears. When she looked up again, Yunshuo had awakened, her almond-shaped eyes gently gazing at her. You're awake, junior sister. How do you feel? Mu Huayue hurried over, adjusting Yunshua's clothing, striving to make her voice sound light-hearted. Yunshua managed a slight smile, shifting in the bed to beckon Mu Huayue to sit beside her. As Mu Huayue settled down, Yunshua took her hand, which felt soft and warm, reminiscent of the countless times she had been comforted on the mountain. Sister Shuhua, Yunshua began, young Master Su has taken care of Sister Shuhua's remains. Once this matter is resolved, she will be returned to her family. Yunshua nodded. That is good. Brother Su is indeed meticulous in his dealings. And what of that little beggar you brought back? He will remain at the Su residence to recuperate for now. He seems to have business to attend to in Fuyan. Once this is settled, we shall take him back with us. Yunshua chuckled. Our little Huayue is truly remarkable, just a child, yet so thoughtful. Once this is resolved, we shall need your help to bring our senior brother and sister back to the sect. Mu Huayue's heart tightened painfully, the tears she had valiantly suppressed spilling forth once more. Junior sister, why do you speak so? Let us await our senior brother and master here. They possess such formidable skills. We can avenge Sister Shuhua by eliminating those villains together, and return with our fourth senior brother to the sect, shall we? Ah, such foolishness, crying again. Yunshua smiled faintly, reaching out to playfully touzle Mu Huayue's hair as she had done countless times before. I never said I wished to seek death. Look at how frightened you are. Yunshua's smile radiated warmth, reminiscent of sunlight spilling from her eyes. As I have said many times before, I am the daughter of a grandmaster. Who dares to harm me? Chapter 79. I aspire to achieve greatness and become a hero. The night, dark as ink, gradually wove itself across the horizon, swallowing the myriad stars, leaving only a flickering candlelight to illuminate the two girls lying side by side. Mu Huayue held tightly onto Yunshua's hand, the warmth akin to the gentle sun of early spring, yet gradually, as if eroded by a chilling wind, it grew cold and devoid of warmth. Senior sister, let us wait for Big Brother and the others to arrive. Considering the days, it should only be a matter of 2 or 3 days at most. Those people merely use fourth senior brother as bait. They would not dare to harm him lightly. Mu Huayue hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Yunshua turned her head, the moonlight sketching her soft contours. She playfully raised her hand and gently tapped Mu Huayue's forehead, laughing. What are you saying? The bond between our fellow disciples is more precious than Mount Tai. Though those cloaked figures are formidable, senior sister Shuhua is by no means a weakling. If she truly wished to escape, would she have fought to the death at the inn? Has she ever abandoned Big Brother to flee on her own? Moreover, when Uncle Zheng took you away that day, we immediately descended the mountain to search for you without a second thought. Such timid words not only diminish the prestige of our Fuyan disciples but also go against the chivalric way. If we were on the mountain, I would certainly punish you with 20 strikes to instill a lasting memory. Mu Huayue felt a lump in her throat, her heart a tumult of mixed emotions. She was not unaware of the truth in Yunshua's words, yet at such a moment, she found it difficult to suppress the fear and reluctance that welled within her. The words of those maids were incorrect. She might be as humble as a blade of grass, but her senior sister was never a flower to be envied. In her eyes, amidst all of Fuyan Mountain, the brilliance of her senior sister could only be rivaled by the sunlight. Her laughter and tears conveyed that life was arduous, and perhaps everyone had to bear something to strive for survival, yet life could be lived vibrantly, and everyone ought to have the opportunity to exist in this world fearlessly, without retreat. How could a blade of grass ever envy the sun above, desiring to take its place? But is the martial world truly like this? With interests clashing, there must inevitably be grievances. Where there are grievances, enmities will arise. The clash of blades and the shedding of blood are the hallmarks of the martial realm. Muhuayua felt a crushing sorrow in her heart, as if a massive stone pressed against her chest, making it hard to breathe. What her senior sister sought was the audacity to soar freely between heaven and earth, a path of chivalry that embraced danger and sacrificed life for righteousness, and she could neither stop it nor hold it back. The thought of possibly losing Yun Shua made her eyes well up with tears again. "Don't cry." Yun Shua feigned sternness, her fingertip nearly touching Muhuayua's nose. "You really ought to change your temperament. How old are you? Must everything be shielded from you by your senior sister?" Muhuayua managed to muster a faint smile, stifling the tears that threatened to spill. "All right, I won't cry." Silence enveloped the room once more, broken only by the occasional chirping of insects outside. Finally, Muhuayua could no longer restrain herself and quietly asked, "Senior sister, are you really not afraid?" All she heard was Yinshua's breathing. After a while, Muhuayua even thought she had fallen asleep until she finally heard her softly reply, "When I was a child, I was quite timid, often terrified. Without a mother, I feared that my father would not love me and would abandon me, just like you, often on the verge of tears. Later, as I trained in martial arts, I feared lacking talent and falling behind, bringing shame upon my father. I made many mistakes as a child. I cannot count how many times I was punished, each time filled with dread. But you see, was there really nothing to fear? In the end, nothing happened, did it?" She spoke gently. "Eventually, I ceased to be afraid. Although my father may be a bit eccentric, I know he loves and cares for me, and would never abandon me. As for my brothers and sisters, they are also capable. No matter the trouble I cause, there will always be someone to support me." Muhuayua could not help but ask again, "But now, with our brothers and sisters, and master all absent, are you not afraid, senior sister?" Yun Shua chuckled lightly and responded, "Actually, just a little. But I aspire to achieve greatness and become a hero. In traversing the martial world, one cannot only speak out when it is safe for oneself. Having relied on my brothers and sisters for so long, it is now my turn as a senior. In the martial realm, it is simply a matter of you killing me or me killing you." That day, when Duanjingjing humiliated the martial world of the Central Plains, if no one speaks up, it will only lead the common folk to believe that the world respects only the strong, while the weak can only be trampled upon. With hearts in turmoil, everyone competing and fighting fiercely, where is there any peace to be found? Of course, if I do not speak, others will, but I see that Duanjingjing's martial prowess is nothing remarkable. Rather than allow her to steal the spotlight, I might as well take it for myself, haha. At this point, Yun Shua's voice lowered. "However, I ultimately underestimated Duanjingjing's malice. I should not have let down senior sister Shua's life." Upon hearing this, Muhuayua felt a whirlwind of emotions. She had read numerous classic texts while following her master, yet remained oblivious until today, when she witnessed the path of the sages through her senior sister. What a pity it is that there are said to be many wonders in this world: snow-capped mountains, cascading waterfalls, emerald lakes, and vast grasslands. Even beyond the skies, countless things await my discovery. If only I could travel and explore them all. If only. Little one, you must take good care of yourself and represent your senior sister in exploring. Did I not tell you not to cry? Then why are your cheeks wet? It's just your saliva. How annoying. Sleep. As the faint light of dawn broke, regardless of what tomorrow held, there echoed the night's insect songs, accompanying the girls as they shared their heart's confessions. Muhuayua was unaware of when she had drifted into a deep slumber. When she finally opened her eyes again, the morning light had already spilled through the door crack, warming her face. She turned to glance at the bed beside her. The silk quilt still held a faint warmth, carrying the lingering heat of her senior sister, yet Yun Shua was nowhere to be seen. A sudden jolt of alarm struck Muhuayua's heart, and she immediately sat up, not even bothering to put on her shoes, flinging the door open and rushing outside. As soon as she stepped out, she collided with a maid. Instinctively, she grasped the maid's arm and urgently inquired, "Sister, where is my senior sister?" The maid was startled by her abruptness, steadying herself before responding, "Do not panic, little heroine, your senior sister crossed the river early this morning, accompanied by the young master. He has instructed that upon your awakening, you need not worry, but simply wait here in the manor. The young master will ensure your senior brother and sister return safely." Wait? A flash of anxiety crossed Muhuayua's eyes. How could I possibly remain here and wait? Last night, I still had unspoken words in my heart. If it truly comes to a confrontation between my brother and the Fuyan sect, how should I respond? I am weak in martial arts and have no means of self-defense. Yet if my brother is indeed present, I should accompany him, at least there would be a glimmer of hope to deter that princess from acting recklessly. With that thought, Mu Huayue gritted her teeth, pushing past the maid, determined to rush out of the manor. Hey! Little heroine! The maid hurried after her, anxiously advising, the opposite shore is the state of Qi, and only the Su family's merchant ships can cross. How can you manage to cross the river alone? Mu Huayue paused slightly, but her eyes still shone with an indomitable stubbornness. If there is no passage, I can always swim across. Chapter 80. Who is howling here? The vast Huai River stretches endlessly, its morning light piercing through the delicate mist like fine threads, bestowing a gentle golden edge upon this ink-washed landscape. The merchant ship of the Su residents glides across the shimmering river, resembling a koi adorned with jewels, exuding an air of opulence. At the bow of the ship, Yun Shua sits with a steaming bowl of yellow fish porridge, savoring it with unrestrained delight, her expression devoid of any worry or fear. Beside her, Sui Chen observes Yun Shua's demeanor, lightly fanning himself, and teasingly remarks, Junior Sister Shua certainly has a hearty appetite, are you not at all nervous? Yun Shua swallows a mouthful of porridge, wipes her mouth, and beams, nervous? That is why I must eat well to have the strength. How many are fortunate enough to enjoy the porridge personally cooked by the chef of Zhuang Yulo? If I don't relish this delicacy today, I may not get the chance in my next life. Sui Chen chuckles softly, if you like it, I can have this chef accompany you back to Fuyan sect, to cook for you every day. Ha, though this porridge is delicious, it pales in comparison to your sweet words, Brother Su. As Yun Shua speaks, she takes another bite, adding, but today may be fraught with peril. Who can think of the mundane? She hopes that Brother Su's eloquence can convey her valiant spirit to her weepy little junior sister. Mischief sparkles in her eyes as she quips, my little junior sister is far too timid. If she were to cry in fright, it would be quite a challenge to console her. Sui Chen gently purses his lips, his gaze resolute, you will not perish. Upon hearing this, Yun Shua maintains her smile, yet a flicker of subtle determination and depth glimmers in her bright eyes. Brother Su, since you say I will not die, I shall strive to live well. However, if a fight truly ensues later, it would be wise for you to keep your distance. I am rather clumsy, and should I inadvertently injure you, it would be a grave sin. At that point, I fear Fuyan sect would be unable to compensate for your noble lineage. Sui Chen understands her desire to absolve herself, intending to speak further when suddenly, they see a massive silhouette of a ship materialize through the dense fog, obstructing the river. That ship, adorned with intricately carved beams, exudes a grandiose presence, making Su's merchant vessel appear dainty in comparison. Yun Shua's smile instantly falters, she sets down her bowl, her demeanor turning serious as she stands. Is it them? With a wave of his hand, Sui Chen signals the young servant on the ship to secure the vessel. I had thought that whether in Chidi or Shudi, Nanzhao would surely have its reservations. I never anticipated that they would anchor here in the river, forcing both sides into a predicament. Let it be, today our grievances are personal and do not involve the court. It is best if neither party intervenes, lest my father begins to lecture us again. As they steady themselves, Sui Chen is about to speak when Yun Shua extends her arm, blocking him, and calls out boldly, is that Nanzhao's envoy ahead? Yun Shua of Fuyun sect is here. She repeats her declaration thrice, her clear voice echoing into the distance. From within the mist, a voice imbued with the unique charm of, I thought you two were deeply bonded, but it seems that is merely an illusion. This princess has awaited your appearance in the river all night. As her words fall, a group emerges from within the ship's cabin, led by Duan Jingjing, now donned in Nanzhao attire, her head adorned with silver ornaments that glint coldly, mirroring her frosty demeanor. Flanking her are two figures clad in black, holding captive a man who is unconscious, his clothing tattered and bloodied. Yun Jingyan. Yun Shua's heart tightens, her voice tinged with barely concealed anxiety and fury. What have you done to my senior brother? Duan Jingjing smirks coldly, dismissively saying, nothing much, just a pastime to alleviate my boredom while waiting in the night. Every hour, I poked him a bit, fearing he might die if by my count, he has about 7 or 8 holes in him. Isn't your brother the champion of the young hero gathering? Such trifling injuries are hardly a concern. Upon hearing this, Yun Shua's anger swells uncontrollably. This matter arose because of me. If you harbor resentment, come at me. My senior brother and sister are in no way implicated in this. Your actions are devoid of justice. Duan Jingjing scoffs, her eyes filled with disdain. Justice, I can hardly stand your central plain folk, spouting righteousness and morality while being utterly hypocritical. I killed that lad on the stage simply because he was inferior to me. What does that concern you? Your senior brother and sister find themselves in this predicament solely because you cling to that laughable sense of honor. So, are you regretting it now? Shuha, do not let her provoke you. Sui Chen softly interjects, you distract Duan Jingjing, and I shall rescue brother Yun. Upon hearing this, Yun Shua nods gently, suppressing her fury, and with a wry smile states, "Indeed, I regret it. I should have slain you with a single sword, since you were unworthy of such life. Who would have thought you would be so shameless? If I were you and lost like a dog before everyone, I would have ended my own life long ago. Yet here you are, scheming behind my back and howling like a lunatic?" Duan Jingjing is taken aback that Yun Shua dares to retort so fiercely. Angered, she abruptly draws her dagger, pressing it against Yun Jingyan's neck. Her voice is sharp and trembling. "You sharp-tongued little wretch, if you wish for your brother to live, bind your own hands and come forth to exchange for him." Yet Yun Shua remains unfazed, coldly responding, "I came However, since you claim to have no sense of justice, why should I trust you? As a disciple of Fuyun, I do not succumb to threats. My brother would never allow me to be toyed with by someone so devoid of integrity. If you dare, kill him now. Let the Emperor of Song Shua witness your Nanjiao's true intentions." Duan Jingjing finds herself in a quandary. Several times she raises her hand to eliminate Yun Jingyan, but hesitates, suppressing her impulse. In this tense standoff, Yun Shua suddenly moves, as if walking on the wind, landing firmly at the bow of the opposing ship. Sui Chen, unable to intervene in time, follows her lead. "Now, hand over my brother to young Master Su, and I shall willingly offer my life." Yun Shua gazes directly into Duan Jingjing's eyes, her demeanor neither servile nor arrogant. Duan Jingjing's lips twist into a smile filled. "Throw down your sword, step forward 10 paces. Without a hint of hesitation, Yun Shua unsheathes her sword from her waist, advancing step by step, while Duan Jingjing, still holding Yun Jingyan, draws closer. Closer, even closer. Now is the moment. In a flash, Yun Shua's right hand twitches, and a shooting star darted forth, a gleaming meteor dart aimed swiftly at Duan Jingjing's wrist. Duan Jingjing gasps in alarm, hastily retreating and releasing her grip, allowing Yun Jingyan to escape. But Yun Shua is already prepared, employing the ethereal steps once more, swiftly securing her brother. Seeing Yun Shua catch Yun Jingyan, Sui Chen feels a wave of relief and is about to step forward to assist when he suddenly notices Yun Jingyan's limp hand flip over, revealing a flash of cold light. "Not good. Quickly let go." Chapter 81. A fatal misstep. Yun Shua caught her senior brother, and a surge of joy filled her heart as she hastily attempted to withdraw. "Oh no, let go." She faintly heard Sui Chen shouting something from behind her, and just as she was about to look up, she felt a chill in her abdomen. Lowering her gaze, she saw a short yet exquisitely crafted narrow sword piercing through her garment, blood trickling down like a delicate stream, staining her pristine attire. The senior brother, who had just been limp in her arms, now stood upright, his once tender and affectionate eyes now clouded with a sinister crimson, resembling a malevolent specter from the abyss, coldly fixated upon her. "Senior brother." Yun Shua's voice trembled, laden with disbelief and despair. She watched in horror as Yun Jingyan expressionlessly withdrew the sword and turned to stand beside Duan Jingjing. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Yun Shua clutched her abdomen, pain crashing over her in relentless waves. Whether it stemmed from her physical wound or the torment within her heart, she could no longer bear it, collapsing to one knee. "Shu Ha!" Sui Chen exclaimed in alarm, rushing towards Yun Shua without a second thought. However, at that moment, a shadow materialized before him like a wraith, accompanied by a nauseating wave of rancid energy, lunging directly at Sui Chen. It was none other than the heavenly serpent sovereign. Sui Chen had no choice but to meet the attack head-on, feeling the sovereign's internal power burst forth like a raging river, clashing violently with his own strength, sending ripples of force cascading around them. His mind was thrown into disarray, continually pushed back by the overwhelming might of his opponent. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Duan Jingjing's derisive laughter echoed, laced with endless mockery and triumph. "How amusing! Did you truly believe you could pose a threat to me? How does your senior brother's Shinong sword taste? Is it not even more intimate than you had imagined?" Kneeling on the ground, Yun Shua swayed precariously, one hand clenched into a fist, struggling to steady her faltering body, her gaze piercing through the crimson mist, fixated on Yun Jingyan. "Senior brother, what has happened to you?" "It is me, Shu Ha." A flicker of complex emotion flashed in Yun Jingyan's eyes. Pain, perhaps, or the struggle within, but it was fleeting, quickly replaced by an impenetrable frost. "Yun Shua," he called coldly, "do you think the day's humiliation was solely yours to bear?" Duan Jingjing continued her frenzied mockery. "Let me tell you. The entire Fuyun sect has brought shame upon my Nanjiao. Why should I spare your senior brother? Ha ha ha, you all shall die." The sword struck Yun Shua at her dantian, and she felt her vital energy bursting forth uncontrollably, draining her strength entirely. Gritting her teeth, her right hand trembled as she struggled to retrieve a meteor dart from her sleeve, but before she could muster the strength, a hidden weapon struck like lightning, pinning her palm to the deck with a resounding thud. "Ah!" Yun Shua cried out in pain, cold sweat cascading down her brow. Sui-chen, overwhelmed, heard her anguished cry and caught a glimpse of her collapsed form, his heart racing with urgency. The heavenly serpent sovereign would not relent. As if a specter, he surged forward, delivering a thunderous blow to Sui-chen's shoulder. With a deafening crash, Sui-chen was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto the merchant ship. The heavenly serpent sovereign chuckled sinisterly. "Young Master Su, you are a guest of our Nanzhao. This is merely a matter between us and the Fuyan sect. Why do you persist in meddling?" Sui-chen felt a bitter taste rise in his throat, the sovereign's oppressive power coursing through him like venomous serpents. He quickly focused his energy to dispel the poison while responding. "Sovereign, my assistance to the Fuyan sect is a personal matter, unrelated to the Su family or Nanzhao. If you would grant me a favor, I, Sui-chen, would gladly offer a fortune." The corners of the sovereign's masked mouth seemed to curl in disdain, letting out a chilling laugh that sliced through the air like a blade. "By the time we flatten Song Shua, all the riches in the world will belong to Nanzhao. Why would we pay any heed to the silver of your Su family? If you wish to save someone, it is simple: kill me, and no one shall stand in your way. You brought this upon yourself." Sui-chen's fury ignited, his desperation morphing into determination as he launched himself at the heavenly serpent sovereign with a reckless abandon, intent on a mutually destructive assault. The sovereign, compelled to focus intently, regarded Sui-chen with a newfound wariness as he sensed the latter's ferocity. While Sui-chen clashed fiercely with the heavenly serpent sovereign, every move seemed to tear the very fabric of the heavens. Meanwhile, Duan Jingjing reveled in her arrogance, her smile stretching almost to the brink of madness, a tangible mockery in her demeanor. "Aren't you quite formidable, Yun Shua endured the excruciating pain, slowly extracting her palm from the embedded weapon, the icy metal twisting in her flesh, sending waves of agonizing torment through her. Her forehead glistened with cold sweat, her complexion pale as paper, her heart a tumult of rage and indignation. "Stop struggling, you worthless fool." With a flick of her wrist, Duan Jingjing brandished the Shenong sword, its cold gleam flashing like lightning across the night sky. Yun Shua felt a sharp pain in her wrist, her strength evaporating in an instant, the meteor dart clattering to the ground. "You bastard!" Yun Shua seethed, her eyes filled with fury. "Ha ha ha, keep that little mouth of yours, and curse me some more." Duan Jingjing's laughter grew more frenzied, akin to a sadistic predator delighting in the despair and suffering of its prey. "Temporal void steps, traversing 1,000 miles in an instant. This is also a secret of your Fuyan sect, is it not?" she taunted, closing in, her tone dripping with arrogance and provocation. Before her words could fade, another flash of swordlight swept through, blood gushing from Yun Shua's ankle, staining her garments a deep crimson. Unable to bear the agony any longer, she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Sweat beaded on Sui-chen's forehead, his heart aflame with anxiety. Yet he desperately sought to break free from the heavenly serpent sovereign's relentless assault, yet each attempt met with overpowering resistance, his focus divided as Yun Shua's peril mounted. "Young master, do not forget our agreement." The heavenly serpent sovereign's voice dropped to a mocking whisper, laden with sarcasm. "Is it truly worth it for these unrelated individuals?" Sui-chen remained silent, gritting his teeth, making yet another attempt to break through the sovereign's defenses. Duan Jingjing stood before Yun Shua, ridiculing her. "Oh dear, just the other day you were the center of attention before the world, and now look at you, crawling on the ground like a dog. Beg me, use that silver tongue of yours to plead for your life." Yun Shua lay on the ground, her clothes tattered and bloodied, gritting her teeth as she endured the searing pain, her voice barely a whisper. "You dream of killing me? If you have the ability, then do it. Kill you, you are the one dreaming." Duan Jingjing roared, her face twisting into a frenzied expression. "Do you really think I would let you die? How naive. Did you not covet my doll? Since you stole it, consider yourself the substitute. Oh, but dolls cannot speak, it seems your little mouth is no longer needed." Duan Jingjing sneered, her expression turning vicious as she crouched down, reaching for Yun Shua's jaw. "Do not touch my senior sister." Chapter 82, Who is it? A youthful yet resolute shout rang out from behind, prompting Duan Jingjing to whirl around abruptly. Her gaze was met by the figure of a girl whose features were by no means remarkable, perhaps even deemed unattractive. She was diminutive in stature, barely reaching Duan Jingjing's shoulders, and was now recklessly leaping towards the bow of the ship, stumbling as she approached. It was the maid who usually remained inconspicuous, hardly ever catching Duan Jingjing's attention. "Humph, such a profound bond between master and servant, truly touching. Yet, if I were to eliminate this little girl beside you, it would surely inflict upon you a pain greater than death itself, wouldn't it?" A cold, cruel smile curled at the corners of Duan Jingjing's lips, her eyes gleaming with a sadistic light. Yun Shua, suppressing the excruciating pain coursing through her body, summoned all her strength to shout, "Run! Little junior sister, hurry, don't worry about us. Little junior sister, you dare to address her as such? Duan Jingjing's brows knitted in confusion. Mu Huayue, too distraught to ponder further, witnessed her senior brothers and sisters lying on the ground, bloodied and battered. Overwhelmed by grief and rage, she disregarded her own lack of martial prowess and lunged at Duan Jingjing. Ah, so you are the sister of Mu Lang? He has kept this from me all along? Duan Jingjing discerned Mu Huayue's feeble internal energy at a glance, her heart filled with contempt. As a mocking smile graced her lips, she extended a claw-like hand, gripping Mu Huayue's throat with an iron-like hold, lifting her off the ground, her gaze radiating an unparalleled sense of superiority and murderous intent. Mu Huayue clenched her teeth, her hands gripping Duan Jingjing's wrist with such force that her nails nearly pierced the flesh, yet she remained silent, her eyes ablaze with indomitable spirit. Excellent, today, you have delivered yourselves to me, and once I finish with you, Mu Lang will have only me left in his heart. A cold smirk spread across Duan Jingjing's face as she tightened her grip, intending to strangle Mu Huayue within her grasp. Breath became increasingly difficult for Mu Huayue, as if a heavy weight bore down on her throat. In that precarious moment between life and death, she instinctively summoned the faint traces of true energy from her dantian, striving to resist the looming threat of death. Just as Duan Jingjing reveled in her triumph, she suddenly felt a strange force surging from Mu Huayue's hands, wrapping around her and siphoning her internal energy relentlessly. Duan Jingjing was struck with dread. This unexpected turn of events exceeded all her anticipations, causing her cold facade to shatter in an instant. Mu Huayue, equally astonished, felt a familiar yet foreign energy coursing through Duan Jingjing's wrist, flooding into her body like a raging tide, impacting every inch of her meridians. Duan Jingjing, panicking, desperately sought to break free, but Mu Huayue would not relent, her grip on her wrist unyielding. In this fleeting moment, the tide of battle shifted quietly, while the two black-clad figures standing nearby, having received Duan Jingjing's order for personal execution, remained oblivious to the change in circumstances, their hands clasped behind their backs in indifference. It was only when Duan Jingjing's strength waned and her form wavered that Mu Huayue felt the suction dissipate, yet her internal energy surged chaotically, threatening to tear her apart, the agony unbearable. Are you two dead? Move, kill her. Duan Jingjing's scream sliced through the air like a blade, her fury rendering her voice shrill and distorted, her face contorted in a grotesque expression. The two guards, jolted from their stupor, exchanged glances, their hearts already steeled with murderous intent, as they swiftly drew their blades. The cold gleam of the steel reflected the sunlight, hurtling towards Mu Huayue. In that moment, Mu Huayue felt as if the world before her was distorting and expanding, time slowing down to a heavy crawl. She watched the two black-clad figures approach with their blades, their movements appearing almost snail-like, fraught with openings. I cannot die, Mu Huayue silently urged herself, feeling the chaotic energy within her surging, as if desperate to break free. Her hands flailed aimlessly yet were imbued with that strange energy, striking out at the approaching assailants. Bang, bang. The onlookers barely had time to react when the seemingly unremarkable girl moved like a shadow, suddenly unleashing two powerful strikes that sent the burly men, towering over her by two heads, flying through the air. Their bodies soared like kites severed from their strings, tracing arcs before crashing down beyond the ship's railing, splashing into the water and vanishing beneath the surging river. Duan Jingjing's eyes reflected a tumult of shock and fury, her disbelief rendering her almost immobile, as an indescribable fear gripped her heart, rendering her paralyzed. The celestial serpent lord, entangled in a struggle with Sui Chen aboard the merchant ship, caught sight of this turn of events and felt a sense of urgency, attempting to retreat. Now you wish to flee, it won't be so easy. Sui Chen let out a cold laugh and struck once more with a palm. The force of his strike surged forth, pressing down upon the celestial serpent lord like a mountain, compelling him to abandon his escape and turn to defend himself with all his might. Meanwhile, though Mu Huayue had achieved a successful blow, she felt as if she were enveloped in fog, her strength seemingly drained, her vision swimming with golden stars, rendering her unable to remain upright. At that moment, the three girls found themselves collapsing to the ground, immobilized, coughing. Yun Shua, equally trapped and unable to move, managed a cold smile, her words laced with mockery. You are merely a useless being reliant on others for survival, unable to even defeat a mere child. I truly feel shame for you. You. Duan Jingjing's eyes widened in fury, her voice trembling with rage. Do you think this will bring you joy? If you wish for death, I shall grant it. She pointed a trembling finger at Yun Shua, then turned to the impassive Yun Jingyan, exclaiming, Yun Jingyan. In the name of the holy envoy, I command you to kill her. Yun Jingyan's eyes gradually turned crimson, as if pulled by invisible strings, moving mechanically towards Duan Jingjing, bending to pick up the dormant Shinong sword. Turning, the blade was aimed directly at Yun Shua. Tears shimmered in Yun Shua's eyes, her heart twisted in anguish, as she fixed her gaze upon Yun Jingyan, choked with emotion. Fourth senior brother, don't. Please wake up. Though Mu Huayue felt the world spinning around her, the sight of Yun Jingyan's actions ignited a fierce urgency within her. She attempted to rise, only to find her legs unresponsive, resorting to crawling towards him. One step, then another, she drew closer, finally throwing her arms around Yun Jingnian's legs, her voice trembling, her emotions surging like a tidal wave. Fourth senior brother, please wake up. Swish. Yun Jingnian felt the thick fog swirling around him, like a torrent rushing towards his legs, the figure lying on the ground before him. Who was she? Why was she covered in blood, gazing at him with such eyes? Fourth senior brother. Why does everyone think me childish? Let us play house. All right, I will play with you. I am the Holy Heart's marvelous hand, following me, you shall be safe. Green mountains, white clouds, the girl in her simple attire and radiant smile, who is she? And who is this fourth senior brother? Chapter 83, The Severed Arm. Step by step, Mu Huayue desperately clung to her fourth senior brother's leg, her fingertips nearly digging into his flesh, yet she was powerless to halt his advance. A wave of crimson and icy energy emanated from within him, slithering through her veins like the most venomous serpent of winter, coiling upwards to her heart. She felt as if 1,000 armies were galloping within her, various forces clashing violently, creating a tempest that rendered her nearly lifeless, a bitter taste involuntarily spilling from the corner of her mouth. Senior brother. Please wake up, that's junior sister. Mu Huayue yearned to scream with all her might, but only a deep, muffled hum escaped her lips, as if she were submerged beneath water. Inside Yun Jingnian, a fierce internal battle raged, emotions surging like a tidal wave, intertwining into an impenetrable web that bound him tightly. His eyes, vacant and dazed, seemed to have lost their focus, as he murmured to himself, "Who am I? What am I doing?" The self within the depths of his consciousness struggled in the darkness, striving to break free from the endless shackles, yet it was all in vain. His body moved as if controlled by invisible strings, advancing step by step towards the girl who lay prostrate on the ground before him. Yun Shuhua lay with her eyes tightly shut, seemingly resigned to her fate, tears cascading down her cheeks like broken pearls, as if she had relinquished all hope and awaited the judgment of destiny. The Shinong sword was raised high, poised to strike down. "Stop, you rogue!" At that critical juncture, a thunderous roar erupted, its inner strength soaring into the sky, distorting the surrounding air. Everyone involuntarily looked up, their hearts tightening in shock. There appeared a figure clad in white, as pure as snow, ethereal like an immortal, with sword light as clear and bright as autumn waters, slicing through the heavens and pointing directly at Yun Jingnian. "Senior brother, no! That's the fourth senior brother!" Yun Shua instantly recognized the swordlight and shouted towards the sky. After receiving the message from Yun Jingnian, Yun Jingyi felt a deep sense of unease. If indeed there was a conspiracy between Song Shua and Nanzhao, the royal manor had not a whisper of it, indicating something amiss. He immediately penned a letter and sent a homing pigeon to the Prince of Jinnan's residence, then swiftly bid farewell to his master and junior sisters, hurrying towards Hongyang. With a journey fraught with dust and fatigue, the sound of hooves echoed, and after 5 days of relentless travel, he finally arrived at the foot of Hongyang City. Upon entering the city gates, he learned of the joyous news that his junior brother had triumphed over the competition at the martial arts convention, ascending to the pinnacle of glory. Yun Jingyi felt a slight relief in his heart, eager to find an end to celebrate the good news with his junior brother and sister. However, he was struck by a thunderbolt when he discovered that junior sister Shu Hua had perished, and junior brother Jingnian was missing, his whereabouts unknown. He sought out the Su residents to learn of their arrangements, then hurried to the riverbank, only to see a familiar figure engaging in a heated debate with the dock guards amidst the bustling crowd. It was Mu Niansan. With an anxious expression, Mu Niansan spoke earnestly, "Yun, the situation is dire, you must take me across the river." The guards, having received hints from Yun Jingnian just days prior, dared not show any neglect upon seeing the young master, promptly arranging a swift boat to carry the two across the waves. The river wind howled, and Yun Jingyi's heart burned with urgency as his gaze pierced the distance, suddenly catching sight of 2 suspicious vessels on the horizon. Without hesitation, he displayed a fleeting step, gliding over the waves as if flying through the air, approaching the ships. As he drew near, a shocking scene unfolded before his eyes. A figure wielding a cold, glimmering blade was poised to strike down upon the falling Yun Shua. Yun Jingyi could not bear to watch, his eyes blazing with fury, as his inner energy surged forth. The Chioshui sword leapt from its sheath, its light slicing through the air like a dragon, racing towards the assailant. Yet, as he was already in midair, he heard Yun Shua's terrified cry. Upon focusing his gaze, he realized that the slender figure in a flowing blue garment, with a short and sharp sword in hand, was none other than his fourth junior brother, Yun Jingnian. This revelation sent shockwaves through him, yet the sword's momentum was like an arrow released from the bow, impossible to reverse. Despite expending all his strength, the sword's tip only barely missed its mark. "Bun Nian!" Yun Jingyi's voice boomed like thunder, praying that his junior brother would evade. However, Yun Jingnian appeared oblivious, his sword still aimed to cleave down at Yun Shui. In that split second, Yun Jingyi found himself with no other choice. The sword light was frigid, the blade fell like rain, and in an instant, he severed Yun Jingnian's arm at the shoulder. Everyone was momentarily stunned, the scene so silent that only the sound of dripping blood could be heard, yet Yun Jingnian seemed oblivious to the chaos around him. His form swayed slightly as he bent down to retrieve the Shinong sword, which lay in the dust, his eyes flickering with an indescribable obsession and confusion. Zhengnian, what has happened to you? Yun Jingyi felt a surge of fear in his heart, reaching out towards Yun Jingnian with a mighty grasp. As soon as he made contact, he felt a sticky, malevolent energy, as if a venomous serpent were slithering up his arm. Without a moment to ponder, he channeled his overwhelming inner energy through his palm into Yun Jingnian's dantian, sealing the abnormal energy within him. In Yun Jingnian's eyes, the blood energy receded like a tide, and his expression gradually cleared. He lowered his head, his gaze falling upon his empty right shoulder, where his arm, once wielding a sword against the heavens, now existed only as a void. The severed limb lay quietly before him, fingers still tightly grasping the Shinong sword that had earned him glory. His gaze drifted downward, landing upon his bloodied hands and feet, and the tears glimmering in Yun Shua's eyes as she cried out to him. He saw Mu Huayue desperately clutching his legs, her face obscured by blood yet defiantly lifting her head, and he beheld his eldest brother, Yun Zhengyi, whose snowy robes were stained with astonishment and sorrow. How could I? Yun Jingnian murmured, his voice faint and trembling, a flicker of regret and unwillingness mingling with a plethora of complex emotions. In that moment, he seemed to grasp something profound, yet felt he had lost even more, consumed by despair as he crumpled to the ground. Ha 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 ha, what utter nonsense about righteousness, is this the bond of your sect? You kill her, he kills you, ha ha, it's utterly laughable. Duan Jingjing's maniacal laughter pierced the air like a sharp blade, her triumphant demeanor suggesting that all tragedy was merely her plaything. Yun Jingyi's gaze turned icy, fixating on the slumped figure of Duan Jingjing. The Nanjiao poison is among the most malevolent in the world. I implore you to assist in freeing my junior brother from its affliction. Upon hearing Yun Jingyi's direct mention of the poison afflicting her junior brother, Duan Jingjing's face flickered with surprise, quickly replaced by her haughty demeanor as she burst into laughter. Who do you think you are? How dare you command me? The poison mother is thousands of miles away in the southern wilderness. If you wish to find her, do so yourself. Yun Zhengyi assessed Duan Jingjing with discernment, understanding that she— In the next instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing before her, his hand like lightning as he seized her wrist, lifting her effortlessly, causing her laughter to freeze. Though the poison mother may be distant, it is said that the royal blood possesses the ability to neutralize 100 poisons. If you refuse to assist, I shall have no choice but to take the princess's blood to save my junior brother's life. Duan Jingjing was struck with horror, never having anticipated that this man possessed such formidable skills, nor that he would see through her identity and exhibit such fearlessness. Trembling, she stammered, "Why, you know I am the princess of Nanjiao, and yet you dare to defy me." Upon hearing this, Yun Jingyi's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. Nanjiao, a mere speck of land, hardly worth mentioning. As for your title of princess, to me, it is no more significant than that of an ant. With that, his gaze sharpened, exerting a slight force, and with a crack, Duan Jingjing's wrist was ruthlessly crushed. This hand, I shall return to my junior sister. Chapter 84. An eye for an eye. Mu Huayue gazed in astonishment at the cataclysmic changes unfolding before her, her heart pounding like a drum, her mind in a daze, when suddenly, a tremendous force yanked her away from Yun Jingnian's side. The suffocating malevolence dissipated in an instant, as if the chains of bondage had been shattered, allowing her internal energy to finally stabilize, and even begin to absorb the lingering dark energy, gradually dispelling it. In a daze, she turned to see Mu Ersan's eyes ablaze with crimson, his expression taut with anxiety as he looked at her. "Brother!" Without uttering a word, Mu Ersan enveloped Mu Huayue tightly in his embrace, his trembling hand retrieving a pill that radiated a warm glow from within his robes. Without hesitation, he placed the pill into Mu Huayue's mouth. Boom, a wave of warmth and immense energy erupted within Mu Huayue, as if her dantian had been awakened by an invisible force, joyfully accepting this sudden influx of potent true energy. She felt the last remnants of chaos in her mind being washed away by this warm power, her consciousness clearing like never before, and the world around her blossomed vibrantly. Mu Lang! Mu Lang, save me! Not far away, Duan Jingjing's wrist was crushed, pain seeping into her heart as she cried out to Mu Ersan for help. However, Mu Ersan seemed oblivious, his entire focus on Mu Huayue. As Duan Jingjing beheld Mu Ersan's indifferent figure, watching him unhesitatingly offer the precious pill he had procured to Mu Huayue, a pain sharper than any physical wound pierced her heart, as if she were being cut by daggers. "Mu Ersan!" she shrieked, her voice laden with bitterness and despair. Mu Ersan did not lift his gaze, but in the distance, the heavenly serpent elder caught sight of the unfolding situation, his heart racing with urgency. He disregarded his own safety and forcibly endured a palm strike from Sui Chen, using the recoil to retreat. A flicker of determination crossed his eyes as he grasped Duan Jingjing in his hand as if she were a mere chick, the blade poised against her neck. Seeing this, the Heavenly Serpent Elder trembled slightly, yet he was too cautious to act recklessly. He remained rooted in place, his voice softening. "Your Highness, the princess is young and impetuous, and has indeed made a grave error. I implore you to consider the long-standing diplomatic ties between Nanzhao and Qishua, and show leniency towards the princess." "Grave error?" Yun Jingyi scoffed, a glimmer of mockery in his gaze. "You are aware that I, Song Shua, rule as sovereign, while Nanzhao is but a tributary vassal. To take lives on my territory, you dare to call that a mere grave error?" With that, Yun Jingyi tightened his grip, and Duan Jingjing felt her arm bones seemingly shatter, waves of agony crashing over her, tears streaming down her cheeks as she cried out desperately, "Your Highness! I was wrong, I truly was wrong, Your Highness!" The Heavenly Serpent Elder's voice trembled beneath his mask, betraying an unmistakable tension and urgency. "We have come all this way to Hongyang under the command of the Shua Emperor. Although the princess has erred, she has only harmed a citizen of Qigua. Are you truly willing to harm an envoy for the sake of a foreign nation's people, thus condemning the entire Jinnan Wangfu to an irretrievable fate? Ha, you dare to threaten me?" Yun Jingyi's lips curled into a mocking smile. "A mere trifling, believing it can render Jinnan Wangfu irretrievable?" He continued, "If you wish to speak of nationalities, very well. I, Yun Jingyi, am the eldest disciple of Fuyan sect. Today, I slay you for the sake of my fellow disciples, a matter of personal vendetta, entirely unconnected to Jinnan Wangfu. The princess is in my grasp. If you wish to save her, bring forth the antidote for my disciple." Seeing that Yun Jingyi was impervious to reason, the Heavenly Serpent Elder's cold sweat dripped down as he gritted his teeth and retrieved an item from his robe. "The antidote is here. I beseech you, noble prince, to first release the princess. It is not your place to negotiate terms with me." Yun Jingyi interrupted without hesitation, his gaze piercing like a sword directed at the Heavenly Serpent Elder. The elder had no choice but to bite down hard and toss the vial of antidote to Yun Jingyi. Yun Jingyi caught the vial, but his attention fell upon the incapacitated Shu He and the delirious fourth disciple beside him. A wave of sorrow surged within him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to administer the antidote. Sui Chen had already arrived at the ship's edge, tending to Yun Shu He and Yun Jingyan's wounds. He stepped forward, signaling to Yun Jingyi. Understanding that Sui Chen was an ally, Yun Jingyi handed the antidote to him. Sui Chen received it steadily, swiftly approaching Yun Jingyan, helping him to sit up and gently pouring the antidote into his mouth. Gradually, Yun Jingyan's complexion shifted from ashen to pale, and after a moment, pain flickered across his features as he opened his eyes once more, clarity returning, yet he remained unable to speak due to excessive blood. "I implore you to spare the princess," the Heavenly Serpent Elder urged anxiously, a hint of pleading in his gaze. Yun Jingyi chuckled coldly, "The poison may be dispelled, but who shall account for the life of my disciple Shui, and the injuries sustained by my fellow disciples?" The Heavenly Serpent Elder's anger flared, yet he dared not act rashly, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Yun Jingyi, do not go too far." Yun Jingyi laughed heartily, his voice dripping with disdain and derision. "Go too far? I intend to do just that. What will you do about it? Since the princess has crippled my junior sister's abilities, I shall repay her in kind, breaking her limbs to avenge this grievance." Duan Jingjing felt as if the pain of shattered bones had already spread to her own shoulders, and she cried out in terror, "No! Uncle Tianxi, save me!" A flicker of pain crossed the Heavenly Serpent Elder's eyes. He understood Yun Jingyi's character well, knowing that he would follow through on his threats. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly drew a dagger from his waist and plunged it into his shoulder, severing his own arm with a violent thrust. Blood gushed forth, staining his garments red. "Yun Jingyi, I shall atone for the princess's sins." Yun Jingyi observed this scene with a cold smile, casually tossing Duan Jingjing to the Heavenly Serpent Elder, his voice as frigid as frost. "Only one arm remains. There is still a hand and 2 legs left. If my junior disciples can recover fully in the future, then we shall consider this matter settled. If not, I shall leave this hand and legs in your Nanzhao. I, Yun, shall certainly return to claim them." With that, he lowered himself to lift Yun Shuhi from the ground, and together with the others, they turned away, no longer casting a glance at Duan Jingjing or the Heavenly Serpent Elder, and prepared to depart. "Mu Lang! Mu Ersan, do not leave. Do you not want that Sui Yan Ding anymore? Come back!" Duan Jingjing's cries echoed across the desolate ship's railing, each note piercing the air, yet no one responded. Chapter 85. The return journey at noon, the sun blazed fiercely, casting a shimmering glow upon the rippling surface of the river where vessels lay gracefully anchored. Yet, the dock was a scene of grand display, with dozens of guards standing rigidly, their expressions impassive and their gazes sharp as hawks, surveying the surroundings in a tense and silent atmosphere. Meanwhile, the rotund and jolly Lord Jia stood at the water's edge, his face a mask of worry, his eyes frequently darting towards the horizon, his heart brimming with unease. The heir has returned. As he caught sight of Sui Chen's merchant ship nearing the shore, he hurriedly approached, his tone deference tinged with a hint of subservience. However, upon observing the condition of the returning figures, his smile abruptly froze. The once gallant individuals now appeared grievously wounded, some with severed limbs and others smeared with blood and scars. Lord Jia's countenance turned ashen, his legs buckled, and he found himself kneeling involuntarily, trembling as he uttered, This heir. Yun Jingyi's cold gaze fell upon Lord Jia. Where is Commander Du? The onlookers, taken aback by Yun Jingyi's direct mention of the commander's name, felt a chill run down their spines, bowing their heads in trepidation, not daring to make a sound. Only the governor, though gripped by fear, steeled himself to respond. The commander was in a hurry to return to the capital to report to His Majesty immediately after the meeting yesterday, and has already set off overnight. He is not here. Upon hearing this, Yun Jingyi's eyes swept over Lord Jia, his nostrils flaring slightly in disdain, his words laced with sarcasm and deeper meaning. Why should Lord Jia be so anxious? You are merely a host, how could you possibly discern the schemes of these treacherous villains, or is there something I am unaware of? This statement, seemingly meant to soothe, was, in reality, sharp as a blade. Lord Jia, upon hearing it, felt his legs grow weaker, nearly collapsing to the ground, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he stammered, Your Highness, I truly had no knowledge of this. The matter concerning the Nanzhao envoy was entirely orchestrated by the higher-ups. Even if I had tenfold courage, I would not dare to allow them to wreak havoc within the city and harm the innocent. Yun Jingyi remained impassive, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he regarded Lord Jia. You exaggerate, my lord. The vendettas of the martial world have nothing to do with you. I have stated that it is not your concern, I shall not pursue it. With that, his gaze shifted to the battered disciples beside him, a flicker of barely perceptible pain crossing his eyes. He continued, Though my Fuyan sect resides in Shidi, these disciples were once subjects of Song Shuao. Now, having suffered such misfortune, might I trouble you, my lord, to show mercy and arrange for their safe escort back to the mountain? It would be a fitting tribute to my sect. Lord Jia, upon hearing this, nodded vigorously, a smile plastered across his face, repeatedly assuring, Of course, if your highness commands, how could I dare to disobey? Yun Jingyi, sensing the arrangements for the return journey were in place, turned to Sui Chen and bowed slightly. Your brother Su, had it not been for your righteous intervention, we might have found ourselves in an irretrievable predicament. This kindness, I shall forever hold in my heart. Sui Chen returned the gesture with equal respect. Your words are too kind, brother Yun.my ties with Fuyan are long-standing, and today's tribulations are a reflection of my oversight. I dare not claim any credit. However, Yun Jingyi interjected, as you intend to return to the capital, though I may lack the necessary skills, I would also like to escort you and ensure the safe return of your disciples to Fuyan, to lend my humble support. Yun Jingyi maintained his stoic demeanor. Brother Su, I appreciate your goodwill, but this matter bears significant ramifications, concerning border diplomacy. It would be more prudent for my Song Shuo court to handle it. Lord Jia, ever eager to ingratiate himself, chimed in, Indeed, I shall ensure the safe return of these esteemed guests to Fuyan. Seeing that Yun Jingyi was on guard, Sui Chen refrained from pressing further, instructing instead that the body of Yun Shuhua, which lay in the Su residence, along with the injured Qing, be brought forth. In less than a quarter of an hour, everything was prepared. Besides the disguised guards and attendants, Governor Jia had also arranged for a physician, a cook, and several deft maidservants. A grand procession boarded the vessel designated to escort the Fuyan contingent homeward. Yun Jingyi remained at the dock, his cold gaze sweeping over everything. Mu Ersan, cradling Mu Huayue, walked slowly, an air of fatigue and indecision evident in his eyes. Brother Mu, Yun Jingyi spoke softly, his voice cool and steady, what you choose to do is not my concern. However, a true man must bear the weight of the world with dignity. Had it not been for you, the Nanzhao princess might not have acted so ruthlessly against my two disciples. His gaze passed over Mu Ersan, pausing for a moment. Take care of yourself. Mu Ersan hesitated slightly, his brows furrowing in contemplation, his expression one of weariness and restraint. He raised his head, his eyes devoid of anger, filled instead with profound fatigue. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Yun, he replied slowly, before turning without another word and boarding the ship. The vessel gradually departed from the dock, the sound of the oars gently slicing through the stillness of the night. A thick mist enveloped the river, as if consuming everything, rendering the surrounding scenery into a hazy gray. Only then did Yun Jingyi turn, saying no more, mounting the fine steed prepared by Governor Jia, and rode off into the distance. Chapter 86. Has everything passed? The night descended like ink, quietly enveloping the winding river, where the shimmering waves concealed an indescribable depth. The boat drifted slowly against the turbulent current. Once, it was just the four of them, brothers and sisters, laughter and joy still vivid in her mind, and now, the vessel was filled with a multitude of strangers, yet an oppressive silence reigned. Mu Huayue and Mu Ersan sat side by side at the bow, their silhouettes elongated in the moonlight, intertwining to form a tableau both intimate and distant. Mu Huayue's gaze was fixed upon the boundless waters, whose mysterious depths seemed capable of consuming all. The ripples glimmered under the moonlight, and occasionally, a few leaves drifted by from the riverbank, reminiscent of the countless uncertainties swirling in her heart. Chaotic and indistinct, she felt a profound confusion within, yet hesitated to speak. What should she say? Did her brother know the secrets behind the Young Heroes Conference? What curse had befallen the fourth senior brother? How was it that she remained unaffected by the bewitching powder, yet absorbed the malevolent forces of the curse within her brother? Were you aware of Duan Jingjing's assassination attempts? What exactly was the Tsuiyan Ding that Duan Jingjing mentioned? These questions weighed heavily upon her heart, like an encumbering chain. Regardless, they had all sustained grave injuries. Even if her brother were to reveal everything, what would it matter? If the answers diverged from her expectations, how would she reconcile that? After years of separation, each meeting had been fleeting, and she had countless words she longed to share with her brother. Tonight, it seemed they had all the time in the world to express their thoughts, yet why did she find it so difficult to utter a word? She sat so close to him, close enough to feel his breath and heartbeat, yet it felt as though an insurmountable distance lay between them, rendering him utterly unreachable. Lost in contemplation, Mu Huayue gazed at the distant river, only to see Mu Ersan produce a jade hairpin from his bosom and present it before her. The hairpin, meticulously crafted from jade, shimmered in the moonlight, exuding a gentle radiance akin to a clear pool of water. The southern regions are abundant in fine jade. I recall your fondness for the peach blossom hairpin from Wang family village, so I carved this piece by hand, hoping to bring you joy. Mu Huayue's heart quivered slightly, the light in her eyes wavering. She removed a copper hairpin, long weathered by time, from her hair. 3 years had left it marred with the marks of age. The silk flower atop it had long lost its luster, dust and traces of blood intertwining, rendering its original color nearly unrecognizable. She placed the copper and jade hairpins side by side, and in comparison, the jade pin shone like a precious pearl, while the copper one resembled nothing more than a piece of discarded refuse. Her gaze dimmed. Was this also a gift from that princess? Mu Ersan observed his sister's expression, at a loss for words, fully aware of her unspoken implications. Duan Jingjing harbored murderous intent toward the people of Fuyun, motivated not only by vengeance for her humiliation in the arena but also for another reason. He wished to convey that this jade hairpin had nothing to do with the princess. It was the fruit of his painstaking efforts, hand-picked and meticulously crafted, yet, the words lodged in his throat, unutterable. Seeing her brother's silence deepened the weight in Mu Huayue's heart. The princess, resplendent and precious, while she merely a cultivator, was unworthy of such a treasure. This borrowed beauty, she did not desire. Brother, return it to its rightful owner. Mu Ersan felt a tightness in his chest, as if a heavy stone pressed upon his heart. She neither blamed him nor accepted his goodwill, and this unspoken distance only compounded his anguish. Mu Huayue turned and stepped into the cabin, her slender figure pausing at the doorway as she softly remarked, "The wind is chilly outside, do not linger too long, brother." The dim candlelight within flickered, casting shadows that rendered each face increasingly indistinct. The junior sister and fourth senior brother had already taken tranquilizers and appeared calm, their breaths steady, as though the day's agonies were but a distant dream. Mu Huayue stood in the center of the cabin, gazing at their faces, her heart heavy with sorrow and helplessness. Governor Jia, in his eagerness to please Yun Jinni, had indeed exerted considerable effort. Every doctor he sent aboard was a renowned healer thanks to their meticulous care and the healing salve carried by Yun Jingyan. Yunshu was severely injured limbs, though not restored to their original state, at least retained the ability to move, avoiding a fate of disability. However, the more grievous injury was the sword wound that pierced his dantian, which had nearly obliterated over a decade of cultivation. As for the fourth senior brother, his right shoulder was heavily bandaged, and the severed arm could not be reattached. Mu Huayue took a deep breath and walked slowly to Yun Jingnian's bedside, lightly touching the fourth senior brother's forehead to wipe away the sweat at his brow. Suddenly, her expression changed. Her fingertip lingered on his forehead, as if it had encountered an unusual disturbance. That malevolent force, yes, although it had diminished significantly, it still pulsed faintly within Yun Jingnian's veins. Her heart tightened, her brow furrowing as she murmured, could it be that the antidote bestowed by the celestial serpent was not genuine? The sinister energy seemed to sense Mu Huayue's touch, igniting with a sudden fervor, surging towards her true energy. A disquieting premonition gripped her heart, and a terrifying thought flashed through her mind. Why am I not under the control of the bewitching incense? How can I suppress the malevolent forces within my brother? Could it be that something within me is of the same origin as this malevolence? This thought struck her like a bolt of lightning, causing her to recoil instinctively. Just then, the sound of a door creaking open shattered her thoughts. She spun around, instinctively bracing herself. A swaying figure stumbled into the room. Huayua's eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly collected herself. It was a Qing. Though injured, a Qing had rested for a day, seemingly recovering some strength. His body was wrapped in thick bandages, and he leaned against the doorframe, looking quite pitiable. Huayua hurried forward to support his arm, anxiously saying, "You are still injured. Why are you wandering around instead of resting properly?" A Qing offered a weak smile. "I am not wandering. I came to find you upon waking. I heard about your senior brothers and sisters, and I could not help but worry. You did not come to see me, so I thought I would find you to ease your solitude." Mu Huayue sighed. "I am here, full of vitality. There is nothing to worry about." A Qing grasped her hand, feeling the softness of her fingers, yet chilled enough to startle him slightly. He furrowed his brow but did not press further. Instead, he softly said, "Though I cannot see you, I can sense your presence. I fear your complexion is not much better than that of your junior sister lying down." Mu Huayue paused, then unconsciously lowered her head. At this moment, it was this blind youth, a stranger until now, who made her yearn for trust and the desire to confide. Chapter 87. Jealousy. A Qing had not heard a response from Mu Huayue for quite some time, so he gently nudged her shoulder and said, "Do you know? The cook aboard this ship is actually the head chef from Zhuanyu Tower. He has prepared an abundance of dishes, yet no one has touched them. Your senior brothers and sisters still need to rest for a while. We must not squander such a splendid opportunity." Mu Huayue nodded, but upon noticing a Qing's lack of reaction, she realized he could not see. A Qing, seemingly oblivious, smiled faintly and, with a hint of apology, remarked, "I am not familiar with this vessel. I have stumbled about and fallen several times already. I fear I might inadvertently hinder you. Perhaps you could guide me?" Mu Huayue observed the half-genuine, half-mocking smile on his face and could not help but chuckle. She gently took a Qing's hand, her tone soft. "In that case, allow me to lead you." As they walked side by side, the river breeze caressed them. She could not help but glance over at a Qing. Despite his blindness, he moved with a calm demeanor, and an air of nonchalance graced his brow. At the other end of the deck, Muersan stood in the shadows. He had initially intended to confide in his sister, but upon witnessing her laughter and intimacy with the blind youth, a wave of bitterness surged within him. He stared at their diminishing figures, a tumult of complex emotions swirling in his heart, leaving him bewildered and unable to untangle his thoughts. The kitchen was dimly lit, with fresh fish and seasonal vegetables neatly arranged. Although the cook was nowhere to be seen, it was evident he had received orders from the governor to prepare an exquisite midnight feast. Mu Huayue helped a Qing to sit down, noticing he had yet to pick up his chopsticks. Understanding his visual impairment, she thoughtfully removed the fish bones for him, placing a piece of fish into his bowl before handing him the chopsticks, gently encouraging, "Give it a try. It's still steaming. It must have just come out of the pot. The flavor should be delightful." A Qing accepted the chopsticks, pausing momentarily, then smiled as he inhaled the aroma. At the end of spring and the beginning of summer, this Huai fish is particular. "You, little heroine, are in for a treat." Mu Huayue was taken aback, replying, "But you haven't even touched your chopsticks. How do you know this is Huai fish?" A Qing explained, "Have you forgotten? I once performed at Zhuanyu Tower and often heard diners praising this dish. Though the method of preparation is homestyle, the chef there uses a special spice that effectively eliminates any fishy taste, allowing me to discern it." Intrigued, Mu Huayue picked up a piece of fish and tasted it. The meat, enveloped in rich sauce, melted in her mouth, bursting with sweetness. She could not help but exclaim, "My home is also by the Huai River, yet I have never tasted such exquisite Huai fish." A Qing picked up his chopsticks as well, but instead of reaching for the fish, he chose a few slices of vegetables, chewing slowly as he casually responded, "Oh? You also reside by the Huai River. I only knew you were a disciple of the Fuyan sect, but I never inquired about your origins." Mu Huayue chuckled lightly, saying, "What origins can there be? I am merely an ordinary villager at the foot of Fuyun Mountain." After a moment, she looked at a Qing with curiosity. "This fish is so delicious, why aren't you eating?" A Qing replied softly, "Unfortunately, I have not eaten fish." After a few more bites, a Qing suddenly spoke, "The young hero who assisted you onto the ship today does not seem to be from Fuyan, does he?" Mu Huayue nodded gently, "Yes, that is my brother." Upon hearing this, a Qing's brow furrowed slightly, as if a shadow of doubt passed over him, but I distinctly caught a whiff of a unique fragrance from the southern regions clinging to his garments. His thought was abruptly interrupted by a sudden noise. "Seems this young gentleman is a bit too involved." A shadow swept across the doorway as Muersan lifted the curtain and strode in, his tone icy. Both individuals at the table were taken aback. Although Mu Huayue still harbored resentment towards her brother, she remained silent, rising quietly to set out bowls and chopsticks for him, her actions tinged with a subtle defiance. Mu'er-san raised an eyebrow, observing his sister's demeanor, and a trace of satisfaction flickered at the corner of his mouth, as if he had confirmed something. He then sat down without further ado, placing several slices of beef into Mu Huayue's bowl, his tone laced with concern. While the fish is delicious, it is ultimately cold in nature. You have exerted yourself today, eat some hearty dishes to regain your strength. Seeing Mu Huayue remain unresponsive, silently consuming the beef, a look of contentment appeared on Mu'er-san's face. He then turned to Ching. I am still unaware of who this young gentleman is, as I have never heard you mention she has an elder brother. Ching, facing Mu'er-san's veiled scrutiny, appeared unruffled and replied with a smile, I am but a commoner, named Ching. I have only just met Miss Huayue a few days ago in Hangyang City and have not heard her mention a brother. He then rolled up his sleeve and took a bite of his meal. Mu'er-san's gaze sharpened, inadvertently noticing a white ribbon wrapped around Ching's wrist, with a small crescent moon embroidered delicately on one end, clearly crafted by his sister's hand. A wave of suppressed anger surged within Mu'er-san, as if emotions long held in check had finally erupted. Without further thought, he slammed his chopsticks on the table, glaring at Mu Huayue, his voice cold. If this is merely a chance encounter, why do you allow a stranger to call you by your given name so freely? What kind of lessons have I imparted to you? How can you be so lacking in propriety? His reprimand felt like a chilling wind sweeping through the kitchen, plunging it into sudden silence. Mu Huayue, taken aback by her brother's unexpected reprimand, felt a flicker of grievance and dissatisfaction. Slowly, she raised her head, defiance shining in her eyes. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she replied with a cool yet resolute tone, Brother, your words are rather harsh. I am merely a wanderer in the world. I am not some noble lady a friend's maid in the Jianghu or peers. Why must we be so constrained? It is just a name. What is there to hide from others? Is it truly worth such a fuss? What did you say? Mu'er-san regretted his words as soon as they left his mouth. He had never spoken to his sister in such a manner before. Today, he was unaware of what had clouded his judgment, yet, he had never anticipated that his sister would dare to rebut him over a man she barely knew. Mu Huayue's brow furrowed, her initial coolness giving way to displeasure as she locked gazes with Mu'er-san, the suppressed anger within her rising steadily. She let out a cold laugh and retorted, I could ask you the same, brother. You go about your affairs shrouded in mystery, your whereabouts unknown. Have I ever questioned you? Mu'er-san's expression instantly froze, a wave of bitterness and regret washing over him. The anger that had previously simmered within him dissipated, leaving behind a hollow sense of powerlessness. He opened his mouth to explain, but words lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless, as if every utterance had lost its significance in an instant. Mu Huayue's words struck him like a heavy blow, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Lowering his head, he attempted to regain his composure, but each word felt stuck, unable to escape. Mu Huayue watched him, feeling no sense of relief at his silence. Instead, a wave of indescribable sorrow washed over her. She lowered her gaze to the sumptuous dishes in her bowl, yet found herself unable to muster any appetite. Finally, Mu Huayue spoke softly, I shall not eat anymore. You may continue as you wish. Chapter 88 The return in Muniansen's hands. The chopsticks felt unusually heavy, neither liftable nor placeable. Opposite him, Ching bowed her head, picking up a morsel of food from her bowl, her expression seemingly drifting elsewhere, as if she were speaking to herself. Huayu is truly a remarkable person. She has saved me countless times, and though she is mired in troubles herself, she always chooses to bear the burdens for others. I know well what my own sister is like, Muniansen replied with impatience, his tone cold. Ching appeared oblivious to his displeasure, continuing her musings. Yet, she is so young, and this world is unjust to her. It is indeed very difficult for her to bear alone. A trace of bittersweetness flickered across Ching's face as she softly added, perhaps I have spoken too much. Alone and suffering, Ching had never received kindness from friends or family. However, she thought to herself, if only I had an elder brother, or a sister like Huayu, I would certainly not bear to see her endure such hardships. Muniansen's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, almost bursting at the seams. Indeed, how he longed to be by his sister's side at all times, to protect her from all harm. Yet, whenever he contemplated this matter, the echo of Yun Zhang's question resounded in his mind. Can you truly protect her? If they were merely an ordinary brother and sister from Wangjia village, what would he have to fear? But Huayu's background was so extraordinary, the weight of the world upon her. Without the strength to bear such a burden, how could he deem himself worthy? He had thought that enduring humiliation and hardship was an arduous endeavor, and he could not withstand even the slightest doubt cast by Huayu. Yet, upon reflection, Huayu stood alone on Fuyun Mountain. Though she had her sect by her side, was she truly at peace and joyful? He had been so consumed by his own difficulties that he had never thought to inquire about hers. This realization, like a thin lens, reflected the flickering shadow of Huayu in his eyes, a truth he was reluctant to confront. With a deep sigh, a mixture of guilt and resolve surfaced in his expression as he slowly uttered two words: "Thank you." Having spoken, he resolutely stood up, pushed aside the wooden curtain, and decisively pursued her. The flickering candlelight in the kitchen cast faint shadows over Qing's face. In the interplay of light and shadow, a hint of bitterness appeared on his countenance, yet there was an air of resignation, as he lowered his head to continue picking at his food, as if nothing had transpired, yet as if he had expected it all along. The boat glided over the waves, the night breeze gently caressing, the water surface rippling lightly, and the moonlight cascading down, shimmering upon the lake like silver scales. Mu Niansen stood at the bow, his gaze firmly fixed on his sister, Mu Huayu, who stood at the stern. The moonlight was cleansing, her flawless profile illuminated by the silvery glow, adding an ethereal quality that subtly coincided with the gentle and noble figure in his memory. He inhaled deeply, stepping forward quietly. Just as he was about to apologize, he noticed his sister suddenly turn around, her eyes sparkling with a hint of gentle laughter. "Brother, you've come," she murmured, her tone laced with a touch of remorse. "I shouldn't have spoken to you that way. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. I was worried you might not come to find me, wondering how I could give you a way out." Mu Niansen was taken aback, noticing the tear stains still lingering at the corners of Huayu's eyes. He gently reached out his hand, tenderly brushing away the traces of tears from her face, softly saying, "It is my fault, brother was inconsiderate, still acting like a child, wanting to quarrel with you." Huayu gazed at Mu Niansen, tears shimmering in her eyes once more, and she could no longer hold back, burying her head in his chest and bursting into tears, her voice tinged with unrestrained grievance. "It's you who doesn't understand. You left me for so many years without a word, and then you get angry at me. I have no other family, only you." Mu Niansen tightly embraced Huayu's shoulders, gently patting her back, as if in this moment he could finally express the emotions he had been unable to articulate for 3 years. Listening to Huayu's tearful reproaches, his heart felt a long-lost sense of tranquility. Indeed, Huayu could be the exiled princess burdened with the fate of a nation, or the heroine who bears the burdens for the world, but before him, all she needed to be was his sister. As long as she could unabashedly cry to him, smile at him, and demand pastries or tails, that was enough. With this exchange, the previous rifts between the siblings dissipated. They sat on the ground, and Huayu recounted the experiences of these past years to Mu Niansen. Her days on Fuyun Mountain, the perils of her abduction, how she had journeyed to this point, and how she had met a Qing. Mu Niansen listened with a heavy heart, his eyes occasionally flashing with anger, intertwined with deep compassion. When it came to a Qing, he could not help but speak up. "Huayu, it is not that your brother is overly suspicious, but a Qing's various actions seem too coincidental. Time and again, it does not seem like mere chance, but rather intentional." Mu Huayu pondered for a moment before replying. "I have had my concerns as well, yet every time a Qing appears, although it is fortuitous, he invariably lends us a helping hand in critical moments. Even if he has ulterior motives, it does not appear to stem from malice. In any case, he intends to seek an audience with the master on the mountain. The master will surely make a decision upon needing him. Wouldn't you agree?" Although Mu Niansen still harbored doubts in his heart, for some reason, whenever Huayu mentioned a Qing, there was an inexplicable sense of trust. Perhaps it was because a Qing was blind, and Huayu, due to her appearance, felt more at ease facing him. With this thought, Mu Niansen's gaze shifted to the dark mark on his sister's face. He made a silent vow to quickly gather the Cuiyan Ding to help his sister with her poison. He smiled gently and said softly, "Huayu has grown up, making decisions with resolve. Your brother believes in you." Days passed on the boat, and the injuries of Yin Shua and Yin Jingyan gradually stabilized. However, the atmosphere on board was not as somber as Mu Huayu had feared. Although Yin Shua's limbs had not yet healed, confining her to a wheelchair, she had regained her lively and exuberant spirit each day. She implored Mu Huayu and Yin Jingyan to push her around the deck, braving the river winds, her laughter ringing out as if the recent upheaval had never occurred. "Hey, little one, push me around for another round," she laughed, her smile blooming like a flower, her lively demeanor akin to a fleeting ray of light upon the river. "Don't think that just because I can't wield a sword now, I'm to be underestimated. There is a legendary martial art called the Jujube Cornail. Once I master it, that would be truly unassuming, yet deadly." After saying this, she proudly raised her chin, her expression filled with determination. Yin Jingyan stood nearby, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, clearly amused by her antics, though that smile vanished as quickly as it appeared. Ever since losing an arm, he had become much quieter, his demeanor shrouded in a veil of melancholia. Only Yin Shua, whether out of concern or her own nature, would deliberately engage him whenever she noticed his silence. Over the past few days, Yun Jingyan's coldness began to thaw, occasionally responding to her, his eyes softening with warmth. Yet, only Mu Huayu knew that although Yun Shua appeared cheerful and carefree by day, at night, when all was quiet, she often tossed and turned, unable to sleep. On several mornings, Mu Huayu awoke to find her pillow damp with tears. Understanding her suppressed emotions, Mu Huayu felt a deep empathy for her struggles, recognizing her pride that prevented her from revealing her vulnerabilities to others. Each time, she would silently tidy up for her, pretending to be unaware during the day, only to accompany her in laughter and jest, attempting to lighten her burden. Thus, the four of them drifted upon the river, day and night interchanging. Until several days later, a familiar outline of mountains finally came into view. Amidst the swirling mists, the majestic silhouette of Fuyun Mountain gradually emerged, as if an ancient guardian silently awaited their return. Chapter 89 Rebellion. As the ship approached the shore, dusk began to settle, and the azure stones along the bank were shrouded in a delicate mist, as if veiled by a gossamer. In the distance, a slender figure stood at the water's edge, a woman clad in flowing white garments, her collar fluttering gently, yet her countenance betrayed an unmistakable anxiety, her brows hinting at a sense of urgency. Yun Shujin had long since received a message via carrier pigeon from Yun Jinni, informing her of the injuries sustained by several individuals. Having calculated the time, she arrived early to await their return by the riverbank. As the vessel drew nearer, the silhouettes of several figures on the deck gradually became clearer. Yun Shujin's gaze swiftly swept over each person, and upon noticing her fourth junior brother's severed arm, and Yun Shua slumped in a wheelchair, pallid and weak, her heart sank instantly. They bore such grave injuries, little he, before the ship had even steadied, Yun Shujin lightly pressed her toes against the deck and leaped aboard. "Senior sister!" Yun Shua exclaimed, sensing the gravity of her expression. She hastily added with a hint of helpless mirth, "Oh, do not fret, I am fine." "Silence!" Yun Shujin commanded sharply, her tone laced with both anger and profound tenderness. Without waiting for Yun Shua to protest further, she bent down and enveloped her in a tight embrace. Yun Shua was momentarily taken aback, feeling the frantic rhythm of her senior sister's heartbeat against her chest. She had never witnessed Yun Shujin so uncharacteristically flustered. Inhaling the faintly sweet fragrance emanating from Yun Shujin, she suddenly felt a pang in her heart, and the tears she had held back for days threatened to spill forth. "Senior sister, I truly am fine," she murmured softly, her voice imbued with a soothing quality. Yet, Yun Shujin paid her no heed. Without so much as a backward glance, she leaped off the ship and rushed up the mountain, her gaze fixed solely ahead. The onlookers still aboard were left in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances, while Yun Jingyi could only chuckle in disbelief. At the foot of Fuyun Mountain, the 6,400 steps spiraled upward, rugged and austere, as a gentle mountain breeze carried the faint scent of flora from the forest. Mu Huayue and the others ascended the steps slowly, each step seemingly growing heavier, as if with every segment they traversed, a new weight of oppression settled in their hearts. The scenes from 3 years prior felt as fresh as yesterday, when it was also Yun Jingyi who, alongside Yun Shua, had rescued them. Now, however, their circumstances seemed to have shifted drastically. "Back then, your junior sister accompanied me up these steps thrice." Now, Mu 19 murmured to himself, memories of her youthful smile resurfacing in his mind. At that time, Yun Shua was merely a child, and he had perceived her as mischievous, yet she alone had been diligently planning for herself and her sister within the Fuyun sect. "In the future, if there is a share for Huayue, you must ensure I receive mine." The promise the young girl had insisted upon still echoed in his ears, but he had dismissed it as childish banter, turning away to forget. Ironically, it was Huayue who had remembered. Even sharing the doll sent by Yun Jingyi with Yun Shui. It was precisely for this reason that Duan Jingjing had mistakenly believed herself to be in love with Yun Shua, leading to the misunderstandings of the present day. Mu Huayue walked quietly beside her brother, her heart a tumult of emotions. She felt both sorrow for her senior sister's plight and concern for her brother's guilt and self-reproach. As for Yun Zhenyi, he was consumed by regret. He understood that had it not been for his inadequate martial skills and lack of vigilance, and his insistence on competing for the top position, none of this would have transpired. The mountain, once alive with the songs of birds, now fell into an abrupt silence. Beside him, a Qing, unwilling to let his sister support him, grabbed a branch and handed it to her, choosing to lean on it himself. A Qing, however, seemed entirely unbothered, holding onto the branch as he walked with ease. Noticing the silence among them, he suddenly broke the stillness. "The demoness from Nanzhao has acted with reckless abandon, slaughtering without cause within my Songshua territory and abusing my people. The valiant heroine Shua has taken up arms against her, seeking justice. How is it that in your words, it has turned into her merely competing for affection?" His words struck the group into a momentary stupor. Though a Qing spoke few words, they were incisive, prompting the others to realize that they had indeed underestimated Yun Shui. Mu Huayue could not help but glance at a Qing, a flicker of admiration swelling within her. Though young, Qing possessed a remarkable acuity that commanded respect. Upon hearing Qing's words, Mu 19 found them reasonable, yet the glance from Huayue stirred a hint of displeasure within him. His grip on the branch faltered, and Qing stumbled unexpectedly, nearly losing his balance before managing to steady himself with some effort. Seeing this, Mu Huayue hurried over to support Qing, reproaching her brother. "Brother, are you tired? Let me assist Qing instead." Mu 19, his expression stern, replied with a hint of awkwardness, "No, it is improper for men and women to engage in such proximity." Hearing this, Mu Huayue could not help but chuckle, her eyes glinting with mischief. "Oh, come now. That princess practically clings to you every day, yet here you are, lecturing me with such bravado." A subtle flush of embarrassment crept onto Mu 19's face, and he cleared his throat softly, a barely perceptible smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he feigned annoyance. All right, I will take good care of him. You go to the side and refrain from meddling." Laughter erupted among them, and for a brief moment, the clouds of despair seemed to lift, their steps growing lighter however, as they entered the gates of their sect. The sight that greeted them sent a chill through their hearts. The usually tranquil Fuyan sect was now overrun with common folk clad in coarse linen, bustling about, their faces etched with weariness and fear. Children clung to their mothers' garments, wide-eyed with confusion and trepidation, absorbing the unfamiliar surroundings. Sensing something was amiss, Mu 19 and the others intended to first settle in their quarters, but they unexpectedly collided with a burly man striding purposefully towards them. It was Yun Zhengan. Upon seeing them, Yun Zhengan initially displayed a joyous expression, but his countenance shifted dramatically as his gaze fell upon Yun Jingyi's severed arm. Turning pale as a sheet, after a moment, he stammered, "Fourth brother, you did not claim the top position, did you? What on earth happened?" Yun Jingyi offered a faint smile, his tone calm. "There is no need for concern, the injury is not grave." He then furrowed his brow, speaking in a lowered voice, "What has transpired within the sect?" Hearing that Yun Jingyi was unharmed, Yun Zhengan felt a wave of relief wash over him, but anger quickly took its place as he clapped a hand on Yun Jingyi's shoulder, pulling him towards the main hall. "It is not a matter of the sect. It is the mountain below that is in turmoil. Recently, several villages have inexplicably revolted." The shock of his words reverberated through the group, their expressions turning incredulous. "Rebellion?" Yun Jingyi's brow furrowed deeply, puzzled. Though there has been a change of dynasty in recent years, the governance under the Qi ruler has been relatively sound, and the lands have been peaceful. Why would the common folk rise in revolt without cause? Who knows? According to some of the village women, their male kin awoke one day seemingly possessed, their eyes turned red and raving, gathering together to storm into Mengzhou city demanding grain. The county officials suspected Song Shua was inciting them and executed many, sending troops to suppress the villages. As he spoke, Yun Zhengan's voice grew somber. These women and children had never witnessed such chaos. Many had been imprisoned as rebels, leaving the rest to flee with their families to Fuyan's sect in search of refuge. The others exchanged worried glances. Madness, possession, the memories of the hero gathering, where many had been manipulated, tightened their hearts in unease. Chapter 90 of the villagers fall under a dark influence. Yun Zhengyan immediately turned to his junior sister, Mu Huayue, and said, "Little junior sister, the situation here is urgent. I would greatly appreciate it if you could make some arrangements for these friends." Mu Huayue's eyes shone with determination as she gently shook her head, replying, "Senior brother, I am also privy to the matters concerning Hongyang. How could I possibly stand aside? I must accompany you." In the past few days, she had engaged in discussions with Mu Ersan regarding various events from the Young Heroes gathering, yet she discovered that even concerning the peculiar incident of the hero's consciousness being manipulated, neither Mu Ersan nor Duan Jingjing seemed to possess any knowledge. Could it be that the malevolent force within the fourth senior brother was not of the same origin as the enchanting incense used at the gathering? A cloud of suspicion loomed in Mu Huayue's heart, an inkling that this matter was far from ordinary. Upon noticing Mu Huayue's resolute demeanor, Mu Ersan recognized the gravity of the situation and deemed it unwise to speak further at this moment. He merely nodded slightly to reassure her. Yun Jingyan saw that everyone had consented and promptly sought out a passing disciple, quietly requesting him to help arrange accommodations for Mu Ersan and Qing. Moments later, the group arrived at the Fuyan Hall, where the inner disciples had already gathered, including Yun Shujin, who had ascended the mountain earlier. As Yun Jingyan entered, the disciples' gazes fell upon his empty right sleeve, and an involuntary shiver ran through them. Yet, Yun Jingyan remained composed, seemingly unfazed by their astonishment. He simply nodded in acknowledgement and stood opposite Yun Shujin. After a brief silence, the sound of soft footsteps echoed from behind the hall, and Yun Jing appeared, hands clasped behind his back, his expression solemn. Once the sect leader took his seat, the disciples outside invited the villagers, who had been waiting for quite some time, into the hall. Upon entering, the villagers were struck by the sight of the neatly attired disciples, their imposing presence overwhelming. The sect leader, exuding an aura akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens, instilled a sense of panic within the villagers, causing their legs to tremble, nearly rendering them unable to stand. Were it not for the disciples supporting them, they might have collapsed to the ground in submission. With faces etched in sorrow, they cried out in unison, "Great sect leader, please save us. We implore you to help us." Beside them, the comforting voice of senior sister Yin Shulan interjected, "Do not panic, for we are here to assist you to the best of our abilities. Aunt Zhang, as a resident of the village head's family, please recount your experiences in detail." Aunt Zhang wiped her tears and steadied herself, her voice hoarse from weeping. "That day, I was pondering the need to rise early to accompany my husband to the market the next day, so I thought to tidy up a bit. As you know, last year, my dozen or so Luohua chickens laid quite a number of eggs, which were quite precious." Yun Shulan gently patted her back, offering consolation. "Aunt Zhang, let us set aside the trivial matters and go straight to the peculiar occurrences you witnessed." Aunt Zhang sniffled and continued, "When I awoke, I found the space beside me empty. You know my husband, he sleeps like a dead pig, oblivious even to thunder. I began to worry, thinking he might have gone out for a midnight stroll, so I paid it no mind and put on my clothes to head outside. To my shock, her voice suddenly trembled as she recounted, the moment I opened the door, I saw a dark figure standing in the courtyard, nearly making me wet myself in fright. I dropped to the ground." Yun Shulan furrowed her brows. "Who was that dark figure?" Aunt Zhang stuttered. "I focused my gaze and, dear me, it was my husband, but he looked possessed, his face as pale as a corpse, muttering incoherently. Even when I called out to him, he did not respond." Yun Shulan pressed further. "What was he mumbling?" Aunt Zhang scratched her head, a look of confusion crossing her face. "The words sounded like some ancient script to me, speaking of injustice and maternal figures, of chickens and mice, a jumble of nonsense, like a chant." Upon hearing this, everyone was left perplexed, their minds swirling with questions. Just then, Yun Shujin spoke up. "Could it be that the heavens are unjust, and the common folk suffer? Only in our bliss can we save the masses?" Several villagers' eyes brightened at the phrase, nodding in agreement. "Yes, yes. That's it." Aunt Zhang, her emotions surging, exclaimed, "Oh my, that's the very line. My husband, who can barely read a word, how could he utter such eloquent phrases? He must have been possessed by some unclean spirit." With that, she began to weep once more. The disciples exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, for this was evidently the tenet of the blissful sect, deeply rooted in the southern regions. How had its influence silently seeped into Chidi? Unbeknownst to Aunt Zhang, she continued to recount the bizarre events of that night. "When I called out to him and he did not respond, my anger flared, and I cursed him, thinking he must have sneaked out for a drink and gotten himself into such a state. I approached to pull him, but he remained utterly unresponsive, as if he hadn't heard me at all." Aunt Zhang paused, a flicker of alarm crossing her eyes, her voice dropping to a whisper. "At that moment, I felt a surge of fear and thought to seek help from old Lee next door. However, just a few steps in, something even stranger occurred. Old Lee was also standing there, bare-armed, staring blankly into the distance. The sight made my legs turn to jelly, and I fainted on the spot, later awakening thanks to old Lee's wife." Old Lee's wife, unwilling to be outdone, interjected, "I was in a deep sleep when I suddenly heard a scream that startled me awake. Rushing out, I saw my husband standing in the yard, stark naked, with Aunt Zhang's husband lying beside him." She glanced at Aunt Zhang, a trace of disdain flickering in her eyes. "At that moment, I was furious, thinking these two shameless individuals had the audacity to engage in their clandestine affairs in the middle of the night." "What? Who's engaging in clandestine affairs?" Aunt Zhang's face flushed crimson as she pointed an accusatory finger at old Lee's wife, yelling, "Your husband is nothing but a skinny bamboo pole. Who in their right mind would fancy him?" "I have no interest in him." The two women exchanged heated words, neither willing to yield, their crude banter eliciting faint chuckles from the disciples, who had initially been solemn, yet, realizing the gravity of the matter at hand. To their surprise, Yun Zhang leaned back in his chair, propping his chin on his hand, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, seemingly entertained by the spectacle, as he casually munched on sunflower seeds. Unfamiliar with such scenes, Yun Shulan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she witnessed the two women's verbal sparring, leaving her at a loss for words. She could only lower her head slightly, clear her throat, and, once they paused, gently said, "Ladies, let us return to the matter at hand." What transpired afterwards? Old Lee's wife, suddenly aware of her previous lapse, recalled her husband's uncertain fate, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she continued, "In my fury, I picked up a stick to strike him. But before I could swing it, that old man suddenly sprang to life. I thought he had awakened, but his eyes were vacant. He completely ignored me and turned to walk outside. Her voice quivered, as if she were still trapped in the eerie events of that night. Worried, I followed him outside. To my horror, every man in the village had succumbed to this dark influence, all of them bare-chested, like wooden puppets, marching towards the outskirts of the village. Chapter 91. Summoning the goo. Another quarter of an hour had passed, during which the two ants rambled on, reiterating their tale several times. Even Yun Zhang, who was munching on some melon seeds nearby, began to feel somewhat weary. Yun Shujin subtly turned her gaze, noticing Yun Zhang stifling a yawn, his eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. She then spoke up. According to the two ants, it seems that not only Zhangjia village but also the men from other villages have fallen under some malevolent influence, and now they have been apprehended by the county magistrate of Mengzhou, locked away in a prison? The Zhang family ant and the Li family matron both reddened around the eyes, nodding vigorously. Indeed, that is precisely the case. The officials do not believe our words, insisting that our families have broken the LAW.IT is truly an immense injustice. Yun Shujin continued, if that is so, do the two of you wish for me to intervene on behalf of the Fuyan sect and negotiate with the Mengzhou County office to seek justice for your fellow villagers? Exactly. We beseech the immortal to extend their hand in salvation. The village has never dared to forget the benevolence of the Fuyan sect throughout the generations. Yun Shujin's expression turned troubled as she glanced at Yun Zhang and said, it is indeed our duty to protect the villagers. However, the Fuyan sect has traditionally refrained from meddling in governmental affairs. Upon hearing Yun Shujin's seemingly evasive tone, the two women disregarded any sense of propriety, falling to their knees before Yun Zhang, weeping, immortal. You cannot stand idly by while we suffer. One of them added, my cousin's nephew's sister-in-law has also delivered fruits to the Fuyan sect before. Seeing this, Yun Shujin hurriedly stepped forward, bending down to assist them. Ants, let us discuss this calmly without such dramatics. Yet the two women would not relent, clinging tightly to Yun Shujin's legs, their tears and snot smearing her attire, leaving her in a state of indecision. Enough. It seemed Yun Zhang could no longer bear the sight and spoke up. The two women abruptly ceased their lamentations, hastily wiping their tears. Yun Zhang's gaze swept over them as he stated, although the Fuyan sect has its rules, it is our responsibility to protect our homeland. I shall send a disciple down the mountain to investigate the situation before making any decisions. Upon hearing this, the two women instantly brightened, their faces alight with gratitude. Thank you, immortal. Thank you, Fuyan sect. Yun Zhang looked around at the disciples present. Who among you wishes to undertake this journey? As soon as the words left his lips, the disciples' expressions lit up, their hearts ignited with eagerness. Descending the mountain for training was always the aspiration of the Fuyan sect's disciples. It was an opportunity to hone their skills in righteousness and a chance to establish their names in the world. Immediately, several disciples stepped forward to volunteer. Yun Zhang paused for a moment, casting a sidelong glance at Yun Zhengyan, only to find him with his head slightly bowed, seemingly unresponsive. Understanding dawned upon Yun Zhang, and he casually pointed, since this matter has arisen at the foot of Fuyan Mountain, let Shulan go first to gather some information. Remember to act cautiously and refrain from provoking conflict. Yun Shulan's face lit up with joy as she cupped her hands in affirmation. Yun Zhang then surveyed the room once more, his demeanor returning to calmness as he spoke softly, in that case, you may all leave. Shujin, the villagers here shall be entrusted to your care. Ensure their arrangements are handled properly. The disciples cupped their hands in agreement, preparing to withdraw. At that moment, Yun Zhang suddenly raised his hand and said nonchalantly, Jingyan, you stay for a moment. Huayue, did you not bring back two uninvited guests? Go summon them to wait outside the hall. Mu Huayue acknowledged with a bow and then exited the grand hall alongside her senior brothers and sisters. As the doors gently closed, the chamber fell silent. The flickering candlelight cast a soft glow, illuminating the profound depths of Yun Zhang's brows and eyes, revealing a hint of enigmatic turbulence. Under the scrutiny of this gaze, Yun Zhengyan felt a wave of unease wash over him, and after a brief moment of stillness, he finally spoke in a subdued tone, Master, what is your command? Though Zhengyan was lacking in skills and strength, he had no intention of questioning his master's words. Yun Zhang smiled slightly, infused with a sense of significance. Zhengyan, the case in Mengzhou County bears a striking resemblance to the malevolent occurrences in Hanyang City. I believe it is most fitting for you to personally investigate this matter. Upon hearing this, Jingyan's heart trembled, a surge of emotions washing over him. His throat tightened, and as he lowered his gaze, he struggled to articulate, Master, I am incompetent and foolish, impulsively injuring Sister Shua, which has led to my current state of inadequacy. I am truly unworthy of such a responsibility. Yun Zhang's expression darkened as he spoke slowly. I am aware of the events in Hanyang. Shua has already informed me, her injuries were merely superficial and are healing well. However, what of your arm? Will you blame your senior brother for it? Zhengyan clenched his fists unconsciously. After several moments of choking back tears, he finally managed to voice, in that moment of crisis, I acted against my sister. My sins are unforgivable. My senior brother's intervention was entirely justified. I would not dare harbor any resentment. Yun Zhang sighed and said, within the sect, you and Jingyi are the most prudent and judicious, possessing exceptional talent. The future rise and fall of the Fuyun sect rests upon your shoulders. I fear not for anything else, but rather that you two brothers may let petty grievances drive a wedge between you, jeopardizing your foundation. Upon hearing these words, Jingyan felt a deeper sense of guilt and bowed deeply. Master, do not worry. I would never dare entertain any ill thoughts, yet I am now incomplete, deeply ashamed, and fearful of being unable to shoulder significant responsibilities again. Yun Zhang's brow furrowed slightly as he admonished, nonsense. Mere loss of an arm, and you speak as if it were the end of the world. As a disciple of Fuyun, how can you belittle yourself in such a manner? Do you believe the Shinnong sword from Yaoshi Valley or the Fuyun sword technique of our sect can only be wielded with your right hand? Since you have lost your right arm, then practice with your left. The essence of swordsmanship lies in one's will and determination, not in the hand that wields it. Zhengyan was deeply moved by these words, yet it seemed he had something unsaid. Noticing his hesitation, Yun Zhang inquired, is there anything else troubling you? Zhengyan then recounted his experience of being afflicted by a peculiar goo that had muddled his thoughts and given rise to inner demons. Yun Zhang's expression grew grave as he descended from his seat, moving before Zhengyan and grasping his wrist, concentrating intently as he examined him. Zhengyan felt an overwhelming surge of genuine qi entering his body, as if the malevolent force within him recoiled in fear, retreating from this righteous energy. However, he soon realized that his master's qi was not only protecting his meridians but also acting as a powerful tendril, forcefully drawing the goo poison from within him, bit by bit. This forceful qi was both dominant and relentless, tearing at the malevolent energy within him, causing his spirit to waver and his body to ache intensely, as if his very consciousness were being torn asunder. In that moment, he understood that his master intended to forcibly extract the goo's power from his body. Zhengyan's heart jolted, and he struggled to protest, Master, please do not, this goo poison is exceedingly treacherous. I cannot. Yet Yun Zhang paid no heed, focused intently as strands of white hair flew from his temples, his countenance resolute and unwavering. Cold sweat beaded on Zhengyan's forehead as the goo within him seemed to be driven to desperation, thrashing violently, as if trying to slice through his meridians with sharp blades, inflicting excruciating pain. He could not help but emit a muffled groan. Ah! A violent tearing sensation pierced through his chest, and he nearly collapsed to the ground, feeling as if the goo's power within him was being forcefully torn in two, one half flowing upward through his meridians, forcibly drawn into his body by Yun Zhang's qi. Finally, Yun Zhang released his grip, his complexion pale and drenched in cold sweat, his breaths quickening that he then closed his eyes to regulate his breathing, gradually calming his aura. Master! Yun Zhang slowly opened his eyes, raising a hand to silence him, his voice steady yet tranquil. There is no need for further words. The individual behind this goo was indeed targeting me, and now you have borne the brunt of my trials. However, as the princess stated, this golden silkworm heart goo can only be completely resolved by killing its mother. For now, I can only extract half of its consciousness from you, preventing it from easily manipulating your mind. You must understand that this goo thrives on amplifying one's obsessions. As you deepen your cultivation, its influence will grow stronger. If you can maintain a heart free of distractions, selfless and open, it cannot shake you in the slightest, but if you harbor obsessions, you may fall under its control and stray from your path. Master tears welled in Zhengyan's eyes, his heart brimming with emotions, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Yun Zhang waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough, spare me the sentimentalities, take a few days to rest, then descend the mountain to assist your sister. Chapter 92 Interrogation. Mu Huayue had already summoned Mu Ersan and Qing, who were quietly waiting outside the hall. The three of them held their breath and listened intently, suddenly hearing a suppressed gasp from within the hall. Yun Jingyan's voice tinged with pain, their expressions shifted slightly, particularly Mu Huayue, who furrowed her brow, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes as she unconsciously leaned towards the door. After a moment, the door creaked open, and Yun Jingyan stepped out slowly. He appeared to have shed a heavy burden, his eyes slightly reddened, yet far from the desolate and world-weary demeanor of a few days prior. Mu Huayue's heart tightened, and she could not help but ask softly, Senior brother, are you well? Yun Jingyan offered a faint smile, It is nothing, junior sister, do not worry about me. Master has summoned that young brother inside. Mu Huayue nodded slightly and turned to Mu Ersan and Qing, saying, Brother, please wait for me a moment. Qing, come with me. With that, she gently took Qing's wrist, and the two stepped into the inner hall. The flickering candlelight cast a soft glow around them. Inside, they beheld Yun Zhang at the head of the hall, reclining slightly in an armchair, fatigue evident upon his brow. Mu Huayue felt a surge of worry as she bowed slightly and addressed him respectfully, "Master, this is the young brother Qing who wishes to see you." Upon hearing this, Qing also bowed deeply, his tone earnest and respectful. Junior Qing pays his respects to the Grand Master. Yun Zhang merely acknowledged with a soft his gaze briefly passing over Qing. Seeing this, Mu Huayue was about to withdraw but was called back by Yun Zhang. "Huayue, you should stay as well. Since this young brother was brought by you, it would be prudent for you to hear what he has to say." Mu Huayue was momentarily taken aback but quickly lowered her head in response, "Yes, master." A hint of hesitation crossed Qing's face, as though weighing his options, before he finally spoke, "This matter is of utmost secrecy." Yun Zhang, displaying impatience, waved his hand dismissively and coldly interjected, "If you do not wish to speak, then there is no need to." I had no desire to listen anyway. Qing was momentarily stunned, his face betraying a look of astonishment, seemingly unprepared for such a response from the Grand Master. After a brief pause, he took a deep breath and began again. "Junior." Before he could finish, Yun Zhang again interrupted him with a frosty tone, "You implored my disciple to meet me, yet now that you are here, you stutter and hesitate. You refuse even to disclose your true name. If you continue to be evasive, I have no desire to hear you speak. You may leave." The sudden outburst startled Mu Huayue, causing her to shrink back, holding her breath. Qing's complexion paled, as if Yun Zhang had laid bare his innermost thoughts. He quickly knelt, seemingly biting his lip before declaring, "Grand Master, your insight is truly remarkable. My true name is Qi Xian, a descendant of the Tianjian sect. I have come today, though presumptuously, bearing something of great significance to present to you." Yun Zhang's expression remained unchanged, but Mu Huayue's heart jolted, and she looked up at Qing in astonishment. She recalled upon entering Hanyang, having heard rumors circulating in the martial world that various factions were converging in Hanyang City due to a descendant of the Tianjian sect possessing the coveted Suawu treasure map, inciting numerous individuals to stir restlessly. However, after the ensuing chaos at the Young Heroes Conference, no one pursued the baseless rumors any further. Who would have imagined that the rumored descendant of the Tianjian sect had been by her side all along? Yun Zhang narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on the kneeling Qing, slowly inquiring, "Qi Xian, is he the descendant of Qi Yuanshan, the leader of the Tianjin sect?" Qing lowered his head, his expression solemn as he respectfully replied, "Indeed, he is my father." Yun Zhang furrowed his brow, stating, "During the Jiannan campaign, your father led the entire sect to join the army in resistance. 106 disciples of the sect perished in service to the country, and the Tianjin sect was consumed by flames. You were but a mere child at the time. How could you have escaped such a calamity?" Qing's expression dimmed slightly at these words, and he responded, "Though I was young then, I understood the feelings of patriotism and was willing to sacrifice my life for the country. However, my father said there was something far more important than one's own life that must be preserved and entrusted to a worthy person. As a child, I would not attract attention. He concealed me within a refuse bucket and sent me out of the city, yet, I lost my sight during the escape and chose to live as a street performer, begging for alms in hopes of gathering information." Yun Zhang narrowed his eyes, seemingly assessing Qing's response before nodding slightly. "There may be some truth in your words. Now, let me ask you again, who is Qi Yufeng, the third leader of the Tianjin sect, and what swordsmanship did he practice?" Qing replied earnestly, "My granduncle Qi Yufeng is indeed my master. However, he sustained injuries in his youth and later turned to the practice of saber techniques, adopting the title of the Duanfeng Saberman. I witnessed him wield a saber in my childhood. His presence was as striking as a rainbow, leaving a deep impression on me." Yun Zhang's expression softened slightly, yet his gaze remained sharp. After a brief pause, he continued, "Your responses have indeed been swift and accurate. Now, let me ask you one final questioning. Inscribed upon the cliff face at the back of the Tianjin sect is a phrase penned by the founding patriarch. What is that phrase?" Upon hearing this, Qing trembled slightly and whispered, "The Tianjian sect does not possess. If there is a saying, it is inscribed within a dry well in the back courtyard, stating, 'The heart of the sword is like water, righteousness transcends the heavens.' It speaks of the path of a swordsman, who must not be burdened by the superficiality of the world, in order to act with righteousness and benefit the world." As these words fell, a fleeting glimmer of wistfulness crossed Yun Zhang's gaze. He nodded slightly and said, "You have indeed answered these questions with remarkable fluency. For now, I shall accept you as Qi Xian. Is it true that the so-called Suawu treasure map is indeed in your possession?" Qing, or rather Qi Xian, clasped his hands respectfully and replied, "Allow me to clarify, esteemed Grand Master, what I carry is not the Suawu treasure map, but rather the military token of the Zhao family army from that year." Chapter 93 introduced a new junior disciple. Yun Zheng cast a sidelong glance at Qi Xian and scoffed. Absurd, that wretched Zhao Hang, during the battle at Beima Pass, led 200,000 armored cavalry to join the state of Qi, rendering their forces unstoppable, breaching the northern desert, and staining the rivers and mountains with blood. How dare you now recklessly claim to possess the military talisman? Do you think my Yun Zhang sword is ineffectual? Qi Xian smiled slightly. Why does the Grand Master feel the need to test me? It is said that General Zhao, far from betraying his country, was instead a victim of treachery, left to fight alone as reinforcements failed to arrive, ultimately surrounded beyond the pass, unable to retreat. With no other option, the general had to disperse his elite troops into the wilderness, hiding in the mountains, while he himself led 3,000 old, weak, and disabled soldiers, feigning surrender to the enemy, but in truth, enduring humiliation and bearing the burden to preserve the lives of his men, waiting for the opportune moment to act. At the time of the upheaval in Beima, I was but an infant in swaddling clothes, ignorant of worldly affairs, merely hearing tales passed down from my elders at home. If the Grand Master believes that General Zhao conspired with the enemy, it would be I who have erred in my judgment. Yun Zhang grunted noncommittally. Qi Xian continued, my father, years ago, disguised himself alongside the late Crown Prince in the northern expedition and saved a young general at Beima Pass, acquiring this military talisman. The late Crown Prince, wary of treachery within the court, instructed my father to guard it carefully for the day of vindication. Unfortunately, before my father could utilize it, the late Crown Prince, Yun Zhang's brow furrowed. Such a crucial artifact, how have you managed to keep it secure all these years? Qi Xian smiled wryly, tinged with helplessness. Before my father passed, he entrusted this talisman to me, instructing me to seek out the descendants of the Song family. If I could not find them, I was to deliver it to Master Zhou Wufang of Shaolin Temple, or to you, esteemed senior. Over the years, I have tread cautiously, safeguarding it day and night, determined not to let it go to waste. Mu Huayue, upon hearing this, was moved. Master Zhou Wufang was a revered monk of Shaolin, who, during the conscription in Qi, had been forced to enlist the villagers. He resolutely refused, ultimately leading dozens of monks to self-immolate within the Thousand Buddha Hall. This act incited public outrage, and it took considerable effort for the Liang and Qi states to quell the unrest. Since then, Shaolin had declined, and Liang Qi had become more restrained, no longer recklessly meddling in the martial world, thus securing a semblance of peace among various sects like Fuyan. Qi Xian continued, I have long harbored intentions to return the military talisman to King Huan. However, traveling southward, I have witnessed the suffering of the common people, their livelihoods in tatters. Though King Huan is a skilled warrior, his governance has been woeful, leading to unbearable hardships, even cases of cannibalism among the desperate populace. He paused, then added, it was presumptuous of me to think the talisman should only be entrusted to one capable of upholding its great righteousness. Having witnessed the noble intentions of my esteemed seniors here in Hanyang, I resolved to seek an audience with the Grand Master. Yun Zhang, after a moment of silence, finally spoke softly, where is the talisman? Qi Xian stood upright, composed, and turned slightly towards Mu Huayue, saying slowly, it may require borrowing the sword in the hands of the young heroine. Mu Huayue was taken aback, glancing at Yun Zhang, who nodded. Although she did not fully comprehend the situation, she unsheathed the short dagger she carried and handed it to Qi Xian. Upon receiving the dagger, before Mu Huayue could react, she suddenly saw a cold glint in Qi Xian's eyes as he flipped the dagger and stabbed it into his own thigh. The blade flashed, instantly piercing the skin. Aching, what are you doing? Mu Huayue gasped in horror, rushing forward to grasp his arm, her heart racing in her throat. A determined glint crossed Qi Xian's eyes as he gritted his teeth. It's nothing. Then, with a swift motion, he turned the blade, tearing flesh and revealing a small jade talisman, which fell to the ground. Mu Huayue's heart stopped, her eyes widened in disbelief, unable to look away from the jade talisman, a torrent of questions and fears surging within her. Qi Xian appeared unfazed by the pain, his gaze tranquil. Though I am reckless, I understand the gravity of this matter. To conceal it within my flesh, I implore the young heroine to assist me in delivering this jade talisman to the Grand Master. Her hands trembled slightly as she took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. She bent down and carefully picked up the jade talisman, gently wiping away the bloodstains. In her grasp, the talisman felt like an immense burden, and she cautiously extended it towards Yun Zhang. Yun Zhang accepted it, examining the talisman closely. After a moment of silence, a fleeting expression of emotion crossed his eyes, and he gently set the talisman aside. You have come this far for the legacy of the Zhao family. Very well. However, the current turmoil makes it difficult to announce your extraordinary contributions to the world, and you must bear this burden. Qi Xian lowered his head slightly. Grand Master, for the past 8 years, I have lived in squalor, worse than a beast. Now, at last, I can lay down this burden, unashamed before my parents. I dare not ask for anything more. Yun Zhang inquired, now that this matter is settled, where do you intend to go next? Qi Xian sighed, having returned to Jiangbei, I wish to visit Jiannan once more, to pay my respects to my parents in the afterlife. Very well. Since you are determined, stay a few more days in Fuyuan to recuperate before you depart, Yun Jing said. Qi Xian nodded, pressing a hand to his wound as he painfully made his way out. Mu Huayue watched Qi Xian's retreating figure, feeling a mix of admiration, sorrow, and pity. She turned and knelt, saying, Master, I have a humble request. Yun Zhang replied, I know what you wish to say, but this matter is not for you to decide. Mu Huayue anxiously turned, grasping Qi Xian's arm, Ching, you are alone. Where will you go? If you beseech the master, he will surely keep you here. Qi Xian paused in surprise, turning back with a bitter smile, Young heroine, I appreciate your kindness, but I am blind and fated to be incomplete. I am unworthy to repay the master's grace. A wave of sorrow washed over Mu Huayue. Just as she was about to speak again, Yun Zheng interjected, his tone unwavering. Child, knowing you have nothing left, how can you still wish to repay any kindness? Do you think I, Yun Zhang, desire the gratitude of a blind man? Qi Xian was taken aback. I did not mean it that way. Yun Zheng continued, then do not linger in your hesitation. My junior disciple has already spoken. Do you still wish for me to plead with you to stay in Fuyuan? Qi Xian was momentarily stunned, his muscles twitching in disbelief at Yun Zhang's genuine willingness to accept him. After a moment's silence, he slowly knelt, tightly clenching his fists, his voice resolute. Grand Master, though I am blind, my mind remains intact. I wish to stay and contribute my meager strength to Fuyuan. Please, Grand Master, take me in. With that, Qi Xian knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing 3 times. Yun Zhang regarded Qi Xian, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. Very well, I shall accept you. However, once you enter this door, the past shall be like smoke, never to be mentioned again. Your true name must remain undisclosed. From now on, you shall be called Qing. Henceforth, you shall train alongside Huayue in the outer sect. How does that sound? Gratitude surged within Qi Xian, and he bowed deeply, his tone sincere and resolute. Thank you, Master. I shall not betray your trust. Mu Huayue was deeply moved, tears glistening in her eyes as she stepped forward, grasping Qi Xian's hand, whispering, Rest assured, you will never be alone again. Chapter 94. What is destiny? Qing felt his palm tightly grasped by Mu Huayue, a warm current spreading from his hand to his heart. Although he could not see, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curved. He spoke softly, I must sincerely thank you for protecting me all along the way. Just as Mu Huayue was about to respond, they heard their master's voice from behind. Enough of this nonsense. If you have anything to say, take it outside. Don't linger here and be a bother, it's truly annoying. Yun Zheng seemed too lethargic to even lift his eyelids, his tone laced with unmistakable impatience. One problem had yet to be resolved, and another had already surfaced. Do you all think my Fuyuan sect is some orphanage, solely here to shelter you troublesome lot? Qing was momentarily taken aback, his smile faltering. Beside him, however, Mu Huayue appeared unperturbed, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she playfully held onto Qing's hand and teased, Indeed, we must thank the Grand Master for his nurturing. We disciples will leave now. As she spoke, she performed a playful bow to Yun Zhang, her exaggerated movements tinged with cheekiness. Having stepped out, she seemed to have learned nothing else but the stubbornness of Xiaohe. Once she finished speaking, Yun Zhang turned away, flicking his sleeve dismissively, letting out a haughty snort, as if too disinterested to engage with the pair. With a smile, Mu Huayue led Qing towards the door, but just before they exited, she turned back and asked, Master, as we leave, shall I call brother in for you? Yun Zhang's voice was laced with irritation. Isn't 3 trivial matters enough for one day? Get out, we'll discuss it another time. Mu Huayue hurried Qing out of the small pavilion. As soon as they crossed the threshold, she lowered her voice, her eyes glinting mischievously. Don't take it to heart. That's just how Master is, sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. He usually looks frightening with that cold demeanor, but deep down, he cares for us more than anyone. Qing cast his gaze downward, seemingly unfazed, and replied softly, It's nothing. I haven't taken it to heart, but you, little heroine, seem much more at ease and joyful in front of the Grand Master. Mu Huayue was momentarily taken aback by his words, then pressed her lips together, revealing a complex smile as she quietly confessed, I've never had a father, and Master is both mentor and father to me. He is truly wonderful. Mu Ersan had been waiting outside for quite some time, his arms crossed and leaning against an ancient pine tree, his brow furrowed, clearly in a foul mood. He was already seething with pent-up frustration, and upon seeing Mu Huayue holding Qing's hand as they emerged from within, both laughing and behaving intimately, his anger became unbearable. His gaze locked onto their intertwined hands, his expression darkening like storm clouds. Internally, he cursed, this kid is far too forward, clearly an outsider, and yet he dares to be so brazen. Doesn't he know what his place is? At that moment, Mu Huayue caught sight of him, her eyes lighting up instantly, her smile as radiant as the spring sun melting snow. She quickly released Qingye's hand, lifted her skirt, and rushed toward him, her voice sweet and soft. Brother, I'm so sorry for making you wait so long. Mu Ersan, initially fuming, found his anger oddly dissipating upon hearing her gentle words, his expression softening despite his earlier irritation. He cleared his throat, feigning indifference as he replied, So, have you finally finished your chat? Unfazed, Mu Huayue stood beside him, affectionately linking her arm with his, and smiled brightly. Yes, all done. However, Master is in a bad mood today, so we might need to stay a few more days. He won't be ready to meet you until he calms down. At her words, the coldness in Mu Ersan's eyes melted away, the corners of his mouth gently lifting to reveal a tender smile. He murmured, If it were possible, I would hope to always be by your side. Standing behind them, Qing silently observed their interaction, his lips pressed together as he tried to suppress a twinge of bitterness. Yet, a faint self-deprecating smile still graced his lips. Lowering his head, he clenched his fists but ultimately said nothing. The door to Fuyan Hall slowly closed, shutting out the noise from outside. Inside, tranquility returned, with only the flickering candlelight casting trembling shadows on the wooden screen. Yun Zhang remained motionless, as the footsteps and laughter outside gradually faded, his rigid back trembled ever so slightly. He slowly raised his hand to cover the corner of his mouth, his palm brushing against a warm, sticky liquid. The crimson stain on his fingertips startled him for a brief moment, and he let out a gentle sigh. Truly, then, with painstaking slowness, he lifted his sleeve, delicately wiping away the blood from his lips. As night fell atop Jingfeng Mountain, the night wind howled like a blade, the dark sky weighed down by ominous clouds, obscuring the stars, while the moonlight flickered hesitantly, illuminating the ancient pines and sheer cliffs, creating an atmosphere of desolate tranquility. Yun Zhang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing the gusty mountain winds, his garments billowing. He closed his eyes in contemplation, his brow slightly furrowed, as if confronting the intangible chill of the night. Behind him came the soft sound of footsteps, hesitant and rapid, as though filled with doubt. Yun Zhang slowly opened his eyes, without turning around, and asked coolly, Didn't I say you were too tired from taking care of Xiaohe this afternoon? You didn't need to come up the mountain today. Yun Shujin halted, slightly out of breath, her slender figure appearing particularly resolute against the cold wind. She cupped her hands and said, Master, after you saw junior brother Jingnian this afternoon, you've appeared troubled, and junior brother has been tight-lipped. What has happened? Can't even your disciple know? Her gaze was intense, her voice filled with concern. Yun Zhang remained silent for a moment, seemingly ignoring her, then shifted the topic. How is Xiaohe doing? Yun Shujin's expression darkened, and she replied softly, That princess is ruthless. Fortunately, Xiaohe was treated in time, and her life is not in danger. However, she paused, fearing the need for a year and a half of recuperation, and while she might eventually regain her normalcy, in terms of martial prowess. She sighed, her tone filled with regret. It's likely that she'll find it difficult to progress further. Yun Zhang raised his gaze towards the distant night, his voice slow and heavy. Xiaohe has always been the most tenacious. Though she may not show it, her heart must be suffering immensely. You will need to spend more time with her. Yun Shujin replied, Though my junior sister is gravely injured, everyone will protect her. But master, Yun Shujin hesitated, knowing that her master was deliberately changing the subject, which added to her worries. Just as she was about to inquire further, Yun Zhang suddenly stated, Next year, Xiaohe will come of age. Perhaps it's time to find her a suitable husband. This remark struck like thunder, shocking Yun Shujin, who looked up at her master's back, exclaiming, Junior sister has never shown any inclination towards marriage. She is still young, why has master suddenly thought of this? Yun Zhang remained standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice growing even heavier. The winds of change sweep through the Jianghu. The actions of Nanchu have become increasingly treacherous. It seems that peaceful days are numbered. If I were to falter, what would become of Xiaohe? Rather than letting her drift in peril, it would be wise to secure a path of retreat for her early on. Yun Shujin felt a tightening in her chest, exclaiming urgently, Master, you are the greatest master in the world. Who dares offend Fuyan's sect? I do not believe there is anything in this world that can overwhelm you. Upon hearing this, Yun Zhang slightly turned his head, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips. Is that so? Nothing is insurmountable in this world? He looked towards the lights below the mountain, his eyes deep and complex, whispering, Have you ever considered that destiny is difficult to defy and human strength may sometimes fall short? Some calamities are unavoidable. Yun Shujin's face turned pale. Having followed her master for many years, she understood his profound martial prowess and had witnessed his past grandeur, commanding respect throughout the world. Nevertheless, since his return from Jiannan 8 years ago, he seemed to have suffered a grievous blow, and despite her years of care and healing, his condition had never improved. Even so, she had never seen him so despondent. Yun Shujin bit her lip. Master, I have followed you for many years and have never heard you speak such despondently. If there truly is some destiny pressing down upon us, can Fuyun sect truly be so fragile? Yun Zheng trembled slightly but did not turn, speaking solemnly. Destiny is unpredictable. Forcing matters is futile. If that day ever comes, as long as you can survive, that will suffice. Yun Shujin remained unconvinced. I do not believe in destiny, nor do I fear sacrifice. But the sword of Fuyun sect has never existed merely to survive. Master, if I can do my utmost to protect Fuyun sect, what is there to fear from destiny? Yun Zheng finally turned around, his gaze landing on Yun Shujin's face, his expression complex and profound, as if carrying 1,000 unspoken words, yet ultimately transforming into a gentle smile. Jin, you are still young. He then waved his hand, his tone now carrying an air of finality. This is not the time for debate. What I have decided need not be further discussed. Yun Shujin felt her heart tumultuous, almost ready to speak, but the coldness in her master's gaze quelled her. Ultimately, she could not defy his will, so she suppressed her emotions, bowing deeply. I understand, master. She then turned and left, her steps heavy, her figure forlorn as she gradually disappeared into the darkness of the mountain path. Once she had gone far, Yun Zheng turned to look down the mountain, where the lights of Fuyun sect flickered like scattered stars, casting a faint glow in the darkness. His gaze softened, yet a bittersweet smile lingered on his lips. Junior sister, he murmured softly, his voice as light as leaves falling in the wind, if one day I can no longer protect our home, will you blame me? The cold wind howled, seeming to respond, or perhaps mock, as silence enveloped all, leaving only that solitary figure atop the mountain, standing still amidst the endless night. Chapter 95. What could be more precious than you? In the foreboding shadows of the Fuyun Mountains, Yun Jingyan triumphantly returned, a victory that should have heralded a sleepless night filled with jubilant celebrations and bright lights. Yet, this descent from the mountain bore a somber weight. 1 life lost, 2 grievously injured. Even the disciples of Fuyun sect, who danced daily on the edge of blades, found themselves enveloped in melancholy at this abrupt turn of fate. Consequently, the disciples retreated to their chambers early, leaving the mountain unusually quiet. Beside the moonlit pool, the full moon hung like a jade disk, its reflection shimmering upon the tranquil surface, casting a serene ambience. Concerned that his sister's heart remained shrouded in gloom, Mu'ersan led her on a leisurely stroll to this serene spot. Though the storm of blood and chaos from days past had subsided, the shock of that grim spectacle lingered. However, with Mu Huayue having safely returned to the mountain and her brother by her side, the clouds of worry began to dissipate. Seated by the pool, she cradled a collection of trinkets in her hands, a glimmer of rare joy illuminating her features. Brother, look. This is the fan pendant I made for you, and here, a sachet. Her voice brimmed with excitement as she presented a delicately crafted sachet to Mu'ersan, her tone laced with anticipation. There are no embroiderers on the mountain, so I learned by trial and error. Although my stitching may be rudimentary, it contains freshly picked pine needles, ground to a fine powder and dried within. It's quite refreshing. Do you like it? Her eyes sparkled like shards of moonlight, her voice tinged with eagerness, as if all her hopes were woven into this small token. Mu'ersan accepted the sachet, lowering his gaze to examine it closely. The so-called intricate embroidery was merely a few simple stitches forming a petite crescent moon. A soft smile graced his lips, warmth radiating from his gaze as he looked up at his sister. He could not resist teasing her. Isn't your little junior brother newly initiated? Shouldn't you spend more time with him? Mu Huayue replied, since Qing has joined the sect, he is now everyone's little junior brother, surrounded by many senior brothers and sisters. I have no cause for concern. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she tilted her head slightly toward Mu'ersan, suddenly breaking into a sly smile. Brother, are you jealous of Qing? Mu'ersan was momentarily taken aback, his brows arching. He quickly donned a facade of indifference, scoffing lightly. Jealous? You are my sister, blood ties run deeper. That unknown brat could never compare to me. Mu Huayue erupted in laughter, her giggles ringing like silver bells through the crisp night air, even causing the nearby pool to ripple in response. Her eyes crinkled with delight, mischief dancing across her features. Exactly, brother, you think about Qing all day long. Those who know would think you're jealous of me, while those who don't might suspect you harbor other feelings toward him. Mu'ersan flushed at her words, flustered, and waved his hand dismissively. What other feelings? Stop talking nonsense. Though his tone was stern, it could not mask the hint of embarrassment in his voice. Seeing his discomfort, Mu Huayue grew bolder, inching closer with an impish grin. Look at you, brother. Born with unmatched looks, and now your face is blooming with springtime allure. If only Qing were not visually impaired, he would surely be a handsome lad himself. You two would make a perfect pair for a performance of The Legend of the White Snake. You little rascal. Mu'ersan found her increasingly outrageous remarks intolerable. He suppressed his irritation and reached out to tickle her waist, anticipating his move. Mu Huayue nimbly evaded, her laughter spilling forth in waves. As the siblings frolicked by the pool, the bamboo groves swayed gently, the night breeze caressing them, and the cool moonlight enveloped them in a soft, silver glow. Yet, sensing the chill in the air or perhaps reflecting on deeper thoughts, Mu Huayue suddenly stilled, her laughter fading. Not understanding her change in demeanor, Mu Ersan gently brushed a stray lock of hair from her face. He did not respond immediately, simply fixing his gaze on his sister. The martial world is perilous. Taking a deep breath, Mu Huayue endeavored to steady her voice, though it trembled with tension and unease. I once believed that learning martial arts would allow me to uphold justice and achieve great deeds. However, after witnessing the horrors in Hanyang, I have come to understand the brutality of the martial realm. Even our fourth senior brother, with his exceptional skills, and our junior sister, with her rare talent and the backing of our esteemed master, are not exempt from the dangers that lurk in shadows, where life and death hang by a thread. If anything were to befall you, her words caught in her throat, choking her with emotion. Mu Ersan clenched his fists, a boulder lodged in his throat. He lowered his gaze, thoughts swirling tumultuously within him. For years, he had faced death countless times, enduring humiliation, with only one thought in his heart: his sister's call of brother. He wished for Yuera to live, even if it meant sacrificing himself, body and soul. He would grasp any thread of hope to ensure her survival, yet, the weight of life and death was unbearably heavy. How could he bear to reveal the truth to her? Seeing his silence, Mu Huayue's eyes reflected growing anxiety. She stepped closer, gently grasping his sleeve. Brother, I know you would never wish to abandon me. When I asked why you needed to go to Nanzhao, you only spoke of repaying Master's kindness. But over the years, I've come to understand that Master is not one to seek repayment. Is it truly because of me? Mu Ersan remained silent, and Mu Huayue continued. 3 years ago, I was still young, and I understood why you concealed things from me. But now I have grown. What if it is because of me? Why can't I know? Why can't I stand by your side and fight together? Mu Ersan glanced away, attempting to lighten the mood. Indeed, you've grown up. At 12, you should be old enough to stir up trouble. Brother! Seeing him evade her inquiries only heightened her urgency. What are you hiding from me? Mu Ersan remained silent, his eyes wandering to Mu Huayue's face. The birthmark that had adorned her left cheek since childhood stood out vividly in the cold moonlight, tightening his chest with an unexpected pang of pain. Mu Huayue noticed his gaze tremble, her eyes lowering to her own face, shimmering with unshed tears. Believing she had unraveled the truth, her voice turned desperate, tinged with a bittersweet self-mockery. Brother, is it because of this? She pointed to her face, her voice thick with emotion. Is it for my appearance? Did you descend the mountain hoping I would have a normal visage? Mu Ersan opened his mouth, but no words emerged. He could only let out a resigned sigh. Seeing his silence, Mu Huayue's complexion paled further, her voice nearly pleading. Brother, I no longer mind. Over the years, I've grown accustomed to the gazes of others. I only care about you, as long as you do not despise me. Suddenly, Mu Ersan reached out, gently resting his hand on her shoulder. Silly girl, how could I ever despise you? You are my sister, the most precious and beautiful thing in this world. Upon hearing those words, tears streamed down Mu Huayue's cheeks. She looked up, meeting her brother's gaze, and softly declared, to me, brother, you are the most beautiful thing in the world. If anything requires sacrificing your dignity or even your life in exchange, I would rather do without. Mu Ersan inhaled deeply, his expression somber. I know Ayu has matured and can make her own judgments, but some matters are exceedingly perilous and do not concern you alone. Allow your brother to converse with the Grandmaster, whether or not it is true. I promise to give you an answer. Is that agreeable? Chapter 96, The Sacred Blood of the Phoenix Bone. As the hour of the high approached, the moonlight flowed like a silken thread, casting an ethereal glow upon the secluded and tranquil paths of the mountains. The brother and sister strolled side by side towards the disciples' quarters, accompanied by the lively chirps of insects and the croaking of frogs, which added a touch of vitality to the serene night. Mu Huayue gently looped her arm through Mu Niansen's. Brother, the little junior sister was injured this time, and in the end, it all stems from you. During your time on the mountain, you should pay her a visit. Mu Niansen furrowed his brow and spoke slowly. Yuer, it is not that I am unwilling, but this matter concerns Miss Yun's reputation. If I were to associate too closely with her, it might bring her harm. A smile of confusion danced at the corners of Mu Huayue's lips as she shook her head. Brother, you are becoming more and more like a pedantic old scholar. Always fixated on reputation and honor. Our Mu family has no throne to inherit. What formalities have we ever had growing up? With a playful glint in her eyes, she continued, her tone imbued with the carefree spirit unique to those of the martial world. Besides, as we traverse the rivers and lakes now, it is all about following our hearts and indulging in the joys and grievances of life. Why should we be bound by so many rules? At this juncture, she drew closer to Mooney Anson, mischief sparkling in her gaze, and whispered, "Or could it be that you already have someone special in your heart? Are you using reputation as an excuse?" Upon hearing this, Mooney Anson's frown deepened, momentarily at a loss for words. He then raised his hand to lightly flick her forehead, pretending to be angry. "What nonsense are you spouting? How disrespectful!" Mu Huayue winced in pain, clutching her forehead, yet could not stifle her laughter. She patted her brother's arm, her eyes filled with mirth, and teased, "Brother, how old are you this year? Can you truly remain as calm as a still lake, without a care in the world? Don't deceive me." At her words, Mooney Anson's expression shifted slightly, but he fell silent, pondering for a moment and letting out a quiet sigh. Over the years, from Jiannan to Wangjiakan, from Fuyan to Nanjing, he had walked a perilous path, as if treading on thin ice. Protecting his sister had already consumed all his energy. How could he spare any thought for romantic entanglements? He turned to feign anger at Mu Huayue, yet his eyes betrayed a sense of fondness. Have you had your fun? It is not just me. You should also be mindful of your reputation, especially concerning that little blind boy. Not get too close to him, have you heard?" Mu Huayue laughed. I heard. From now on, I shall keep 3 paces away from him." "Is that acceptable?" As the siblings bantered, they soon returned to the disciples' quarters. The night was still, and the cold moonlight bathed the stone path like a thin layer of frost, casting a slender silhouette seated by the roadside, appearing somewhat lonely. Mu Huayue paused, exchanging a glance with Mooney Anson, and softly remarked, "It's a Qing." She hurried forward, her brows knit with concern, and gently asked, "Little junior brother, why are you alone here so late?" The figure turned. He had changed into the gray robe of a Fuyan disciple, shedding the dust of travel. His hair was tied back, and though blind, his upright posture exuded a rare dignity. He extended his hand toward Mu Huayue, tightly clutching the hairband that once belonged to her, his voice low and tinged with youthful earnestness. "Now that I have joined the sect, it would be improper to keep the senior sister's belongings. I intended to return it personally, but upon hearing that senior sister and brother Mu had gone out, I awaited your return to maintain decorum." Mooney Anson frowned at this, scoffing coldly, "Humph, it is merely a hairband, not a precious item. You could have easily entrusted it to any senior sister for delivery. Why wait here in vain, such a show of affection?" Noticing her brother's mood, Mu Huayue cast a sly glance his way, only to find him glaring at her, prompting her to cheekily stick out her tongue. She stepped forward, taking the hairband from a Qing's hand, and laughed, "Do not mind my brother, he is just a stubborn old log, quite pedantic. Between us siblings, there is no need to fuss over such trivialities." A Qing's lips curled into a gentle smile at her words. "Not at all. Having a brother who cares for you so deeply is something I, a Qing, genuinely envy." Mooney Anson grunted in response, though his expression softened slightly. Observing this, Mu Huayue quickly linked her arm through his, playfully pouting, "All right, brother." A Qing's gesture was clearly to consider the reputation you mentioned. "Why then are you not pleased?" She turned her gaze to a Qing, mischief glimmering in her eyes. "The Qing is blind, so I must maintain a distance of 3 paces from him and cannot care for him directly. Brother, this heavy responsibility falls to you. Please escort a Qing home." With a resigned sigh, Mooney Anson ruffled Huayue's hair and replied, all right, I understand. I shall see this little fellow home, and you should rest early. I will visit you first thing in the morning." As the night deepened on Fuyan Mountain, the stars were sparse, and the mountain breeze rustled through the bamboo groves, leaving behind a profound stillness. However, 1,000 miles away, the scene was starkly different. Within the inner palace of the southern Zhao royal court, flickering candles cast grotesque shadows throughout the hall. The Duanjingjing lay prostrate on the ground, her disheveled hair sprawled like wild grass, as she knelt before a figure cloaked in black, seething with rage as she wept, "Holy envoy! That vixen from Fuyan's sect has humiliated me thus, I must have her torn to shreds. And that Yin Jinni, how dare he crush my bones, I will shatter every single one of his." The holy envoy, draped in black, with a veil obscuring her face, revealed only a pair of chillingly sharp eyes. Her hands, skeletal and claw-like, were adorned with numerous silver bangles that clinked with her movements. "What did you just say?" The holy envoy's gaze settled on Duanjingjing, her tone laced with a subtle disdain. "That nameless girl, you were merely held by the arm, and your inner strength was completely drained?" Strangely, her voice was melodious, reminiscent of a gentle matron, entirely at odds with her fearsome appearance. Upon hearing this, Duanjingjing lifted her head, gritting her teeth as she retorted, "Yes, that hideous creature is even less than an insect. I know not what sorcery she employed to render me utterly defenseless." The holy envoy did not respond immediately, seemingly indifferent to Duanjingjing's outrage. She slowly turned her head, her gaze sweeping toward another figure in the hall. This was a man clad in a brocade robe, his temples touched with gray, his features exuding authority. It was the southern Zhao king, Duan Song. Yet, at this moment, Duan Song appeared somewhat restless, his hands clasped, his gaze lowered, as if he dared not offend the holy envoy. Your Majesty, what is your opinion? The holy envoy's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable weight that brooked no refusal. Duan Song inhaled deeply, hesitating before speaking. Holy envoy, this matter is indeed suspicious. Jingjing cultivates the inner breath passed down from our southern Zhao royal lineage. While it may not be considered profound, no ordinary martial artist could absorb her inner strength to such an extent. There are only two possibilities. Proceed. The holy envoy's demeanor was one of sardonic amusement, her tone flat. Duan Song swallowed hard, hesitating as he continued. Firstly, it could be the sacred blood of the phoenix bone from our holy sect. Secondly, it may be the descendant of Song Shua's dragon vein. At these words, the holy envoy's eyes glimmered with a cold light, a sinister smile flickering at her lips. The sacred blood of the phoenix bone is indeed intriguing. It seems my sister still has remnants of her bloodline in the world? She slowly raised her head, her gaze fixed on the mural at the top of the grand hall. It depicted the ancient sacred bird reborn from the flames, its wings unfurling like a raging inferno. Her eyes lingered on the mural, a complex expression swirling within, mingling coldness with a hint of fervor. Bloodlines, how truly fated. She murmured, her voice chilling, as if confiding a secret to the void. Duan Jingjing remained prostrate, unable to comprehend the conversation between her father and the holy envoy. She only knew that the two seemed entirely unconcerned with her lamentations. She lifted her head, tears shimmering in her eyes, her voice tinged with urgency and resentment. Holy envoy, I do not understand what you mean by the sacred blood of the phoenix bone, but I have served you for many years now. Being so humiliated by that group of insects, you must help me take revenge. Unmoved, the holy envoy slowly turned her head, casting a sidelong glance at Duan Jingjing. Arrogant and domineering, reckless and willful, I have warned you before, the martial world is fraught with peril, do not presume to know it all. Duan Jingjing trembled, her face turning pale, as she murmured, Holy envoy, I know I was wrong, but this time, they truly have gone too far. The holy envoy let out a cold laugh, her tone icy. Now, for the sake of a man, you nearly ruined my grand scheme. Do you understand the magnitude of your error? Duan Jingjing felt crushed under the weight of her words, unable to lift her head, her face streaked with tears and snot. Desperately, she crawled toward the holy envoy, clutching her leg in a fit of sobs, pleading, Holy envoy, I know I was wrong, please, grant me another chance, just this once, I swear I will never again defy your wishes. The holy envoy glanced down at her, her gaze as cold as steel, as if appraising an inanimate object. After a moment, she let out a disdainful snort, shaking off her robes and turning to sit back upon her throne. Enough Yun Jinni, old grievances and new grudges alike, I will sort it out with him, with or without your little farce. Chapter 97. The Sacred Blood of the Phoenix, Part 2. What did you say? Yun Zheng's voice reverberated within the inner hall, calm in tone yet tinged with a hint of irritation. His eyebrows arched slightly as he elongated his words. You accomplished nothing? Yet you managed to drain that girl of her inner strength, and with just 2 strikes, you sent the masters of Nanzhao tumbling off the boat? It remained unclear what matters occupied the sect. Ever since his meeting with the Qing that day, Yun Zheng had not seen anyone for several days. It was only today that he summoned the Mu siblings to the inner hall for a discussion. However, before they had exchanged more than a few words, upon recalling the events aboard the ship, Yun Jing displayed a perplexed and contemplative expression. Mu Huayue looked up and found her master squinting slightly, a half-smile playing on his lips as he gazed at her, an expression that seemed to convey a mix of bemusement and reproach regarding his troublesome disciple. He then shook his head, speaking with earnest gravity, what a truly unfortunate child. Master! Mu Huayue nearly sprang to her feet in indignation. Those people were utterly despicable. Even if you think I acted too harshly, you can't just twist the narrative like that. Yun Zhang wore an expression that suggested he found her amusing. I am not twisting anything. I am speaking of you. Mu Huayue's mind was flooded with questions. She mused to herself that while she could not claim great achievements, she certainly was not a mere burden. Perhaps she was a prodigious talent in martial arts, rare in the world. How could her master label her an unfortunate child? Mu Ersan, observing the exchange, was equally bewildered. He had heard Mu Huayue speak of her peculiar inner breath before, though he didn't fully comprehend it. He suspected this anomaly was tied to her bloodline. However, this matter pertained to Mu Huayue's origins, and he had kept his lips sealed, never intending to divulge it to her. Do you truly believe yourself to be some extraordinary martial genius? Yun Zheng scoffed, his tone laced with derision. He stepped closer, seizing Mu Huayue's wrist with ease, closing his eyes to intently sense her pulse. Mu Huayue immediately became tense, her arm stiffening as she dared not even breathe. The hall fell into a hush, interrupted only by the gentle rustling of pine branches outside. Mu Ersan stood to the side, his brows knitted deeper, the veins on his forehead subtly throbbing. After a long moment, Yun Zheng gradually released Mu Huayue's wrist, opening his eyes, his gaze profound as he spoke in a low tone. What a pity, it is too late. Too late? Mu Huayue swallowed hard, growing more confused by the moment, unable to suppress her curiosity. What is too late? Yun Zheng continued, you bear the dragon's pulse and the phoenix's essence. These two elements are akin to yin and yang, mutually supportive yet also in conflict. If guided properly, you would possess the finest martial foundation of our time. Mu Huayue's eyes brightened at this revelation, eager to respond, but was caught off guard by Yun Zheng's next words. But alas, it is regrettable now. As soon as the words left his lips, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense, and both Mu Huayue and Mu Ersan froze in shock. Mu Ersan's expression was one of disbelief, his mind churning with tumultuous thoughts. He had never imagined his carefully guarded secret would be so easily unveiled by Yun Zheng. Meanwhile, Mu Huayue wore a different expression. She furrowed her brows, confusion swirling in her eyes, as the phrases dragon's pulse and the finest of our time echoed in her mind. Furrowing her brow, she cautiously ventured, regrettable in what way? Her voice, for reasons unknown, trembled slightly, clearly unsettled by Yun Zheng's demeanor. She quickly added, is it because I haphazardly practiced the Jingqi song and mistakenly trained my pulse, rendering me unable to cultivate profound inner power? Yun Zheng sighed heavily. It is regrettable that such a fine foundation must bring you, and the entire Fuyan sect, endless calamity. It seems that chaos in the world may once again arise because of you. At his proclamation, the atmosphere in the hall seemed to chill significantly. Mu Huayue's eyes widened, her mouth agape, momentarily rendered speechless. Mu Ersan's complexion shifted, his fists instinctively clenching, yet, just as the two braced themselves for what was to come, Mu Huayue suddenly burst into laughter. Master, do not frighten your disciple. What dragon's pulse and phoenix essence, such grandiose talk, who would believe it? Her eyes sparkled with mirth, her expression one of disbelief, as if she had seen through her master's ruse. I am no longer the ignorant child who first ascended the mountain. Are you trying to keep me here because of the trouble I caused coming down the mountain? Is that why you are saying all this, to ensure I behave? Yun Zheng, momentarily taken aback by her words, nearly laughed in exasperation. He regarded the sly little disciple before him with a complex mix of emotions of this little pupil, typically so obedient and timid, now dared to challenge him. I have gone to such lengths to warn you. Other disciples tremble at my words, yet you remain unperturbed. Could it truly be due to your bloodline? Just as your mother once manipulated me, you have now inherited the same audacity. His brow furrowed, the hint of helplessness quickly masked as he declared, no one wishes to confine you. I have said that you will bring calamity to the Fuyan sect. How could I keep you by my side to protect you? Do I appear to be someone easy to deal with? He continued, previously, it was merely because your unique bloodline was little known in the world, which allowed you some leeway. Little did I expect that you, this unfortunate child, would encounter the people of Nanzhao. Enough, there is no point in further discussion. Your bloodline is both a blessing and a curse. Since ancient times, the phoenix has belonged to the dragon. Had you been male, you could have subdued the phoenix's essence, harnessing it as your martial foundation to terrify the world. Who would have thought you would be born a girl? The energies of the dragon and phoenix contend within you, and should you falter even slightly, it could be fatal. This is what has caused your bodily imbalance. Otherwise, do you think that birthmark on your face is merely a trifle? Upon hearing this, Mu Huayue instinctively raised a hand to touch her cheek, her fingertips brushing against the birthmark that had accompanied her since childhood. She had never contemplated its significance, let alone its deep connection to her bloodline. Your brother has tirelessly endeavored to stabilize your bloodline, bending his knees to serve others while you idly play the role of a carefree disciple on foot. Do you truly believe the martial world is devoid of turmoil, that it is all smooth sailing? The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy, and Mu Huayue's gaze darted between Yun Zheng and Mu Ersan, her lips parted as if robbed of all speech. Brother, is what master says true? Did you know all along? Her voice trembled, laced with disbelief, yet more so with confusion and despair. Mu Ersan opened his mouth, as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent, lowering his head as if nailed to the ground. Yun Zheng, uninterested in the siblings' emotional turmoil, coldly interjected, what could he possibly know? He merely acts under my directives. He shook his head, a tinge of resignation in his tone. I had hoped that if he could acquire the means to regulate your condition, perhaps I could assist you in suppressing this conflicting energy of dragon and phoenix. Alas, he too is of little use. Little girl, your fate is indeed not a favorable one. Mu Huayue turned to look at her brother, then back at her master, instinctively touching her cheek, her fingertips grazing the birthmark that had been with her since childhood. She had always believed herself to be an ordinary villager, even a grotesque creature born of unfortunate qualities. Now, suddenly being told she bore the so-called dragon's pulse and phoenix essence felt like an even more severe curse than her perceived ugliness. But if that is truly the case, Mu Huayue stammered, her voice quivering, why would the people of Nanzhao seek after me? Are they coming for revenge? Yun Zheng scoffed coldly, his tone sharpened, revenge? You have drained the princess's inner strength, do you think they seek you for any other reason? He narrowed his eyes slightly, continuing, Nanzhao has long excelled in arcane arts. They seek you merely to refine your flesh and blood, to reconstruct the princess's meridians. At this revelation, Mu Huayue's entire being shook violently, as if doused with a bucket of icy water, chilling her to the bone. A wave of cold surged through her back, her legs trembling slightly, making it difficult to stand. Observing her reaction, Yun Zhang felt a flicker of satisfaction at reclaiming the dignity of a grandmaster, secretly pleased. Scaring her a bit is good. This child often lacks a sense of gravity. A little wake-up call is necessary to prevent her from thinking the world is peaceful. He cleared his throat, softening his tone slightly. Enough of this. This matter is meant to be kept secret, and I did not wish to disclose it to you. Now that you are aware, do not let fear take hold. You may leave. I have matters to discuss with your brother. Mu Huayue remained rooted in place, her mind swirling in confusion. She sensed there was something amiss but could not articulate it. Yun Zheng shot her an impatient glance, waving his hand dismissively. Why are you standing there? Have you been frightened into silence, truly lacking in fortitude? With a casual wave, he summoned a gust of energy, sending Mu Huayue out of the hall. Once silence returned, Mu Ersan appeared somewhat at a loss. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke softly, Grandmaster, is the dragon's pulse and phoenix essence truly so perilous? Yun Zheng shot him a sidelong glance, a hint of a sardonic smile on his face. Perilous? I was merely deceiving her. Chapter 98. No matter who you are, I shall protect you. Upon hearing those words, Muniansen was momentarily taken aback, a complex expression flickering across his face. His brows knitted together slightly, his lips parted as if to speak, yet ultimately, he found himself at a loss for words, silently swallowing the phrase, I am rendered speechless. Yun Zhang let out a soft sigh and rubbed his brow. One cannot say it is entirely deceitful. The bloodline of Huayue is inherited from her parents. Where does the conflict of dragons and phoenixes arise? The true peril has never been her lineage, but rather her identity, along with another equally significant matter closely tied to it. Muniansen suddenly looked up, a flash of confusion crossing his eyes, soon replaced by a vague suspicion. An ancient shadow unexpectedly surfaced in his mind, prompting him to exclaim, the Shuowu treasure map? Yun Zheng cast a faint glance in his direction, the corners of his mouth lifting ever so slightly, tinged with a hint of irony. At last, the light of understanding dawns upon you. Muniansen furrowed his brows even deeper, disbelief evident in his gaze. But I have raised Huayue since she was young. She is merely an innocent girl, utterly unaware of her own identity. How could she possibly know of the Shuowu treasure map? At this, Yun Zheng nodded slightly, pausing for a moment. I have a notion in mind that has yet to be verified. With that, he extended a hand and presented an object from the table to Muniansen. Confused, Muniansen accepted it, cradling it in his hands for a closer inspection, only to discover it was a small, unremarkable wave drum. Its body was plain, yet faint, intricate patterns appeared to undulate on the surface, delineating a prominent character for cloud. He turned to Yun Zhang, his expression filled with bewilderment. However, Yun Zhang offered no explanation, instead handing him a piece of convex western crystal, speaking in a calm tone, look through this, and observe again. Following his advice, Muniansen held the crystal before his eyes, scrutinizing the character once more. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, breath catching in his throat, for the cloud was no ordinary ink. It had been intricately carved from a tapestry of mountains and rivers, the peaks and valleys of Fuyun Mountain, the meandering streams, all meticulously captured within, crafted with such finesse that it seemed to encapsulate the grandeur of the world in a mere inch. Astonished, Muniansen murmured, this skill is truly a marvel of craftsmanship. Yun Zheng smiled faintly, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. This was a congratulatory gift from my junior sister years ago. At that time, I had just claimed the title at the Young Heroes tournament, and she presented it to me. It was then I learned of a technique from the southern regions that used grains of rice to create paintings, capturing landscapes on the most delicate leather with astonishing precision. As he spoke, his gaze turned somber, his tone grave. The Shuowu treasure map is a closely guarded secret of the Song Shua dynasty, safeguarded by the royal family through the ages, known only to the emperors. I fear that my junior sister, in her devotion to the Song Shua realm, before he could finish, Muniansen's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, could it be that the crown princess has inscribed this treasure map onto Huayue? And then Yun Zhang's gaze deepened like an abyss, and he continued slowly, then, using her own blood as a guide, she fabricated a birthmark to conceal the treasure map beneath it. Upon hearing this, Mooney Anson's heart raced, breath quickening involuntarily. He murmured in disbelief, "Huayue, she carries within her." Yun Zhang remained silent, his penetrating gaze fixed upon him, the weight of his expression speaking volumes. Mooney Anson absorbed Yun Zhang's words, his heart tumultuous, memories of past details swirling like thunder in his mind. In recent years, the nations of Shuo and Qi, divided by the Huai River, had faced off against one another, skirmishing yet unable to gain the upper hand due to natural barriers. However, of late, the southern Shuo Emperor Huan had mismanaged his reign, resulting in rampant civil unrest and continuous uprisings, leaving the realm in a precarious state. The emperor desperately sought an outlet to redirect internal discord outward, and tensions were already brewing along the borders, the atmosphere tense with impending conflict. Mooney Anson recalled the unexpected upheaval at the recent Young Heroes tournament and began to speculate whether southern Shuo had secretly colluded with the southern regions, intending to incite chaos within Qi through the turmoil of the martial world, rendering it unable to defend itself. Years prior, the crown princess had fought valiantly despite her pregnancy, swearing to protect her nation, ultimately sacrificing her life in the Battle of Jiannan, becoming an enduring legend among the southern Shuo people. Yet, who could have anticipated that the tale of the crown princess and her unborn child perishing together was merely a ruse? Huayue's origins were shrouded in secrecy, known to scarcely a soul. Consequently, despite the fervent rumors surrounding the Shuo treasure map over the years, no one had ever connected it to the lost heir of the crown prince. However, the sudden uproar caused by Duan Jingjing had cast a stone into the calm waters, sending ripples that could not easily be quelled. Inevitably, some would begin to take notice of Huayue's unique identity. Should the southern regions truly follow the thread to its source, Huayue's secret as the heir of the Shuo prince would be laid bare, like a wound ripped open beneath the glaring light of day. At that point, irrespective of the bloodshed that the ownership of the Shuo treasure map might incite, the revelation of Huayue's dual identity alone would be sufficient to disturb the peace of the entire martial world, even the realm itself. An unprecedented storm appeared to be brewing quietly, with Huayue standing at its eye, the most innocent yet pivotal figure. Seeing Mooney Anson's complexion shift, Yun Zhang recognized that he had grasped the underlying intricacies, nodding slightly. "You have toiled for Huayue for so many years, pouring in countless efforts, all merely due to a promise made to an old acquaintance." Yun Zhang spoke slowly, his tone laced with scrutiny as his gaze lingered on Mooney Anson's face for a moment before shifting away. "If I may say, you are neither kin nor blood to her. Having reached this point, you have already fulfilled your duty." He paused briefly, his tone growing somber. "Wangxi is the love of my life, and she calls me brother. It is only right for me to care for the orphan of our sect. As for you," his tone shifted, meeting Mooney Anson's gaze directly, filled with youthful vigor, "it would be wise to extricate yourself early, seeking a safe haven. The world is vast, why entangle yourself in these grievances?" Upon hearing this, Mooney Anson's face flushed crimson, as though struck by a fierce blow to the chest. Clenching his fists, his voice trembled with indignation. "Master, you err gravely." He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze as if a fierce flame had incinerated all his hesitation. "Had it not been for the crown princess saving me back then, I, Zhao, would have long since become a wandering soul. How could I be here today? Moreover, though I am not her blood relative, the bond one share with Yuera surpasses that of many siblings." As he spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, voice thick with emotion. "For all these years, she has called me brother. She is my only family. To abandon her, I cannot do it. I am aware of my limitations, that I am no match for the protection of the Fuyan sect, but to hide like a coward while securing my own future, master, you underestimate me." Mooney Anson's words struck like thunder, the air in the hall seeming to freeze for a moment. Yun Zhang regarded him, the sternness on his face softening slightly, yet he remained silent. Mooney Anson straightened himself, inhaling deeply, kneeling on one knee. "If the Grand Master is willing to protect her, I, Zhao, would be eternally grateful and willing to serve as a beast of burden. But should the Fuyan sect ultimately fail to safeguard her, then allow me, as her brother, to shield her to the best of my ability. Even if it means shattering my very bones, I shall have no regrets." A flicker of complexity danced in Yun Zhang's eyes as he sighed heavily, a mixture of resignation and approval in his voice. "The Zhao family's loyalty and righteousness are indeed commendable.